Chapter 1. Let us go and obtain our marriage certificate. In the city of Changnan, at the Sanjiu CF, a wave of excitement coursed through Zhong Yu as he stood at the entrance, nervously fiddling with the origami tucked within his pocket. He was a time traveler, having arrived in the world of Zhanshan a year prior. Within that pocket lay a marriage contract, a promise forged between his predecessor's grandfather and a comrade. After enduring the trials of university, he eagerly arranged a meeting with the girl on the other end of the engagement, securing a high-speed train ticket to Changnan for their rendezvous today. Initially, Zhong Yu found it perplexing that, as a time traveler, he possessed no system. It was only a month ago, following the passing of his grandfather, that he received the marriage contract along with the phone. To his astonishment, he discovered that his betrothed was none other than Hongying. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. Time travel was not about conflict and strife, but rather to embrace life's pleasures. With Hongying as his wife, what more could he desire from a system? Regaining his composure, Zhong Yu strode confidently into the CF, scanning the room. In a corner, a girl with a balanced figure, clad in a gray sports jacket and denim shorts, sat engrossed in her phone. Her lips formed a slight pout, cheeks puffed as she blew a glistening pink bubble. Her dark brown ponytail was tied high, radiating a youthful vigor and charm. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yu approached her. "Hello, may I inquire if you are Hongying?" "Huh." The pink bubble burst. Hongying lifted her gaze, re-rolling the bubblegum into her mouth. With narrowed eyes, she inquired, "What did you just call me?" A hint of embarrassment washed over Zhong Yu. I am just used to calling you that from school, haha." Hongying leaned back. "Oh well, no worries. So you must be Zhong Yu?" He nodded slightly. "Please have a seat." Zhong Yu settled across from her, making an effort to appear courteous. Facing Hongying for the first time, he found her to be as striking as he had imagined, causing a flutter of nervousness within him. "Did you bring the marriage contract?" "Yes, I did." He promptly handed over the now yellowed origami. Hongying unfolded the paper, glancing over it with a casual nod. Then she asked, "I heard from my grandfather that your ancestral roots are also in Changnan?" "Yes, that's correct." "Did you graduate from university this year?" "Yes." "Have you found a job yet?" "Not yet." Hongying responded with an "oh" and a contemplative nod. Zhong Yu swallowed hard, fixating on her. Surely she wouldn't dismiss him for lacking a job, car, home, or savings. Hongying must not be so materialistic. Just as he prepared to clarify his situation, she suddenly asked, "Are you over 22? Zhong Yu was taken aback. "Yes, I am." Hongying nodded and stood up abruptly, hands tucked in her pockets, tilting her chin upward. "Then let us go and obtain our marriage certificate." "Huh? Get a certificate?" Zhong Yu was momentarily stunned. "Of course, we have a marriage contract, right? You brought your ID?" "I do have it." But Zhong Yu struggled to comprehend. Was it common for such a bold girl to approach marriage with such nonchalance? Shouldn't they at least get to know each other better before considering marriage? It seemed rather abrupt to register their marriage upon first meeting. He hesitated before speaking. "But we have just met, and you hardly know me." "Perhaps we should talk first," Hongying interrupted with a dismissive sound. "No need. I have already had someone investigate your background. Your academic performance is mediocre, your physical fitness is average, and your abilities leave much to be desired. In short, you excel at being ordinary. Am I wrong?" "Zhong Yu, is it really necessary to be so scathing? I have made efforts in the past, it's just that they've borne no fruit, which forced me into mediocrity. Being born average is not my fault." "However," Hongying said, her hands in her pockets, a playful smile on her face, "I find it quite satisfactory that you have been single for 22 years without ever having been in a relationship." Zhong Yu felt as though another dagger had been thrust into his chest. But it was fine, it didn't hurt anyway. Zhong Yu decided to stop pretending and place his hands in his pockets. "Since you already know, I have nothing left to say, so why are you still willing to marry someone as utterly unremarkable as me?" Hongying replied earnestly, "Because the engagement was arranged by our elders. One must uphold integrity. Our family tradition is to never break trust." Upon hearing Hongying's words, Zhong Yu couldn't help but commend her grandfather. However, this was somewhat contrary to the strategy he had originally devised. Seeing his conflicted expression, Hongying tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong? Do you not wish to marry me?" Zhong Yu immediately shook his head. "No, that's not it. To marry you is my fortune. I could not be happier. As long as that's the case." Hongying nodded in satisfaction. "Zhong Yu, both our grandfathers were night watchmen. So I will be straightforward with you. I have now joined the Night Watchman organization, belonging to the local 136 squad. So let's hurry and register our marriage. I have an important task this afternoon. Zhong Yu was momentarily speechless. He was well aware of what Hongying meant by important task. It pertained to the responsibilities of the Night Watchman, who must manage the various mysteries lurking in the shadows of the night, constantly risking their lives to protect the city boss. The bill, please. Hongying quickly scanned the payment code. Still dazed, Zhong Yu was pulled by Hongying out of the CAF and directly across the street to the Civil Affairs office. Before long, they emerged with a brand new little red book stamped with an official seal. As they stepped out of the office, Zhong Yu remained in a daze. They were actually married just like that, to someone as fierce, beautiful, and adorable as Hongying. She smiled gently and patted his shoulder. I forgot to mention, we are currently only in a contractual marriage, so do not expect me to fulfill those so-called duties of a wife. Huh? Zhong Yu turned, his eyes wide with surprise. Why not? Hongying raised an eyebrow. We married merely to fulfill our elders' wishes, didn't we? But you need not worry. Let's agree on a 3-year term within 3 years. If we develop feelings for each other, we shall continue together. If by the end of 3 years, we remain indifferent, we can part ways amicably and dissolve the marriage. How does that sound? Zhong Yu pondered for a moment, finding the agreement quite reasonable. If he could not win over Hongying in 3 years, he could only blame himself for his lack of ambition. All right, I consent. Zhong Yu nodded earnestly. Hongying handed him a key, saying, "This is the key to my home. Since you've just returned to Cangnan and likely have nowhere to stay, you may reside at my place. I will send you the address via my phone." She added, "Oh, by the way, there was another girl living with me, but she is preparing to move out. I'll let her know when we meet." Zhong Yu nodded as he accepted the key. "Well then, see you later. I might return home quite late tonight, so you needn't wait for me." Hongying thought for a moment and reminded him, "Stay at home tonight. Don't wander around." Zhong Yu froze for a moment, suddenly recalling something after their exchange. Hongying turned to leave. Hongying, she turned back, looking somewhat surprised. "What is it? Is there anything else?" Zhong Yu scratched his head and grinned. "We're married now. Could we share a hug?" "No way. Don't even think about it." Hongying's brows furrowed as she turned away. Zhong Yu stood there, feeling slightly awkward. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Hongying halted abruptly. She returned, casting a meaningful glance at Zhong Yu. His heart began to race, and he took a deep breath. "Just a hug." Hongying stepped forward, opened her arms, and quickly embraced Zhong Yu. The warmth against his chest felt like a gentle stream flowing into his heart. Zhong Yu slowly raised his arms, returning the embrace of his wife Ding. Event triggered. The mundane system has been activated for you. Chapter 2. Zhong Yu's system, Mundane Realm. Zhong Yu was taken aback. A system? It turns out I have a system too. After a year of traversing, it emerged at the very moment I embraced my lovely wife for the first time. Zhong Yu stared ahead, and indeed, a system panel appeared before his eyes, displaying bold letters. Mundane system? This name feels rather ordinary, doesn't it? Zhong Yu glanced down at the panel and noticed a loading bar that read loading. The bar was gradually progressing from 10%. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been embracing for nearly a minute. Seeing that Zhong Yu had no intention of releasing her, and that his grip had tightened slightly, Hongying frowned. "This guy is taking advantage of me." Little did she know, Zhong Yu was focused on the panel, waiting for the loading bar to complete, completely oblivious to the beauty in his arms. "Have you had enough of the hug?" Hongying asked coldly. Zhong Yu finally snapped back to reality. Hongying promptly pushed him away. "Oh, I'm so sorry. It's my first time hugging a girl, so closely it's just so thrilling." Zhong Yu chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Though Hongying let out a disdainful huff, a subtle blush crept onto her cheeks. "I'm leaving. You should hurry back and pack your things." She waved her hand and turned to depart. Suddenly, Zhong Yu thought of something else. "Wait a moment, Hongying." Hongying turned her head and scolded. "Hey, are you done yet? What's next, another kiss?" Zhong Yu replied with a chuckle. "Well, that wouldn't be entirely out of the question." Hongying exclaimed. Zhong Yu reassured. All right, I was just joking. Actually, there's something I'd like to inquire about. Is there someone in Team 136 named Zhao? Kongshen? You mean old Zhao?" Hongying crossed her arms. That guy. He always tries to steal the spotlight during missions, but I always manage to outshine him." "How do you know him?" Zhong Yu chuckled. "I don't actually. I just heard my grandfather mention him a lot." By the way, you must be extra cautious during your mission later. Zhong Yu earnestly advised. I will. He'll be careful. He watched as his newlywed wife walked away, gradually disappearing around the corner. He murmured, since Hongying answered so casually, it implies that Zhao Kongsheng is fine at the moment. The reason he had suddenly asked about Zhao Kongsheng was primarily to ascertain the current timeline. Furthermore, since Hongying had warned him to stay indoors, it seemed likely that Team 130's XS mission tonight would be related to the Phantom Masked Man. Stay safe. After packing his luggage from the hotel, Zhong Yu followed the map navigation to Hongying's villa. He surveyed his surroundings. The house was indeed quite spacious. The living room and bedrooms were both expansive. Although the decor was lavish, the furniture was remarkably simple. Per Hongying's request, he was currently not allowed to sleep in her room. The room that was originally meant for Lin Chia was now assigned to Zhong Yu. There was also another bedroom upstairs that was locked. Zhong Yu knew that it belonged to Si Shaonin. Well, when Hongying encounters the members of Team 136 later, she will likely announce their marriage, right? Those guys hearing such monumental news will surely be left astounded. Once everything was in order, Zhong Yu looked at the system panel in his mind, preparing to delve into it. At this moment, the system had completed loading at 100. A large OK button appeared on the screen. With a thought, Zhong Yu clicked the button, entering the system's main interface. Ding! The passive skill Ordinary Domain has been automatically activated for you. This skill allows the suppression or eradication of any mysterious forces within the host vicinity, ensuring equality among all beings. The effectiveness varies according to levels. Default is always active. The system gift package offers one chance to draw an active skill. Would you like to draw it now? Without hesitation, Zhong Yu responded, draw. Ding! You have obtained the active skill Culinary Mastery. In an instant, he felt an endless array of recipes flooding into his mind. A person who had never cooked before now possessed culinary skills rivaling the top masters of the Great Xia within less than a minute. Looking at these two skills, Zhong Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. Although the passive skill Ordinary Domain sounds rather mundane and even somewhat derivative, it is incredibly practical. It can suppress or eradicate all mysterious forces within a certain range, including divine ruins, forbidden zones, and forbidden items, regardless of their quantity. Transforming another into a mere mortal, akin to oneself, effectively erases all advantages of the adversary. This is tantamount to metamorphosing into a human-shaped ruins monument. In such circumstances, the probability of emerging victorious through other skills would greatly enhance. Other skills? Speaking of which, what, pray tell, is this culinary mastery bestowed upon me by the system? Am I to conquer the palates of the demon-faced king and his ilk through culinary prowess? A wry smile crept across Zhong Yu's face. Ultimately, it is merely a protective system. It appears solely designed to safeguard oneself against various mysterious intrusions, not for combat. Tisk mortal system. Indeed, it is tailored for a mere mortal like me. At this juncture, the system panel has already delineated my basic information. Name, Zhong Yu. Passive skill, Mortal Domain. Current level, LV1. Current skill coverage radius, 1 meter. Can suppress any mysteries within the radius to a mortal state. Can unconditionally reduce any mysteries above the designated level by 1 tier. Active skill, Culinary Mastery. Current level, LV6 max level. Wife's affection level, current 30. For every 1 increase in affection, one can draw an active skill or upgrade an active passive skill. Only able to reduce mysteries above the designated level by 1 tier. This implies that when encountering a mystery of the river realm, I can only reduce it to that of the pool realm, which means I'm still at a disadvantage. Zhong Yu shook his head and scrutinized the annotations further. Both passive and active skills possess 6 tiers, corresponding to the realms of lamp, pool, river, sea, infinite, and Klein. Both skills necessitate continuous upgrading, with the active skill having the potential to be drawn to its maximum level. Upon reviewing all the information, Zhong Yu comprehended. Elevating Hongying's affection towards him is the key to advancement. In essence, the system is tailored to assist him in winning over his wife. The passive skill serves to protect both himself and his wife. As for the active skill, Culinary Mastery, while seemingly inconsequential, actually enables him to prepare delectable dishes that Hongying adores, thereby enhancing her affection for him. I I wonder what other skills might be acquired in the future, perhaps something akin to extraordinary procreation. As twilight descended, Zhong Yu's stomach emitted a low growl, was hungry. He glanced at the clock. It was now 7 p.m. In the past, he would have been dining at the cafeteria or ordering takeout at this hour. However, now he was a married man, and a master chef at that. Why not prepare a meal at home? If Hongying returned early to a sumptuous feast, would her affection for him not soar? Zhong Yu made his way to the dining room and opened the refrigerator, only to find it nearly barren. He proceeded to the kitchen, where a dusty soup pot sat atop the gas stove, its price tag still affixed. Stroking his chin, he mused that neither Hongying nor Xiaonan seemed particularly adept at cooking. Their home lacked even a usable frying pan. Since he had time to spare, he might as well venture to the supermarket to procure some ingredients and cookware. Securing the front door, Zhong Yu set off to a nearby large supermarket. Meanwhile, across the city, in the old district, Wen Shimo erected a sign at a deserted street corner, boldly proclaiming no entry ahead. Behind him stood 3 individuals, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Captain Chen Muyi. The crimson spear in Hongying's hand shimmered with waves of red light. When Shimo rose and turned back, announcing, "Captain, the Wujia Void is ready." Chen Mai nodded slightly, adjusting his earpiece. "Lao Zhao, Lung Xian, how are things on your end?" "We are all set." Both responded in unison. "Excellent. Commence the operation to eliminate the phantom faces." Chapter 3. How did he break through the boundary of the unfettered void? Xiaoyin Supermarket, the largest comprehensive supermarket in Songnan, is situated in the heart of the city. In pursuit of high-quality yet affordable cookware and ingredients, Zhong Yu opted to shop here, despite its distance from his villa. His culinary expertise not only endowed him with cooking skills, but also rendered him adept in selecting pots and produce. Zhong Yu quickly settled on a sleek black frying pan, versatile for frying, sautéing, and baking. Upon seeing his choice, an enthusiastic sales associate approached him with alacrity. "Sir, are you purchasing a pan? You have an excellent eye. This pan is of exceptional quality, and today we have a promotion. Buy 2 at a 20% discount." The idea of a 20% discount piqued Zhong Yu's interest. As a chef, he would undoubtedly be preparing sophisticated dishes in the future. With his kitchen sparsely equipped, acquiring an additional pan seemed reasonable. "All right, I'll take it," he declared, prompting the sales associate to beam with delight. Zhong Yu proceeded to select an assortment of fresh vegetables, ribs, and beef. As he exited the supermarket, his arms laden with bags, he realized he had indeed purchased quite a lot. However, when he took out his phone to summon a ride, he was dismayed to find it had shut down due to a lack of battery. Now in a predicament, he discovered he had no cash on hand to hail a cab, leaving him with no choice but to walk home, a distance of just over 2 kilometers. Yet, being directionally challenged, Zhong Yu found himself at a crossroads, unable to recall the way he had come. Spotting a group of high school students in uniforms passing by, he hurriedly approached one of them. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Sanjiu Road?" The student turned, a flicker of annoyance crossing their face, revealing a distinctive black eye patch. "Lin Xie?" Zhong Yu nearly exclaimed. Seeing Zhong Yu clinging to Lin Xie's sleeve, a nearby girl stepped forward. "Hey there. My classmate can't see well. Sanjiu Road is that way." She pointed in a direction. At that moment, another boy interjected, "Sanjiu Road? I thought it was over here." He gestured towards the opposite direction. "You must be mistaken, Jiang Qian. No, you're the one who's wrong. I was there just last week." The 2 students began to bicker. Lin Xie remained silently in the middle, forced to maintain his guise as a blind individual amid such fervent peers. Zhong Yu blinked, contemplating the situation, and ultimately decided to trust the girl's guidance, as she claimed to have visited last week. "Thank you, classmate," he expressed, his mind set solely on returning home to prepare a meal for his beloved wife. After his gratitude, he swiftly followed the path indicated by the girl, while the students departed down another route. Without moonlight, the night enveloped the surroundings in an unusual darkness. The streetlights, resembling weary elders, emitted a faint, yellowish glow. As Zhong Yu continued on, a growing sense of unease washed over him. The architecture around him hinted that he had wandered into the old district. Before he realized it, he found himself standing before a sign marking the boundary of the unfettered void. The original plan of Team 136 was for Zhao Kongsheng, Long Xian, and Si Xiaonan to maintain vigilance outside the notice board while Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and Hongying would engage in combat against the ghost-faced men within the boundless domain. However, circumstances took a dramatic turn as the number of ghost-faced men exceeded expectations significantly. Moreover, a ghost-faced king emerged from within their ranks. Observing the street was nearly deserted. Si Xiaonan resolved to enter the boundless domain immediately to assist his comrades. It was at this critical moment that Zhong Yu arrived. The streetlights were so dim that he could hardly discern the notice board standing nearby. The ability of the mortal realm to disregard all restrictive objects allowed him to unwittingly step into this perilous area. In the next moment, Zhong Yu was taken aback by the horrific scene before him. The ground was littered with dismembered monster limbs, soaked in a ghastly crimson hue. Not far away, Chun Mai wielded his blade, unleashing a dazzling white light as he severed the heads of 3 ghost-faced men, their dark blood splattering all around. Beside him, 2 others were fiercely battling the remaining monsters. Damn it, I've taken a wrong turn. For the first time witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, Zhong Yu's legs quivered uncontrollably. His gaze quickly surpassed Chun Mai, catching sight of the rose-colored flames and the dancing flowers of gunfire, along with that familiar figure. Hongying, his newlywed wife, was currently besieged by 7 or 8 ghost-faced men. Chun Mai noticed Zhong Yu immediately, feeling a wave of surprise. How had he managed to breach the boundless domain? Was he friend or foe? Upon seeing Zhong Yu clutching bags of vegetables and trembling slightly, Chun Mai quickly understood. He was merely an ordinary citizen out shopping. Damn, the quality of this notice board is deteriorating. Chun Mai promptly deduced that the notice board was faulty, leading an unsuspecting citizen to wander into danger. Seeing a ghost-faced man lunging toward Zhong Yu, Chun Mai shouted, "Get out of here, it's dangerous." He dashed forward, slicing off the creature's head from behind. Instantly, several other ghost-faced men charged toward him. The others also became aware of the intrusion. Yet they were preoccupied with the overwhelming number of ghost-faced men and could not spare the energy to protect the citizen. Meanwhile, seeing his wife under attack, Zhong Yu's heart raced with anxiety. He clearly remembered that one of these ghost-faced men could evolve into a formidable ghost-faced king. Without time to ponder further, he was determined to assist. In a moment of desperation, he dropped the bags of vegetables and sprinted toward Hongying, wielding 2 frying pans in hand. Chun Mai stood dumbfounded at this spectacle. Had this man lost his mind? What was he attempting to do? One ghost-faced man, noticing Zhong Yu, extended its crimson tongue, drooling like a lecher at the sight of a beautiful woman, and leapt towards him. The others, taken aback by Zhong Yu's erratic behavior, were momentarily frozen, watching helplessly as the creature lunged at the ordinary citizen wielding frying pans. A dull thud echoed through the air. Zhong Yu raised his frying pan and struck the ghost-faced man squarely in the face. The ghostly figure staggered momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Chun Mai was taken aback. He had just rendered a ghostly figure unconscious with a mere frying pan. Was he not an ordinary citizen? Zhong Yu had no time to ponder the astonished gazes of those around him. He rushed to Hongying's side. "Hongying, I'm here to assist you," he shouted, raising the frying pan high. At that moment, Hongying finally recognized the civilian who had accidentally intruded, her newlywed husband, with whom she had just registered their marriage that very day. Panic surged within her as she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Were you not supposed to stay at home? Be careful. These creatures are not something an ordinary person like you can handle." Just as her words fell, Zhong Yu struck another ghostly figure on the back of its head with the frying pan. Its eyes rolled back, and it crumpled to the ground. The remaining ghostly figures, sensing the presence of a civilian, turned to attack Zhong Yu. They certainly knew that soft targets were preferable. However, as the ghostly figures approached Zhong Yu, they all simultaneously trembled, as if all their strength had been suddenly drained away. Without hesitation, Zhong Yu swung the frying pan with remarkable speed, quickly incapacitating 4 more ghostly figures. If his initial actions had been driven by instinct, he now grasped the situation. With the enhancement of his mundane domain skills, these ghostly figures would lose all their mysterious powers the moment they came within a meter of him. Their combat prowess was akin to that of a mere lapdog. armed with nothing but a frying pan and devoid of any martial skills. Zhong Yu easily subdued them. Hongying was profoundly astonished by Zhong Yu's display of prowess. So much so that she halted her attacks, frozen in place. Observing his wife standing motionless, Zhong Yu called out, "Hongying, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and finish them off." Chapter 4. This is my husband. His name is Zhong Yu. Hongying regained her senses as the tip of the spear was raised again. The few ghost-faced figures that had just attempted to rise from the ground were instantly pierced by the long spear, strung together like beads. "Zhong Yu, have you awakened the forbidden ruins as well?" Hongying inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. It was impossible for an ordinary person to subdue so many ghost-faced figures barehanded. I haven't. Zhong Yu responded while knocking unconscious another ghost-faced figure that dared to charge at him. He was at a loss for how to explain to Hongying. Certainly he could not disclose the existence of his system. Another ghost-faced figure was added to the string that Hongying had already collected. She fixed her gaze on the frying pans that Zhong Yu wielded. "Oh, those 2 frying pans must be forbidden items?" Zhong Yu raised one of the pans. "This? Not really. I bought it at the Xiaoyan supermarket for home use. 2 for 250 yuan with a 20 discount. Quite a bargain, right?" He wore an expression that seemed to beckon her to praise his frugality. "Hongying." As the two continued to converse while fighting, a pair of crimson eyes observed them coldly from the shadows not far behind. "Hua!" It emitted a peculiar roar, slowly emerging from the darkness. In the distance, Chen Mai sensed an unusual aura and turned his gaze in alarm. He inhaled sharply. The creature before him, towering and upright like a human, was a ghost-faced king of the Chuan realm. Unlike the ghost-faced figures that scuttled on all fours, the ghost-faced king possessed a higher intellect. Enraged by the sight of its companions either skewered or beheaded, it locked its scarlet gaze directly onto Hongying, the nearest target, and leaped high with its massive claws poised to strike. Chen Mai ran towards them while shouting a warning. "Hongying, be careful. That's the ghost-faced king behind you." Both Zhong Yu and Hongying turned simultaneously, only to find a colossal figure looming over Hongying. Without hesitation, she swung her long spear, a flash of rose-colored flames igniting as it thrust forward. Zhong Yu grew anxious. It was the ghost-faced king of the Chuan realm. There was no way Hongying could defeat it. Engaging it head-on would surely result in injury. He immediately raised his frying pan and charged at the ghost-faced king from the side. Clang! The ghost-faced king's massive claws clashed against Hongying's spear, producing dazzling sparks. Though Hongying was sent flying several meters away, she quickly regained her balance. Looking at her hands in astonishment, she realized she had just faced the ghost-faced king of the Chuan realm head-on without sustaining any injuries. Upon looking ahead, she was taken aback. At that moment, Zhong Yu was sprawled beneath the feet of the ghost-faced king. Zhong Yu felt utterly speechless. He had intended to assist Hongying by delivering a strike to the back of the ghost-faced king's head. However, in his haste, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. Fortunately, his hand had reached out and made contact with the heel of the ghost-faced king. The aura of the mundane realm had thus suppressed the creature from the Chuan realm down to the Pool realm. Therefore, Hongying, also of the Pool realm, had managed to avoid injury from that encounter. The ghost-faced king lowered its gaze to the bloodstains on its hands and then glanced at the man sprawled at its feet, equally bewildered. It sensed that, in an instant, a significant portion of its power had dissipated. With a furious roar, the ghost-faced king lunged its massive claws toward Zhong Yu. Startled, Zhong Yu realized that although he had managed to suppress his opponent by 1 level, he was still facing a being at the Pool realm. How could his mere mortal flesh withstand such an assault? Just as the ghost-faced king was about to seize him, Chen Mai's straight blade and Hongying's spear arrived simultaneously. The ghost-faced king was forced to retreat, sustaining 2 new wounds in the process. Yet, freed from Zhong Yu's grasp, its strength surged back instantly. With another thunderous roar, it echoed like a clap of thunder. "I'll handle it," Chen Mai declared sternly. Advancing with his blade, Hongying stepped forward, assessing Zhong Yu with a concerned expression. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Zhong Yu shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine." Despite the perilous situation, he felt a surge of joy from the concern of his newlywed wife. In the distance, Chun Mai, wielding his prowess at the river realm, relentlessly pressed the Ghost Face King back, having already inflicted dozens of cuts upon it. Sensing the tide turning unfavorably, the Ghost Face King ceased its combat and swiftly leaped away, vanishing into the sewers, accompanied by 2 Ghost Face men. Chun Mai immediately pursued, but to his surprise, the 2 Ghost Face men veered off in another direction instead of following the Ghost Face King. He resolved to chase after the Ghost Face King. Simultaneously, he activated his earpiece, connecting with Zhao Kongcheng on the other side of the boundless domain. Old Zhao, 2 Ghost Face men are heading towards the old city. Don't worry, Captain, leave it to me. They won't escape. Zhao Kongcheng replied. On the ground, the battle had largely concluded, leaving behind a scene littered with the severed limbs of monsters. Wu Xiangnan, who had just arrived, made a phone call. Hello, logistics team? You can come now to clear the scene. Soon after, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qimao, and Wu Xiangnan gathered around Zhong Yu and Hongying. They scrutinized the young man holding 2 frying pans, their gazes filled with astonishment and curiosity. Zhong Yu felt as though he were a spectacle at a zoo. Instinctively inching closer to Hongying, after a prolonged silence, when Qimao slowly spoke, Hongying, do you know him? Hongying, having sheathed her spear, smacked her forehead with a casual demeanor. Oh dear, I forgot to mention. I got married this afternoon. This is my husband, Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu waved his frying pan in a friendly manner. Hi, nice to meet you all. The trio's eyes widened in shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Si Xiaonan's face was a canvas of questions. Sister Hongying, are you serious? She could not fathom how her close friend had suddenly tied the knot without a word. You, when Qimao raised a trembling hand, pointing at Zhong Yu in utter disbelief. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Ki Montak, what is wrong with you? Wu Xiangnan quickly supported the fallen when Qimo Xiaonan. Please check if Qimo is injured. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan immediately knelt down to examine him closely. I believe he isn't injured. It might just be a simple fainting spell. No sooner had Xiaonan finished speaking than when Qimo sprang back to life, suddenly leaping up. No, with a thud, when Qimo knelt down, raising his head and extending his hands toward the sky. The posture, combined with the expression of immense anguish on his face, resembled Yuan Hua in a snow-laden night, complete with an accompanying melody. Snowflakes fluttering the north wind, sighing the heavens and earth, vast and desolate. Zhong Yu gazed at Wen Qimo, the strains of a cut of plum echoing in his ears. He too was moved. Thus, Zhong Yu sighed with regret. Alas, since there is a you, why must there be a M.O. Redding is now my wife? Do not be too sorrowful, brother Qimo, when Qimo cast a resentful glance at Zhong Yu, his heart brimming with unwillingness. Zhong Yu had already dashed to the roadside, collecting the scattered bags of vegetables. With a smile, he said, Everyone must be hungry after such a long time. Shall we gather at my home for a feast? I will prepare some delicious food for everyone. Chapter 5. Will you trust me just this once? As the conversation unfolded, a resplendent beam of incandescent light erupted from the direction of the old city, reaching skyward. The dazzling radiance illuminated nearly half of the city. Several individuals instinctively turned their heads in unison. Zhong Yu discerned that the light emanated from Lin Chia's eyes. However, he could not divulge this revelation to those present. What was that light? Was the forbidden ruins emerging? Such formidable energy. Wu Xiangnan fixated on the direction of the beam, his brow furrowed in concern. This energy was likely not of human origin, but rather that of divine ruins. A deity? Which deity could it be? At that moment, when Qimo finally rose to his feet, if my conjecture is correct, it should be the power of code name 003. The Seraphim Michael. Wu Xiangnan immediately grasped the implication, raising his earpiece. Old Zhao, did you see that? Zhao Kongcheng replied, I did. I'm just a street away. Goodness, this power is outrageous. Wu Xiangnan cautioned, Old Zhao, do not act recklessly. We are on our way. Hongying and Xiaonan, you two should return home first. Qimo, accompany me. Wu Xiangnan then turned to Zhong Yu. We won't be dining today. Allow me to extend my congratulations to both of you. Zhong Yu smiled and nodded. His earlier remarks were not mere pleasantries. but a sincere invitation. Yet, seeing that others had matters to attend to, he chose not to elaborate further. Wu Xiangnan pulled Wen Qima away. Am I coming too? Wen Qima asked reluctantly, glancing at the food in Zhong Yu's hands. But, I'm really hungry right now. Wu Xiangnan sighed and forcibly began to drag Wen Qima along. Sister Hongying, I suppose I won't be going either. I've packed up the remaining belongings, and I'll come by another day to collect them. Si Xiaonan's parents had recently moved to Cangnan, so she returned home as per their request, though some of her belongings remained at Hongying's. Hongying nodded. Very well, be cautious on your way home. As she watched Xiaonan's silhouette fade into the distance, Hongying turned back and playfully thumped Zhong Yu on the back, nearly knocking him over. Hey, why are you hitting me? He exclaimed. Hongying's eyes glinted with annoyance. Zhong Yu, you did that on purpose, didn't you? With your limited skills, you dare to invite our entire team to your home for a meal? Having previously researched Zhong Yu's background, she knew he couldn't even cook properly. Managing instant noodles was already quite the feat for him. With a sigh, Hongying continued, we are merely in a contractual marriage. There is no need for you to go out of your way to impress my teammates. Chuckling in response to Hongying's skepticism, Zhong Yu merely smiled. Had it not been for the system he acquired today, he would indeed lack any culinary skills. Perhaps your prior investigation into my abilities was inaccurate, he mused. Now, let's return home. Upon arriving home, Zhong Yu carried the vegetables and meat into the kitchen and began his preparations. Hongying followed him into the kitchen. Zhong Yu, don't overestimate your capabilities. All right, you can take a break over there. I shall handle things here. Although my culinary skills are rather mediocre, I can manage a few home-cooked dishes. Typically, like the other team members, she often enjoys the meals prepared by Chunmai at the office, assisting him occasionally and picking up some basic cooking techniques along the way. Zhong Yu turned to Hongying, smiling. Hongying, will you trust me just this once? Hongying regarded Zhong Yu, her eyes seemingly revealing an earnestness. Could it be that this guy truly possesses culinary skills? Is his masculine competitive spirit at play? Oh well, let him have a try. If he messes up, we can always order takeout later. All right then, you take the lead. I'll help wash the vegetables. In the kitchen, bathed in warm lighting, the two figures began to bustle about together, infusing the villa with a rare sense of liveliness. Initially skeptical, Hongying was taken aback as she observed Zhong Yu skillfully chopping vegetables and marinating meat. As she witnessed him calmly and methodically tossing various ingredients into the pan and stir-frying them, fragrant aromas began to waft through the air. Hongying stood by, her eyes wide in astonishment. This guy can really cook. In just half an hour, Zhong Yu had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, setting them elegantly on the table. Hongying sat beside him, swallowing hard in anticipation. There was jade shrimp with vegetables, braised beef in auspicious pouches, fragrant lily stir-fried chicken, a platter of assorted vegetable rolls, and a golden vegetable soup. Just the right amount, 4 dishes and a soup, all home-cooked. Come, taste it. Zhong Yu removed his apron with a slight smile. Hongying softly replied, eagerly picking up her chopsticks and diving into the meal. After just a small bite, her eyes widened, her long lashes fluttering slightly, her face radiating sheer delight and satisfaction. Delicious. Exceedingly delicious. It's 100 times better than what the captain makes. At that moment, Chunmai, who was still pursuing the ghost-faced king in the dark outskirts of the city, suddenly sneezed for reasons unknown. Meanwhile, the carefree Hongying was thoroughly relishing her meal. Observing his wife devouring her food, Zhong Yu chuckled. This feeling of feeding someone is quite delightful. Ding! Wife's affection level. 2. The system's notification echoed in Zhong Yu's mind. Indeed, he had successfully captured his wife's heart through his culinary prowess, resulting in an increase in affection. Every 1 increase allowed him to draw or upgrade a skill, and he had just gained a 2 boost. He would soon be able to draw rewards again. What would he possibly receive today? I wonder if the affection level can rise even further. With that thought, Zhong Yu couldn't help but smile as he respectfully served his wife another bowl of soup. Yet, despite his efforts to be attentive, the system's notifications remained silent. Zhong Yu pondered inwardly. It seems that the increase in favorability has its limits. By the way, Zhong Yu, there is something I forgot to ask you. Hongying, opposite him, wiped her lips with the back of her hand, and spoke. Yes, what is it? During the recent battle with the Phantom Masked Ones, how were you able to subdue them using just a frying pan? Although they are merely at the Lantern Realm, they are still considered mysterious beings. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to harm them easily. Seeing the earnestness in Hongying's eyes, Zhong Yu realized he could no longer conceal the truth. Thus, he replied, well, to be honest, I had not revealed the whole truth earlier. I have indeed awakened the Forbidden Void. Oh, that makes sense, Hongying responded, wearing an expression that suggested she had anticipated this. What specifically is your Forbidden Void? What is its codename? Zhong Yu rubbed his nose and said, my Forbidden Void is called Common Realm, Common Domain, Common Realm, Common Domain. Hongying furrowed her brow slightly. It seemed she had heard when Mo mention a deity known as the Seraph, who possessed a forbidden void called Common Divine Domain. But what was Zhong Yu's Common Realm, Common Domain? Zhong Yu had no choice but to fabricate an explanation. Oh, my Forbidden Void is a newly developed type. No one has possessed it before, so it has yet to be assigned a number. What can it actually do? Hongying inquired further. It can impose unconditional suppression on all mysterious powers within its vicinity. However, since I am currently only at the Lantern Realm, I can only deal with lower-tier mysteries like the Phantom Masked Ones. I cannot contend with something of the caliber of the Phantom King, only reducing its realm by one level. Hongying nodded, understanding now. No wonder she had been unharmed during her confrontation with the Phantom King. It was because Zhong Yu had been protecting her. With this realization, Zhong Yu's Forbidden Void seemed to hold some value. Hongying stood up and said, well, you worked hard cooking earlier, so let me wash the dishes. You should go rest. Zhong Yu nodded, no longer refusing. He settled onto the sofa in the living room, his eyes shimmering with a faint light as he opened the system panel. It was time to level up once more. Chapter 6. It turns out that even a spirited girl can feel shy. The system provided a prompt. Conditions for active skill extraction have been met. Would you like to extract immediately? Without hesitation, Zhong Yu responded, extract. Ding. Active skill acquired. Mastery of combat. In an instant, Zhong Yu felt an influx of various combat techniques and the mastery of wielding weapons such as swords, sticks, and other implements flooding his mind. A minute later, he regained his composure, a smile unable to be suppressed at the corners of his mouth. This skill not only offered him protection, but would also assist his wife. How extraordinarily practical. He glanced at the information displayed on the system panel. It appeared that this newly acquired active skill was not at its maximum level, merely at level 1. While culinary mastery could be drawn at full capacity, mastery of combat had only yielded an initial tier. Such a pity. The recent draw had only consumed one of his favorability points, and the system stipulated that he could draw only once a day, which meant he still had the opportunity to upgrade another skill. Zhong Yu hesitated as he surveyed the panel. Should he upgrade the passive skill Mortal Domain, or should he directly enhance the active skill Mastery of Combat? After some contemplation, he chose the former. After all, the current level 1 of Mortal Domain was too low, with a mere 1 meter suppression range. It might suffice for his own protection, but it would hardly be adequate for safeguarding his wife. Ding! You have chosen to upgrade the passive skill Mortal Domain. The upgrade has taken effect. Current progress. Level 2, 50. Upgrading to 100 will unlock level 2 effects. Zhong Yu frowned slightly. This felt a bit disappointing. Using one of his favorability points for an upgrade only raised it to 50. Thus, he remained limited to level 1 for the time being. How frustrating. Truly a stingy system. Ding! As the host continues to upgrade, the energy required by the system will increase exponentially. We ask for the host's understanding. Please cherish your wife, and you will continuously earn favorability points. Zhong Yu. All right, I can understand that. Zhong Yu, why are you dazed? Hongying emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands dry. Zhong Yu looked up. It's nothing. Hongying nodded. It's getting late. You should rest early. I'll head to bed now. With that, she turned and walked toward her bedroom. Hongying. Zhong Yu stood up, calling out to her. She paused, startled, and regarded him with a cautious tilt of her head. What do you want? Although he had helped her deal with the ghostly figure today and had just prepared a delicious meal for her, that did not mean she would immediately accept this man before her. After all, they had only known each other for a day. Hongying firmly resolved that if he made any inappropriate requests, she would undoubtedly refuse them. Zhong Yu opened his mouth. Could I have another hug? Hongying scrutinized Zhong Yu for a few seconds. Well, considering they were now officially married, this request wasn't too unreasonable. She gave a slight affirmative sound, her gaze drifting elsewhere as she remained standing in place. In the afternoon, it was he who took the initiative to turn back and embrace her. At that moment, it would be unseemly to approach her again. Such an act would certainly lead to misunderstandings. Zhong Yu pondered, touching his head. Was this gesture a sign of agreement or disagreement? After a few moments of confusion, he suddenly realized that her failure to turn away indicated her consent. How foolish of me. He chuckled softly. This time, Zhong Yu stepped forward, approaching Hongying. He extended his arms and gently enveloped his wife in an embrace. Hongying's body quivered slightly. Thump, thump, thump. In the stillness of the living room, he could distinctly hear the rhythm of her heartbeat. All right, I must go to bed, Hongying murmured, gently extricating herself from Zhong Yu's embrace. She quickly turned and dashed towards the stairs leading to their bedroom. Zhong Yu watched her retreating figure and smiled. It turned out that even a spirited girl could feel bashful. He shook his head. The system had not awarded him any further rewards for this embrace. It seemed that there were indeed limits to the daily rewards. The system panel displayed his current data information. Name, Zhong Yu, passive skill, mundane realm. Current level, LV2, 50. Skill coverage radius, 1 meter. Can suppress any mysterious entity within the radius to a corporeal form. Can unconditionally reduce the level of any mystery beyond the threshold by 1 level. Active skill 1, culinary mastery. Current level, LV6, max level. Active skill 2, combat proficiency. Current level, LV1, wife's affection, current 32. For every 1 increase in affection, one can draw an active skill or upgrade an active passive skill. After turning off the living room lights, Zhong Yu ascended the stairs and entered his bedroom. He felt quite fatigued today and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the adjacent room, Hongying hid behind the door, listening as Zhong Yu climbed the stairs and entered his bedroom. Her breath quickened, her cheeks flushed deeper than an apple, and her ears burned with embarrassment. Oh, Hongying, how utterly ungracious you are. Can a mere embrace affect you so profoundly? She tiptoed to her bed and turned off the light. The following day, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon Zhong Yu's cheek. He stretched lazily and rose from his slumber. Yet again, he had indulged in a habitual late morning. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 9 a.m. He descended the stairs, but found no sign of Hongying. Upon reaching the dining room, he noticed a note on the table along with a slightly burnt slice of bread, topped with a lopsided fried egg. Zhong Yu picked up the note. Zhong Yu, I've gone to work. You prepared dinner yesterday, so today I shall make breakfast. Get up and eat on your own. And do not mock my fried egg. Reading his wife's message, Zhong Yu couldn't help but smile. He took the bread and bit into it, savoring the heartwarming breakfast. After finishing his meal, he tidied up the room briefly. He pondered for a moment, realizing it was time for him to seek employment. His bank account had dwindled to a mere 3-digit sum, and his residence was provided by his wife. Asking her for money again would be utterly unreasonable. He had studied computer science at university, but his academic performance had been rather mediocre and unimpressive. However, he had since become quite the culinary master and wished to explore whether there were any prestigious chef positions available at high-end restaurants. After all, he had heard that the head chef at a top restaurant could earn as much as $2 million annually. Although Changnan was a small town, earning $10,000 to $20,000 a month should not be beyond reach, right? Having made up his mind, Zhong Yu tidied himself up and set out. At the Peace Affairs office, the headquarters of Night Watch Team 136, Zhao Kongsheng appeared listless, occasionally sighing. Old Zhao, what troubles you? Zhao Kongsheng spoke with a heavy heart. Do I truly possess no charm at all? He recounted his encounter with a certain youth named Lin Qiye, a mere high school student, who had deceitfully eluded him. Beside him, Hongying could not suppress her laughter. Zhao Kongsheng shot her a glare. What are you laughing at? No laughter allowed. I also heard that you little girl suddenly got married. What's that about? Yes, Hongying, I was too shy to ask last night. Please tell us all the details. Si Xiaonan chimed in, her face filled with anticipation. Hongying stammered, taken aback by the sudden attention directed at her, just as she contemplated diverting the conversation. The door swung open. Chun Mai entered, dragging his weary feet, his cloak stained with blood. "Captain, are you all right?" Chun Mai waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine." But the ghost-faced king managed to escape. A silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Chun Mai looked up by the way Hongying. "Do you know the young man who barged in last night? He seems to possess some forbidden ruins that can suppress the mysterious. Can you find a way to recruit him into our team?" "Huh." Hongying replied, bewildered. Chapter 7 Hongying. You and Brother Zhong Yu are essentially married first and loved later, aren't you? Faced with Chun Mai's expectant gaze, Hongying could only acquiesce, saying, "All right. I will ask him when I get home if he is willing." Chun Mai nodded. A few moments later, he suddenly raised his head. "Ask him at home? Is that young man? Are you two related?" Patat. Upon hearing Chun Mai's question, Si Xiaonan couldn't help but laugh. "Captain, the person you just mentioned is not Sister Hongying's relative, but rather her husband. They are already married." "What?" Chun Mai's eyes widened. "Hongying, when did you sell yourself?" With a sigh, Hongying explained the circumstances surrounding her marriage to Zhong Yu in simple terms. Si Xiaonan listened with rapt attention. "Oh my goodness, Sister Hongying, you and Brother Zhong Yu are just like the married first and loved later trope in novels. Your forbidden realm is aptly named Rose Fire Feather Garment. This is simply a fateful coincidence." Hongying's face flushed. "Xiaonan, stop talking nonsense. Our situation is still uncertain." At that moment, Wen Qimo, who had heard the story, struck his fist against the wall in frustration, as if the music of A were about to play again. Chun Mai murmured, "So that's how it is." I didn't expect him to be a descendant of the Night Watchers as well." "Hongying, I leave this matter in your hands." "I understand, Captain." Chun Mai then turned to Zhao Kongsheng. "By the way, Lao Zhao, we must find that young man from last night today. He is the agent of the 003 Seraph, and we must secure him. We cannot let him fall into the hands of the ancient divine church." Zhao Kongsheng straightened his chest. "Rest assured, Captain, that kid was wearing the uniform of Zhong last night. I will stake out the entrance of Zhong today and ensure we bring him back." Chun Mai nodded, his face weary. Nevertheless, he approached the map. "Xiangnan, the Ghost-Face King is still in Songnan. We must locate it swiftly, or there will be civilian casualties." That evening, Zhong Yu emerged dejectedly from a 5-star hotel. He had interviewed at 5 upscale restaurants that day, all to no avail. The first restaurant he visited was called New Moon Pavilion, the most luxurious and high-end dining establishment in Songnan City. Upon entering and stating his purpose, the manager's questions left him utterly bewildered. "Mr. Zhong Yu, may I ask which renowned culinary academy you graduated from?" "I did not." "Then, may I inquire which esteemed top chef of the great Xia you trained under?" "I did not." "Oh. Then where did you previously work at a prestigious restaurant?" Zhong Yu replied, "I actually just graduated this year." The manager smiled politely, maintaining his courtesy. "I am sorry, but under these circumstances, we cannot hire you." Zhong Yu, not yet ready to give up, pleaded, "Manager, may I demonstrate my abilities? Although I am not a graduate of a prestigious culinary school and possess little work experience, my culinary skills are truly commendable." "That will not be necessary," the manager replied, shaking his head. "We are a high-end chain restaurant, and with your qualifications, we simply cannot hire you." The second restaurant interview offered little better prospects. The human resources manager did grant him the opportunity to showcase his culinary talents, and with his exceptional skills, he produced a top-tier dish. However, to his dismay, during the final tasting session, the head chef of that restaurant tampered with his creation. It dawned on him that the chef feared his dish could surpass his own, threatening his position. Standing at the corner of the street, Zhong Yu felt somewhat lost. Despite his elite culinary prowess, there seemed to be no place for him in the upscale dining industry of this small city, Songnan. His stomach grumbled. After a long day without a meal, he was famished. Passing by the Songnan library, he noticed a noodle shop nearby and decided to enter. He lacked the enthusiasm to cook for himself tonight. "Boss, I would like a bowl of shredded pork noodles and add a large pork chop, please." "Certainly, please have a seat." Zhong Yu settled at a square table, surveying his surroundings. The little shop was bustling with customers, and it was nearly full, likely due to its proximity to the library, attracting many students. At the counter, a sheet of A4 paper was posted, announcing hiring a chef, salary 5,000, meals and accommodation provided. Zhong Yu hesitated, wondering if he should abandon high-end dining and start working in a small eatery. However, that seemed less appealing than returning to his original field of computer science, where he could likely earn more. While Zhong Yu pondered this, a young man wearing sunglasses entered, clutching several thick books. Noticing the lack of available seats, he approached Zhong Yu and asked, "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Zhong Yu looked up, stunned. The young man, with his sunglasses on, held a book titled Analysis of Psychotherapeutic Treatment for Psychiatric Patients. Wasn't this Lin Chia? What was he doing here for noodles? Seeing Zhong Yu in a daze, Lin Chia assumed he hadn't heard and inquired again, "Is this seat taken? May I sit here?" Zhong Yu quickly nodded. "No one is sitting here. Please take a seat." Lin Chia smiled politely and sat down. "Boss, I would like a bowl of clear soup noodles." "Certainly. Please have a seat. It will be ready shortly." Zhong Yu scrutinized Lin Chia for a while, noting how frugal he was, opting for the 6 yuan clear soup noodles instead of the 10 yuan shredded pork noodles. After some contemplation, he realized that Lin Chia must have skipped school to visit the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, seeking advice on how to treat nicks from the God Psychiatric Hospital. It was no wonder he encountered him here. As the young man was expected to return to school shortly, he would likely encounter Zhao Kongsheng at the school gate, who would subsequently escort him to a couple's hotel. While Zhong Yu indulged in his own imaginative musings about the narrative, Lin Chia lowered his head. Engrossed in the study of a hefty tome, Zhong Yu smiled wryly, pondering the serendipity of having crossed paths with the protagonist on 2 occasions without having formally introduced themselves. Should he take the initiative to make an acquaintance? After all, this individual was destined for a promising future, and cultivating a relationship in advance could only prove beneficial. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a call from Hongying interrupted him. "Hello, Zhong Yu, where are you?" she inquired over the phone. "I'm at a small noodle shop," he replied. "Oh, well, hurry back once you've finished. I have something to discuss with you." Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued that his wife sought his counsel. "All right, I must return swiftly." He hastily finished his noodles, settled the bill at the counter, and exited the establishment. 10 minutes later, Lin Chia had also completed his meal. "Boss, I'll settle the bill," he announced. "Student, someone has already taken care of your meal," the proprietor replied. Lin Chia was taken aback. "Who paid for me?" The boss responded. "Oh, don't you know? It was the person who just shared your table." Confused, Lin Chia turned a glance out the door. He did not recognize the individual, so why had they chosen to do such a thing? Chapter 8. The couple's exchange. Zhong Yu returned to the villa, only to find Hongying leaning against the door, arms crossed, chewing gum. "Hongying." Zhong Yu greeted her with a smile, but she appeared somewhat displeased. "What have you been up to today?" "Oh, I went out to look for a job." Zhong Yu replied honestly, scratching his head. "Looking for a job?" Hongying blinked. "Did you find one?" Zhong Yu shook his head with a sigh. "Don't even mention it." He briefly recounted his experiences of the day. Hongying nodded slightly. "Your situation is not surprising, even if your culinary skills are exceptional. As a recent graduate with little work experience, it's unlikely they would offer you a high salary. To put plainly, your expectations are too lofty." "You have a point," Zhong Yu agreed, acknowledging that the establishments he had approached were indeed high-end hotels. "Zhong Yu," Hongying continued, "what I want to discuss with you is actually related to work." Zhong Yu was taken aback. "Let me be straightforward. Last night, our captain witnessed your ability to suppress the mysterious, and he wishes to invite you to join the night watchman." Zhong Yu's face lit up with joy. "Really? I can join your night watchman?" This was an option he had not previously considered. If he could indeed join Team 136, he would be able to be with his wife constantly, not only protecting her closely, but also fostering their relationship. Hongying then said, "Don't be too excited just yet. I'm not in agreement with this." Zhong Yu was stunned. "Huh? Why not?" Hongying Spoiling honestly. "Zhong Yu, you know that the Night Watchmen are a paramilitary organization. Although your awakened ability can suppress the mysterious, you lack combat skills, and your strength is still too weak. The Night Watchmen constantly face numerous unknown dangers. While we are currently in a contractual marriage, I do not wish for my family to be in peril. Do you understand what I'm saying?" At that moment, Hongying gazed intently at Zhong Yu, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. However, Zhong Yu's heart was filled with joy. My wife just implied that she considers me family. Her refusal for me to join the Night Watchman is out of concern for my safety. I'm so touched. I'm truly happy. Hongying, observing Zhong Yu's foolish grin, was unaware of the multitude of thoughts he had conjured. She simply felt that his lack of combat prowess would expose him to unnecessary harm. After all, they were merely in a contractual marriage. If feelings did not develop by the end of 3 years, they would part ways. There was no need for him to wade through such murky waters. Furthermore, if they were to break up while still in the same Night Watchman team, it would be exceedingly awkward. Thus, in consideration of all these factors, Hongying did not wish for Zhong Yu to join the Night Watchman. Naturally, Zhong Yu could not comprehend the intricacies of a woman's heart. It was merely the concern of a wife for her husband's safety. Hongying, with great emotion, grasped her husband's hands tightly, assuring him, "Do not worry. I am capable. After joining the Night Watch, I shall diligently train and elevate my abilities. I will become formidable. You need not protect me. I shall protect you." Faced with Zhong Yu's sudden display of affection, Hongying was both amused and exasperated. Did this man truly comprehend the words he had just spoken? She withdrew her delicate hands from his grasp and firmly declared, "I still disagree. I will discuss this matter further with the captain. He will understand. Furthermore, you need not fret about employment. I have already secured a suitable position for you." Zhong Yu responded, "Huh?" After speaking, Hongying presented him with a folder. With a cheerful demeanor, she continued, "I have a cousin who owns an internet CAF in the city. He is currently in need of a network administrator. You study computer science, did you not? This job is perfect for you. A monthly salary of 4,000. What do you think?" Zhong Yu gazed at Hongying, who wore a sincere expression. As a distinguished graduate from the prestigious 982 University with a degree in computer science, you propose that I become a network administrator? Surely, you must have some misconceptions about the field. However, Hongying, unfazed, playfully patted his shoulder. "Oh, come now. What is wrong with being a network administrator? I think it's splendid. It perfectly suits your laid-back persona. Easy work with no pressure, and you can even indulge in online games during your free time. Although the salary is modest, it will suffice for our needs. Besides, you need not worry about household expenses. I will take care of that." Seeing the expression on Hongying's face, which conveyed a carefree attitude toward supporting him, Zhong Yu felt a twinge of humiliation. However, he pondered, perhaps it wasn't such a terrible idea. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the thought. He had come to this world for Hongying. While being a network administrator might offer a carefree existence, he was certain she would look down upon him. How could he hope to keep her by his side 3 years hence? Resolute in his decision, he declared with equal determination, "I will not go. Not even if it kills me. I want to be a night watchman. If you disagree, I shall seek out Chinmai myself. I am certain your captain will accept me." Observing this obstinate man before her, Hongying felt both amused and exasperated. He was both inexperienced and disobedient. With a quick turn of her eyes, an idea struck her. "How about this, Zhong Yu? You wish to join the Night Watch, do you not? You must prove your worth. Your ordinary realm can only suppress my level to the state of light, correct? Today, I shall refrain from using even that level of power. Let us engage in a pure sparring match. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will consent to your joining the Night Watch. What say you?" In her heart, Hongying was resolute. Although Zhong Yu's awakened abilities could suppress the mysterious, he himself possessed no martial skills. If neither party resorts to the forbidden techniques, it will purely be a contest of genuine combat skills. She has trained in martial arts for many years. Not to mention 3 moves, she could subdue him with just 1. Upon hearing Hongying's suggestion, Zhong Yu smiled slightly. "Very well, I agree." Little did he know that his beloved wife was unaware that the system had bestowed upon him new abilities. Zhong Yu pondered for a moment. Although his active skill, mastery of combat, was only at level 1, it should suffice against his wife's 3 moves. Thus, they proceeded to the villa's courtyard. Zhong Yu gazed at his wife's graceful figure, feeling a surge of emotion. He never anticipated that his inaugural use of combat skills would be against his own spouse. Hongying beamed brightly. "Zhong Yu, I might accidentally injure you later. But fear not, we still have the special analgesic ointment that Xiaonan left behind." Zhong Yu took a deep breath, emulating Chun Zhan's stance from the legend of the heroic fighter as he beckoned to his wife. Let's skip the formalities. Come at me. Hongying frowned slightly. This foolish boy dared to provoke her. With a powerful push, she leaped into the air. Chapter 9, Xiaonan. It's not what you think. Hongying executed a lateral kick, her toes aimed directly at Zhong Yu's chest. This maneuver, practical in close combat, lacked flamboyance, but was executed with remarkable speed and formidable force. Hongying's intent was straightforward: to swiftly incapacitate her opponent and extinguish any notions Zhong Yu harbored about becoming a night watchman. Naturally, she deliberately tempered her strength to prevent inflicting severe injury upon him. Nevertheless, even with this restraint, a mere ordinary person like Zhong Yu could still sustain harm. However, that was inconsequential. Xiaonan's miraculous medicine awaited at home. Smack! Oh, Hongying was taken aback. This kick had been deftly deflected by Zhong Yu with a sidestep and a push. How could this be? Without dwelling on it, she swiftly landed and executed a palm strike aimed at Zhong Yu's neck. This strike, delivered with lightning speed, possessed the potential to render an opponent momentarily unconscious during combat, albeit without life-threatening consequences. Hongying's gaze sharpened. If one strike was ineffective, then let it be two. Smack! Hongying paused, realizing she had struck Zhong Yu's elbow instead. A twinge of pain reverberated through her hand. Anger flared within her. After years of martial training, she found herself thwarted by her opponent's defenses. The humiliation stung her pride. No longer would she hold back her strength. A flurry of punches surged forth, the wind from her strikes howling as they rained down upon Zhong Yu. Smack, smack, smack! The two engaged in a rapid exchange of dozens of strikes. At this moment, Hongying discerned the truth. Zhong Yu was no ordinary person devoid of martial skill. He was undoubtedly a practitioner of hand-to-hand combat. How well he had concealed this fact. Her earlier inquiries into his background had yielded no such information. Hongying, hasn't he surpassed 3 strikes? Zhong Yu inquired cautiously while parrying his wife's increasingly aggressive attacks. Do not speak. Hongying's gaze had grown more piercing. Driven by her competitive spirit, she disregarded the rules she had previously established, fixated solely on defeating her opponent. Zhong Yu sighed, a sense of resignation washing over him as he faced the escalating ferocity of his wife's strikes. In truth, from a moment her first kick had approached, a plethora of countermeasures had flashed through his mind, and his body reacted instinctively, evading with agility. His proficiency in combat, enriched by extensive practical experience and innate physiological responses, elevated his martial prowess in that instant. Initially puzzled, Zhong Yu had contemplated how his skills, merely at level 1, could rival those of his wife. A master of the pool stage, even without resorting to the forbidden ruins, her martial arts were undoubtedly superior. It was only when his gaze fell upon the spear leaning against the wall that enlightenment struck him. Although Hongying had trained in martial arts from a young age, her skills were primarily rooted in the family's lineage of spear techniques. Indeed, her spear play could be deemed exceptional. However, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, she is somewhat lacking and does not excel. This is what allowed the level 1 fighter, Zhong Yu, to contend with Hongying on equal footing. The two had exchanged blows for several hundred rounds, and Zhong Yu began to feel his stamina waning. His clothing was soaked, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and he gasped for breath. Hongying, my dear wife, can we call it a day? I'll concede. Is that acceptable? Absolutely not. Hongying replied sternly. Zhong Yu's face fell in despair. It seemed that his wife was now thoroughly invested in their sparring. She was unlikely to be satisfied until she had him pinned to the ground and thoroughly pummeled. After some contemplation, he thought, why not let her have her way? Resolute in his decision, Zhong Yu purposefully exposed a vulnerability, bracing himself for the blow. Hongying, momentarily taken aback, was puzzled by his sudden display of weakness after hundreds of exchanges. Did he truly wish to allow her to strike? I do not require your concession, she thought, redirecting the kick she had aimed at Zhong Yu. However, the speed of the kick necessitated the use of her entire body's strength, leading to a loss of balance. Her other foot twisted awkwardly, and she ultimately fell heavily to the ground. Hongying sat on the floor, a sharp pain radiating from her ankle. Oh no, I've twisted my foot. This is quite the predicament. Zhong Yu stared at his wife in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why she refused to accept his concession and ended up injuring herself instead. He scratched his head and hurriedly crouched down beside her, concern etched on his face. Hongying, are you all right? She gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. What do you think? Zhong Yu watched as she slowly rolled up her pant leg, revealing her fair calf. Her ankle was visibly swollen, a large bump forming. Oh dear, it's already swollen. He reached out, intending to assist her in examining the injury, only to have his hand swatted away. There's medicine in the left drawer of the coffee table in the living room, a red bottle. Please retrieve it for me, Hongying instructed softly. Zhong Yu nodded eagerly. Oh, of course. He dashed into the living room. Hongying sat on the floor, staring vacantly at his retreating figure. She had not expected him to possess such skills. Perhaps she had underestimated him. Zhong Yu swiftly located the red medicine bottle she had mentioned and hurried back. Let me help you apply the ointment. No, I can manage on my own, Hongying declined. Reluctantly, Zhong Yu handed her the bottle. As she opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. This medicine smells wonderful, Zhong Yu remarked. Indeed, this ointment was specially concocted by Xiao Nan. It penetrates the skin swiftly to target the affected area, proving extraordinarily effective for such bruises and injuries. Typically, soft tissue damage requires at least 1 to 2 weeks for recovery, but with this ointment, 1 day suffices. Injuries are inevitable for night watchmen during combat, hence we keep some at home. As Hongying spoke, she had finished applying the medicinal oil and began to gently rotate her ankle. Following the application of the oil, it was essential to engage in immediate movement and massage to facilitate the absorption of its effects. A soft gasp escaped her lips. The pain lingered. The act of rotating her ankle proved somewhat cumbersome, as it was once Xiao Nan who assisted her in such matters. Hongying, perhaps I should help you? Zhong Yu suggested once more. After a moment of contemplation, Hongying nodded slightly. All right. Engaging in a simple movement of her ankle hardly constituted intimate contact. After all, she slowly extended her foot towards Zhong Yu. Before him lay her delicate foot, as fair as snow, with toes that were round and charming, tinged with a gentle blush. Zhong Yu could not help but swallow hard. He gently lifted her exquisite foot and began to rotate it slowly. Hongying occasionally let out soft sounds of discomfort. Is this pressure tolerable? He inquired, to which she nodded slightly. With Zhong Yu's assistance, the medicinal oil began to take effect swiftly, alleviating the pain in her foot significantly. Observing Zhong Yu's earnest and focused demeanor stirred a ripple of warmth within Hongying's heart. Ding! Wife's affection level. 2. Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback by the voice in his mind. Had his wife's affection for him increased once more? It seemed he was on the brink of an upgrade. At that moment, the large gate of the villa creaked open. Si Xiao Nan stood at the threshold, stunned at the sight of the two seated on the floor. The villa's entrance was equipped with facial recognition, and since Si Xiao Nan had previously stayed at Hongying's residence, her facial data had been recorded, allowing her to unlock the door effortlessly. However, she hadn't considered that there was another door inside, and, following her usual habits, she entered without a second thought. Today was originally meant for her to collect her belongings, but upon stepping inside, she was met with such an unexpected scene. Hongying, Jia, Zhong Yu, I'm so sorry to intrude. Si Xiao Nan exclaimed, her instinct prompting her to flee, utterly mortified. Xiao Nan, come back. Hongying called out anxiously from behind. It's not what you think. Chapter 10. An upgrade. This skill is simply extraordinary. Hongying earnestly explained for a while and finally succeeded in persuading Si Xiao Nan to return. Zhong Yu, please help me, and Xiao Nan prepared 2 bowls of noodles. Zhong Yu was taken aback. Huh? Didn't you both have lunch? What do you think? Hongying peut-être plus folie. Zhong Yu smiled. I'll get right on it. No wonder he felt that his wife seemed a bit displeased upon his return. It turned out she was concerned about him dining alone. There were still plenty of ingredients from yesterday's shopping, so he quickly got to work. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Steam soon billowed from the pot. So fragrant. Si Xiao Nan inhaled deeply. Hongying chuckled. This guy may not excel in many things, but his cooking is truly delightful. Si Xiao Nan grinned mischievously. Oh, Hongying, you're praising him now. Just look at that proud expression of yours. And yet you claim you're not in love. Hongying's cheeks flushed. Stop joking. We are not at that stage yet. Noodles are ready. Zhong Yu served 2 steaming bowls of noodles. Come and taste our home's most authentic tomato beef noodles. Generous chunks of beef lay atop the vibrant, jewel-like tomato broth, emanating a rich and enticing aroma. The 2 young women gazed at their bowls, eyes sparkling, and instinctively swallowed. They then began to slurp heartily. Si Xiaonan could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Hongying, your husband's noodles are absolutely delectable. After this bowl, I want to be able to eat that instant beef noodle again. You are so fortunate. I'm envious of you. Zhong Yu, you absolutely must join the Night Watchers. That way I can often enjoy your cooking." Si Xiaonan chattered away as she ate. Zhong Yu smiled at Hongying, seemingly waiting for her to say something. Hongying sighed. "All right, since you've won, I have nothing more to say. However, as a member of the Night Watchers, I shall be your senior, and you must heed my commands when we are out." Zhong Yu made a silly face. Husbands should listen to their wives. It's only natural. Hongying immediately rolled her eyes at him. After sending Si Xiaonan off, Zhong Yu arranged to meet Hongying at the Peace Affairs office the following day at 10. He embraced his wife, as per usual, before returning to his room. Opening the system panel, he noticed a 2 increase in favorability today, allowing for another upgrade. Without hesitation, Zhong Yu chose to elevate his passive skill Mortal Realm to level 2, achieving a full 100. Ding! Upgrade has been implemented. Passive skill, Mortal Realm, current level, LV2. Skill radius, 20 meters. Can suppress any mystical entities at the pool realm and below into corporeal forms. Can unconditionally reduce the level of any mystical entities above the pool realm by 2 levels. Zhong Yu's eyes gleamed. He anticipated that the level 2 mortal realm would be so powerful. Not only had the range increased, but the ability to suppress mystical entities had also escalated significantly. The unconditional reduction by 2 levels signifies that even a formidable entity like the ghostly-faced king of the Chuan realm can be directly subdued to the level of a mere mortal. Although I might not be able to defeat him in unarmed combat, the ghostly-faced king, diminished to this level, will certainly pose no threat to my wife. Should he stay close to Hongying, I can at least ensure her safety. Indeed, there remains a 1 chance for me to draw another active skill. I proceeded to draw an active skill. Ding! You have acquired the active skill, Targeted Suppression. I was momentarily taken aback. Targeted suppression? What in the world could that entail? The system promptly elucidated. This skill must be used in conjunction with a passive skill. It allows the host to direct all their suppression energy towards a single target, regardless of the opponent's realm or identity. Targeted suppression will directly reduce them to a mere mortal. The current drawn level is LV3, and the suppression can last for a maximum of 3 minutes. It can only be used once per day, and using this skill will deplete 100 of the host's mental energy. Upon reading this explanation, I was left astounded. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary. With it, not only would the murmur of the ancient gods be rendered ineffective against me, but even the likes of Poseidon and Loki would find themselves stripped of divine power, reduced to mere mortals in my presence. This meant that even my current self possessed the capability to slay deities. I was elated, for the system had equipped me with a temporary invincibility. Tonight would be a restful sleep. The following day, I awoke at 9 o'clock. Rushing out of my bedroom, I noticed Hongying was nowhere to be found. Wasn't it agreed that she would take me to the peace agency at 10? Why had she left without me? Beep beep. My phone buzzed with a message from Hongying. Zhong Yu, I didn't wake you up because you were sleeping so soundly. Just come over after you get up. I'll send you the address. Attached was a navigation link. Oh, and remember to eat the breakfast I prepared for you. Glancing at the time, I hurriedly devoured a slice of bread and a fried egg before following the navigation to the peace agency. Half an hour earlier, inside the peace agency's office, Hongying approached Chun Mai. Captain, Zhong Yu has agreed to join the Night Watch team. Chun Mai's eyes brightened. Oh, that is splendid. Hongying crossed her arms and added, however, as his nominal wife, I have one condition. Chun Mai was taken aback. You're negotiating for him? How amusing. He chuckled. Well, now that you're married, you're already bending the elbow back towards home, are you? starting to negotiate on behalf of your husband. The corners of Chun Mai's mouth twitched. Go on. Hongying casually stated. I have but a small request. While Zhong, you can suppress the forbidden realms of others. He himself currently possesses only the strength of a mere mortal. He is still too weak. Ultimately, it is due to our marriage that he inadvertently joined the Night Watch. In his current state of inadequacy, I wish to shield him from any danger. Therefore, prior to his participation in the rookie training, please refrain from assigning him any missions that involve the eradication of the mysterious. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mai found Hongying's suggestion to be quite reasonable. To put it succinctly, Zhong Yu's ability resembles that of a personal boundary marker, primarily serving a supportive role. According to Hongying, his current suppression range is merely 1 meter, and he can only subdue entities of the Lantern Realm, such as the ghost-faced man. His power remains considerably feeble. Should his realm elevate in the future, this confinement ability would truly unleash its formidable potential. With this thought in mind, Chun Mai nodded in agreement. Very well, I concur. Let him partake in some routine tasks within the agency for now. We shall revisit this after the rookie training in a month. Hongying exhaled with relief. The ghost-faced king still lurked in Songnan, and there were no leads on its whereabouts. She certainly did not wish for Zhong Yu to engage in such perilous missions upon joining the Night Watch. Today, she had refrained from waking Zhong Yu and had arrived at the agency early to clarify this matter with Captain Chun Mai. Before long, Zhong Yu arrived at the peace agency with great enthusiasm. Hongying awaited him at the entrance with a smile, leading him into the underground office. Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongsheng, Lung Xian, and Xiaonan had all departed to execute their respective tasks, leaving only Wen Qima leaning against a corner, silently observing Zhong Yu with pursed lips. Zhong Yu approached warmly, embracing Wen Qima. Greetings, Qima brother. He was unfazed by Wen Qima's apparent disfavor, attributing it to his prior entanglement with Hongying. Setting aside that matter, Wen Qima was, at his core, a gentle and warm-hearted individual. Indeed, Wen Qima appeared somewhat bashful, pushing Zhong Yu away. Hello. The anger on his face had diminished significantly. Greetings, Zhong Yu. I am Chun Mai, the captain of Team 136. Zhong Yu turned to find Chun Mai approaching him with a smile. Chapter 11. Brother Qima, are you dressed like this to rob a bank? After a round of warm pleasantries, Zhong Yu signed the employment contract for the night watchman. Of course, he was still in the probationary period, classified as a temporary member. Upon glancing at the impressive stipend of 8,000 yuan for interns, Zhong Yu felt a surge of joy. The remuneration for a night watchman far exceeded his expectations. It was certainly more favorable than working as a mere network administrator. Familiar with the events from the original narrative, he knew that the night watchman faced only 5 or 6 mysterious incidents each year. The remaining time could be spent leisurely at the office, sipping tea, watching birds, and playing games. What a delightful existence. Welcome aboard. Chun Mai smiled as he patted Zhong Yu on the shoulder. On your first day, let Hongying show you around the environment. Hongying grinned. Leave it to me, Captain. Once Chun Mai finished the onboarding arrangements, he departed, continuing his pursuit of leads regarding the Masked King with Wu Xiangnan and others. The office was now left with only Hongying, Zhong Yu, and Wen Qima. Hongying glanced between Zhong Yu and Wen Qima, then cheerfully remarked, Qima, you should take this newcomer to familiarize him with our environment and daily tasks. I'm off to practice my shooting. Wen Qima's expression soured. Oh, why must it be me? It's your husband S. first day, and you're leaving me to accompany him? He cast a mournful look at Hongying's retreating figure as she briskly exited the room. Zhong Yu chuckled and tugged at Wen Qima's sleeve. Brother Qima, I leave it in your capable hands. He clearly understood his wife's intention. The two had not hit it off during their initial meeting, but now they were officially colleagues. Hongying simply wished for a better rapport between them. Wen Qima sighed, follow me. The peace office presented itself as a modest FA yet its underground facilities were immensely vast. Wen Qima guided Zhong Yu through the training grounds, shooting range, treatment room, reading room, and game room, each significant locale. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. You have a game room? Wen Qima replied with seriousness, of course. Gaming is an excellent form of training. The night watchman had established an internal server, where various teams would regularly engage in virtual 5v5 matches to cultivate teamwork and quick reflexes. Before long, they had completed their tour of the facilities and returned to the ground-level office. "Brother Chimal, what shall we do next?" When Chimal responded earnestly, "Next, I will introduce you to our daily operations. There's an external assignment available. You can accompany me." With that, he retrieved a black uniform and a black hooded mask from the cabinet. "Here, put this on." Zhong Yu stared at the black attire and mask, inquiring, "Are we going to eliminate a mystery?" From his understanding, such attire would be necessary to conceal their identities for a daytime operation. However, when Chimal merely chuckled and shook his head, "You will find out soon enough." He swiftly dialed a number. "Hello? Is this Mr. Long? I am Chimal from the Peace Affairs office. As agreed, we shall arrive in 10 minutes. Although Zhong Yu felt puzzled, he soon donned his attire and put on the hood. He glanced into the mirror beside him, unease creeping in as he asked, "Brother Chimal, are we dressed like this to rob a bank?" When Chimal scoffed, "How could that be? We are night watchmen, not criminals." With a sigh, Zhong Yu thought, if it wasn't a bank heist, then they must be off to apprehend the bank robbers. He vaguely recalled a description in a book he had read. So this was the daily duty of a night watchman. When Chimal revved up a stylish black motorcycle, ferrying Zhong Yu out into the night. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Songnan University, where students passed by, casting curious glances at the two figures clad in black uniforms. When Chimal pulled Zhong Yu into a nearby alley, hiding them amidst the grass. Zhong Yu's confusion deepened. "Chimal, what exactly are we doing?" At that moment, when Chimal handed him a knife, "In a moment, a girl in a pink dress will pass through this alley. As soon as she appears, we rush at her. I'll say some fierce lines, and you pretend to wave the knife at her." "Ah!" Zhong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "So we are playing robbers?" When Chimal nodded, "Exactly. Soon, a boy will appear, and we must feign defeat and then flee. Do you understand?" Zhong Yu fixed his gaze on Wen Chimal, his expression complex. So, this was the everyday task of the mysterious organization known as the Night Watchman. Shortly thereafter, a girl in a pink dress approached. When Chimal called out urgently, "Quick, it's our turn," he leaped from the grass, exclaiming, "Lu Ruyen, we have awaited you for long. You shall not escape today. Ah, prepare to meet your end." He brandished the plastic knife. "Ah, please don't kill me. It's not my fault. I was born beautiful. I beg you, spare me." Lu Ruyen cried in a high-pitched voice. Zhong Yu stood to the side, feeling utterly mortified. After a moment's thought, he quietly retreated back into the grass. Lu Ruyen was left bewildered, wondering why one of the supposed robbers had fled. Just then, a boy donned in a trench coat, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a certain celebrity, unexpectedly emerged. "Release that girl," he commanded sternly. When Chimal feigned surprise, "Is that you?" The most romantic figure at Songnan University, the unrivaled master Long Outyin. Long Outyin smirked indeed. "Who dares to hinder me from rescuing the woman I desire?" With a snort, he declared, "Then I shall eliminate you first." When Chimal pretended to strike at Long Outyin, Long Outyin retaliated with a fierce kick. When Chimal was abruptly kicked several meters away. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise, exclaiming, "How formidable!" Long Outyin, wearing a smug expression, reassured, "Don't be afraid, and as long as I'm here, no one can harm you." Lu Ruoyan blinked her beautiful eyes and responded, "Outyin, you are truly wonderful to me. By the way, I believe I just spotted a robber who scurried into the bushes." Both Long Outyin and Zhong Yu, concealed within the foliage, were taken aback simultaneously. When Chimal hastily gestured frantically towards Zhong Yu, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Zhong Yu reluctantly decided to play along with the ruse. He shouted, leaping from the undergrowth and rolling beside Wen Chimal. Mimicking Wen Chimal's earlier demeanor, Zhong Yu clutched his chest and lamented, "Such overwhelming energy. I can't believe he discovered me. I'm injured." In a panic, Wen Chimal urged, "We must flee. Otherwise, we shall meet our doom here today." Without delay, he seized Zhong Yu, and the two dashed away. It wasn't until they reached the corner at the end of the alley that they finally removed their black hoods. Wen Chimal, satisfied, patted Zhong Yu on the shoulder. "Well done, Brother Zhong. We accomplished this task splendidly on our first collaboration." Confusion was writ large across Zhong Yu's face. So, is the organization I joined today truly the Night Watchman? Chapter 12 Zhong Yu, Should I Not Return Tonight? Ding! When Shima's phone chimed, he picked it up and beamed with excitement. Quickly, Zhong Yu, we have received a new task assignment. This time it involves a 90-year-old gentleman requesting an investigation into whether his 70-year-old spouse is being unfaithful. Zhong Yu's lips twitched. Having just finished a role as a robber, he now faced the prospect of delving into an extramarital affair. That is quite enough, Chima. You can handle this alone. I prefer to return to our gaming room to hone my team spirit and reflexes. With that, Zhong Yu began to shed his black coat, preparing to make his escape, when Chima, in a state of urgency, intercepted him. Wait, Zhong Yu, our teamwork was impeccable just now, having experienced their flawless collaboration. When Chima had completely dispelled any lingering hostility towards Zhong Yu. Although he had lost a comrade in arms, he felt he had gained a true brother in the process. Zhong Yu, however, remained resolute. I refuse to go. I'd rather stay and play games at the office than accompany you in investigating the intimate affairs of the elderly. When Chima interjected, Oh, I forgot to mention, the Night Watchman's benefits include a clause. All earnings from daily tasks are entirely yours to keep. This meant that all tasks undertaken today would yield a shared reward for both of them. Having taken a few steps away, Zhong Yu paused at this revelation and turned back. How much could we earn from this? When Chima flashed a slight smile and held up 5 fingers. 500? So, 250 each? When Chima shook his head. No, it's 5,000. Each of us will receive 5,000. Zhong Yu's jaw dropped in disbelief. We can earn 10,000 for a single task. Has that young man lost his mind, spending such lavish sums to pursue a woman? When Chima chuckled, his family is well off and doesn't mind these expenses. However, not all tasks come with such high payouts. For instance, Xiao Nan accepted a tutoring task for a middle school student today, which only compensated 300. Meanwhile, Lung Xian took on a legal aid assignment, receiving merely a token 10 yuan. Zhong Yu's brow furrowed. How can there be such a disparity in the compensation for similar tasks? When Chima explained, it's simply the nature of the Night Watchman app. The daily tasks vary greatly. Citizens encounter different difficulties, and their financial situations differ, which naturally reflects in the rewards offered. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. So, how much can we expect for this elderly gentleman's inquiry into his spouse's fidelity? 5,000, when Chima replied with a smile. So, do you still wish to decline? Zhong Yu, with a serious demeanor, asserted. It is our duty to alleviate the concerns of the citizens. Come on, Chima. The gentleman must be anxious. Every moment we delay only adds to his distress. When Chima chuckled, let us get moving. The 2 figures clad in black mounted their motorcycle and sped off in the direction of another part of the city. The evening swiftly approached. At the Southern City Senior Activity Center, 70-year-old Granny Wang was joyfully dancing a duet with her partner. Zhong Yu and Wen Chima concealed themselves on the 2nd floor of a quaint CAF next door, relentlessly observing the happenings at the activity center through binoculars. Zhong Yu sighed. It appears that the rumors of the old lady's infidelity may indeed be substantiated. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the elderly gentleman. When Chima sipped her coffee, adjusting the binoculars, I wouldn't be so certain. Zhong Yu, feeling a sense of ennui, gazed out the window as the sky darkened and a light rain began to fall. He pondered what his wife might be doing at that moment and whether she had returned home. Keep an eye on things. I need to make a call. He stepped into the corridor and dialed Hongying's number. The phone rang several times before she finally answered, the noise on her end chaotic. Hello, Hongying. Are you Zhong Yu? She interrupted, her voice laced with urgency. The ghost-faced king has appeared. It has already taken the lives of several citizens. I'm currently in pursuit. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in alarm. Where are you? I'm coming to assist. That's unnecessary. Zhong Yu, I've already informed the captain and the others. The ghost-faced king has grown stronger. You are too weak to intervene. Do you understand? Her voice trembled with the strain of running. Zhong Yu, if I don't return tonight, our agreement will be null and void. Zhong Yu was left speechless. After uttering those words, Hongying abruptly severed the call and leaped from the high building. In the alley below, the ghost-faced king devoured another face and vanished into the sewer through a manhole cover. From its aura, Hongying sensed that the creature had likely ascended to a new level of power, perhaps even to the realm of the sea. Even Shenmai might not stand a chance against it at this moment. Yet, as a night watchman, they had no alternative. Hongying had already prepared for the worst. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu felt a buzzing in his head. Wasn't he the ghost-faced king supposed to target Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie tonight? How could it have encountered his wife? He dashed back into the room, snatched the motorcycle keys from the table, and declared to Wen Shima, "Keep watch here. I must save my wife." Huh? What is happening? Wen Shima was still in a daze as Zhong Yu bolted downstairs. After joining the night watchman, Zhong Yu had received a dedicated phone and earpiece that allowed for rapid location tracking of teammates. He swiftly accessed the phone and pinpointed Hongying's location. Starting the motorcycle, he roared off into the night. From above, when Shima called out, "Wait, I can help too. Take me with you." Shaking his head, he continued his pursuit. Meanwhile, Chunmai, Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian had all received Hongying's urgent message and were hastily making their way to her location to provide support. At the same time, Zhao Kongchang sat in Lin Xie's home, watching the rain intensify outside. He furrowed his brow as he read the messages on his phone. The location of Hongying is in close proximity, which signifies that the Ghost-Faced King is situated near the old district. Zhao Kongchang glanced at the silent youth across from him. He had already articulated everything that needed to be said. He held a fondness for Lin Xie, yet since the lad was unwilling to join, he would not impose further. Quietly, Zhao Kongcheng placed a package beneath the table before rising and lifting his large suitcase. "Well, I must take my leave. Lin Xie, I hope you have a bright future ahead." Lin Xie responded, "General Zhao I." Zhao Kongcheng offered a gentle smile and patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. He dared not linger any longer and swiftly exited. Upon stepping out of the corridor into the alley, Zhao Kongcheng's brow furrowed. The nearby sewer was gurgling ominously, spewing forth dark water. He comprehended the implications of this. Quickly, he unlatched his suitcase and began to establish a realm devoid of constraints. "Hongying, I have discerned the location of the Ghost-Faced King. It is right here with me." "Understood. Old Zhao, I shall be there at once." With a resounding crash, a massive black claw thrust open the sewer cover, sending it soaring into the air. A creature, several times larger than before, emerged from the depths. Zhao Kongcheng inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. Damn it! This creature, it seems to have grown even stronger. Chapter 13. The princess carried beneath the cloak of night. A sleek black motorcycle sped through the torrential rain, resembling a streak of darkness that tore through the curtain of water. In less than 10 minutes, Zhong Yu arrived at the location indicated by Hongying's tracker. The downpour was relentless, and his vision was somewhat blurred. Not far away, he spotted Si Xiaonan seated on the ground, her back to him, cradling what appeared to be a body in her arms. A wave of anxiety surged within Zhong Yu as he sprinted forward. "Hongying! Hongying!" Si Xiaonan looked up in confusion, blinking at Zhong Yu. "Brother Zhong Yu, you also came?" It was then that Zhong Yu discerned that Si Xiaonan was not holding Hongying, but rather Lung Xian. Blood stained Lung Xian's lips and chest, and his breathing was labored, clearly indicating severe injuries. Si Xiaonan was attending to his wounds, wiping the rain from his face. Zhong Yu urgently inquired, "Xiaonan, where is Hongying?" Si Xiaonan gestured toward a nearby signpost. "Sister Hongying is inside, battling against the Ghost-Faced King with the captain and the others." The invisible barrier of the boundless domain reverberated with thunderous sounds, sending ripples through the air. Without hesitation, Zhong Yu made to enter. However, as he approached the boundless domain, he noticed Lin Xie standing in a corner nearby. "Is it you? Why aren't you going in?" Zhong Yu asked, puzzled. Lin Xie replied, "There's an air wall here. I tried to push through a few times, but I couldn't get in." Zhong Yu smirked. "Did you not consider giving a fierce glare?" Lin Xie was taken aback. This person seemed to possess a remarkable understanding of his situation. "Follow me." Zhong Yu beckoned. Obediently, Lin Xie trailed after Zhong Yu, recalling that this older brother was the one who had previously covered his noodle bill. As he reached Zhong Yu's side, Lin Xie felt a peculiar shift within himself. With the enhancement of the mundane realm, Zhong Yu disregarded all restrictions and barriers, leading Lin Xie boldly into the boundless domain. Bang! The moment Zhong Yu stepped inside, a figure hurtled toward him with great force. Instinctively, he reached out to catch this figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng spat blood, exclaiming, "Damn it, the Ghost-Faced King knows to pick on the weak, taking advantage of my lack of barriers. Today, I shall show you my might." After delivering his fierce proclamation, he lifted his head to regard the unfamiliar young man before him. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Zhong Yu held Zhao Kongcheng in a princess carry, grinning widely. "Brother Zhao, I am Zhong Yu, a new member of our team 136, and also Hongying's husband." Zhao Kongcheng nodded. "Ah, so you're the one who whisked our Hongying away. Huh? Why haven't you put me down yet?" Zhong Yu hastily set Zhao Kongcheng down, gripping his chest to endure the pain. Zhao Kongcheng prepared to charge forward, only to be intercepted by Zhong Yu. "Brother Zhao, calm down, calm down. The demon masked king has injured you. I shall avenge you. 7 knights. Quickly assist Zhao to sit down. He has sustained grave injuries." Zhao Kongcheng's lips twitched. Inexplicably, he sensed that the young man before him was rather extraordinary. As he spoke, another figure came crashing down. Zhong Yu once again caught him securely. Upon closer inspection, it was Wu Xiangnan. "Let me down." Wu Xiangnan frowned sharply. "Very well, Brother Wu." After being set down, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, as a formidable master from the Chuan region, his injuries were not as severe as Zhao Kongcheng's. Wu Xiangnan intended to leap forward, yet to his surprise, he barely managed to jump less than a meter and nearly stumbled. His original prowess could have propelled him 30 to 40 meters. Wu Xiangnan was thoroughly perplexed. But upon noticing Zhong Yu beside him, he swiftly grasped the situation. It was the effect of this human-shaped Town Ruins Stele. As Wu Xiangnan scrutinized Zhong Yu, astonishment gradually spread across his face. He could distinctly feel his strength diminished, akin to that of a novice in the realm of Zhan. How could this fellow, who was said to suppress only the Zhan realm, impose such a severe restraint upon me as well? Zhong Yu looked at Wu Xiangnan and smiled gently. "Brother Wu, since the demon masked king dared to harm you, I shall take my revenge. Rest for a moment." 7 knights quickly helped Brother Wu to sit down. Though Lin Xie appeared utterly bewildered, he obediently assisted the still-stunned Wu Xiangnan to a corner, where they sat beside Zhao Kongcheng. Just as they settled down, a figure hurtled toward them. Zhong Yu took a deep breath as he observed the silhouette wielding a spear, stepping forward to catch it securely. "Hongying, my dear, are you injured?" In a similar princess-carrying manner, Zhong Yu embraced Hongying, his concern evident. Hongying, surprised to find herself in Zhong Yu's arms, exclaimed, "Why are you here?" She quickly added, "I'm fine. I merely grazed my skin while blocking with the spear." "Zhong Yu, how did you come here? Weren't you told not to come?" You can let me down now." Feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment as Zhong Yu held her, Hongying noticed the complex gazes of the 3 beside them. "What? Just a graze," Zhong Yu shouted, releasing his wife and anxiously inspecting her from head to toe. Indeed, he discovered a small tear in the sleeve at her arm, revealing slightly reddened, fair skin beneath. "Damn it, Demon Mask King, how dare you harm my wife's arm?" Zhong Yu bellowed, his rage boiling over. "I shall settle this with you." With that, he seized the weapons from Zhao Kongcheng and Wu Xiangnan. The 2 could only gape, speechless. In a furious rush, Zhong Yu brandished the twin blades and charged toward the Demon Mask King. Having just ascended to the ocean realm, the Phantom King ruthlessly incapacitated 3 individuals and grazed the clothing of another, forcing the strongest member of the team, Chun Mai, to retreat in disarray. Focused on confronting the Phantom King, Chun was oblivious to the fact that Zhong Yu had swiftly approached from behind. As Chun prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Black Wu Chang, he shouted with fervor, only to be taken aback. The once expansive black circle, capable of spanning several meters, had now shrunk to less than a meter in radius. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense a rapid decline in his power. The Phantom King, equally stunned, struggled to comprehend why, despite its recent elevation to the ocean realm. It felt as though it had been reduced by 2 tiers. Suddenly, a realization struck Chun. He turned to find Zhong Yu standing resolutely behind him, twin blades in hand, eyes fiercely fixed on the Phantom King. "Zhong Yu, you actually, Captain, leave it to me, please. In that moment, Chun Mai felt an intangible pressure emanating from Zhong Yu, a sensation akin to his once lofty self crashing to the ground, now gazing upward at another. He slowly replied, "All right," and quietly stepped back behind Zhong Yu. With a fierce glare directed at the Phantom King, Zhong Yu coldly intoned, "Targeting the ruins, activate." Locking onto the target, the Phantom King. Chapter 14 Hongying. Pay close attention. This 1,000 strikes will be quite spectacular. After Chun Mai distanced himself from Zhong Yu, he felt his strength instantly restored. He turned back to glance at Zhong Yu, realizing that this fellow's current prowess was undoubtedly beyond the realm of mere light. How could he have elevated his abilities so rapidly? Approaching the others, he was taken aback. Zhao, Kongcheng, Lin Xie, and Wu Xiangnan were all seated in a neat row, hugging their knees. The rain had ceased. Zhao Kongcheng gestured to the space beside him. "Captain, shall we sit?" Chun Mai frowned. "Why are you all sitting like this?" Wu Xiangnan replied softly. "To witness Hongying's husband show off, of course." Hongying gave a slight hum, her cheeks tinged with warmth. Clutching her spear, she chose not to sit on the ground with the men. She had keenly sensed the shift in Zhong Yu's strength. Moments ago, cradled in his arms, she had completely lost her powers, becoming an ordinary person. Yet, a hint of concern lingered as she stood at the ready, prepared to assist Zhong Yu at a moment's notice. Chun Mai sighed and quietly sat down. "Hongying, you needn't worry. That lad is exceptionally strong." The group's attention turned towards the two figures in the distance. The moment Zhong Yu activated the targeting skill to lock onto the Ghost Face King, its fate was sealed. The Ghost Face King trembled violently, its form inexplicably shrinking. If it had merely felt a significant drop in power when Zhong Yu first approached, now it felt as though it had become a stray pug, one that even an ordinary person would look down upon. And the individual before was far from ordinary. Zhong Yu let out a sinister chuckle as he approached the Ghost Face King. With each step he took, the Ghost Face King recoiled. Zhong Yu, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Why do you retreat? Do you think we're dancing the tango?" Crack! Zhong Yu's blade struck fiercely against the Ghost Face King's head. Whimper! The Ghost Face King emitted a sound reminiscent of a small dog. Crack! Another strike landed. That's what you get for retreating. The contorted face of the Ghost Face King was filled with grievance, as if it had just received 2 stinging slaps. Whimper! I didn't retreat this time, did I? Zhong Yu's gaze sharpened. Humph. So you're the Ghost Face King. You've devoured so many innocent citizens of Songnan City and injured my comrades. Most importantly, you dared to tear my wife's sleeve, scraping her arm in the process. Therefore, your demise is inevitable today. Fear painted the Ghost Face King's features, and it suddenly knelt, whether from instinct or a desperate plea for mercy. Yet, kneeling was futile. Whoosh! A flash of white light erupted as Zhong Yu severed the Ghost Face King's head. In the distance, Zhao Kongchang couldn't help but exclaim. That strike was magnificent. The headless body of the Ghost Face King quivered in despair. Zhong Yu coldly declared, "This first strike avenges the innocent citizens of Songnan who have perished." He understood that the head was not the Ghost Face King's true weakness. It was the twisted face upon its chest that held the vulnerability. Thus, whoosh, another horizontal slash followed. The blade struck the ghastly visage, carving a long crimson line across its surface. This strike was in vengeance for my brother Zhao. From a distance, Zhao Kongchang could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "Delightful." With a swift motion, another vertical slash was made, leaving yet another long trail of blood, eliciting a pained scream from the Ghost Face King. This blow was for my brother Wu. Wu Xiangnan merely observed in silence. With a swift cut, another diagonal slash followed. This stroke was in retaliation for Lung Xian. Outside the boundless void, the previously unconscious Lung Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Si Xiaonan beamed with joy. "You've finally awakened." Zhong Yu gazed at the incomplete cross-shaped mark left by the blade, pondering for a moment before delivering yet another diagonal cut. This strike was in response to the fact that you stepped forward with your left foot first when we first met. The onlookers behind him gasped in astonishment. What a show-off. The Ghost Face King, now barely clinging to life, bore a face marred with blood and confusion, filled with countless question marks. Zhong Yu, satisfied with the cross-shaped scars, nodded approvingly. Now, the true spectacle begins. This 1,000 strike is for the tear you made on my wife's sleeve and arm. The Ghost Face King, prepare to meet your demise. With a flurry of strikes, Zhong Yu unleashed his twin blades with such speed that they created illusions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 998, 999, 1,000. Under Zhong Yu's relentless assault, the Ghost Face King's visage and entire form were reduced to a pulpy mass. It was beyond dead. Lin Xie, witnessing Zhong Yu's execution of the Ghost Face King, could not help but exclaim, "Using twin blades is so cool. I must learn to wield twin blades someday." Ding! The 3-minute time limit has elapsed. The targeting skill has become ineffective. The system announced. Zhong Yu sighed in relief, suddenly feeling as though his body had been drained of vitality, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. He turned to Hongying with a grin. "Hongying, were my 1,000 strikes impressive?" Hongying, along with the others, was already in a state of shock. She slowly parted her lips. "Impressive." With a smile, Zhong Yu began to stagger back. However, just a few steps later, he collapsed to the ground. "Zhong Yu," Hongying shouted, rushing to his side to help him up. "Are you all right?" Hongying meticulously examined Zhong Yu's body, but aside from the blood of the Ghost Face King, she found no injuries. Zhong Yu chuckled. "I'm fine, just a bit weary." He felt somewhat helpless. The targeting skill was indeed exceptionally useful, so effective that it drained his mental energy significantly. Moreover, he could have easily slain his opponent with just a few strikes. Yet he had insisted on delivering over 1,000 blows to impress, resulting in his current state of utter exhaustion. In summary, he was utterly spent. "Allow me to assist you back," Hongying said, as she draped one of Zhong Yu's arms over her shoulder, while her other hand encircled his waist. Suddenly, a bold thought struck Zhong Yu. "Hongying, I truly can't walk any longer," he confessed, exhaustion evident on his face. Hongying furrowed her brow and contemplated for a moment. Then, "Would it be acceptable for me to carry you?" Zhong Yu pondered for 2 seconds before responding. "Can be a hug instead?" A deep crimson flush painted Hongying's cheeks, far more intense than before. Noticing her hesitation, Zhong Yu rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. Hongying glanced towards the group in the distance, who all silently turned their faces away, save for Lin Xie, who gazed at Zhong Yu with a look of admiration and confusion. "Children should not be watching," Zhao Kongcheng remarked, twisting Lin Xiye's face away as well. Lin Xiye exclaimed. Seeing that everyone had averted their gaze, Hongying felt a surge of embarrassment and instinctively pulled Zhong Yu into her arms. Well, this could be considered a princess carry. Zhong Yu's head nestled against a certain part of his wife's body, and a sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils. With his eyes closed, he couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. "Let us proceed. I shall carry you to the vehicle, and then we shall return home." Ding! Wife's affection level. 5. Current affection level has reached 39. Chapter 15. Hongying. Do you wish to harm your own husband? The van came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the villa. Hongying spoke up, "Captain, thank you for bringing us back." Chen Mai turned his head with a smile. "No need for thanks, it's nothing. Tonight, our squad managed to emerge unscathed from the battle with the Ghost Face King, all thanks to Zhong Yu." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhong Yu, who was nestled in Hongying's embrace in the back seat. The unconscious Zhong Yu slightly opened one-eyed to look at Chen Mai, a faint smile gracing his lips. "So, you must take good care of your husband when you return. He has indeed made a significant contribution this time." Chen Mai refrained from exposing Zhong Yu's condition. Zhong Yu subtly winked at Chen Mai, expressing gratitude for his support. "Understood, Captain. I will take good care of him," Hongying replied softly. Pushing open the car door, she cradled Zhong Yu in her arms and entered the villa. After watching Chen Mai's vehicle drive away, the two made their way into the courtyard. Hongying lowered her gaze at the person in her arms and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "All right, enough of the charade. After being carried all this way, are you not satisfied? You can walk on your own now." Zhong Yu remained motionless. Amused yet exasperated, Hongying continued, "Really not going to get down? I'll count to 3. If you don't get down, I might just let go." Zhong Yu still did not budge. Surely, she would not actually let him fall? 1, 2, 3. Hongying truly released her hold. Startled, Zhong Yu instinctively flipped 180 degrees in midair and landed on his hands and feet. He protested, "Wait, you really let go? Did you wish to harm your own husband?" Hongying shot him an exasperated glance and entered the living room, leaving Zhong Yu chuckling as he followed behind. It seemed she had been aware all along. Did that mean she still wished to hold him? His affection for her had certainly increased. There was something different about it. He wondered if he could still reap other rewards. Hongying ascended to the second floor and walked directly into her bedroom. With a decisive slam, she closed the door behind her. Zhong Yu paused, taken aback. Was she truly upset? Had she chosen to ignore him? He stood in the living room for a moment, shaking his head in resignation, preparing to return to his own room. Just then, the door to Hongying's room opened again. She had changed into a loose, plush pajama set. Her long, fair legs were exposed, adorned with a pair of charming Peppa Pig slippers. Zhong Yu was momentarily spellbound. "Here, take this." Hongying handed him a similarly fluffy set of pajamas. "What's this?" he inquired. "Your pajamas. I bought them on the way back yesterday, but forgot to give them to you. Change into them after your shower." "Shower?" Zhong Yu's eyes brightened. "Shall we shower together?" Hongying frowned. "In your dreams." She tossed the pajamas at Zhong Yu's face and turned back to her room. Zhong Yu chuckled softly. He was merely teasing her. Why take it so seriously? He picked up the pajamas and headed into his own bedroom. Each room in the villa was equipped with its own bathroom and shower, making it impossible for the two to share a single shower room. This evening, amidst the torrential downpour, Zhong Yu found himself thoroughly drenched. He shed his wet garments and prepared to indulge in a warm bath. However, as he turned on the shower, the overhead shower head plummeted, causing hot water to spray in all directions. "Is it broken?" Zhong Yu pondered, exasperated, and promptly turned off the switch. After approximately 20 minutes, he discerned sounds from the adjacent room, deducing that Hongying had likely finished her bath. He rapped gently on the door. With a click, it swung open, revealing Hongying's damp, tousled hair. "What do you want?" she inquired. Zhong Yu explained, "My shower is malfunctioning. Could I possibly borrow the one in your room?" Hongying frowned, suspicion etched on her face. "Broken? You didn't tamper with it on purpose, did you?" Zhong Yu let out a resigned chuckle. "Do you really think so little of my character, Hongying? I would never stoop so low." Upon entering his room, Hongying scrutinized the shower with caution. After determining that the showerhead's deterioration was due to rust and age rather than any malfeasance on Zhong Yu's part, she replied softly, "Bring your towel and clothes, and come over." Zhong Yu's face lit up with excitement. All right, all right." Upon entering Hongying's bathroom, he was enveloped in a veil of gentle steam. The air suffused with a delicate rose fragrance. On a nearby shelf lay some lingerie that Hongying had hastily discarded. He swallowed hard, momentarily taken aback. "Do not touch my belongings. You have only 10 minutes. I'll be waiting downstairs, so hurry." Hongying called out from outside. "Understood," Zhong Yu replied, feeling somewhat bemused. "Why is she so distrustful of me?" He then shouted, "Hongying, do you have a bath towel or something I could borrow?" Hongying retorted with a smirk. "I don't have a bath towel, but I do have a steel scrubber. Would you like to use that instead?" Zhong Yu thought to himself, is she truly trying to sabotage her own husband? After a considerable time, Zhong Yu returned to his room, fresh from the bath. Lying on his bed, a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes as he opened the system panel. With a swift increase of 5 in favorability, he felt as if he had hit the jackpot today. Although Hongying's words were sharp, he could sense her demeanor had warmed significantly since their initial meeting. As he gazed at the information displayed on the panel, he hesitated momentarily before deciding to prioritize the upgrade of his passive skill, Worldly Domain. This skill proved to be exceptionally practical. Beep. 1 favorability consumed. Passive skill, Worldly Domain, current level, LV3, 33. 4. Zhong Yu was taken aback. The cost of upgrading increased with each level. Reaching LV2 required only 2 favorability, whereas it appeared that LV3 now demanded 3 for completion. After some contemplation, he resolved to enhance LV3 to 100. Beep. Beep. Passive skill, Worldly Domain, current level, LV3. Skill coverage radius, 100 meters. The radius can suppress any mystical beings below the Chuan realm to a mortal form, while those above the Chuan realm can be unconditionally reduced by 3 levels. New feature at level 3. Toggle, suppression intensity, and coverage radius adjustment. The host can activate or deactivate the skill at will. Suppression intensity can be adjusted between levels 1 to 3, and the coverage radius can be modulated from 0 to 100 meters. Zhong Yu is utterly elated. He never anticipated such formidable capabilities at level 3. The option to toggle the skill on or off, along with the ability to adjust suppression intensity and coverage radius within a specified range, would undoubtedly enhance support for himself and his teammates during combat. Moreover, it would facilitate the concealment of his true prowess in everyday scenarios. Zhong Yu found himself increasingly enamored with this system. With 2 of the affinity value remaining, he opted to further upgrade the targeted suppression. Beep. Active skill, targeted suppression, current level, 4. This skill allows the host to direct all suppression energy toward a single target. Regardless of the opponent's realm or identity, they can be directly suppressed into a mortal form. The suppression lasts for 5 minutes, with a 50 reduction in mental energy consumption. It can be used a maximum of twice per day. Zhong Yu nodded. Although the duration had not significantly increased, the reduction in mental energy consumption was indeed advantageous. After all, during the battle with the Phantom King today, utilizing targeted suppression for 3 minutes had nearly left him utterly drained. With the final one of affinity, Zhong Yu chose to upgrade his mastery in combat. Upon completion of the upgrade, Zhong Yu gazed at the system's display of his complete personal information. Name, Zhong Yu. Passive skill, Mortal Domain, current level, 3. Active skill 1, Culinary Mastery, current level, 6, max level. Active skill 2, Combat Mastery, current level, 2. Active skill 3, Targeted Suppression, current level, 4. YFS Affinity, 39. Zhong Yu nodded, thoroughly satisfied. He lay down to sleep, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's events. The following day, Zhong Yu and Hongying arrived at the office. From a distance, he could hear the sound of Wen Qi Mo banging on the table. What? Brother Zhong, you carried each of you like a princess? I can't believe you didn't carry me. Zhong Yu. Hongying. Chapter 16. Recruiting Lin Chia? Allow me. Hongying couldn't help but turn her head to scrutinize Zhong Yu, her gaze imbued with complexity. Her original intention was to facilitate a better relationship between these two previously at odds men. To her surprise, within just a day, they had developed some peculiar camaraderie. Zhong Yu quickly understood. He hastily waved his hands. It wasn't me. I didn't. Hongying clicked her tongue and ignored him, striding directly into the office. Inside, Chunmai, Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongsheng, Lung Xian, and Si Xiaonan were all present. When Qima saw Zhong Yu, he approached with the intent to engage in a serious discussion, only to be halted by Chunmai. All right, Qima, stop fooling around. Let us address the matter at hand. Only then did Qima release his grip. Chunmai turned to Zhong Yu and began, Zhong Yu, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. During last night's battle against the Ghost-Face King, why did your strength suddenly surge? The Ghost-Face King had only just broken through to the Sea Realm. In response to the captain's inquiry, Zhong Yu did not evade. My Forbidden Ruin possesses a skill that allows me to channel all ruin abilities toward a single target. However, this action severely depletes my mental energy in a short period, which is why I fainted afterward. Chunmai nodded in understanding. I see. He cast a glance at Hongying and continued. However, your practical combat experience remains insufficient. To ensure the safety of the newcomers, you must participate in the new recruit training before engaging in actual combat. Zhong Yu agreed. No problem. He was unaware of the conditions Hongying had previously discussed with Chunmai. With the question resolved, Chunmai smiled and said, regardless, Zhong Yu, your slaying of the Ghost-Face King last night not only protected your teammates, but also earned significant merit for the entire team. I have reported this to headquarters and will apply for a commendation medal for you. Zhong Yu nodded, as he had not considered this before. Initially, he had only sought to save his wife, but by a twist of fate, he had slain the Ghost-Face King, rescued Zhao Kongsheng, and inadvertently claimed Lin Chia's credit. Zhong Yu declared earnestly, Captain, safeguarding the populace and purging the mysterious is the duty of us night watchers. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. Chunmai nodded slightly. realizing that recruiting Zhong Yu into the team was indeed a highly astute decision. This lad possesses commendable abilities and character. So, how much of a monetary reward can I expect? Shimai was taken aback. Huh? Zhong Yu's face lit up with anticipation. Surely, there must be some material rewards in addition to the spiritual ones? He rubbed his hands together, tilting his neck upward. How much? Hongying couldn't help but chuckle. Captain, you overestimate him. Shimai's lips twitched. There is a reward, 50,000. Wonderful. Zhong Yu exclaimed, his excitement causing him to dance about. Hongying, we have money now. Hongying maintained a stern expression. Our household does not lack this small sum. There is one more important matter. Shimai spoke again. That child, Lin Xie. Although Lao Zhao had approached him several times, he remained reluctant to join us. The implication here is that this young man must be recruited. Zhao Kongcheng furrowed his brow and remarked, Captain, if he does not wish to join, then let it be. I know Lin Xie well. He possesses a fundamentally good nature, but each person has their own aspirations. He has his family to protect. Shimai sighed. Lao Zhao, I understand your perspective. However, Lin Xie is exceptionally unique. He is the agent of the deity number 003. And the news of the deity's agent appearing in Songnan cannot be concealed. If the ancient god church finds him, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Kongcheng fell silent, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it quietly. The smoke was soon extinguished by Xiao Nan, who shot him a disapproving glance. Wu Xiangnan suggested, Captain, why not let me meet him? Chen Mai shook his head. Xiangnan, your earnest nature may not resonate with Lin Xie. What should we do? Who will approach him? The office fell into a moment of silence. Zhao Kongcheng had attempted to persuade Lin Xie multiple times to no avail. He was still the person Lin Xie respected the most. If Lao Zhao could not succeed, who else would have the confidence? Captain, allow me to give a try. Zhong Yu raised his hand. You? Chen Mai raised an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, you've only met him once. What makes you think you can persuade him? Zhong Yu thought to himself. Of course, it's because I hold the script. Lin Xie must join. He is the protagonist. With so many bosses waiting for him to defeat, he can handle the fighting. I'll take it easy. I just want to be close to Hongying and enjoy a beautiful life. With this in mind, Zhong Yu replied earnestly, Captain, I possess a keen logical reasoning ability, excellent communication skills, and a strong sense of empathy. I am confident I can win him over. Chen Mai scrutinized Zhong Yu. This young man oscillated between jest and seriousness, leaving him perplexed. Yet, seeing his self-assured demeanor, perhaps he indeed had a method? Chen Mai nodded. Very well. This matter shall be entrusted to you, Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu grinned. Captain, could you allocate some funding? To persuade Lin Xie, I will inevitably need to treat him to meals and perhaps some singing. Chen Mai was taken aback, his lips twitching. Hongying tugged at Zhong Yu's sleeve and whispered, What are you doing? Do you dare to ask for funding? If you run short, I can transfer some to you. Zhong Yu exclaimed, Hey, are we not supposed to cover expenses for public service? We night watchmen are a legitimate organization. Surely we are not that stingy? Hongying. This rascal, she truly wished to find a crevice to hide in. Chen Mai pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine. I will allocate 5,000 yuan for you to use at your discretion. The only requirement is bring Lin Xie back to Team 136 within 3 days. Zhong Yu saluted. Mission accomplished. At the entrance of the Songnan Library, Xiaohu Noodle Shop, Lin Xie seated himself before Zhong Yu and respectfully inquired, Brother Zhong, what brings you to seek my company today? Zhong Yu offered a faint smile. Nothing of great consequence. I simply feel that our encounters have been quite serendipitous, and I would like to treat you to a meal. Lin Xie scratched his head. Is that really appropriate? Last time, it was you who graciously covered the bill. Allow me to treat you this time. Zhong Yu shook his head. You are still a student, lacking your own income. How could I permit you to pay? My circumstances differ. Having just joined the night watch, I've begun to earn a living. Just yesterday, the reward for defeating the Ghost Face King amounted to 50,000. 50,000? Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment, a hint of admiration and envy flickering within them. Zhong Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is one of the benefits of being a night watchman. The greater your abilities, the more you earn. Hence, today, he pushed forward a modest menu, where the average expenditure per person did not exceed 20. You may order whatever you wish. Feast freely. Brother Zhong is treating. Lin Xie blinked in disbelief. Really? Then I would like to have the roasted chicken. Zhong Yu's lips twitched slightly. Let us start with noodles. The roasted chicken can wait until later. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Holding the menu, he couldn't help but ponder. Brother Zhong was indeed correct. He truly had little money to his name. The pocket money his aunt provided he had saved meticulously to assist with household expenses, leaving him with a mere 20 yuan. He had chosen this small noodle shop for their meeting, specifically so he could afford to pay for the meal. Lin Xie had disliked feeling indebted to others. Yet, Zhong Yu's words had profoundly resonated with him. When would he be able to become a capable and affluent individual like Brother Zhong? Noticing the subtle shift in Lin Xie's expression, Zhong Yu sensed the moment was ripe. Little Lin, you're in your 3rd year of high school, are you not? Lin Xie nodded. Have you considered your plans for the future? Lin Xie paused, taken aback. Plans? Chapter 17. Zhong Yu. How did you persuade him? Lin Xie pondered for a moment and replied, my plan is to study diligently now, take the college entrance examination, and gain admission to a prestigious university. After graduation, I will secure a good job and provide my aunt and younger brother with a spacious villa, alleviating their burdens. Zhong Yu fixed his gaze on Lin Xie. Xie, that is a wish, not a plan. Once you have a wish, you must contemplate how to realize it, establishing specific paths and methods. That is what constitutes a plan. Lin Xie was taken aback. He had never contemplated the distinction between the two. Previously, whether from teachers at school or his aunt, he had been told to study hard to secure a place in a reputable university for a promising future. Zhong Yu continued to inquire. Xie, with less than a year until the college entrance examination, gaining admission to a school like 982 requires ranking within the top 100. Do you believe you can place within the top 100? Lin Xie shook his head. I cannot. Having previously attended a specialized school, he had only transferred to the 2nd high school for less than a month and was nowhere near the top 1,000. Zhong Yu nodded. Let us assume you can indeed place within the top 100 and gain entry to a good school. Have you considered the job market? Can you guarantee that you will secure a good job in the future? Lin Xie was momentarily stunned and shook his head again. I have not looked into that. I do not understand much. Zhong Yu nodded once more. All right, let us further assume that upon graduating from university, you find a good job offering a monthly salary of 10,000. Would that suffice for you? Lin Xie nodded honestly. A monthly salary of 10,000 seems quite substantial to me. Zhong Yu pressed on. Do you know how many years it would take to afford your aunt a larger house with a monthly salary of 10,000? Lin Xie shook his head again. I have not researched the housing market. I am not very knowledgeable about this. Zhong Yu casually picked up a pen and paper. Allow me to do a simple calculation for you. Based on the housing price in Songnan, which is 7,500 per square meter, purchasing a 300 square meter villa would require approximately 25 million. With a monthly salary of 10,000, if you were to forego all expenses, it would take you 18 years. However, accounting for daily living costs, it would take at least 30 years. 30 years? Lin Xie was stunned. In 3 decades, his aunt would be nearly 70 years old, and even Ah Jin would be in his 40s. What significance does my wish hold now? Observing Lin Xie's dazed expression, Zhong Yu smiled slightly. He was aware that his probing questions had achieved their intended effect, successfully bewildering the inexperienced high school student. Zhong Yi. Lin Xie swallowed hard and asked, what should I do to ensure my aunt and brother can lead a good life? Please guide me along the right path. Zhong Yu chuckled. It is quite simple. You must fully leverage your strengths, engage in what you excel at, and learn to take shortcuts. Lin Xie contemplated. I seem to lack any particular strengths. Zhong Yu shook his head. Think again. Lin Xie blinked. Are you suggesting my identity as an archangel's agent and my awakening of the divine ruins? Zhong Yu gave him a thumbs up. This is a divine gift bestowed upon you. Not just anyone can serve as a divine agent. Lin Xie fixed his gaze on Zhong Yu. I understand, Brother Zhong. You have come today to persuade me to join the Night Watchers, haven't you? Zhong Yu shook his head. Whether to join or not is entirely your decision. I am merely here to assist you in planning. Your teacher must have discussed topics such as direct admission for outstanding students in military academy applications, right? Lin Xie nodded. Indeed. Students who excel academically or possess particular talents can be admitted to prestigious schools without taking the college entrance examination. The requirements for military academies are stringent, but they guarantee job placements upon graduation, along with excellent benefits. At this point, Lin Xie paused momentarily. He then inquired, Brother Zhong, are you suggesting that joining the Night Watchers is akin to being granted early admission to a military academy? Zhong Yu smiled and nodded. You are quite astute, Xie. You grasped that swiftly. The Night Watchers function as a semi-military organization, offering substantial benefits. With your capabilities, if you were to join, your future would undoubtedly be promising. Furthermore, they provide a unique perk. A unique perk? Lin Xie raised his head in curiosity. Zhong Yu affirmed, indeed. In addition to rewards for defeating entities like the ghostly-faced king, Night Watchers can undertake various daily commission tasks to assist citizens in overcoming challenges. The compensation for such tasks is quite considerable. For instance, I recently completed a single task that yielded an income of 10,000. Just imagine if you managed to take on 20 or 30 tasks in a month. Lin Xie's eyes widened. That could amount to 200,000 to 300,000 in a single month. And that doesn't even include the salary and bonuses from the Night Watchers. At this moment, he felt genuinely tempted. However, Lin Xie pressed his lips together, still hesitant, as one final concern lingered. Just then, their noodles arrived. Zhong Yu chuckled. Let us first enjoy our noodles. Afterward, I'll take you to a place where we can continue our discussion, while treating you to fried chicken that is 100 times better than gnawing chicken. Lin Xie nodded eagerly. Sound good. Zhong Yu had ordered a large bowl of noodles, one of Lin Xie's favorites, which he usually refrained from indulging in. He slurped the noodles with great delight. Half an hour later, Zhong Yu led Lin Xie back to his luxurious villa. Lin Xie looked up at the grand abode, enviously exclaiming, Brother Zhong, your home is truly beautiful and magnificent. Zhong Yu replied, No need to envy. This was purchased by your sister-in-law. She has been a night watcher longer than I, and earns more than I do. As they entered the courtyard, Zhong Yu pointed to a rather inconspicuous translucent paper affixed to the wall by the entrance. Xie, do you know what this is? Naturally, Lin Xie could not comprehend its significance. What is it? Zhong Yu explained, this is a forbidden item known as Wei Yang. Do not be deceived by its small size. It possesses great power, capable of opening a forbidden realm. It serves as a protective measure established by the Night Watchers organization for the families of its members. Should any ill-intentioned individuals attempt to breach Wei Yang, it will be activated. All marked beings within the premises will be transported to another designated location, such as the underground fortress of the Peace Affairs Office, ensuring their safety. Lin Xie took a deep breath. With this mechanism in place, his final concern seemed to dissipate. Let us proceed inside. I shall prepare fried chicken for you. Lin Xie exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Zhong, you can cook? Zhong Yu responded with a playful click of his tongue. I am indeed a culinary master. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the delectable aroma of fried chicken. Zhong Yu did not disappoint. The fried chicken he prepared was indeed 100 times more delicious than Kang's chicken. Although he had just eaten noodles, Lin Xie eagerly devoured the fried chicken, unable to resist its allure. At that moment, the front door creaked open. It was Hongying returning home. It smells wonderful. Zhong Yu, what are you making? Oh, you invited Lin Xie as well? Lin Xie greeted her obediently. Hello, Sister Hongying. She nodded in acknowledgement. Zhong Yu smiled. I was just chatting with Xie and made some fried chicken for us to enjoy together. Hongying had taken an outdoor assignment in the afternoon and was famished after a busy day. She rushed to the dining room and immediately seized a chicken leg to nibble on. Lin Xie let out a satisfied burp, wiping the grease from his mouth. He earnestly declared, Brother Zhong, I've made up my mind. I am willing to join the Night Watchers Team 136 right now. Zhong Yu nodded with satisfaction. You have finally come to your own conclusion. Beside them, Hongying widened her eyes in disbelief. After seeing Lin Xie off, she turned to Zhong Yu with curiosity. Zhong Yu, how did you convince Lin Xie to join the Night Watchers? Zhong Yu pondered for a moment. Well, would you believe me if I said it was accomplished with a meal of fried chicken? Hongying could only respond with silence, astonished. Chapter 18. The gift of Hongying observing the perplexed expression on his wife's face. Zhong Yu chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting. Of course, It is not by the means of fried chicken, but rather through my meticulous logical reasoning, exceptional communication skills, and the ability to empathize with my target. Hongying furrowed her brows in mild complaint. Zhong Yu, could you refrain from speaking so formally at home? I still do not quite comprehend. Upon hearing her reference to their home, Zhong Yu felt a warmth swelling within him. It seemed his wife had come to accept his current role, at least to some extent. He gently took her hand. She responded with a soft hum, showing no resistance. With a smile, Zhong Yu suggested, "There is a breeze at the door. Let us return indoors to converse." Hand in hand, they made their way from the courtyard to the living room, where they settled together on the sofa. Zhong Yu tilted his head playfully and teased his wife. "What causes your cheeks to flush?" Hongying retorted, "Who is blushing?" "Not I." With a smile, Zhong Yu picked up an orange from the table, peeling it as he began to elucidate his wife's uncertainties. "From what I have gathered, old Zhao approached Lin Xia several times in the early stages, but each time he spoke only of patriotism and familial devotion. While those sentiments are indeed stirring, relying solely on emotional appeal is woefully insufficient to persuade someone to undertake a significant endeavor." Hongying nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statement. Zhong Yu then extended the freshly peeled orange to her. "Thus, moving forward, we must promise him material support while also alleviating his concerns for the future. Lin Xie has lived with his aunt and cousin since childhood and does not come from affluence. He harbors considerable material aspirations. His greatest desire is to attend university, secure a promising job, and provide for his family. The sum old Zhao offered Lin Xie could scarcely be deemed adequate. What Lin Xie truly needs addressed is his future growth. To put it plainly, he requires a stable and lucrative occupation. The benefits provided to the night watchman are commendable, yet old Zhao has never clearly articulated the specifics of these perks or the extent of their compensation. Has he?" Hongying nodded once more, realizing the truth in his words. She split the orange in half, consuming one portion while offering the other to Zhong Yu. A surge of joy filled him. His wife had chosen to feed him, yet it was not enough. Instead of reaching for the fruit, he audaciously opened his mouth wide. Hongying shot him an exasperated glance, but ultimately, she placed the orange segment into Zhong Yu's mouth, as he savored the fruit bestowed by his wife. A beaming smile graced his face. He continued, "Thus, my approach today, under the guise of assisting Xie with his life planning, was essentially to systematically present the various salaries and benefits of our night watchman. I made it abundantly clear how much one could earn monthly and the quality of life one could aspire to through diligent effort." Zhong Yu chuckled. "For instance, I told him that the house we reside in was purchased with the earnings you made as a night watchman." Upon hearing this, Hongying sighed. "The house was not bought by me. It was bequeathed by my parents. They vanished in the mists of the past few years and have never returned." Well versed in the narrative of the book, Zhong Yu understood this reality. However, noticing the hint of sorrow on his wife's face, he regretted using that example, having inadvertently stirred her painful memories. He swiftly changed the subject. I may have exaggerated a tad, but it seems to have worked effectively, successfully intimidating Lin Xie. With both the spiritual allure and material incentives at play, Lin Xie's initial admiration for the night watchman's role had transformed into a fervent aspiration. Now, he merely needed to address his final concern, the safety of his family. The night watchman, besides confronting mysterious creatures, inevitably had to contend with malevolent forces like the ancient god church. He feared for his family's safety, concerned that they might be entangled in the chaos. Thus, it was imperative to alleviate this worry. Upon hearing this, Hongying felt a sense of admiration for her husband. His logical reasoning was intricately woven and remarkably clear. She inquired, "How did you resolve that for him?" Zhong Yu shrugged. "It's quite simple. We night watchmen possess a forbidden item known as Wei Yang. I informed him that this item is formidable and can ensure his family's safety." Hongying répondit briefly. Wei Yang is a rare and valuable forbidden item. Not every night watchman's household is equipped with one. The one at our doorstep was a gift from a former captain, while Cold Xian and Xiao do not possess it. Zhong Yu nodded. "I understand. I will ask the captain to submit a request. Lin Xie's headquarters will certainly approve it." Hongying agreed. "That's true. The identity of the divine agent, no. 003 is indeed quite special. Zhong Yu smiled. So, doesn't that solve all the problems? With spiritual motivation, material incentive, and family protection all in place, Lin Xie cannot possibly refuse. Upon hearing this, Hongying couldn't help but regard Zhong Yu with newfound admiration. She had always perceived him as a slacker, merely fortunate enough to awaken the forbidden ruins, but it seemed her husband was, in fact, a master strategist. Her respect for him grew even deeper. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhong Yu asked. "It's nothing," Hongying replied with a smile. Ding! Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection level increased. 1. Current affection level. 40. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhong Yu smiled faintly, realizing why her gaze had been so tender. It was due to the rise in affection. However, this time, he wasn't in a rush to level up or draw rewards. His strength was sufficient. It would be wise to save up before advancing. By the way, there was still one more matter to address. Hongying inquired. "Have you exhausted the funds you requested from the captain today?" Zhong Yu smiled mysteriously, retrieving a box from the corner of the sofa and presenting it to Hongying. "Of course, I've spent it all, but we only had a meal that cost a mere 20. The remaining 48.80 was used to purchase a limited edition lipstick for you. Here, it's a gift." Hongying was both amused and exasperated. "You asked the captain for 5,000, and you spent so little on Lin Xie. What? How should I even respond to this? You know, the night watchers don't actually have such a budget. That 5,000 yuan was personally out of the captain's pocket." Is that so?" Zhong Yu's eyes widened in surprise. He had indeed not anticipated this. Otherwise, he would never have had the audacity to request fund from Chen Mai. Zhong Yu murmured, "The captain really is something, bearing everything on his own without explanation. I suppose I should return the money to him tomorrow. After all, I've earned quite a bit from the previous mission with Chi Mo." Hongying nodded, extracting the lipstick with delight. "All right, I shall accept this gift. Thank you." Receiving a gift from her husband for the first time, Hongying felt it held a special significance, even if she didn't express it outwardly. That night, their farewell embrace lingered longer than usual. However, after each embrace, Hongying swiftly pushed Zhong Yu away and hurried back to her room, locking the door in one fluid motion. Zhong Yu smiled as he watched his wife's retreating figure, pondering whether she feared he might lose control. Chapter 19. The new recruit's trial on the following morning, as Zhong Yu and Hongying escorted Lin Xie through the doors of the Peace Affairs office. Zhao Kongcheng was so astonished that he tumbled off his stool. "Brother Zhao, are you all right?" The considerate Lin Xie quickly rushed to help him up. "Iem mifine. Zhao Kongcheng waved his hands in haste, his face betraying his overwhelming joy. "Qi, you finally decided to join us." He glanced at Zhong Yu and silently gave him a thumbs up. Zhong Yu responded with a playful wink. "Where's the captain? Why isn't he here?" "He's busy in the kitchen," Xiao Nan replied. "None of us have had breakfast yet." The group made their way to the kitchen, where Chunmu Yi was attentively cooking, adorned in an apron. Zhong Yu called out, "Captain, the mission is accomplished. Hongying and I have brought Lin Xie to report for duty." Chunmu Yi turned around, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had given the young man 3 days, but to his astonishment, Lin Xie had arrived in just one. Ignoring the apron around his waist, he eagerly approached them. Lin Xie bowed respectfully, saying, "Captain Chun, it is an honor to join Team 136. I look forward to your guidance." Chun Muyi patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent. It's wonderful to have you here." After everyone finished breakfast, Lin Xie officially signed the contract to become a night watchman. "Old Zhao, since you know Qi well, why don't you take him to familiarize himself with the environment?" "Leave it to me, Captain." Zhao Kongcheng beamed as he led Lin Qi outside. Chun Muyi enthusiastically invited Zhong Yu and Hongying to sit on the sofa, personally pouring them a glass of water. "Zhong Yu, you truly have a knack for this. Tell me, how did you persuade him?" Caught off guard by Chun Muyi's enthusiasm, Zhong Yu chuckled awkwardly. Hee. It was nothing much, just explain the pros and cons." Hongying chimed in. "Captain, let me elaborate." She narrated the entire process of how they managed to win over Lin Qi, and Chun Yi listened intently, nodding in agreement. His gaze towards Zhong Yu increasingly filled with admiration. After hearing the account, Chun Yi remarked, "You did well." Zhong Yu, We indeed overlooked many aspects before. A person must be willing to commit to something long-term, not merely rely on passion. Just then, Chen Muye's phone vibrated. He glanced at it to find a notification of a 5,000 yuan transfer. He looked at Zhong Yu puzzled. Zhong Yu laughed and said, "Captain, Hongying informed me. Initially, I was unaware of the situation and even asked you for funds. How embarrassing." Chen Muyi smiled, but said nothing further. He found himself increasingly fond of this young man. "Zhong Yu, come with me." Chen Muyi led Zhong Yu to the training ground, where not far off, Zhao Kongcheng was introducing Lin Qiyi to the various facilities. "You and Qiyi have now officially become members of the team. With some time remaining before the new recruit training, you will first participate in specialized internal training sessions." Zhong Yu inquired, "Captain, what should I focus on learning?" Chen Mai replied, "Primarily combat techniques, firearms proficiency, team coordination, and some theoretical knowledge." Zhong Yu nodded thoughtfully. Lin Qiyi lacked experience in combat and would be mentored by Lao Zhao, while your combat skills were already formidable. Hence, I shall personally guide you. After speaking, Chen Mai retrieved 2 wooden swords from the nearby equipment area. "Now, let me witness your true strength." On the edge of the training ground, upon hearing that Chen Mai would personally instruct Zhong Yu in combat techniques, the other team members gathered in curiosity. "Xixiao we spelled Hongying. Do you think Zhong Yu can defeat our captain?" Hongying shook her head. "I'm not sure. When you visited our home, I was practicing with Zhong Yu, and it felt as though he was deliberately holding back his full strength." Hongying glanced at Zhong Yu wielding the wooden sword, uncertain of her husband's true prowess in combat. "Oh, then I bet Zhong Yu will win," Si Xiaonan said, adjusting her glasses. Wu Xiaonan shook his head. "That's impossible. Setting aside the abilities of the Forbidden Ruins, the captain is among the elite in comprehensive combat skills within the Night Watchers. In my view, Zhong Yu cannot possibly defeat the captain." When Shima smiled, "I also bet Zhong Yu can win. We haven't washed the dishes from breakfast yet. How about whoever loses has to wash the dishes?" Si Xiaonan bounced with excitement. "Sounds good, I agree." She nudged Hongying. "Hongying, who are you betting on?" "Hongying gizitated. Well, one is the captain, and the other is my husband. I think I'll sit this one out." Wu Xiaonan chuckled. "You all can just wait to wash the dishes together." On the training ground, the two had assumed their combat stances. Shamai reminded, "We will not use the Forbidden Ruins. This is purely a test of combat skills. Zhong Yu, do not hold back. Unleash everything." During the last encounter with the Phantom King, Chen Mai had only witnessed Zhong Yu's mastery of combat at level 1. He was unaware that Zhong Yu's combat skills had significantly advanced since then. Holding the lightweight wooden sword, Zhong Yu blinked and asked, "Captain, are you certain you wish to see my true abilities?" "Let us begin." Chen Mai nodded solemnly, confident that his decades of combat experience surpassed Zhong Yu's. He felt genuinely pleased to have such an exceptional team member. At this moment, Chen Mai resolved to impart all his lifelong skills to Zhong Yu without reservation. "All right, I'm coming in, Captain." Zhong Yu raised the wooden sword with a swift motion, concealing the true power of his passive skill, mundane domain, and only employing the level 2 suppression range and capabilities. However, the martial arts skills are fundamentally employed in battles among mortals, and Zhong Yu resolved to give his utmost effort. He was eager to discern whether his current level 2 expertise and martial arts mastery could indeed triumph over someone of Chen Mai's caliber. With a resounding smack, "Ah, it hurts!" a chorus of cries erupted, prompting several individuals to glance sideways. In the adjacent training arena, Lin Xia lay on the ground, emitting anguished wails as Zhao Kongcheng pressed him down, rubbing him against the floor. Zhao Kongcheng wore a sinister grin. "Get up, kid. Let's continue." Redirecting his gaze, Zhong Yu took a deep breath, focused his mind, and leapt into action. 10 minutes later, Chen Mai slowly returned a long sword to its resting place. Shaking his head in disappointment, he had been thoroughly defeated. Whether wielding a knife, spear, staff, or sword, or engaging in unarmed combat, Zhong Yu had emerged victorious with an undeniable advantage in nearly every exchange within 30 moves. With a sigh, Chen Mai remarked with a wry smile, "Zhong Yu, your comprehensive combat ability far surpasses mine. I lack the capability to instruct you in this discipline. You need not study it further." Zhong Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Meanwhile, those observing the match, including Hongying and Wenqima, were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to articulate their astonishment. After a prolonged moment of silence, Wu Xiangnan quietly turned and made his way toward the kitchen. Chapter Van Hongying. What is your gaming nickname? At that moment, Wenqima stepped onto the stage, enthusiastically wrapping his arm around Zhong Yu. Brother Zhong, I will guide you through practicing team cooperation awareness next. Zhong Yu's eyes lit up. He had previously heard Qima mention this. In simple terms, it involved several individuals wielding controllers, competing on a large screen in a 5v5 battle. Prior to his journey through time, Zhong Yu had engaged in similar games. Hongying, would you like to join us? Zhong Yu cheerfully invited his wife, as she had nothing pressing to attend to at that moment. Hongying nodded in agreement. I want to go too, exclaimed Si Xiaonan from the side, pulling Lung Xian along as well. This conveniently brought their number to 5. Chen Mai chuckled, reminding them, don't play for too long. Lung Xian still needs to teach Zhong Yu and Qi Yi how to shoot later. Understood, Captain. The group linked arms and made their way to the gaming room. In the adjacent training ground, Lin Qi Yi cast an envious glance while continuing to wail. Focus, Qi Yi, let us practice well. Zhao Kongchang shouted, delivering another decisive strike. Ah, it hurts. Inside the gaming room, the group sat in a row. Each of them had a large display screen and a gaming controller before them. Wenqima swiftly assisted Zhong Yu in creating a new account and logging in. Let me explain the rules to you. In this game, each Guardian could select a similar hero based on their unique skills, aiming to simulate real-life scenarios. The available hero types included Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Tank. Warriors primarily engage in combat, boasting high damage capabilities. Mages assist teammates through skill outputs. Assassins possess exceptional mobility and instantaneous damage, ideal for eliminating opponents. Marksmen specialize in long-range attacks with strong output capacity, while tanks, as their name suggests, have considerable health and resilience, primarily absorbing damage at the forefront. The 5 distinct roles must cooperate, striving to maximize the team's overall advantage. Zhong Yu nodded. This was fundamentally akin to a game he had previously played, making it easy to understand. After a glance, he realized that his passive skill, Mortal Realm, was more suited for the mage role, prompting him to select a mage character capable of providing shields for the entire team while weakening opponent skills. Wenqima patted Zhong Yu on the shoulder. Brother Zhong, come up with a catchy nickname for yourself. Zhong Yu curiously inquired, Qima, what is your nickname? Me? Wenqima lowered his head, slightly bashful. I am called Sunshine Boy. Zhong Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It suits you well. And you, Hongying? What is your gaming nickname? Zhong Yu smiled at his wife, raising his gaze to her. Hongying pressed her lips together. Zhong Yu, my nickname is a bit long. It is sister's long spear is blind to eyes. Zhong Yu beamed, nodding, I like this name. Si Xiaonan introduced herself, saying, Brother Zhong Yu, my nickname is Double Gun Little Morocco. How adorable, right? Zhong Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, quite cute. Lung Xian then chimed in, I prefer Sniper Barrett, whether in reality or in the realm of gaming. Lung Xian held an unwavering affection for the Barrett sniper rifle. Hongying gently inquired, Zhong Yu, what nickname do you intend to choose? After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Yu suggested, how about Brothers Shield Guard's True Heart? Roars of laughter erupted as Si Xiaonan and when Kimmick joined in the teasing. Si Xiaonan beamed, Brother Zhong Yu. Your affection for Sister Hongying is undeniably genuine, even reflected in your gaming nickname. Hongying's cheeks flushed with warmth as she pinched Si Xiaonan to silence her. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Zhong Yu. You may choose whatever name you wish. Si Xiaonan struggled momentarily, and the group shared a lively laugh before swiftly forming a team, matching against opponents to commence their gaming battle. An hour later, the 5-seeded players wore expressions of dismay. They had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, both rather humiliating. Si Xiaonan lamented, what bad luck. The 2 teams we matched against were formidable foes. One was a mass squad, the other a Phoenix team. What a joke. This game's matchmaking system truly needs optimization. How can our little team compete with those specialized squads? Hongying responded with resolve. What are specialized squads? Just because we can't defeat them now doesn't mean we won't in the future. Losing in the game doesn't equate to losing in reality. Zhong Yu furrowed his brow in thought. It seemed that team coordination indeed required refinement, whether in the game or in real life. Although his personal skills were formidable in a team battle, he must consider his allies, rather than seeking glory alone. Lung Xian gently nudged the pensive Zhong Yu. Come on, don't be disheartened. It's merely a virtual game. He added, Lin Xie should have finished training by now. Let's go. I'll take you to practice marksmanship with him. Zhong Yu nodded and followed Lung Xian out of the gaming room. Upon arriving at the shooting range, they found Lin Xie waiting at the side. He was holding his face with one hand and his backside with the other, having endured a fair amount of punishment during Zhao Kongqing's training, leaving him with numerous bruises. Zhao Kongqing sat nearby, puffing on a cigarette, seemingly quite pleased with his training outcomes. Zhong Yu stifled a laugh while Lung Xian shook his head in disapproval. Old Zhao, you've beaten Xie to this state. How am I supposed to conduct shooting training now? Xie, perhaps you should let Xiaonan provide some basic treatment before we begin. However, Lin Xie shook his head. No need. Brother Lung Xian, I can manage. I can receive treatment after our practice. Observing the determination in Lin Xie's eyes, Zhong Yu silently admired his resilience. One must acknowledge the strength of this young man's willpower. Lung Xian nodded, picked up a 5.8mm caliber M92 pistol, and commenced the firearms training session. Have either of you ever handled a firearm before? Asked Cold Xian, to which Zhong Yu and Lin Xie shook their heads in unison. Despite Zhong Yu's formidable combat skills, he had never had the opportunity to engage with such weaponry. He pondered the fact that while the system had equipped him with both active and passive skills that were indeed powerful, he currently lacked any effective defensive skills against firearms, relying solely on the agility bestowed by his martial arts prowess to evade attacks. Cold Xian nodded thoughtfully. Let us begin with the fundamentals. Firearms are classified as thermal weapons. They utilize gunpowder gas or other forms of energy to propel a bullet, typically with a caliber of less than 20 millimeters. And what about those with a caliber exceeding 20 millimeters? Lin Xie interjected, raising his hand. Those are referred to as cannons, Cold Xian replied. Mastering the use of firearms will significantly enhance your ability to combat lower-tier mythical creatures, particularly when faced with numerous foes. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Cold Xian raised his weapon and aimed at the target situated 25 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 10 consecutive shots, and the target was automatically pushed forward. Zhong Yu stared in astonishment at the lone bullet hole at the center of the target. This individual had achieved a perfect score with every shot. Now, it is your turn, Cold Xian said, presenting two fully loaded handguns to Zhong Yu and Lin Xie. Chapter 21. The first day with my wife Qi. You go first, Cold Xian suggested. Lin Qi nodded and picked up the handgun. He held his breath, focused intently, and aimed at the target. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Qi mimicked Cold Xian's earlier posture and fired 10 consecutive shots. Up beside him, Zhong Yu could no longer contain his laughter. The target in the distance was pristine, not a single hole in sight. This meant that Lin Xi's 10 shots had all missed the mark. Lin Xi, somewhat bewildered, glanced at the chuckling Zhong Yu and then at Cold Xian, sheepishly scratching his head before setting down the handgun. Cold Xian's lips twitched. He truly hadn't anticipated Lin Xi's shooting skills to be so poor. Shaking his head, he sighed, It's all right. After all, it's your first time handling a gun. With more practice, you'll surely improve. Zhong Yu, it's your turn. Zhong Yu picked up the handgun before him. Although today was also his first time, he felt confident that he would perform better than Lin Xi. He aimed at the target, took a deep breath, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. After his 10 shots, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Zhong Yu stared at the target before him, which was just as spotless as Lin Xi's. A wave of sweat broke out on his forehead. How could this be? My shooting skills are on par with Lin Xi's. Cold Xian stood in shock, eyes wide open and mouth agape, utterly a loss for words. Never had he encountered such extraordinary shooting ineptitude. 2 individuals in one day. Zhong Yu awkwardly swallowed and quietly set down the handgun, also scratching his head. Lin Xi, excitedly trying to console him, said, Brother Zhong Yu, don't be disheartened. As long as we both practice diligently, We will surely hit the target in the future. Zhong Yu looked at Lin Qiyi. His expression darkened. Hit the target? Your aspirations are rather modest, displaying a keen sense of self-awareness. Zhong Yu felt a pang of indignation. Brother Cold Qian, I wish to try again. Cold Qian nodded. All right, give another shot. Suddenly, Zhong Yu remembered that he still had a one affinity he utilized. He decided to use it immediately, hoping for a stroke of luck to draw a skill in firearm proficiency. Opening the system panel in his mind, Zhong Yu silently chanted, Activate skill extraction. Ding! You have acquired the active skill universal marker. Zhong Yu was taken aback. Universal marker? What kind of skill is this? Holding the gun in hand. He didn't have time to delve into the skill-S description, but he was certain it would aid him in aiming. He sighed and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Again, 10 shots, all missing the target. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhong Yu realized he had truly embarrassed himself today. Cold Qian quietly retrieved a large box from behind. It contained 1,000 rounds of ammunition. If you have no other matters to attend to today, you may practice here for a while longer. After speaking, Long Xian departed first. Lin Qiyi opened the box and began loading bullets into the magazine. With enthusiasm, he addressed Zhong Yu, who was lost in thought in his chair. Brother Zhong Yu, come, let's practice together. Zhong Yu nodded slightly, remaining silent as he focused on the system panel in his mind, contemplating the newly acquired active skill. Active skill, universal mark, current level, LV2, coverage radius, 100 meters. The host can customize any attribute for the skill, which will mark all biological entities possessing that attribute within the coverage area. Zhong Yu blinked. The ability to customize any attribute? He was somewhat perplexed. He decided to give it a try. In his mind, Zhong Yu silently intoned, Please mark all individuals above the pool boundary within the radius. Beep, beep, beep. The system panel displayed a rapid succession of names and data, and soon revealed a single line of information. One individual meeting the criteria has been located. Name, Hongying. Zhong Yu was taken aback. This truly could retrieve information. The system also provided Hongying's holographic location, indicating she was currently at the entrance of the Peace Affairs office. Zhong Yu lowered his firearm, patting Lin Qiyi on the shoulder. Qiyi, firearms are not our forte. Perhaps we should all forego practice and take a break instead? Lin Qiyi was momentarily stunned and replied earnestly, Brother Zhong Yu, how can you say that? It is said that diligence can compensate for deficiencies. If my marksmanship is lacking, then I must practice more, and I will surely improve. Zhong Yu shook his head. Qiyi, heed my words. When it is time to strive, strive earnestly. When it is time to relax, do so with peace of mind. One must learn to apply the Pareto principle. Invest more energy into enhancing your strengths rather than compensating for your weaknesses. In the same amount of time, practicing the sword techniques taught by Brother Zhao would be far more efficient than honing your shooting skills. Lin Qiyi stood there, momentarily confused by Zhong Yu's words. Zhong Yu sighed and patted his shoulder. Never mind. If you wish to practice, then do so. I shall take my leave. Your sister-in-law is still waiting for me at the door. Lin Qiyi nodded. All right, I will practice a bit longer. Zhong Yu paid him no further mind, gathered his belongings, and swiftly exited the office. Upon stepping outside, he indeed saw his wife waiting at the entrance. Hongying, Zhong Yu called out, approaching her with a smile. Hongying greeted him with a gentle smile. Have you finished your training? Zhong Yu nodded. Yes, it's all done. I didn't expect you to wait here for us to return home together. He felt a surge of happiness at that thought. Hongying smiled. Zhong Yu, we have known each other for quite some time, yet we have been busy with various matters. How about we go shopping today? Zhong Yu's eyes lit up. His wife was inviting him to go shopping? Wasn't this the legendary date? He immediately nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, yes. I love shopping. Hongying tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowing gently. Do you enjoy shopping the most? Zhong Yu immediately corrected her, chuckling. Haha, I most enjoy shopping with you. A faint blush adorned both of Hongying's cheeks. She softly replied, then let us proceed. The two departed from the office, walking side by side. Summoning his courage, Zhong Yu reached out to clasp his wife's delicate hand. Hongying lowered her gaze slightly, offering no resistance. A wave of exhilaration surged through Zhong Yu, filling him with a giddy sensation, as if he might soar into the air. Ah, is this what a date feels like? It's simply delightful. Hongying, shall we go watch a movie together? Watch a movie? Yes, that sounds good. Their fingers entwined, they entered a nearby large shopping mall. Within the training grounds of the peace office, Lin Chiev fired shot after shot, having already discharged over 200 bullets. The ground was strewn with spent casings. He gazed at the still pristine target ahead, sighed, and set his handgun down. Brother Zhong, I believe I now comprehend the meaning of your earlier words. He silently walked towards another training room and picked up a pair of blades. Chapter 22. The potential threat in the mall in the vicinity of a shopping mall and a cinema. Hongying sat in the lounge, holding movie tickets and indulging in popcorn while waiting. Not far away, Zhong Yu was in line to purchase milk tea. To his surprise, his typically poised wife shared the same fondness for milk tea as many of the young girls. This particular tea shop was thriving, and as Zhong Yu glanced at his wife in the distance, and then at the seemingly interminable queue ahead, he felt a mix of impatience and boredom. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes as he decided to employ a newly acquired skill. Please mark all individuals within the vicinity who enjoy milk tea. Beep, beep, beep. The system whirred into action, swiftly identifying and marking everyone within a 100-meter radius. A lengthy list of names appeared on the display, while several patrons had virtual symbols of milk tea hovering above their heads. Zhong Yu observed that many of the young men in line lacked the milk tea marker, indicating that they were merely accompanying their girlfriends, wives, or children. This skill proved to be quite entertaining. He then turned his gaze back to his wife, Hongying, who also bore the coveted marker, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Noticing Zhong Yu's smile directed at her, Hongying returned it with a gentle expression, unaware that her husband was concocting a playful scheme in his mind. Please mark all women within the vicinity with a bus size above a C cup. Beep, beep, beep. The system activated once more. Moments later, the display revealed numerous names, and several young women were now adorned with small markers above their heads. Zhong Yu glanced at his wife's marker and smiled with satisfaction. However, as he redirected his attention, he suddenly recognized a familiar name on the system's display, Xia Siming. For those familiar with the tale of slaying the gods, it was known that she would emerge later in the narrative as the captain of the Night Watch Special Team. Phoenix Squad 003. Following the holographic location provided by the system, Zhong Yu quickly located Xia Siming amidst the crowd. She was seated at the entrance of a CAF, sipping coffee, clad in a long trench coat and sporting a cap that obscured her face. Zhong Yu felt a twinge of confusion. The Phoenix Squad was primarily tasked with dealing with foreign entities infiltrating the country. What was she doing in a mall in Songnan? Could it be that a lurking danger was present? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. He hastily activated the universal marking skill once more. Please mark all mystical beings within the current vicinity. Beep, beep, beep. The system whirred again and provided results. Zhong Yu was taken aback. As the outcome indicated, 0. This meant that within a 100-meter radius, there were no threats from mystical beings present. He sighed, feeling that the current coverage of his skill was too limited, confined to a mere 100 meters, leaving him oblivious to any potential dangers beyond that range. Sir, what flavor of milk tea would you like? Zhong Yu regained his senses, finding himself at the counter of the milk tea shop, where the clerk was smiling at him in inquiry. Please, 2 cups of delicious taro bubble milk tea that is simply irresistible. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The clerk swiftly began to prepare the order. With the milk tea in hand, Zhong Yu hurried back to his wife. Hongying, I apologize for the wait. That milk tea shop was bustling with customers. Hongying smiled. It's all right. Your timing is perfect. The movie is about to start in just 1 minute. What? Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback. Hongying playfully shook a piece of popcorn in her hand. Realization dawned upon him. His wife was offering him a snack. He joyfully opened his mouth wide. Hongying gently placed the popcorn into his mouth. Popcorn fed by my wife is simply delightful. Zhong Yu exclaimed cheerfully. Stop being so glib. Hongying, she did pretty. Come on, let us hurry inside. She took Zhong Yu's hand, leading him into the theater. Zhong Yu glanced back at the distance where Xia Siming sat alone, though he maintained a composed smile while holding his wife's hand. Internally, he felt as if a heavy stone was suspended in the air. Inside the screening room, a humorous animated film titled SpongeBob vs. Patrick was playing on the large screen. Zhong Yu found the film somewhat cringeworthy. However, Hongying watched intently, occasionally bursting into laughter. Zhong Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected his seemingly fierce and decisive wife to enjoy such cartoons. He activated his universal marker skill to scan the surroundings several times, yet discovered no potential threats. Never mind, he thought there was no need to dwell on it. After all, his passive skill Mortal Domain had reached level 3. Previously, he had deliberately concealed his strength, limiting the radius to 20 meters with a level 2 suppression effect. Even if danger were to arise, he could promptly elevate his protective level. As long as he remained close to his wife, he could ensure her safety. With this thought, Zhong Yu ceased scanning and focused intently on watching the movie with his wife. Indeed, the cinema was a splendid place for a date. Perhaps now would be a good moment to steal a kiss from his beloved wife. Gathering his courage, he leaned slightly closer to Hongying, pouting his lips. Suddenly, pop! Hongying thrust a piece of popcorn into his pouted mouth, silencing him. She turned and laughed. What this? Are you hoping for more from me? Zhong Yu was speechless as he chewed the popcorn. Well, it seemed uncertain whether Hongying genuinely thought he wanted more popcorn or was playfully avoiding his advances. He dismissed any impulsive thoughts. No worries, there would be opportunities for affection in the future. As the film concluded, Hongying tugged at Zhong Yu. I'm hungry. Shall we grab some hamburgers and fried chicken? Zhong Yu chuckled. Do you fancy a meal? If you wish, I can prepare something for you at home. However, Hongying shook her head. It's a rare occasion for us to unwind. Let's not toil over cooking at home. Come, accompany me to Kangdaji. Zhong Yu nodded. All right, I shall follow your lead. The two settled at a table in a secluded corner of Kangdaji. Hongying proposed. Allow me to place the order this time. What would you like, Zhong Yu? Anything that resembles your choice will suffice. With a nod, Hongying proceeded to queue at the counter to place their order. Zhong Yu gazed at his wife's silhouette, indulging in his admiration. Today, Hongying had eschewed her sports jacket, donning instead a chic and stylish leather jacket, paired with lace-trimmed, form-fitting flared jeans that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Just as Zhong Yu was reveling in the sight of his wife's graceful form, he inadvertently overheard the conversation of two individuals behind him. His pupils dilated in an instant, and his heart raced. The two behind him spoke in hushed tones, their words barely audible, yet Zhong Yu caught every syllable with clarity. The master of you is quite something this time. Has it truly necessitated our presence in this modest Songnan for such matters? As he strained to listen, Zhong Yu swiftly activated the universal marker once more. Chapter 23. Are you also a night watcher? Zhong Yu silently recited. Please mark all members of the Ancient Gods Church, believers, organization within the current range. Beep, beep, beep. The system swiftly provided the data. Zhong Yu fixated on the two names displayed on the system panel, his expression growing solemn. The two individuals behind him were the 6th and 12th seats of the Believers organization. Please identify all individuals with strength above the C realm within the current range. Beep, beep, beep. The system indicated there were 3 individuals. Sitting in a distant corner, Xia Simeng was at the C realm. The 12th seat of the Believers was also at the C realm, but the 6th seat had reached the Boundless realm. Zhong Yu furrowed his brow. From the conversation between the two behind him, he gleaned their intent. They had come for Lin Chia, and they likely were unaware of Xia Simeng's presence nearby. Her appearance was probably related to these 2 members of the Believers. However, given her current strength, could she handle both of them alone? Zhong Yu conducted several more scans with the universal marker, but found no other members of the Phoenix team. This meant Xia Simeng had come alone. Of course, it was also possible that other members of the Phoenix team had arrived in Songnan, but Xia Simeng had come solely to gather information. After all, Zhong Yu's current scanning radius with the universal marker was only 100 meters. Beyond that, he could not obtain any information. Zhong Yu, why are you in a daze? Hongying returned with a tray, her face beaming with a smile. Zhong Yu gazed at his wife's gentle smile, pulling his thoughts back to the present, and smiled in return. Dear, let us eat on the outdoor terrace. It feels a bit stifling in here. Hongying blushed slightly, responding with a soft, This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious, addressing her so casually. The two carried their trays to the outdoor terrace and took a seat. Zhong Yu cast a glance at the 2 Believers, who were engrossed in their fries and fried chicken, oblivious to their presence. Meanwhile, Xia Simeng, holding a cup of coffee and wearing a duckbill cap that obscured her face, was clearly focused on the two believers. This is truly troublesome, Zhong Yu thought to himself. It was difficult enough to have a date with his wife without being disturbed. Why haven't you started eating yet? Zhong Yu, Hongying asked. Her cheeks puffed out as she took a hearty bite of her hamburger, relishing the taste. Zhong Yu chuckled, dipped a fry into the ketchup on his wife's plate, and popped it into his mouth. As he ate, his mind began to wander. His foremost thought was, Lin Xie must not be captured by these two individuals. As the protagonist destined to slay gods, he still had to confront the serpent demon and participate in training. As long as Lin Xie's main storyline remained intact, with various matters calling for him to emerge as the hero, Zhong Yu could enjoy a stable life with his wife, Hongying. Although Xia Simeng was the agent of the goddess Athena and possessed strength at the sea realm, facing two opponents, one of whom was at the boundless realm, could present considerable challenges. Thus, he must assist Xia Simeng in eliminating these two followers this time. His wife, Hongying, is currently only at the pool stage, and her strength is still vastly inferior. To ensure her safety, Zhong Yu has resolved to keep her out of this matter. His gaze once again turned towards the two followers who had just finished their meal and were preparing to leave. Meanwhile, Xia Simeng indeed stood up quietly to follow them. Zhong Yu had already made up his mind. He and his wife had also completed their meal. Suddenly, Zhong Yu clutched his stomach and said, Hongying, I have a bit of a stomachache. I need to use the restroom. Hongying blinked in concern and asked, Oh, your stomach hurts? Did you eat something bad? Zhong Yu grabbed a few tissue papers and replied, Yes, perhaps. I might take a while in the restroom. Why don't you browse those clothing stores across the street first? We'll contact each other later. Hongying nodded. All right, you go ahead. I will wait for you. Zhong Yu quickly exited the chicken restaurant, trailing behind Xia Simeng and the two followers, while Hongying entered a nearby women's clothing store. In the underground parking lot of the mall, the 12th follower whispered, Brother, it seems someone is following us. The 6th follower scoffed, I've noticed that long ago. Don't look back. Lead her to the corner where we can deal with her. After Xia Simeng turned the corner, the two ahead vanished from sight. She paused for a few seconds and then suddenly turned around. The 6th and 12th followers were standing right behind her. Who are you? The 6th follower asked coldly. Xia Simeng smiled, flipping the brim of her cap to the back of her head. Unhurriedly, she affixed a phone-sized patch to the wall behind her. Quite alert, aren't you? You actually noticed me? Well, I won't pretend anymore. Let's cut to the chase. I've been entrusted to take you two back today. With that, she clenched her fists. Boom! A wave of terrifying energy erupted, and Xia Simeng's entire body seemed to be enveloped in a golden glow. The 6th follower spoke, if I'm not mistaken. You are the current captain of the Phoenix Squad, the agent of Athena. Am I correct? Xia Simeng nodded. You have some insight, but it won't help you. The 6th follower chuckled coldly. This is a mall. Are you not afraid of collapsing the entire building with a single punch, burying thousands above us? That hardly aligns with your night watchman style, does it? Xia Simeng smiled. You needn't worry about that. Why don't you take a look around and see if there are any other shadows nearby? The two turned back and, indeed, the underground parking lot was eerily silent, devoid of any figures. Xia Simeng had anticipated this when she followed them. The patches she had placed on several walls were the Night Watchman's latest upgraded version of the no-barrier space. This area had been entirely sealed off by her. Even if it were to be reduced to rubble, it would not affect the outside world in the slightest. The 6th seat scoffed. Even if you were the agent of a deity, at best, you are merely a sea realm. Are you underestimating us? With that, he let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an even more terrifying aura. Simultaneously, the 12th seat also emanated his own sea realm presence. Xia Simeng was momentarily taken aback. She had previously assessed that the two were at most of the sea realm, but to her astonishment, one was actually of the infinite realm. Furrowing her brow, she realized the situation had become considerably complicated. Just as both sides were poised to engage in battle, a figure emerged from behind a nearby pillar. Hello there. You must be Captain Xia of the Phoenix Squad, correct? Xia Simeng was startled and turned to look at the figure. Zhong Yu approached with a bright smile. Waving at her, Xia Simeng was utterly astonished. She had completely failed to sense this person's presence. The aura this individual exuded seemed devoid of any forbidden domain power, resembling that of an ordinary person. But wait, how could a mere mortal enter the boundless domain? Could it be that the believer had an accomplice, and this proficient individual could conceal their aura? Taking a few steps back, Xia Siming felt a surge of anxiety. If the two of them were uncertain of victory. Now 3 had appeared. Who are you? She inquired, retreating further. Zhong Yu quickly waved her hands. No need to panic. I am here to assist you. I am also a night watcher. Xia Siming's eyes widened in sheer shock. You are also a night watcher? Chapter 24. Is my wife feeling jealous? Zhong Yu nodded. Yes, indeed. I am a newcomer who has just joined the local 136 squad in Songnan. My name is Zhong Yu. Xia Siming frowned. The night watchers are stationed in every city, with hundreds of squads across the nation. She had just arrived in this small town of Songnan and was unfamiliar with the personnel. Let me see your emblem, Xia Siming suddenly remarked. Emblem? Zhong Yu scratched his head. I haven't participated in the training yet, so I haven't received one. This is issued only after the new recruit training is completed. Xia Siming remained skeptical. Then how do you prove your identity? Zhong Yu forced a smile. Would defeating those 2 suffice? Hearing this, the 6th and 12th seats were infuriated. They had just been posing for a while, preparing to engage in combat when this unfamiliar young man barged in and disrupted them. Who is this arrogant brat? I'll kill you first. Ignoring them, Zhong Yu pointed at the 6th seat and asked Xia Siming, I'll handle this one. You take care of the other. Does that work? Xia Siming looked at Zhong Yu, her eyes filled with doubt. Are you certain? Zhong Yu nodded, absolutely. Xia Siming was astonished. That was a master of the infinite realm. Although she couldn't discern his true identity, he appeared to be an ordinary person. Could he truly defeat him? Curiosity piqued. Xia Siming wanted to witness how he would overcome the opponent. Meanwhile, the 6th seat, enraged by their exchange, shouted, What certainty are you talking about? Prepara tout dit. He unleashed his full power and charged at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu stood still, his gaze fixed on him. Targeting the town, activate. With a sudden clap, the 6th seat, mid-air, seemed to be struck by a curse, instantly losing all strength. He plummeted to the ground in a parabolic arc, rolling helplessly before landing at Zhong Yu's feet. The 6th seat looked up in terror, gazing at Zhong Yu. Bang! Zhong Yu delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, causing the 6th seat to clutch his stomach in agony. Without employing any combat techniques, Zhong Yu followed with another kick, resembling a child in a brawl. Xia Siming was left speechless. She found it incomprehensible that she felt no energy emanating from him. How did he subdue his opponent in one move? Was he truly a night watcher? Such a formidable master among the small Songnan 136 squad? On the other side, the 12th seat was equally stunned by the scene. The esteemed 6th seat of the infinite realm was being pressed down and rubbed against the ground by a stranger of unknown origin. Shivering, his only thought was to escape. He turned and unleashed a wave of energy against the air, attempting to breach the invisible barrier behind him. Ripples spread across the air wall. Want to escape? Xia Siming lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A minute later, the 6th and 12th seats of the believers were handcuffed and pressed to the ground. Zhong Yu clapped his hands in confusion and asked, Captain Xia, why not simply kill them? Xia Siming smiled gently. Eliminating them would be effortless. But I have promised another person to bring them back to the sanctuary. The sanctuary? Zhong Yu paused, recalling its significance. The sanctuary resembled a prison established by the Night Watchers, intended to house those forbidden domain owners who could potentially inflict large-scale negative impacts on the outside world. In the subsequent narrative of Godslayer, the 6th and 12th seats of these believers were indeed confined within the sanctuary. Thus the plot thickened. These 2 individuals, for now, could not be slain. Captain Xia, did you come alone? Are you certain these handcuffs can restrain them? Xia Siming nodded. Fear not. For these are the life gate locks, a newly upgraded forbidden item of the Night Watchers. Even a Klein-level formidable opponent, once shackled by it, will completely lose their power and be rendered mute. She added, moreover, I'm not alone. My team will arrive shortly. With that, she deactivated the barrier and spoke in her earpiece. I am in the underground garage on the 3rd level. Wait for me at the exit. Zhong Yu accompanied Xia Siming, escorting the 2 captives to the entrance. Indeed, several individuals awaited them at the door. Upon seeing Zhong Yu, the members of the Phoenix Squad were momentarily taken aback. He is one of us. Xia Siming smiled at her team, providing a brief explanation. She harbored no further doubts about Zhong Yu's identity. Observing this young man, a new thought crossed her mind. Zhong Yu, thank you for your assistance today. Xia Simeng extended her hand graciously. You're welcome. Zhong Yu offered a brief handshake before saying, I apologize, but my family awaits me. I must take my leave. With that, he swiftly departed from the garage entrance. Xia Simeng watched Zhong Yu's retreating figure with a beaming smile until he entered the mall's elevator. Captain, we have captured them. Shall we return today? One of the Phoenix squad members inquired. No rush, Xia Simeng waved her hand. Since we're here, let us pay a visit to Captain 136. Captain, you wouldn't have taken a liking to that young man, would you? Planning to recruit him into our squad? Xia Simeng merely smiled in silence. Zhong Yu arrived at the women's clothing section on the third floor. He visited several stores but found no trace of his wife. She did not answer when he called Hongying. Where on earth has my wife gone? After searching fruitlessly for quite some time, Zhong Yu had no choice but to use the internal channel to attempt to locate Hongying. Huh? Why did she return home alone? Zhong Yu scratched his head. She didn't wait for me or inform me, and now she won't answer her phone. What on earth is she up to? He had no choice but to drive himself home. Upon returning, he found the living room lights on, yet no sign of Hongying. Noticing the door to her room tightly shut with a faint light seeping through, Zhong Yu realized she was inside. He knocked on the door. Zhong Yu gently tapped on the door. Hongying, are you in there? There was no response. Zhong Yu pondered deeply. Could it be that his wife had seen him with Xia Simeng and the others? Was Hongying feeling jealous? Hongying, please open the door. I know you're still awake in there. Let's have a chat. Suddenly, the light in Hongying's room was extinguished. Zhong Yu sighed. Even if he were to force an explanation now, Hongying might not be inclined to listen. Perhaps he would ask Chen Yi to assist with an explanation in the morning. After all, he was acquainted with Xia Simeng and could clarify matters. The next morning, Zhong Yu awoke and glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock, and he had overslept again. Descending the stairs, he still did not see Hongying's figure. Moreover, there was no thoughtful breakfast awaiting him. Zhong Yu chuckled wryly and shook his head. It seemed his wife was genuinely upset. Meanwhile, at the Peace Affairs office, Si Xiaonin gently nudged Wen Qimo's arm and whispered, What is wrong with Sister Hongying today? I've never seen her so cold. Wen Qimo shook his head in response. Nearby, Zhao Kongcheng leaned in with an air of mystery. You don't understand? Judging by her demeanor, it's clear that the couple has had a quarrel. Zhao Kongcheng's voice was somewhat loud, catching Hongying's attention. With a resounding clap, Hongying slammed her palm on the table. And had it not been for the special alloy structure, the table might have shattered under her force. The others, sensing the tension, discreetly vacated the area. At that moment, the door to the Peace Affairs office swung open, revealing a stylishly dressed woman in a chic trench coat, her figure graceful. Hongying's eyes locked fiercely onto her. It's you? Chapter 25. Xia Simeng's recruitment plan. The person who entered was none other than Xia Simeng. She had arranged to visit their team with Chen Mai that morning. However, as she cheerfully walked through the door, she was met not with a warm welcome, but with the icy glare of Hongying. Xia Simeng was slightly taken aback. The girl before her was undoubtedly a member of Team 136. Although they had never met before, why did it seem as if the other harbored significant animosity toward her? As Hongying glared fiercely at Xia Simeng, Wu Xiangnan stepped forward, exclaiming, Captain Xia, what a pleasure to have the captain of the Phoenix team visit our Songnan team headquarters. It truly elevates our status here. Deputy Captain Wu, you are too kind. Xia Simeng replied with a smile. Standing beside her, Hongying was momentarily stunned. This woman was the one the captain had mentioned would be visiting them? The captain of the 003 Night Watch Special Team. The Phoenix team? But when had she and Zhong Yu made each other's acquaintance? Hongying couldn't quite fathom it. Captain Chen Mai is already waiting inside. Please follow me, Captain Xia, Wu Xiangnan said, leading Xia Simeng into Chen Mai's office. He gestured to the others. Why are you still standing there? Come along. Si Xiaonin, hiding at the back, whispered, Qimo, did you notice that when Captain Xia entered, Hongying's expression was off? When Qimo nodded, I didn't notice. Although I have no experience in romance, I can still sense that look was distinctly one of rivalry. The group made their way into Chen Mai's office. Chen Mai greeted Xia Simeng warmly and poured her a cup of tea. Captain Xia, let me introduce you to our team members. As Chen Mai introduced each member, he could distinctly feel the tension between the two women as they exchanged glances, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Chen Mai explained, "We have two newcomers who couldn't make it this morning due to last night's training running late." He was aware that Zhong Yu loved to sleep in, so he did not press the matter. However, Lin Xie had been deliberately instructed not to come this morning. Xia Simeng raised an eyebrow. "Captain Shun, I've heard that these two newcomers are quite remarkable. One of them is the proxy for the 003 Seraph, ISNT." Having researched the relevant information upon returning home last night, Xia Simeng was now well acquainted with the basic details of Team 130SX's two newcomers, Lin Xie and Zhong Yu. She had not come for Lin Xie. That individual had been expressly assigned by headquarters to remain untouched. Her visit today was specifically to assess Zhong Yu. Since his sudden appearance yesterday to assist her and reveal his identity, Xia Simeng surmised that this newcomer was likely showcasing his abilities intentionally, with the aim of transferring to her Phoenix team. After all, the Phoenix team is a first-rate special squad, and all capable night watchers are eager to join. However, based on the information about the newcomer, Zhong Yu's abilities appear to be limited to suppressing mysteries below the Lantern Realm, suggesting her skills are not particularly remarkable. This stands in stark contrast to the extraordinary power she witnessed last night, capable of annihilating beings of the infinite realm in a single strike. Xia Simeng deduced that either Chen Mai was deliberately concealing Zhong Yu's true strength, or he himself was unaware of her true capabilities. She decided to probe further. If Chen Mai was indeed oblivious to Zhong Yu's real power, she could afford to offer less in terms of recruitment incentives. Chen Mai smiled slightly. It seems that Captain Xia has done her homework ahead of time. Indeed, Lin Xie is the agent of the Seraph Michael. However, he has only just awakened to the divine ruins, and his current realm is merely at the lantern level. Chen Mai squinted at Xia Simeng. "Captain Xia, I trust you are not here to recruit our Lin Xie, are you? If so, I must give you a word of caution. Lin Xie is the treasured asset of our Tsangnan team, and we will not relinquish him easily." Chen Mai intended to preemptively thwart Xia Simeng's proposition. After receiving her call last night, he anticipated her intentions were not benign. This visit was undoubtedly aimed at recruitment, with Lin Xie as the target. As for Zhong Yu, while she was indeed formidable, she paled in comparison to Lin Xie's unique status. Unbeknownst to Chen Mai, Xia Simeng's target was not Lin Xie, but rather Zhong Yu. Look at what you're saying," Xia Simeng chuckled. "How could I dare to recruit someone esteemed by Captain Shun? I merely came to catch up and learn about your experiences in training team members. By the way, I believe the other newcomer is named Zhong Yu. Captain Shun recruited her alongside Lin Xie, so this newcomer must possess some exceptional qualities as well." Upon hearing Xia Simeng mention Zhong Yu, Hongying, seated nearby, bit her lip, her stainless steel cup in hand contorted under her grip. Yet, neither of the two captains engrossed in their conversation noticed her reaction. "Zhong Yu?" Chen Mai paused slightly. "Oh, we encountered her during the purge of the ghost face people. You must have heard. She awakened a new type of forbidden ruins capable of suppressing mysteries. Yet she too is currently at the lantern level." Xia Simeng fixed her gaze on Chen Mai, nodding slightly. "Oh right." Suddenly, Chen Mai recalled something. "This newcomer Zhong Yu has quite a connection with our team." He pointed to Hongying. "Zhong Yu is also Hongying's spouse." Cough, cough, cough. Xia Simeng, who was drinking water, choked at this revelation. She lifted her head, her eyes wide with shock. "What did you just say?" Chen Mai explained. "I mentioned that he and Hongying are married, and they have only recently tied the knot. However, is that truly a matter of concern? Among us night watchers, there are indeed several couples working together." Observing Xia Simeng's astonished expression, Chen Mai felt she was overreacting. Xia Simeng turned her gaze towards Hongying, who was coldly staring at her, an air of hostility evident in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Simeng discerned the situation. The girl must have witnessed the scene between Zhong Yu and herself yesterday, likely misunderstanding the circumstances. With a slight furrow of her brow, Xia Simeng realized this predicament had caught her completely off guard, as the Night Watcher's basic records did not include any family information. "Captain Xia?" Chen Mai chuckled. "So, what brings you here today?" Taking a deep breath, Xia Simeng appeared to summon considerable resolve as she opened her satchel. Captain, I have brought 3 exceptional forbidden items. They will provide robust protection for your entire team and significantly enhance your capabilities in handling mysterious incidents. Chumai narrowed his eyes, waiting for her to finish speaking. One by one, Xia Simeng unveiled the items, prompting everyone present to lean forward in eager anticipation. She picked up a pitch-black bell, stating, "The first item is called the Soul-Settling Bell. It emits a unique sound wave that delivers a profound impact on the spiritual realm of mythical beings, disrupting their perception and actions, thus plunging them into a temporary state of confusion and disorientation, creating opportunities for the Night Watchers to either attack or evade." The second item is named. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a click. Zhong Yu poked his head in, smiling. "Oh, everyone's here. Sorry, I'm late for work." Chimai. Xia Simeng. Hongying. Chapter 26. Wherever you are, I shall be under the watchful eyes of many. Zhong Yu approached Hongying with a cheerful demeanor, hoping to find a place to sit. However, Hongying swiftly pulled Si Xiaonan close to her, claiming the vacant spot on the sofa. Zhong Yu was taken aback. Si Xiaonan hesitantly remarked, "Hey, Sister Hongying, Zhong Yu." Hongying tightened her grip on Si Xiaonan, asserting, "Xiaonan, you shall sit beside me. Those deceitful and dishonest individuals deserve to stand, not to sit." Zhong Yu scratched his head, realizing his wife was still upset. He obediently stepped aside and stood next to Hongying. Hongying huffed in response. Si Xiaonan glanced between the two, uncertain of what to say. Yet Zhong Yu, seemingly unfazed, grinned and said, "Captain Xia, my apologies for interrupting your train of thought. Please continue." Captain Xia Simeng looked at the bickering couple with exasperation. She pinched her brow, contemplating where she had left off. Turning her gaze towards Chen Muyi, she stated, "Captain Chen, I shall be direct. I have indeed come here to recruit someone." Chen Muyi squinted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Captain Xia, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. Lin Shiyi is not someone I can let go, not even if you had Commander Yi call me." His words were resolute, aimed at dissuading Xia Simeng from the idea of taking Lin Shiyi away. Upon hearing this, Xia Simeng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "I think you've misunderstood, Captain Chen. I never intended to take Lin Shiyi. Yesterday, when I requested information from above, Commandant Ye personalisation me against involving Lin Shiyi. Chen Muyese curiosity pijuit. If you're not here for Lin Shiyi, then for whom?" As he observed Hongying's frosty demeanor, a sudden realization dawned upon him. His eyes widened. "You wish to take Zhong Yu away?" Xia Simeng nodded. "Precisely." She then turned to Hongying. "However, I believe it is necessary for me to explain the events of yesterday to Mrs. Zhong first." Upon hearing Xia Simeng refer to her as Mrs. Zhong, Hongying was initially surprised, her cheeks flushing slightly as her anger dissipated somewhat. Xia Simeng smiled and elucidated the circumstances of the previous day, framing Zhong Yu's involvement as a chance encounter where he offered assistance. So that is how it was." Chen Muyi murmured, contemplating Zhong Yu with newfound intrigue. He recalled Zhong Yu mentioning a skill that could concentrate the powers of all in the town onto a single target. Initially thinking his strength was merely sufficient for short bouts against formidable foes like the Ghost-Face King, he was astonished to learn that he could easily subdue even an executor of the Infinite Realm. His admiration for Zhong Yu deepened. Having not anticipated that Xia Simeng's target was Zhong Yu, he now recognized that Zhong Yu's potential might rival that of Lin Shiyi. Zhong Yu is indeed a treasure unearthed by their team. Chen Muyi chuckled, "Captain Xia, I trust you have realized that Zhong Yu is just married, and his wife is Hongying." The couple, in the blissful throes of newlywed romance. How could Zhong Yu possibly leave Songnan to venture to the capital alone with you? After speaking, he turned to inquire pointedly, "Is it Zhong Yu?" Zhong Yu promptly nodded, affirming, "Of course, I cannot abandon my wife." Upon hearing his response, Hongying trembled slightly, as if a warm current flowed through her entire being. The previously frosty demeanor on her face melted away, replaced by a bashful expression akin to that of shy bride. Hongying lowered her head in silence, while Xia Simeng observed this exchange with keen interest. Calmly, she remarked, Captain Shun, I beg to differ. What if I were to propose that I am not merely seeking one individual, but rather I intend to take both of them together? Hongying lifted her head, disbelief etched across her features. Together? Indeed. Xia Simeng smiled and continued. Hongying, your grandfather, Mr. Mu, is currently in the capital. He is likely your only family left, is he not? The Phoenix Squad, aside from undertaking a few missions annually, is primarily stationed in the capital. At this revelation, everyone turned their gazes toward Hongying, including Chun Mai, who found the offer exceedingly tempting. Joining such a prestigious special squad would equate to a significant leap forward in their careers, facilitating the growth of these young individuals. Moreover, it would allow them to reunite with family. Even he felt a twinge of hesitation. The small town of Cangnan should not stifle the growth of these two young souls. Shen Mui Siged, Hongying, Zhong Yu. I believe Captain Xia has a valid point. If you truly wish to leave, I shall not obstruct you. You must decide for yourselves. Hongying slightly parted her lips, but when Shima suddenly exclaimed, Captain, Brother Zhong, you cannot leave. Xiaonan echoed. Sister Hongying cannot leave either. Chenmai, bemused, responded, You two stop this foolishness. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Simeng decided to press her advantage. Should you both join the Phoenix Squad, we will prepare the highest standard of welfare benefits and even arrange a new home for you in the capital. Additionally, Xia Simeng gestured towards the 3 high-grade forbidden items beside her, stating, These superior forbidden items will be generously gifted to Team 136. She had thoughtfully considered the implications. Parting with 3 forbidden items for 2 recruits weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, to entice them, one must demonstrate sincerity. Hongying turned to Zhong Yu, asking, What do you think? Zhong Yu smiled at his wife, saying, I will follow your lead, wherever you go. With a gentle hum, Hongying turned to Xia Simeng. Thank you for your kindness, but we still wish to remain in Cangnan. Hooray! When Shima couldn't help but clap. At that moment, Chumai could no longer suppress his smile. Only Xia Simeng stood there, stunned for a considerable time, unable to comprehend why they would refuse such generous terms. Hongying spoke clearly, In these years in Cangnan, I have grown fond of this place. I cannot bear to part with our teammates in Team 136. On my grandfather's side, I will visit him whenever I have the opportunity. His life at the retirees' home is well cared for. We have chosen to remain in Cangnan. Summer Simeng left the Peace Affairs office, lamenting her misfortune. One could say she has suffered a double loss. Not only did she fail to recruit anyone, but she also unwittingly relinquished a forbidden item. Under the various flattering words of Zhong Yu and Chun Mai, she was compelled to part with that forbidden object, the demon suppression bell, as a token of gratitude for Zhong Yu's assistance the previous day. Captain, what's the outcome? Do they agree? Inquired a member of the Phoenix Squad. Summer Simeng replied indignantly, Humph, the people of Cangnan are truly cunning. As night fell, the moon shone bright and full. Zhong Yu and his wife strolled hand in hand on their way home. Hongying tilted her head, blinking, and softly called out, Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu acknowledged. Did you really just happen to run into her yesterday? Zhong Yu turned to his wife, offering a gentle smile. What do you think? A blush crept across Hongying's cheeks as she lowered her gaze. I've just come to understand. Those two fellows are adept in the boundless realm and the ocean realm. So, you must have been worried that I would get hurt if I went to help, right? Zhong Yu chuckled, paused, and embraced his wife tenderly. Ding! Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection increased by 2. Current affection level, 42, Chapter 27. Is your wife insomniac tonight? Upon returning home, Zhong Yu gently urged his wife, rest early tonight. Hongying managed to free herself from his embrace and briskly retreated to her room, shutting the door with a soft click. A smile crept across Zhong Yu's face. His wife was shy once more. During their good-night hug moments ago, he could distinctly sense her heartbeat quickening, her breaths becoming slightly more hurried. He found himself in the same state, even experiencing a physiological reaction in a certain part of his body. It was precisely at that moment that Hongying had forcibly pushed him away to return to her chamber. Alas, he was a man. How could he possibly resist when his wife's delicate form was nestled so closely in his arms? Lying in bed, Zhong Yu's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he activated the system panel. Today, he had another 2 of affection points to utilize. He resolved to upgrade the skill Universal Mark. Based on his recent encounters with the 2 followers, this skill proved to be exceptionally beneficial, functioning almost like a biological individual search engine. By providing a precise keyword, it could retrieve and mark any relevant biological information. This ability would allow him to anticipate numerous pieces of information in advance, aiding him in formulating optimal strategies during confrontations. However, the 100-meter coverage range still felt rather limited. He murmured to himself, "Use one of affection points to upgrade Universal Mark." Ding! Upgrade successful. Active skill, Universal Mark. Current level, LV3. Coverage radius, 2,000 meters. The host can customize any property of the keywords, and the skill will mark all biological entities within the coverage area that possess the specified attributes. Zhong Yu nodded in satisfaction. The LV3 Universal Mark had expanded its coverage radius to 2 kilometers. In locations such as shopping malls and schools, it could essentially achieve full coverage. Still 1 affection points remaining. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Yu decided to draw once more for a reward. Draw reward. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired a new skill, Firearm Mastery. Zhong Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. The skill had finally arrived. He eagerly gazed at the system panel. Active skill, Firearm Mastery, current level, LV6, max level. The host will master the usage skills of all categories of firearms throughout history, achieving 100 accuracy in any scenario. The shooting damage is limited only by the maximum damage that the firearm itself can inflict. In an instant, a plethora of firearm types and shooting techniques flooded Zhong Yu's mind. Handguns, rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, from the ancient Colt revolver to the Barrett M95 sniper rifle, and even a hefty Gatling M134 machine gun. Countless firearms and myriad operations. 3 minutes later, Zhong Yu took a deep breath, having absorbed all the information swirling in his mind. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. In the adjacent room, Hongying lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. She touched her flushed cheeks, still warm from the lingering memory of her recent embrace with Zhong Yu, and the unfamiliar sensations that had stirred within her. She pinched her earlobes firmly, reminding herself to maintain composure. Despite having married and obtained a certificate, it has only been a little over a week since we met. The pace of our relationship must not quicken. She repeated this mantra in her mind. She recalled the moment when her grandfather had called her, revealing that a marriage pact had been established decades ago. Initially, Hongying found it hard to comprehend. However, her grandfather explained that Zhong Yu's grandfather, the venerable Zhong Li, had once saved his life on the battlefield. Now that elder Zhong had passed, it was her family's duty to honor the agreement made long ago, for they must never betray their word. Having learned marksmanship from her grandfather, the principle of integrity was deeply ingrained in her soul. This is why she acquiesced to her grandfather's wishes and married Zhong Yu. Hongying had joined the Night Watchers early on and found joy in being part of the close-knit 136 Night Watchers team. Yet, aside from fulfilling her duties, her only passion was the study of firearms, and she had never experienced love. Upon researching Zhong Yu's background, she held little expectation for their marriage, seeing it merely as a formality to uphold the pact, hence the 3-year agreement made on their wedding day. However, after just over a week of being together, her perception of Zhong Yu transformed entirely. He was no longer a figure she dismissed. She had gradually developed an affection for him. At this moment, Hongying resolved to genuinely embark on a romantic journey with her husband, their first love together. The following day, Zhong Yu rose early and ventured into the corridor, surprised to find his wife's door still closed. Is Hongying still asleep? This is unlike her. He knocked gently on the door. Hongying, are you in there? He heard the soft rustling of her movements within. With a click, the door opened, revealing Hongying clad in a plush bear-themed pajama, stifling a yawn with her hand. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in concern. Wife, are you all right? Are you sick? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite prominent. Hongying shook her head. No, I just didn't sleep well last night. Oh, Zhong Yu nodded in understanding. Then go back to sleep for a while. I'll prepare breakfast. No need, she replied. I'm up now. After I freshen up, let us make breakfast together. With that, she headed to the bathroom. Zhong Yu lingered at the door, peeking in with a cheerful grin. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Hongying asked, tilting her head in curiosity while brushing her teeth. Zhong Yu chuckled. I'm just used to seeing you with your hair in a high ponytail. You look so striking and beautiful. To my surprise, my wife looked quite adorable with her long hair cascading down. A faint blush crept onto Hongying's face as she turned away, opting for silence while engrossed in brushing her teeth. Yet, her heart brimmed with delight. The two of them soon arrived at the peace affairs office. Zhong Yu, you're here, Lin Xie exclaimed with palpable excitement upon Zhong Yu's entrance. Lung Xian encouraged me to practice my shooting again this morning. I have some wonderful news. Lin Xie's face radiated joy. I finally hit the target while shooting just now. Zhong Yu smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Xie. Lin Xie eagerly pulled Zhong Yu towards the shooting range. Watch this. He picked up a handgun and loaded the magazine. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 10 shots in rapid succession. Zhong Yu focused intently on the target, which remained pristine. Lin Xie exclaimed, wait, let me try again. He quickly reloaded. Bang, bang, bang. What do you think? Did you see that, brother Zhong Yu? Lin Xie pointed excitedly at the target. Indeed, a small hole had appeared near the left edge of the target. Even Lung Xian, who was nearby, praised Lin Xie with a pat on the shoulder, saying not bad. Xie, although you only hit the first ring, it's certainly an improvement from before. Lin Xie beamed with pride and handed the fully loaded handgun to Zhong Yu. Brother Zhong, would you like to give it a try? Chapter 28. Zhong Yu, come save me. Zhong Yu gazed at the gun Lin Xie had handed over. Chuckling softly, I think I'll pass on trying it out. My marksmanship leaves much to be desired compared to yours. Oh, come on, just give a shot. Lin Xie urged, his face alight with anticipation. Both had previously exhibited abysmal shooting skills, yet after 2 days of training, Lin Xie had managed to hit the target. Seeking to regain some confidence before his elder brother, Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes at Lin Xie, who was brimming with eager anticipation. This lad, if he were to find confidence in shooting, would it not lead him astray? He ought to dedicate more time honing his skills with the blade rather than with firearms. With that thought, Zhong Yu nodded. All right, I shall give it a try. He took the handgun and casually aimed at a spot on the target ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Zhong Yu swiftly fired off 10 rounds. The target was automatically drawn forward. I'll look at that. I also scored a ring, just like you. Zhong Yu chuckled. Lin Xie's eyes widened as he observed the target. No, brother Zhong, you are superior. Zhong Yu furrowed his brow, wondering if the lad had discerned the truth. Yet, Lin Xie continued, your shots landed on the line between the first and second rings. He sighed. You shot closer to the bullseye than I did. Zhong Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and patted Lin Xie on the shoulder. Xie, firearms are merely something for you to practice occasionally. You should invest more time in sharpening your blade skills and reaction speed. Lin Xie nodded subtly and went off to practice with Xiao Kongqing. Zhong Yu exchanged greetings with Lung Xian before leaving the shooting range. He took Wen Qima's hand, and the two made their way to the game room to enhance their teamwork skills. Inside the shooting range, only Lung Xian remained. He stared intently at the target Zhong Yu had just shot at, his brow slightly furrowed. Approaching the target, his gaze fixated on the bullet hole situated between the first and second rings. Interesting. Lung Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, this bullet hole was slightly larger than a typical one. With years of shooting experience, he understood the implications of such a discrepancy. Yet, disbelief coursed through him. He hurried to the far wall of the shooting room, which was pockmarked and riddled with thousands of bullet holes, some projectiles embedded within the wall. Crouching down, he focused on one particular protrusion, his breath catching in his throat. It was not a single bullet, but rather 10 bullets pressed together. With a sigh, Lung Xian murmured, is Zhong Yu even human? In the game room, Zhong Yu and Wen Qima were both intensely focused, while Si Xiaonan anxiously clenched her small fist beside them, chanting, we must win, we must win. Hongying poked her head through the door. Upon seeing his wife, Zhong Yu set down his controller and smiled. Hongying, would you care to join us? Qima and I are about to face the masked team, and it feels like victory is within our grasp. Hongying chuckled softly. No, you all enjoy yourselves. I have accepted a tutoring assignment for a primary school student in mathematics, so I must step out for a while. Zhong Yu, I should finish around 6 in the evening. I will contact you then. All right, he replied. Upon exiting the office, Hongying swiftly made her way to an old residential building in the downtown area, following the location provided by her client. The walls of the corridor were plastered with an array of miscellaneous advertisements, and discarded cardboard boxes were piled in the corners. Ascending to the second floor, she knocked on a door. Creak. The door swung open to reveal a boy of about 6 or 7 years old, clad in a vibrant red hoodie. He sniffed, hands stuffed in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Are you Hongying? With hands on her hips, Hongying retorted, You must be Li Yin, yet you lack the manners to address me as sister. The boy turned away, beckoning her inside. Come on in. Hongying followed him into the room, surveying her surroundings. The space was cluttered with packages of various sizes. Noticing her puzzled expression, the boy explained, No need to be alarmed. My mother runs an e-commerce business and is out restocking. Hongying nodded. Your mother must be quite busy, I presume? Li Yin clicked his tongue. She is indeed busy, hardly pays us any attention. Hongying nodded thoughtfully, recalling that she had gathered some background information on this client. A divorced single mother raising 2 children alone. Li Yin had an older sister who was in high school. It was undoubtedly a challenge for a single woman to earn a living while caring for 2 children, resulting in the neglect of their education. Saying, Hongying pointed. Li Yin, let us get started. Please turn to page 33. 10 minutes later, Li Yin reclined back on the bed, lamenting, Math is so difficult. Why must I learn it? What relevance do a few triangles forming a square have for me? Hongying rapped her knuckles on the table. Hey. You've only been at it for 10 minutes and already wish to slack off? Come on, get up. Suddenly, Li Yin sprang up with an acrobatic flip. I can't take it anymore. I need to clear my mind. I'm going downstairs to practice my shooting. Surprised by his sudden movement, Hongying inquired, You practice martial arts? What kind of shooting? Li Yin revealed a bright red spear from behind the door, brandishing it proudly. Naturally, this. What do you think? You've never seen this before, have you? I'm a 1 in a million expert. Hongying burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to have this skill. How coincidental. I can wield this weapon too. Care for a friendly spar? Li Yin regarded her skeptically. You truly know how to handle a spear? Hongying nodded confidently, absolutely. Outside the residential building, in an open area, the 2 figures, one large and one small, stood facing each other, each wielding a spear. Li Yin pointed his spear at her, declaring, Hongying, here I come. I want to hold back. Hongying retorted, Ashempiash. I told you to call me sister. With a resounding clash, they began their playful duel. 2 long spears intertwined, sparking with brilliant flames as the 2 engaged in combat for an indeterminate duration. Nearly 1,000 exchanges had passed, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Li Yin, filled with indignation, exclaimed, I never expected you possessed such skill. I underestimated you. Hongying fixed her gaze upon Li Yin, equally astonished. She had not anticipated discovering such a formidable opponent, especially one so young, merely 6 or 7 years of age. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, Li Yin, who taught you your spear technique? Li Yin held his head high and declared, You may not believe it, but I taught myself. It comes naturally to me. Just as they were poised to continue their duel, a high school girl, appearing to be a classmate, returned with a backpack slung over her shoulder. The girl admonished, Li Yin, are you fighting again? Li Yin, takenabak, raspunda, fanruru. Why are you back so early this weekend? The girl was indeed Hanruo, a classmate of Lin Chia, and the half-sibling of Li Yin. She usually resided at school, returning home only on Fridays. Early? It's already 5:30. I got out of school as usual. But what about you? Didn't Mom arrange for you to have a tutor? Have you finished your lessons? How can you be here fighting with this sister? Upon hearing Han Ruo's words, both Hongying and Li Yin were momentarily stunned. Had they truly been engaged in competition for an entire hour? You may find it hard to believe, but this sister wielding the spear is my tutor. Han Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Hongying. Flustered, Hongying urged Li Yin, quick, let's go upstairs and continue with our math. Half an hour later, Zhong Yu dialed his wife's number. Hello, Hongying, have you finished over there? Hongying replied with a furrowed brow. Zhong Yu, please come rescue me. I can't solve this problem. Chapter 29. Zhong Yu's unexpected discovery. What? Hongying. Wait for me. I shall be there at once. Upon hanging up the phone, Zhong Yu's expression turned grave. Beside him, Lin Shi Yi hurriedly inquired, Brother Zhong, has Sister Hong Ying encountered some peril? Si Xiao Nan chimed in, Brother Zhong Yu, if there's danger, we will accompany you to rescue Sister Hong Ying. Even when Chi Mo cast aside his gaming controller, thumping his chest, to bully my brother's wife is to belittle me. When Chi Mo, count me in. I shall go too. As Wu Xiongnan passed by the gaming room and overheard their conversation, he paused, adopting a serious demeanor. Zhong Yu, what exactly is happening? Meeting the concerned gazes of his companions, Zhong Yu scratched his head and chuckled. Everyone do not fret. Hong Ying is merely stumped by a primary school math problem. She called me to help her solve it. Upon hearing this, the corners of Wu Xiangnan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Xiao Nan blinked in disbelief, while Lin Chie's eyes were filled with countless question marks. Only when Chi Mo clapped Zhong Yu on the shoulder. So that's the case. It's not surprising then. The ability to solve this conundrum concerns the honor of the night watchman. Brother Zhong, if you find yourself in trouble, I am always here to assist. I can handle math up to middle school level. This time, it was Zhong Yu's turn to twitch his lips. No need. It's just a primary school math problem I believe I can manage. After all, I'm a graduate of the esteemed 982 University. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Zhong Yu swiftly arrived at the apartment building indicated by Hong Ying. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Li Yan. The child clad in a fiery red hoodie seemed oddly familiar. Noticing Zhong Yu staring at him in a daze, Li Yan scoffed, what are you still doing there? Your wife is over there in a frenzy because she can't solve the problem. If you adults can't even handle a first-grade math question, you're not that impressive. Watching Li Yan's arrogant demeanor, Zhong Yu gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that he was one of Hong Ying's tutoring students, Zhong Yu would have already wanted to give him a good smack. Entering the study, Zhong Yu immediately spotted Hong Ying. She was seated at the desk, a pen resting against her cheek, frowning in deep thought. Her once elegant high ponytail was now a disheveled mess, as if she had been pulling at her hair in frustration. Zhong Yu stepped forward affectionately, smoothing down his wife's hair. Do not fear, my love. I have come to rescue you. Hong Ying looked up at Zhong Yu with a radiant smile, as if she were the celestial maiden, and he, the monkey king, had arrived to save her. Zhong Yu took a deep breath. Which problem is it? Hong Ying pointed to a section in her book. It's this one. It was a combination fill-in-the-blank question. 1 single, 1 single, 1 pair, 3, 4, 1, 4, 9, 1, 5, 7, 1, 6, Liang, 10, Liang, 1, Jean. The task requires filling in the appropriate measure words in the blanks to maintain the equality. Hong Ying explained, I solved the first problem, and the last one was figured out by Li Yan himself. As for the others, we truly cannot. Zhong Yu frowned, but that last one is incorrect too. 1 Jean does not equal 10 Liang, does it? Li Yan exclaimed, how can it be wrong? In ancient times, that was the calculation. Have you not heard of the idiom half a Jean is 8 Liang? Zhong Yu was taken aback, realizing the truth. He searched online, and, indeed, as Li Yan mentioned, in ancient Daxia, 1 Jean could be equated to 16 Liang. Wait, ancient times? Zhong Yu suddenly turned to Li Yan, struck by a thought. His gaze drifted past Li Yan to the long spear standing behind the door. Fondu silently recited, Universal marker, activat. Please mark all individuals reincarnated from the deities of Daxia within range. Beep, beep, beep. The system operated swiftly. Within moments, it yielded a result. Zhong Yu looked at the small boy before him, who had a vivid red mark atop his head. Number of individuals meeting the criteria. Name, Li Yan, true name, Neza. Zhong Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The mischievous little boy before him was none other than the third Prince Neza. In the Book of Divine Slaying, Neza had appeared only once in Songnan, during a crisis to rendezvous with Yang Jian. Who could have imagined encountering him in such a context in this world? Noticing Zhong Yu's unwavering gaze, Neza impatiently remarked, what are you staring at? You can't possibly be like this, can you? Hong Ying, your husband is quite incapable. Smack! Before Neza could finish his sentence, Hong Ying delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. You brat, I put up with you for long enough. You can speak ill of me, but not of my husband. Neza wore a cheeky grin, unfazed by the recent reprimand. Oh, look at you defending your husband so fiercely. Hongying's face flushed instantly. She stumbled over her words, unable to articulate her thoughts. Neza chuckled to himself. Zhong Yu gazed at his wife with tender affection, thinking that Hongying looked exceptionally adorable at that moment. Lian, have you had your fun yet? A girl of 17 or 18 emerged from the adjacent room. Hurry up and finish your tutoring. Come help me cook. Neza cast her a sidelong glance. Hanruora, who asked for your input? Zhong Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he tilted his head to look at the girl. Are you Hanruora? Hanruora blinked. Yes, why? Zhong Yu swiftly activated the universal marker once more, silently intoning, please mark all offspring infected by the Nanda snake demon within the current range. Beep, beep, beep. The system whirred to life once again. Upon seeing the results, Zhong Yu let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, Hanro had not yet fallen under the influence of the Nantawa serpent demon. Wait, Zhong Yu suddenly inquired, is Hanruoro your sister? If your surname is Li, why does she bear the surname Han? Neza replied impatiently, what is so strange about that? We share the same mother, but our fathers are different. Hanruo's father died in a car accident years ago, while my father divorced my mother. Lian. Tears welled in Hanruo's eyes as she hurled a pillow with great force. Neza dodged, what's wrong? I didn't say anything incorrect. Hanruo's face flushed crimson as she chased after him to strike, only to be restrained by Hongying and Zhong Yu. The tutoring session concluded. Hongying refunded the payment made by the client in full. As the two walked home, Hongying couldn't help but sigh. What is the matter, Hongying? She asked softly. It's nothing. I just feel rather sympathetic towards this brother-sister duo. They have no father, and their mother works tirelessly to support the family, leaving little time to care for them. Despite their bickering, they share a deep bond. Just earlier, I saw Hanro serve her brother food. I truly hope they grow up smoothly and quickly. Throughout the journey, Zhong Yu walked with his head bowed, lost in thought. His wife's words resonated within him. In the original storyline, Hanro, as an NPC, would succumb to the serpent demon's influence and ultimately be slain by Lin Chia at school. However, it now appeared that she was, in fact, quite pitiable. Should I lend them a helping hand? Zhong Yu, what are you thinking? Hongying teased, playfully tugging at his hand. The warmth from her fingertips brought him back, and he turned to smile. It's nothing. Let us go home. The two walked along a tranquil street. Two boys resembling high school students hurried past them. Li Yifei. Slow down, wait for me. Suddenly, the boy named Li Yifei turned back, casting a glance in Zhong Yu and Hongying's direction. As he brushed past them, another persona within him distinctly sensed a shift, as though his hidden powers were being thoroughly suppressed. Zhong Yu squinted, watching the boy who had run far into the distance. Li Yifei. Could he be connected to the Nantawa serpent demon? Chapter 30 Zhong Yu. Do you intend to abandon me once more to pursue your own heroics? Universal Mark, activate. Please identify the true form of the Nantawa serpent demon and all its progeny within the designated area. Beep, beep, beep. The system operated swiftly, and within mere seconds, it presented the results. Eligible entities. 1. Host. Li Yifei. Number of progeny and range. 0. Gazing intently at the data provided by the system. Zhong Yu pondered. It appeared that the Nantawa serpent demon had yet to begin a substantial reproduction of its offspring. However, it could not be discounted that there might be progeny beyond the scope of the universal mark. In the original narrative, Li Yifei, as the true essence of the Nantawa serpent demon, had meticulously concealed his true identity. Eventually, over 100 individuals at Sangnan No. 2 High School were assimilated by him, forcing Lin Chia to unleash a bloody rampage across the campus. It was only after he had slain over 100 classmates infected by the serpent demon that he confirmed the demon's true identity, ultimately taking the life of his dear brother, Li Yifei, and subsequently employing him as the first caregiver in his mental institution. Zhong Yu stroked his chin. In the original text, this segment of campus horror was initially a rather pretentious plot for Lin Chia. Yet, Zhong Yu found it rather unconvincing. Over 100 vibrant lives, devoured by the serpent demon, became mere specters beneath the protagonist's blade. What are the NPCs? Are their lives any less valuable? Aren't all children treasures to their families? As a time traveler, Zhong Yu yearned for a tranquil life with Hongying, having no desire to interfere with Lin Chia's unfolding narrative. However, his wife had just expressed a wish for Han Ruo and Li Yin to grow up safely and soundly. If Han Ruo were to perish, her mother and brother would be devastated. If he were to intervene in this situation sooner, might he not be able to save the lives of over 100 students at number 2 high school? Thoughts swirled in Zhong Yu's mind, and he began to formulate a plan, one that would not disrupt Lin Chia's main storyline of subduing the serpent demon while simultaneously saving all the students at Songnan number 2 high school. Time was of the essence. This plan needed to be executed before the Nantua serpent demon made its move, and it had to be completed tonight. With this in mind, Zhong Yu turned to his wife, Hongying, speaking gently. Hongying, I have some important matters to attend to. Would you please return home first? Hongying fixed her earnest gaze upon Zhong Yu's eyes, where the warmth and brilliance of his gaze reflected her own image. Zhong Yu, do you intend to abandon me once again to seek glory on your own? Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yet Hongying's eyes drifted toward the direction of Li Fei. If I am not mistaken, that high school student is not human, correct? Do not forget, I'm also a night watchman. Therefore, tonight, I shall fight alongside you. Zhong Yu looked at his wife, her eyes radiating determination. He smiled faintly. Since you have deduced it, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. My forbidden ruins can sense that it is a disguised serpent demon. However, its power is not formidable. You need not lift a finger. My intention was to allow my younger brother, Qi Yi, to hone his skills tonight. Zhong Yu briefly articulated his thoughts and plans to his wife. Hongying slightly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Lin Qi Yi, as a newcomer to the team, indeed required some practical experience. Zhong Yu affirmed, stating that their task for the day was merely to ensure Qi Yi could secure the perimeter, preventing any escape. The task of eliminating the snake demon would be left entirely to Qi Yi himself. Without further ado, they would reach out to the captain and Lin Qi Yi. Zhong Yu swiftly dialed Chen Mai's number. Captain, there are new developments in the old district. Remember to have Lung Xian bring his arsenal along. As night fell, Team 136 quietly unfolded their unrestricted domain within the old district, encircling Li Yifei and the boy accompanying him. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Lu Yuan shivered. Li Yifei, don't you find the street somewhat eerie? We've been walking for ages without encountering a single soul. Li Yifei scratched his head, perplexed. Really? I didn't notice. Hey, look, isn't that a girl running towards us? Lu Yuan followed Li Yifei's pointing finger and indeed saw a young girl with a bun and glasses sprinting from a nearby alley. She shouted and came to a breathless halt before them, seizing Lu Yuan's arm. Classmate, my grandmother has collapsed in the alley. Could you help me carry her to the hospital? Lu Yuan, captivated by Shi Xiaonan's adorable demeanor, felt a rush of affection. Of course, I'd be happy to help, he readily replied. Li Yifei also offered, sister, I can assist as well. Shi Xiaonan quickly waved her hands. No need, just one person is sufficient. Without further ado, she tugged Lu Yuan and dashed into the dark alley around the corner. Lu Yuan called back as they ran, Li Yifei, you don't have to wait for me. Just head back. Lu Yuan calculated in his mind. Encountering such a charming girl, he sought to seize every moment alone with her. Li Yifei sighed and continued on his way alone. The desolate street exuded an eerie aura. On top of a high-rise building, Zhong Yu nudged Lin Qi Yi beside him. Now it's your turn to take the stage. Lin Qi Yi sighed. Brother Zhong, do you really believe Li Yifei is a snake demon? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhong Yu chuckled. Can't your seraphic eyes discern the mysterious? A single glance at him will reveal the truth. Lin Qi Yi nodded subtly, securing the straight blade lent to him by Zhao Kongcheng behind his back. He grasped a rope and steadily descended from the high-rise, landing directly in front of Li Yifei. Qi Yi, is it you? How did you descend from the sky? Li Yifei stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Lin Qi Yi. Lin Qi Yi remained silent, pursing his lips. A golden light ignited in his eyes, the might of the seraphim vividly manifesting. Zhong Yu had not deceived him. At this moment, Lin Qi Yi could unmistakably sense the serpent demon concealed within Li Yifei's form. It resembled a grotesque creature clad in human skin, deftly manipulating Li Yifei's corporeal vessel. Chia, why are you silent? They say you've dropped out to work. Is that true? With a swift motion, Lin Xie unsheathed the straight blade from behind him, its edge glinting ominously. He spoke coldly. Do not hide. Reveal yourself. Nanda, serpent demon. Li Yifei blinked. Chia, what are you saying? I don't understand. He began to approach Lin Xie. Suddenly, as Li Yifei drew nearer, a violent burst of fire erupted from the rooftop. His body was instantly shattered into countless fragments, dismembered limbs scattering in all directions. Lin Xie was taken aback by the unexpected gunfire, stumbling back a few steps. He raised his gaze, an expression of resentment crossing his features. Zhong Yu, considering how close I am to him, aren't you afraid of injuring me with such a heavy machine gun? Zhong Yu grinned. Brandishing the Gatling M134 machine gun borrowed from Lung Xian, smoke still curling from its muzzle. Fear not, Chia. I have you in my sights. With a sigh, Lin Xie turned back to observe Li Yifei, who, despite being reduced to a grotesque form, was rapidly healing, restoring himself to an intact state. However, the expression in Li Yifei's eyes had dramatically transformed, now glimmering with an eerie green light. Interesting. How did you discover this? Chapter 31. Dare to lay a hand on my sister? Seek death. Lin Xie sighed. How it was discovered no longer mattered. You cannot escape tonight. He gazed at Li Yifei, whose serpentine emerald eyes pierced through him, feeling a pang of discomfort. After all, this individual had once aided him upon his arrival at Erzhong. Yet now, he was compelled to slay him. Lin Xie pointed his blade forward. You should revert to your original form. Let us engage in a decisive duel. The serpent demon grinned malevolently. I merely wish to survive. Is that truly a fault? Since you refuse to relent, then prepare to die. With that, his body began to swell at an alarming rate, black scales enveloping him, transforming him into a monstrous being with a human torso and serpentine tail. The Nantawa serpent demon lunged toward Lin Xie. With ease, Lin Xie evaded its attack. A fierce battle ensued between man and demon. Above, on a high building, Zhong Yu and his wife sat cross-legged beside each other. Hongying rested her chin on one hand, intently watching the clash below. Zhong Yu offered a handful of sunflower seeds to his wife. Hongying, care for taste? Hongying tilted her head, her eyes wide. Zhong Yu, they are engaged in a duel down there. Is this appropriate? Zhong Yu replied. This serpent demon has merely just entered the pool realm. Its strength is quite mediocre. Oh, is it the pool realm? But Chia is only at the lantern realm. Zhong Yu chuckled. What excitement is there in fighting beyond 1S rank? Rest assured, Lin Xie is capable. Besides, Brother Zhao is providing him with live guidance. Hongying nodded, plucking a seed and popping it into her mouth. On the ground, Lin Xie, despite being merely at the lantern realm, gradually gained the upper hand. Beneath the night sky, bolstered by the starry night dancer, Lin Xie's speed and endurance surged remarkably. Realizing it could not prevail, the Nantawa serpent demon attempted to flee with a flick of its tail. Yet, all four directions of the street were blocked by Team 136. Alongside Zhong Yu, Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, and others guarded each entrance. Moreover, the no-barrier void was set, leaving the serpent demon with no avenue of escape. This was inherently a hunting ground of glaring disparity in power. After several futile attempts to escape, the Nantawa serpent demon despaired and began to retaliate frantically. Lin Xie found himself struggling against the demon's frenzied and reckless assaults. Zhao Kongsheng, acting as a coach, anxiously watched while providing real-time guidance through his earpiece. Chia, you should slice to the left. Chia, that strike should go to the right. Chia, this cut ought to be horizontal. Chia, Lin Xie could no longer endure it. Brother Zhao, with your constant left and right directives, are you teaching me to dance? Ah, you lad, just trust me. You won't go wrong. Before Zhao Kongsheng could finish his sentence, Lin Xie cast aside the earpiece. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Moments latte. Whoosh! Lin Xie swung his blade, severing the massive head of the Nantawa serpent demon. Zhong Yu clapped his hands, exclaiming, we won. Come, Hongying, it's time to wrap up. Hongying rose. tidying the scattered sunflower seed shells on the ground. The couple felt as if they had just witnessed a live performance. After cleaning the area, everyone prepared to return to their respective homes. Zhao Kongchang continued to complain to Lin Qiye. If you had listened to me just now, that strike would have been even more impressive. Lin Qiye remained silent. Suddenly, Zhong Yu recalled something. Xiao Nan, has Lu Yuan awakened? He just came to. Xiao Nan replied. Zhong Yu picked up a Gatling gun and approached Lu Yuan, speaking menacingly. From now on, keep your distance from Han Ruo. Lu Yuan shuddered at the sight of Zhong Yu, who resembled the Terminator T-800 with a heavy machine gun. He nearly soiled himself. Oh no, I will never believe in encounters with enchanting ladies again. Just being alive tonight is a stroke of luck. Under the gaze of the others, Lu Yuan scrambled away and vanished around the street corner. Hongying Yun, appearing somewhat fatigued. She extended her hand to Zhong Yu, saying, Zhong Yu, let's go home. Zhong Yu nodded, returning the Gatling gun to Lung Xian, and promptly jogged to his wife's side, taking her hand. On the way home, Zhong Yu employed the universal marker several times, yet found no trace of the Nantoa serpent demon's offspring. He murmured, since we intervened a week earlier, there should be no lingering consequences. However, he continued to attempt the marking scan. Beep, beep. Current matches. One person. Name, Lu Xiaoyan. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. There truly was one. He quickly examined the 3D location information of Lu Xiaoyan displayed on the system panel, drawing in a sharp breath. Lu Xiaoyan's current location was right in front of Han Ruo's home. Hongying, this is bad. We must return to Han Ruo immediately. Hongying looked up, puzzled, as Zhong Yu seized her hand and dashed off. In the old city, beneath an apartment building, a high school girl rang the doorbell of a household. Who is it? Han Ruo, clad in pajamas, answered the intercom. Ruo, it's me, Lu Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, why are you here? It's so late. What's the matter? Lu Xiaoyan replied. I suddenly remembered I forgot my Chinese textbook at home this week. May I borrow yours? A Chinese textbook? Han Ruo rubbed her eyes, feeling perplexed. Was it really necessary to come to her doorstep at this hour, just to borrow a textbook? Yet, she dismissed her apprehensions, recalling their cordial relationship from sharing a dormitory at school. Wait a moment, I'll come down and get it for you. Han Ruo quickly dressed and descended the stairs with the textbook in hand. She opened the building's door to find a figure standing stiffly not far away. In the dim light of the street lamp, Han Ruo could not clearly discern the person's face, but could vaguely identify the figure as Lu Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan? Han Ruo called out, yet received no response. The chill outside made her shiver. She resolved to quickly lend the book to the other person and return home. Taking a step forward, Han Ruo extended her hand with the language textbook. Xiaoyan, here is the book you wanted. As she spoke, her words faltered, and she suddenly froze. Before her, Lu Xiaoyan's mouth widened into an astonishing arc, continually distorting and expanding, revealing rows of jagged, barbed teeth. Lu Xiaoyan lunged towards Han Ruo. Just as the sharp teeth were about to graze Han Ruo, her body was abruptly struck by an unseen force, hurtling her backward at great speed. With a resounding crash, Lu Xiaoyan was propelled several meters away, firmly pinned against a wall. It was then that Han Ruo noticed a long spear protruding from Lu Xiaoyan's chest, its shaft glowing with a fiery red light, instantly reducing the serpent demon's body to ashes. Thud! Overwhelmed by the spectacle, Han Ruo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Behind her, a diminutive figure stood, hands in pockets, exuding an air of defiance. Dare to lay a finger on my sister? Seeking death. Chapter 32. This kiss indeed spared much trouble. Huh? Zhong Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. At the moment he and Hongying stepped through the entrance of the dilapidated community, the positioning marker for Lu Xiaoyan on the system panel suddenly vanished. Could it be that the serpent demon had escaped the designated area? No, that couldn't be. The location was just here. It couldn't have moved so swiftly. The pair hastened their pace and quickly arrived at Han Ruo's residence. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both were left wide-eyed and speechless. Not far away, Han Ruo lay motionless on the ground, while beside her stood Li Yin. Zhong Yu's gaze fixated on the long spear still embedded in the wall nearby, and he instantly contemplated a possibility. It was the only explanation that made sense. Lian, what happened to your sister? Hongying inquired, stepping forward. Lian, Saming Liumfaza, picked up a fallen Chinese textbook from the ground and brushed off the dust, nonchalantly replying, "Oh, it's nothing. You might not believe it, but my sister insisted on going downstairs to recite her lessons in the middle of the night. Then, out of nowhere, a caterpillar appeared, and she fainted in fright." Hongying's eyes widened in disbelief. Reciting lessons downstairs at this late hour? Why on earth? Lian maintained a straight face, to outdo her classmates, of course. Hongying was rendered speechless. This tale is absurd. Do you think we're 3 years old? Just as she was about to press for more details, Zhong Yu squeezed her hand gently, signaling her with a glance. Puzzled, Hongying blinked at Zhong Yu and refrained from further questioning. Zhong Yu smiled. Lian, you should take your sister back quickly. It's cold outside. We wouldn't want her to catch a chill. With a huff, Lian hoisted Hanro onto his small frame and ascended the staircase. Upon exiting the community, Hongying could no longer contain her curiosity. Zhong Yu, why didn't you let me ask earlier? We chased to this point, and the serpent demon vanished into thin air. In the dead of night, Lian just happened to be at the scene, while Hanro lay on the ground. This must be related to them. Do you think Lian might have already been infected by the serpent demon? Zhong Yu chuckled as he reminded his wife. Have you forgotten that my forbidden ruins can perceive the true essence of serpent demons? Lian has not been assimilated, nor could he be. That serpent demon should have been slain by him. Hanro merely fainted from fright. Hongying furrowed her brow slightly, but Lian is just a child. How could he possibly kill a serpent demon? I'll wait. He is not an ordinary child. As Hongying spoke, realization dawned upon her. That child had dueled against her earlier in the afternoon, and their clash had been fiercely contested. What exactly is Lian? She murmured. Zhong Yu chuckled softly. Hongying, do you recall the myth of the Great Xia, which features a deity wielding a long spear and riding on wheels of wind and fire? Hongying abruptly turned. Neza? Are you suggesting he is Neza? Or perhaps Neza's emissary? How could that be? The deities of the Great Xia have yet to reveal themselves. Zhong Yu gently caressed his wife's long hair and mused. I can only speculate. After all, no one knows where the divine beings of Great Xia have vanished to. Perhaps they have all been reincarnated, hidden among us in plain sight. Hongying, lost in thought, nodded slightly. What you say does hold some truth. Suddenly, she tilted her head, scrutinizing Zhong Yu from head to toe. Zhong Yu, could it be that you are one of the Great Xia deities reincarnated? Zhong Yu burst into laughter, finding his wife's line of reasoning rather peculiar. How could that be? I am certainly not. With a serious demeanor, Hongying replied, That's good to hear, for I do not wish to wed a celestial being. Who knows when you might ascend to the heavens and leave me behind? Zhong Yu couldn't help but gently poke her nose. I am merely a mortal, and I shall always remain by your side. Hongying smiled and yawned. I'm so tired. Today, let's not walk anymore. Let us take a taxi home. Zhong Yu raised his hand to hail a night taxi. Not long after they boarded, Hongying began to doze off, overwhelmed by drowsiness. Soon, her little head drooped down, resting against Zhong Yu's shoulder. Turning his head, Zhong Yu realized that his wife had already fallen asleep. The soft, gentle sound of her breath filled his ears, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that wafted toward him. Unable to resist, Zhong Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At that moment, he was not idle. In his mind, he silently recited, activating the universal mark. To eliminate any potential threats and ensure the complete eradication of the serpent demon's offspring, Zhong Yu had to repeatedly scan and search. After all, the current coverage radius of the level 3 universal mark was a mere 2 kilometers, which was still too limited. The taxi gradually came to a halt in front of their villa. Hongying, we have arrived home. Zhong Yu gently shook her, but she remained unresponsive, lost in slumber. With no choice, Zhong Yu cradled her in his arms, exited the vehicle, and entered their home. Ascending to the second floor, he opened the door to their bedroom and carefully laid her down on the bed. He took a blanket from beside him and gently covered her. After completing these tender tasks, Zhong Yu found himself unable to resist sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly admiring his wife's adorable face. At that moment, Hongying's cheeks were flushed, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows. Her breathing was steady, and the gentle rise and fall of her chest, accompanied by the slight swell of her form, was mesmerizing. Even in slumber, she was so endearing. Zhong Yu gazed at her, grinning foolishly. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to find a message from Wen Qima, indicating he had arrived at the villa. Earlier, during the taxi ride, Zhong Yu had messaged Qima to come pick him up shortly. Determined not to delay any longer, Zhong Yu decided to join Wen Qima and their companions for a night of action, utilizing the universal mark to conduct a thorough scan of the entire city, eradicating the lingering menace of the serpent spirit. Zhong Yu gazed longingly at his wife, a bold decision brewing in his mind. Yes, just a gentle kiss. He leaned forward softly, drawing near to her delicate visage. A gentle peck. Zhong Yu tenderly brushed his lips against her cheek, refraining from kissing her rosy lips. He decided that their first kiss should remain for when she was fully awake. Hongying's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she emitted a soft murmur. Zhong Yu felt a wave of anxiety. Would he inadvertently rouse her? Yet, Hongying merely turned onto her side, remaining in slumber. He exhaled a sigh of relief, gently extinguished the light, and exited her room. As he descended the stairs, a sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection increased. 3. Current affection level. 45. Zhong Yu paused, astonished. Could affection truly increase, even while she slept? Was Hongying awake or merely feigning slumber? A thought struck him. Perhaps she was pretending to be asleep. Upon noticing the 3 increase in affection, his eyes sparkled with realization. Unexpectedly, this kiss had spared him considerable trouble. He quickly accessed the system panel, silently affirming, Upgrade skill, Universal Mark. Chapter 33. Who did my husband call home in the dead of night? Ding! Active skill Universal Mark upgraded successfully. Current level, LV4. Ding! Active skill Universal Mark upgraded successfully. Ding! Zhong Yu expended all his 3 favorability points in one go, elevating the Universal Mark from LV3 directly to LV6, achieving full mastery. He scrutinized the notification provided by the system panel. Active skill, Universal Mark. Current level, LV6, max level. Coverage radius, 100 kilometers. The host can customize any attribute of the marked entities. The skill will identify all beings possessing the specified attributes within the coverage area. Zhong Yu stroked his chin, pondering that the area of Sangnan City is approximately 14,000 square kilometers. Based on this area, a coverage radius of about 60 kilometers would suffice to encompass the entire urban district. With a fully upgraded Universal Mark boasting a coverage radius of 100 kilometers, it could undoubtedly achieve complete coverage of Sangnan City. Zhong Yu's face brightened with joy. This was splendid news. He no longer needed to work late into the night, with Wen Qima conducting a thorough search. He swiftly activated the Universal Mark. Please mark all entities of the Nantua snake demon and its offspring within the current range. Beep, beep, beep. The system operated at an astonishing speed. Soon, the results were displayed. Zhong Yu fixed his gaze on the screen, taking a deep breath. Indeed, there was another offspring of the snake demon. It bore the poignant name Tian Li. Zhong Yu meticulously recalled the details from the Divine Slayer book. Han Ruo, Lu Xiaoyan, Tian Li. They all resided in the same dormitory at the second high school. Thus, it seemed that the Nantua snake demon had sequentially assimilated Lu Xiaoyan and Tian Li. And after its own demise at the hands of Lin Jie, Lu Xiaoyan had intended to assimilate Han Ruo, only to be slain by Neza. Zhong Yu inhaled deeply. Tonight, he must eliminate Tian Li. Otherwise, she might assimilate even more individuals. He glanced at the holographic map displaying her location. Tian Li was currently situated near a convenience store adjacent to the second high school. Jing zhong. Someone was ringing the doorbell. Wen Qima had evidently been waiting outside for quite some time. Zhong Yu hurriedly descended the stairs, preparing to head straight to the convenience store with Wen Qima. However, as he reached his own front door, Zhong Yu froze in place. On the holographic map, Tian Li's marker had inexplicably vanished. Disappeared again. Zhong Yu was taken aback and immediately conducted another scan. This time, the system reported the number of snake demons as 0. How could this be? Was it the work of that Neza? As a reincarnated deity of the Daxia, It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to uncover the offspring left by the snake demon. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Another series of urgent doorbell rings sounded. When Shima outside the door was clearly growing impatient, Zhong Yu sighed deeply. Regardless of who had slain it, the lingering thread of the snake demon had ultimately been eradicated. He no longer needed to venture out in the middle of the night with Shima to patrol the streets. Zhong Yu opened the door, grinning as he greeted, "Shima, my brother." When Shima furrowed his brow in complaint, "Zhong Yu, I sent you messages, called you, and rang your doorbell, yet you did not respond. Here I am, standing in the cold wind for nearly 10 minutes. Let us hurry up and get in the car." He waved his hand, eager to enter the vehicle, but Zhong Yu stopped him. "Wait a moment, Shima." When Shima turned back, his face laden with confusion. "What? Didn't you say it was urgent? That we needed to eliminate the snake demons tonight? Why the sudden change?" Zhong Yu chuckled. "To be honest, I have just upgraded my realm in the Forbidden Ruins. My perception range has expanded. After scanning, I can assure you that there are no remaining snake demons in Songnan. Therefore, we need not work overtime tonight." When Shima's eyes widened in disbelief, "What did you say? No more street patrols?" Zhong Yu affirmed with a smile, "Indeed." When Shima stared at him, astonished and skeptical, "Zhong Yu, I sometimes admire you, yet I cannot fathom your abilities. Can you truly perceive the entirety of Songnan's vast expanse of over 10,000 square kilometers?" Zhong Yu gazed earnestly into Shima's eyes. "I speak the truth, Shima. This matter concerns the safety of all citizens. I have no reason to lie. The Songnan area is indeed free of snake demons." After speaking, he looked into the distance. "Perhaps, apart from us night watchmen, the deities of the great Xia who have vanished are silently watching over this place as well." When Shima shook his head, "Well, I suppose I will trust you." Zhong Yu patted Shima on the shoulder. "Are you hungry?" When Shima was taken aback, "Huh?" And he quickly realized, nodding vigorously, "Starving? Ha ha! I've been eager to taste your culinary skills." Zhong Yu draped an arm over Shima's shoulder. "Come on, brother. I'll prepare barbecue for you tonight. Let us have a few drinks, and you should stay over instead of going home. We shall not stop until we are inebriated." When Shima beamed, all right. Not stopping until we're drunk." At home, there was still some lamb, beef, and fish. Zhong Yu had also acquired a new self-service barbecue grill. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. The two men feasted heartily on meat and drank joyfully, reveling in their merriment. Meanwhile, in the second-floor bedroom, Hongying quietly hid behind the door, frowning as she swallowed hard. These two fellows, indulging in barbecue at such an hour, how outrageous. They didn't even invite me." When Zhong Yu had carried her into the house, she had indeed been asleep. However, when he laid her on the bed, she awoke. Yet, she planned to feign sleep. She was curious if her husband would dare to do something outrageous while she was unconscious. To her surprise, Zhong Yu merely sat quietly beside her, watching her sleep with a silly grin. How foolish! Hongying silently sighed as she lay in bed. At that moment, Hongying could sense Zhong Yu's face gradually drawing near to her. Had this fellow finally succumbed to temptation? No. If he were to engage in any unruly behavior, I must intervene. Yet in the next instant, Zhong Yu merely bestowed a gentle peck on her cheek. Nevertheless, that fleeting kiss sent a shiver through her entire being, and Hongying could not suppress a soft murmur, instantly feeling her cheeks ablaze. To prevent Zhong Yu from detecting any flaw, she feigned to turn to the side, shifting to continue her act of slumber. Zhong Yu then extinguished the light and exited the room. Upon hearing him descend the stairs, Hongying let out a sigh of relief and finally opened her eyes. Her face still flushed, her fondness for her husband inadvertently deepened. Since sleep eluded her, she chose to lie on the bed, reflecting on the amusing moments shared with Zhong Yu over the past few days. Lost in thought, she found herself unable to stifle a quiet laugh. To avoid Zhong Yu's notice, she pulled the blanket over her head, giggling beneath its cover. However, after a short while, Hongying heard a commotion outside the door, accompanied by Zhong Yu's voice conversing with another person. Startled, she wondered whom her husband had invited home at such a late hour. She tiptoed out of bed and approached the door, straining to listen intently. To her surprise, the newcomer was Shimo. Soon after, she heard the two of them starting to grill meat. A faint, tantalizing aroma wafted through the crack of the door. If she were to step out and tell her husband that she too was hungry and wished for a bite, she would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule. Zhong Yu, she could endure, but with Wen Qiamo present? No. Such an admission would completely shatter Hongying's carefully crafted image. Sighing, she resigned herself to the fact that she would go without a meal that night, stealthily climbing back into bed. Earlier that night, at the entrance of San'an No. 2 High School, at the Sanjiu convenience store, a bespectacled high school student politely requested, "Hello, may I have 2 sandwiches?" In his hands, he cradled a hefty tome titled Wild Animal Anatomy and Histology. Chapter 34. The Last Headless Serpent Demon Greetings. Your total expenditure amounts to 17 yuan. The beep of the payment is completed, and the clerk hands the young man an oversized shopping bag. The young man furrows his brow. Do you have a smaller bag? I do not require one this large. The clerk smiles apologetically. Regrettably, the smaller bags have run out. This is the only one available. The young man refrains from further comment, placing 2 sandwiches into the bag and exiting the convenience store. Classmate, could you assist me with a favor? Just as he steps outside, a melodious female voice calls out to him. He turns around to find a beautiful girl, also adorned in the school uniform of No. 2 High School. The girl beams a smile. You must be in Yu, the top scholar of the senior year. I am Tianli from class 2 of the senior year. And Yu remains non-committal, calmly inquiring, what is it that you need? The girl gestures towards a shadowy alley ahead. May I walk home with you? Our paths align perfectly, and I have a slight fear of the dark. After speaking, she lowers her head slightly, and Yu squints his eyes slightly, nodding, let us proceed. The girl beams with joy, hastening to catch up and walking alongside him. This alley is the route he traverses each night after leaving the school library to return home. It is eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing. Tianli, why are you returning home so late? And Yu queries. Tianli replies, I was just studying in the library and lost track of time. Hence my tardiness. Oh, I see. And Yu nods slowly. Unbeknownst to them, they have wandered to the deepest part of the alley. There are no streetlights here, only the faint glow of the moon providing minimal illumination. And Yu. Suddenly, Tianli halts and calls out. Hearing his name, and Yu takes a couple of steps forward before turning back. What is it? Tianli suddenly appears somewhat bashful. Actually, I sought you out because I have always wanted to eat you. In an instant, her eyes transform into a haunting shade of green, and her mouth stretches into a terrifying grin, revealing a row of sharp fangs. Her visage morphs into a ghastly black serpent head, lunging menacingly towards Yu. However, this assault is effortlessly evaded by the vigilant Yu. I anticipated there would be something amiss. I spend every day at the library, memorizing the faces of everyone. As he speaks, he swiftly draws a pen from between the pages of a book and thrusts it fiercely towards one of the serpent demon's eyes. The demon moves rapidly, but Yu is even swifter. The pen pierces the demon's left eye in an instant. Its body recoils, emitting a pained howl as its claws lash out once more. Yu leaps backward with great speed, quickly retrieving a box from the side pocket of his backpack. As the serpent demon lunges again, Yu's hand grips a small surgical knife. His gaze was piercing, devoid of any semblance of fear. He faced the serpent demon's assault, gesturing forward as the scalpel danced in the moonlight, carving a faint silver arc before precisely piercing the left side of the demon's cranium. This thrust directly struck its brainstem. With a resounding thud, the serpent demon's body, propelled by inertia, collided with Yu, causing both to tumble backward. Yu slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. The serpent demon, however, lay motionless at his feet, its head twitching slightly while its massive claws and long tail lay still. Confirming its demise, Yu crouched down again, a faint blue glow shimmering in his eyes. How intriguing. It appears that this world harbors not only science but also such enigmatic beings. He reopened the box he carried, retrieving a bone saw and an amputation knife. After placing the serpent's head into a large shopping bag, Yu wiped his hands with a wet tissue and prepared to head home. At the alley's entrance, he nearly collided with a figure moving swiftly. Fixing his gaze upon the individual, he calmly inquired, "Are you Lin Xie?" Lin Xie, burdened with a black box, furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you know me?" And Xingyu replied, "I am in Xingyu. We attended the same school. You were quite conspicuous with a black satin bandage over your eyes at the beginning of the term. But I heard you withdrew shortly after?" Lin Xie responded, "Yes, I found a job. Apologies, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He was reluctant to engage further with someone from his former school, hastening into the depths of the alley. And Xingyu watched Lin Xie's disappearing figure, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After vanquishing the Nantaw serpent demon, Lin Xie had intended to return home after bidding farewell to Zhao Kongsheng and the others. However, on his way, his mortal realm suddenly sensed an aura akin to that of the Nantaw serpent demon. Following the trail, he lost it at a crossroads. Lin Xie searched through several streets repeatedly until he arrived at the dark alley where he collided with Xingyu. Upon reaching the center of the alley, Lin Xie was taken aback. Before him lay the corpse of the serpent demon, headless. He swiftly dialed the number for the night watchman's logistical team. There are some matters here that require attention. The following day, within the confines of a villa, Hongying opened the bedroom door, only to furrow her brow upon witnessing the scene below. On the sofa, Zhong Yu and Wen Qima lay slumbering, entangled in an odd embrace of one another's legs, sprawled in disarray. Surrounding them were heaps of beer cans and unwashed dishes. These two rascals, how much did they drink last night? Hongying shook her head and began tidying up the living room. Hearing the sound of water running, Zhong Yu opened his eyes to find his wife cleaning in the kitchen. He gave his head a firm knock. As Hongying approached her wife, Zhong Yu sheepishly said, "I apologize. I had too much to drink last night with Qimo. Allow me to assist you." Hongying turned her head and replied, "It's all right. I can manage. You should wake that fellow up." Zhong Yu patted Wen Qimo, who merely let out a muffled grunt without any further response. Reluctantly, Zhong Yu shouted into his ear, "Rise and shine, brother Qimo." Startled, Wen Qimo jolted awake, tumbling from the sofa to the floor. He blinked in confusion. "Brother Zhong Yu, did I sleep at your place last night?" Zhong Yu nodded with a smile. Embarrassed, Wen Qimo rose to his feet, realizing that he had long desired to spend a night at Hongying's home, and unexpectedly, that wish had come true in such a manner. After the trio had breakfast, they made their way to the Peace Affairs office. Inside the office, Lin Xie was reporting something to Chun Mu Yi with a grave expression. "What's the matter, Captain?" Zhong Yu inquired. Chun Mu Yi replied, "Last night, Qi Yi encountered a serpent demon on his way home, but it has been slain. Strangely, it was a headless corpse." Zhong Yu nodded slightly, quickly piecing together the answer in his mind. The headless body. It turned out that the serpent demon was not killed by Neza and the others, but rather by that rascal in Xingyu. However, he chose not to reveal this. Chen Muyi asked, "Zhong Yu, can you confirm what you mentioned over the phone yesterday? Is it certain that there are no more serpent demon offspring within the Songnan city limits?" Zhong Yu nodded earnestly. "I can assure you there is no issue. The one that was killed must have already been dead when I was searching with the Forbidden Ruins perception." Chen Muyi furrowed his brow, pondering, who could have done this? After a long moment, he shook his head with a sigh. "Well, since the serpent demon has been eradicated, there is no urgent need to investigate the truth behind the headless serpent demon. Zhong Yu, there is another important matter concerning you and Qi Yi," Chen Muyi said with a slight smile as he slid a document across the table towards them. "This year's new recruit training is about to commence." Chapter 35. The top secret mission of Assistant Instructor Hongying Chunmai slowly began. This year's training for the night watchman recruits has been moved forward by 2 weeks compared to previous years. It commences next week and will last for a year. Moreover, the location is set in Songnan City. Wu Xiangnan expressed his astonishment. How could the venue be decided in Songnan? Chunmai shook his head. "This is a decision from headquarters, and I am not entirely sure of the reasons. However, this arrangement is quite convenient for Qi Yi and the others. At least they won't have to deal with the discomfort of unfamiliar surroundings." At this moment, Lin Xie's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Fantastic. The training is finally upon us." Si Xiaonan, taken aback, remarked, "Qi Yi, training is quite arduous. Why are you so eager?" Lin Qi glanced at Zhao Kongsheng, hesitating. Wu Xiangnan chuckled. This lad has been thoroughly worn down by Zhao Kongsheng during this period, hasn't he? He is eager to escape the sea of suffering. Zhao Kongsheng, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in protest. Nonsense. How could I have worn him down? I have painstakingly imparted all my skills to him. A bickering ensued between the two. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu, wearing a distressed expression, inquired, Captain, is it possible for me to opt out of this new recruit training? Shamai shook his head, no. Participation is mandatory. It is a stipulated procedure. Zhong Yu's face contorted in dismay as he looked at Hongying, who was also observing him. He felt that his relationship with his wife had finally begun to blossom. Yet a year of close training meant he would have to endure the anguish of separation from her. Hongying, biting her lip, felt equally torn. She did not wish to part from Zhong Yu and was reluctant to let go. Yet, the recruit training was a long-standing tradition among the Night Watchers. All new members must partake and undergo systematic training. As a fellow Night Watcher, Hongying understood that personal desires should not interfere with the established protocols. Lowering her head slowly, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Chenmai smiled gently at the couple, shaking his head lightly. Ahem, you too. I have yet to finish my statement. Both raised their heads in unison to look at Chenmai. He continued, since the training venue is set in Songnan, headquarters has decided to select one volunteer from our local team to serve as an assistant instructor to support this training. With a beaming smile directed at the couple, Chenmai asked, Hongying, I wonder if you would be interested in becoming this volunteer? Hongying's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment of stunned silence, she nodded vigorously. I would love to. Of course I would. Zhong Yu, hearing this news, could not contain his joy. Captain, thank you. You are truly generous. For some reason, upon hearing Zhong Yu's gratitude, the corners of Chun Mai's mouth twitched involuntarily. Si Xiaonan, grinning widely, approached Hongying. Sister Hongying, this is perfect. Are you satisfied now? Hongying ignored Xiaonan, turning to Zhong Yu with her hands on her hips, feigning seriousness. Zhong Yu, remember, my role is that of an assistant instructor. You, my dear, are merely a novice. Do not expect me to offer you preferential treatment due to our relationship. Thus, it is imperative that you train diligently and perform admirably. Zhong Yu responded with a smile. As you command, my esteemed wife. Hongying could not help but chuckle. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Chenmai clapped his hands together. All right, you all may go about your duties. I need to have a private conversation with Hongying regarding the arrangements for the assistant coach. Zhong Yu, filled with excitement, draped an arm around Wen Shima's shoulder and headed to the gaming room, while the unfortunate Lin Qie was dragged off by Zhao Kongsheng for knife training. Once the team members had vacated the room, Chun Mai's expression grew increasingly serious as he closed the office door. Hongying noticed the change in Chun Mai's demeanor and felt a twinge of surprise. She inquired, Captain, what exactly are the responsibilities of this assistant coach? Chun Mai replied earnestly, Hongying, the reason for appointing you as the assistant coach is merely to use your marital connection with Zhong Yu as a facade. The headquarters has entrusted us with a special mission. Hongying was taken aback and asked, Captain, what is this mission? Chun Mai explained, according to reliable sources. The Murmur sect, led by the ancient God Church, has infiltrated our Night Watch's ranks. It is highly likely that there are spies among the new recruits training team, possibly poised to strike during the training sessions. You must utilize your position as assistant coach to secretly investigate the movements of all the instructors and swiftly identify these spies. After a moment of contemplation, Hongying responded, Captain, these new recruits represent the future of the Night Watch. If they are targeted for sabotage, the consequences would be dire. Chenmai nodded, you are correct. Moreover, this year's recruits differ from those of previous years. It is not only Lin Qie, the agent of the Divine 003, but I have also heard that the heir of the Bailey Group is among them. The stakes are immensely high. Hongying replied affirmatively. I understand, Captain. I will do my utmost to uncover their identities. Chenmai pondered for a moment before adding, I must remind you, though you and Zhong Yu are married, this matter is of utmost importance, and I hope you can keep it a secret. Hongying assured him gravely, Captain, you need not worry. I am fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Upon exiting Chun Mai's office, Hongying took a deep breath. Initially, She believed the captain had arranged this volunteer position to accommodate her relationship with Zhong Yu. Little did she know, she bore such a significant responsibility. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no pressure at this moment. Moreover, the critical aspect was that she had to keep this from Zhong Yu as well. Hongying, what are you thinking? Zhong Yu stood at the entrance of the gaming room, smiling and waving at her as she emerged. Hongying adjusted her expression and approached him. Oh, it's nothing. Is the assistant coach role quite demanding? Zhong Yu observed that his wife seemed somewhat distracted. Hongying chuckled. Indeed, although I am assistant instructor, I find myself busier than all the other instructors. In plain terms, it's merely a role of running errands. I must continuously gather data on all the new recruits and relay it to various instructors. This task is far from easy. Zhong Yu gently caressed Hongying's hair. Do not worry. I will certainly assist you when the time comes. A bitter smile crossed Hongying's heart. This task truly could not allow Zhong Yu to intervene. She needed to conduct her investigation discreetly and independently. Why not play a game with Wen Qima and the others? Zhong Yu suggested. Hongying pondered for a moment and replied, Zhong Yu, you are about to participate in the new recruit training. There are numerous belongings and necessities you need to prepare. How about we go shopping today and gather everything you need? Zhong Yu beamed, sure. Shopping sounds wonderful. Her heart was filled with joy. The fact that her wife was so thoughtfully offering to help her prepare for the training felt like a date in itself. After exchanging greetings with Chun Mai, Zhong Yu took her wife's hand and stepped out of the office. Chapter 36. Zhong Yu, are you affectionate or not? Inside the shopping mall, amidst the dazzling array of merchandise, Hongying's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhong Yu, this adorable Peppa Pig cup is so cute. Shall we buy a pair? Zhong Yu smiled and nodded. If you like it, then let's purchase it. Overjoyed, Hongying placed the cup into her bag while Zhong Yu settled the payment. Zhong Yu, this pink Pusheen bedspread is also charming. Can we buy 2 sets? Zhong Yu agreed. Let's buy them. Zhong Yu, this couple's backpack featuring a prince and princess is stunning. Shall we get a pair as well? Buy it. With an array of pastel-hued shopping bags in hand, Zhong Yu merrily followed his wife. As Hongying would also be staying at the training camp, she not only selected items for Zhong Yu, but also for herself. Undoubtedly, all the items she chose were matching couple designs, as if preparing for their honeymoon. Though many of her selections leaned toward the cute aesthetic, they were all from reputable brands, ensuring high quality. In contrast, Lin Qiyi, who was also out shopping for daily necessities, was not as fortunate. Zhao Kongcheng took him to a small underground wholesale market. Zhao Kongcheng picked up an oversized, vintage white porcelain mug inscribed with the words, "The hope of the entire village." He exclaimed, "Qiyi, this is the perfect toothbrush cup, grand and inexpensive." Lin Jiye, with a bewildered expression, replied, "Brother Zhao, do I really need such a large cup just for brushing my teeth?" Zhao Kongcheng shot him a glare, of course. It is necessary. After a full day of shopping, Hongying calculated their expenses. Zhong Yu, we spent nearly 10,000 today. Oh dear, I feel a bit pained. Zhong Yu chuckled. It's all right, my dear. I can always earn more once the money is spent. Hongying nodded. And I will too. We shall work together to support our family. Hand in hand, they strolled home. Meanwhile, Lin Qiyi also accumulated several bags filled with purchases. Yet his total expenditure remained remarkably low, less than 300 yuan, even including his suitcase. He felt quite satisfied, as Zhao Kongcheng had undoubtedly helped him save a significant amount. Suddenly, as they had not walked far, one wheel of the suitcase broke off. Lin Qiyi's expression darkened. Is the quality of goods from the small commodity market really that poor? I should have opted for a branded item, even if it were a bit more ordinary. Zhao Kongcheng grumbled. Damn it, those swindlers, selling us defective goods. Let us go back and demand an exchange. After a long day of shopping, Zhong Yu and Hongying returned home, feeling quite fatigued. Hongying collapsed onto the sofa, exclaiming, I'm utterly exhausted. My feet are sore from all that walking. Zhong Yu chuckled and approached to assist in removing her shoes. What are you doing? Hongying turned around cautiously. Why are you so tense? Zhong Yu replied, Aren't your feet aching? Let me give you a foot massage. Hongying's cheeks flushed, yet she did not decline. Zhong Yu removed the light-colored stockings from Hongying's delicate feet, revealing her soft, rosy toes. He began to give his wife a therapeutic foot massage. Hongying lay there, feeling a delightful, tingling sensation in her feet, utterly comfortable. "Is the pressure all right?" he inquired. "Yes, it's quite nice," she replied softly, her cheeks flushing once more. In this moment, Zhong Yu had no ulterior motives. He was simply focused on alleviating his wife's fatigue from the day. Ding! A voice echoed in Zhong Yu's mind. Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection increased by 3. Current wife's affection level, 48. Zhong Yu paused in surprise, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed that this affectionate gesture was indeed well received by her. "Zhong Yu?" Hongying murmured from her position on the sofa. "Thank you." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Zhong Yu suddenly concocted an idea. "If you truly wish to thank me, how about a kiss?" "You?" Hongying turned her head, her brow furrowing slightly. "Haha, I was just joking. Look at how flustered you are," Zhong Yu chuckled. However, Hongying sat up abruptly, hugging her knees as she curled up on the sofa. She stared intently at Zhong Yu for several seconds, then took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Zhong Yu was taken aback. What was going on with his wife? Was she upset? He scratched his head in confusion. How could a simple jest lead to such a reaction when her affection was on the rise? After a while of holding her eyes closed without a response from him, Hongying finally opened her eyes and said with a hint of annoyance, "Zhong Yu, are you going to kiss me or not?" At this, Zhong Yu's entire body tensed. Did his wife just consent? Hongying closed her eyes again, her chin slightly raised. Suddenly enlightened, Zhong Yu recalled something he had seen in a drama. If a girl closes her eyes in front of you, it signifies her consent to a kiss. His heart raced wildly. The moment of their first kiss was finally at hand. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in closer. Thud! In his excitement, Zhong Yu accidentally tumbled off the sofa onto the floor. Hongying couldn't help but laugh at his awkwardness. She stepped forward and helped him up, her rosy lips drawing near. With a soft peck, they embraced and kissed right there in the living room. Hongying kept her eyes closed, while Zhong Yu, unable to help himself, widened his eyes in astonishment. A myriad of unfamiliar sensations flooded his mind. His wife's lips were soft, tender, and sweet. Gradually, he closed his eyes as well. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Eventually, Hongying pushed Zhong Yu away, saying nothing as she quickly ascended the stairs. Entering her bedroom and shutting the door behind her, Zhong Yu gazed at her retreating figure, a silly grin plastered on his face. Today is indeed a momentous occasion. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhong Yu activated the system panel within his mind. Today, he had garnered an additional 3 of his wife's affection. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to allocate the entirety of this affection towards enhancing his passive skill, Mortal Realm. Ding! One of affection value has been utilized. Ding! One of affection value has been utilized. Ding! Congratulations, host. The skill Mortal Realm has been successfully upgraded. Passive skill, Mortal Realm. Current level, LV4. The skill encompasses a radius of 5 kilometers. Within this range, all entities at the sea realm or below are unconditionally suppressed to their mortal forms. Entities above the sea realm are reduced in level by 4 tiers. At level 4, the skill's activation switch, suppression intensity, and coverage radius can be adjusted. The host can toggle the skill on or off at will. Suppression intensity can be modulated from levels 1 to 4. The coverage radius can be adjusted from 0 to 5,000 meters. Zhong Yu nodded in satisfaction. Henceforth, should he desire, all beings within a 5-kilometer radius, regardless of number, will be transformed into mere mortals. Among the participants in the current military training, the most formidable, Wang Mian and Yuan Gang, are merely at the sea realm. They would be directly subdued into mortal forms. Zhong Yu glanced at the detailed data provided by the system panel. Name, Zhong Yu. Passive skill, Mortal Realm. Current level, LV4. Active skill 1, Culinary Mastery. Current level, LV6 Max. Active skill 2, Combat Proficiency. Current level, LV2. Active skill 3, Targeted Suppression. Current level, LV4. Active skill 4, Universal Mark. Current level, LV6 Max. Active skill 5, Firearms Mastery. Current level, LV6 Max. Wife's affection level, 48. As Zhong Yu reclined upon his bed, his thoughts swirled. When might the affection level ascend to 100? Would it be only then that he could engage in profoundly intimate endeavors with his wife? After indulging in a fit of silly laughter, he drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 37. The day of new recruits training registration Monday. The registration day for the night watchman's training. In the outskirts of Songnan, a vast training camp seemed to have sprung up overnight. An army jeep was navigating through multiple checkpoints, making its way towards the camp's entrance. Inside the vehicle, two individuals clad in neatly pressed camouflage uniforms were the instructors for this new recruits training session. The person in the passenger seat inquired, "Old Hong, what is the background of these two recruits? Even Commander Yuan has asked us to personally greet them at the entrance." Driving the jeep, Instructor Hong replied, "Old Wang, you don't quite grasp the situation. We're not just picking up those two recruits. We also have an assistant instructor who has been assigned from the local Songnan team." Assistant instructor? Instructor Wang's brow furrowed slightly. In our previous training sessions, we never heard of needing an assistant instructor. What exactly will she be doing? Instructor Hong chuckled. "Oh, what can she do? Merely assist us in gathering various data on the new recruits and report back to Commander Yuan. If you ask me, the reason she is here is simply to give a favor to Captain Chunmai of Team 136. He shares a special bond with both Captain Xiaoping and Commander Yuan." With a conspiratorial grin, Instructor Hong leaned closer and whispered, "Did you know? This female assistant instructor is actually married to one of the recruits." Instructor Wang nodded in understanding. "Ah, no wonder. I see now. Who would have thought that our night watchman would offer such perks for married couples?" Instructor Hong laughed. "Well, it's quite understandable. Since this training session is set in Songnan, it's inevitable that some local matters will require their assistance." As they conversed, the jeep arrived at the entrance. Zhong Yu, Hongying, Lin Xie, and Chun Mai, who had driven them, were waiting beside the van. The two instructors disembarked and approached with cheerful smiles, saluting. "Hello, Captain Chun. My name is Hong Hao, and this is Wang Gui. We are the instructors for this training session. Commander Yuan has specially arranged for us to welcome you all. We greatly appreciate the local team's strong support for this training." "Not at all. It is our honor," Chimai responded politely. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he turned to introduce, "This is Hong Ying, a volunteer participating in the training. These two are Zhong Yu and Lin Xie, our new recruits." With a smile, Chimai added, "Oh, you may already know that Zhong Yu and Hong Ying have recently tied the knot." The two instructors nodded knowingly, their eyes resting on the matching luggage of the couple, conveying a shared understanding. Hong Ying, feeling a bit shy, lowered her gaze slightly. The two parties exchanged warm handshakes in succession. Zhong Yu furrowed his brow. The name Wang Gui felt somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it in the original text. "You are Lin Xie, the agent of the Seraph?" Wang Gui expressed a particular enthusiasm while shaking hands with Lin Xie. Lin Xie nodded slightly. "Yes, that is me. Greetings, Instructor Wang." Instructor Wang chuckled. "It's quite remarkable that among our new recruits, we have a divine agent. The last one who appeared has already become the captain of the masked squad. Now, let us proceed to the vehicle." Zhong Yu and his companions boarded the military off-road vehicle, which then turned towards the camp's interior. Throughout the journey, Lin Xie gazed curiously out the window. "Our training camp is so vast." Instructor Wang smiled and explained, "Indeed, Xie. Here, we have various skilled training grounds. Over the next year, you will undergo a transformative training experience." The off-road vehicle came to a gentle halt in front of an office building. Instructor Hong remarked, "Old Wang, please take the assistant instructor to report to General Yuan. I will escort Zhong Yu and Xie directly to the dormitory area." Wang Gui nodded slightly. "Assistant Hong, let us head upstairs." Hong Ying exited the vehicle, and Zhong Yu reluctantly tugged at his wife's hand. "I will contact you once I finish reporting." Hong Ying nodded softly and followed Wang Gui upstairs. The two arrived at the largest office on the top floor. Upon knocking, Hong Ying peered inside to see Yuan Gang, the highest authority of the night watch new recruit training camp, furrowing his brow as he diligently wrote at his desk. Upon noticing Hong Ying's entrance, he promptly closed his notebook and greeted her with a smile. "Assistant Hong." "Hello." Hong Ying saluted. "Greetings, sir." Yuan Gang chuckled. No need for such formality. Just call me Old Yuan. I am quite familiar with Old Chun, so that title feels a bit too distant. Hongying blinked and smiled, then like them. Shall I address you as General Yuan? Yuan Gang laughed. Xiao Wang, please assist by fetching a kettle of hot water and preparing a fine tea for Assistant Hong. Wang Ge nodded with a smile and departed with the kettle. Yuan Gang gently closed the door and turned to Hongying with a serious expression. Hongying, Captain Chun has briefed you, hasn't he? Hongying nodded earnestly. Yes, Captain Yuan. I will commence the investigation promptly and ensure the task is completed. Captain Chun Mai had previously instructed that upon her arrival, Hongying's sole superior would be Yuan Gang, and for this mission, she would report only to him. After discussing some specific tasks, Yuan Gang arranged for someone to guide Hongying to the instructor's dormitory. The instructor dormitory was a separate building, situated not far from the new recruits' accommodations. Upon entering her dorm room, Hongying surveyed the surroundings. Although the furnishings were modest, they were adequately equipped, including a private bathroom. Hongying gazed at the bed with a hint of confusion. This room had been assigned a spacious 2-meter-wide bed, a double bed. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu and Lin Xie had also arrived at the new recruit dormitory area. Hong Hao smiled. New recruits share a room with 2 individuals. Since you were the first to report, you have the privilege of selecting the best room. Zhong Yu and Lin Xie ultimately chose a room facing south, benefiting from optimal sunlight. Good choice. I will register you now. Today and tomorrow are both reporting days. Once the report was completed, there was little left to do. You could wander about and familiarize yourself with the surroundings. When the training commenced, however, the atmosphere would be far less relaxed. After instructing, Instructor Hong turned and departed. Zhong Yu contemplated the 2 beds, reflecting that in the original narrative, Lin Qiyi was meant to share a room with Li Pang Pang. Having taken Pang Pang's bed, I wonder if it will have any repercussions? He dismissed the thought, as they were all in the same building and would not be too far apart. His participation in this intensive training was merely for the sake of experience. The development and camaraderie were Lin Qiye's concerns. He merely wished to spend as much time as possible with his wife. How wonderful it would be if they could reside together. After tidying his bed, Zhong Yu eagerly called Hongying. Hongying, have you settled in over there? I'm coming to find you. He patted Lin Qiyi on the shoulder. Qiyi, you can explore a bit. I'm off to see your sister-in-law. Lin Qiyi nodded obediently. Go ahead, brother Zhong Yu. Descending the stairs, Zhong Yu made his way directly to the instructor's dormitory. Most of the instructors for this military training were male, with only a select few female instructors assigned to reside on the top floor of the dormitory. The female instructors' rooms were also somewhat more spacious. As he ascended the stairs, Zhong Yu encountered the instructor Wang Gue, who had come to greet him. Good day. Instructor Wang, Zhong Yu politely acknowledged. Wang Gue smiled broadly. You're here to see Assistant Instructor Hongying, aren't you? She asked on the top floor. Old Wu, this is the new groom among the recruits I mentioned. Zhong Yu, the husband of Assistant Instructor Hongying. Zhong Yu, this is Instructor Wu. The accompanying Instructor Wu smiled and nodded. Hello, Zhong Yu. I am Wu Ruotong. Zhong Yu was taken aback, gasping slightly as he recalled who these 2 individuals were. Chapter 38. Why are you looking at me? This time, I want a kiss. Good day, Instructor Wu greeted Zhong Yu with a composed demeanor. After they departed, he stroked his chin in contemplation. These 2 individuals, along with another named Liao Guang, were indeed the infiltrators placed within the new recruits training camp by the cult organization. It was quite unexpected to encounter them on the very first day of reporting. Should I warn my wife to be cautious? After a moment's reflection, Zhong Yu shook his head. For the time being, these individuals posed no significant threat to Hongying. According to the narrative of the original text, their identities would only be revealed after the recruits returned home for the New Year holiday. Premature intervention might disrupt the normal development of the protagonist, Lin Xie, and ultimately affect the main storyline. Thus, Zhong Yu resolved to disregard them for now, prioritizing the need to find Hongying. In the dormitory, Hongying scrutinized the list of instructors and logistical personnel provided by Yuan Gang, her brow furrowed with concern. The new batch of recruits comprised merely 239 individuals, while the instructors and support staff numbered an astonishing 121, surpassing half of the recruits. With so many individuals unknown to her, Conducting thorough, covert investigations on each would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Previously, she had inquired with Chun Mai regarding why headquarters did not directly assign personnel or select reliable individuals from within the training camp for this mission. Chun Mai's response indicated that direct deployment from headquarters would be too conspicuous, potentially alerting the infiltrators. Furthermore, identifying trustworthy individuals from within the camp posed its own difficulties, as there was no guarantee of their reliability. Thus, the decision to draw personnel from the Songnan team for a covert investigation was deemed the most prudent choice. Additionally, her marital relationship with Zhong Yu would provide an excellent cover. As Hongying jotted notes on paper, she sighed, feeling the weight of pressure upon her. It would be wonderful if Zhong Yu could share some of the burden. However, given the gravity of this mission, she could not disclose any details to anyone. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted her thoughts. Rising, Hongying opened the door. Hongying. Zhong Yu beamed at his wife. Ah, you've arrived. Upon seeing Zhong Yu, Hongying's expression softened considerably. Yet, he noticed a slight shift in her demeanor. What's the matter, Hongying? You seem preoccupied, he observed. Hongying shook her head, gesturing to the pile of documents on her desk. This job is quite demanding. I feel a bit overwhelmed. Zhong Yu gently caressed her hair, reassuring her, you needn't worry. If it becomes too much, just inform the chief instructor that you require additional volunteers. We can invite Mo, Xiaonan, and the others to assist as well. Hongying merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Wait, Hongying! Zhong Yu suddenly exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement as he pointed behind her. This dormitory has a double bed. Could it be that Instructor Yuan arranged this specifically for us? Does that mean I can stay in your room from time to time? Hongying, with a hint of irritation, playfully nudged Zhong Yu, saying, You're overthinking it. That's not the case. I specifically inquired, and all the female instructors' dormitories on this floor have such large beds. Oh, I see. Zhong Yu replied, slightly disheartened as he nodded. A few moments later, he suddenly raised his head with a mischievous grin. Wife, did you just say you asked about it specifically? Hee. Are you secretly hoping I could stay over? Hongying, crossing her arms, feigned a smile and replied, Indeed, I'm looking forward to it. However, no amount of anticipation can change the fact that there are regulations in the training camp. Can you really imagine a situation where I, an instructor, share a room with you, a mere recruit? Zhong Yu scratched his head, feeling that perhaps it wasn't entirely impossible. Hongying linked her arm with his and said, Come on, let's take a stroll. Once training officially begins, we 1T have a luxury of leisure. She wished to spend some quality time with him before the training commenced. After enjoying dinner together at the camp's cafeteria, they took a walk on a large playground. As twilight descended, the playground, which was nearly empty save for them, became their private sanctuary. Hand in hand, they walked in circles, and though words remained unspoken, it felt as if their hearts were communicating. The pressures Hongying felt earlier in the day evaporated. She slightly turned to him and said, Zhong Yu. Yes, thank you. Zhong Yu turned back and smiled tenderly at his wife. This time, he sought no reward or reciprocation, yet in the next instant, Hongying leaned closer and gently pecked his cheek. Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with surprise, but more so with delight. What had come over his wife? Hongying chuckled. Why are you staring at me? This time, it was I who wanted to kiss you. As she finished her sentence, she lowered her gaze. Zhong Yu watched as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson at an astonishing pace. Ding! Detected an increase in wife's affection. Affection increased by 2. Current wife's affection. 50. Zhong Yu felt a surge of inexplicable emotion and enveloped his wife in his embrace. After their walk, he escorted her back to her dormitory before returning to his own barracks. As he ascended the staircase, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Turning the corner, he couldn't help but smile. It was the young master of the Bailey family. Bailey Pang, indeed, had taken residence next door. At that moment, he was brandishing a large box of Rolex watches, adamantly insisting on gifting one to Lin Xie as a token of their first meeting. Lin Xie, however, was thoroughly refusing. The two stood at the door, playfully pushing each other back and forth. Xie, let us be reasonable here. Just accept it. Bailey Pang implored earnestly. Lin Xie frowned. I've already said no. Zhong Yu approached with a cheerful demeanor, encouraging, Chia, he is offering you a gift. You should just accept it. In the coming year, we shall all be classmates. It would be ungracious to disregard such heartfelt intentions. Lin Chie's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Zhong, that is a Rolex. How could a classmate present an entire box of 12 Rolex watches upon their first meeting? Do you think this is akin to gifting Fuji apples? Bailey Pang, noticing that Zhong Yu had spoken on his behalf, brightened and quickly turned around. You must be Brother Zhong. What a pleasure. I am Bailey Tumming, residing next door. At a glance, Brother Zhong appeared to be a person of foresight and reason. Here, I have another box of watches. Please accept it, Brother Zhong. Zhong Yu graciously replied, I am most grateful to this young fellow. Upon receiving the gift box, Zhong Yu did not forget to offer some praise. This young brother possesses an open mind, humility, and courtesy. His ability to engage with others is exceptional, and I foresee him becoming the backbone of our Night Watch organization in the future. After Zhong Yu's remarks, Bailey Pang was overjoyed, stepping forward to grasp Zhong Yu's hands tightly. Brother Zhong, a kindred spirit, please come to my room for a chat. I have gifts to present. Lin Xie stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Zhong Yu opened the box to examine the watches. No, this is quite sufficient. Dia Pong. I was merely inquiring which 2 watches in this collection would be suitable for couples to wear together. Chapter 39. Battling the masked opponent if I win. I get to live with my wife. Is that too much to ask? Bailey Pang stepped forward, selecting 2 watches from a box, and said, Brother Zhong, this yacht gentleman series is particularly suited for couples. With a mischievous wink, he inquired, Brother Zhong, do you have someone special in mind? Which fortunate girl is it? Before Zhong Yu could respond, Lin Qi interjected, Brother Zhong is already married, and his wife, Hongying, is one of our assistant instructors for this training session. What? Bailey Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly broke into a beaming smile, exclaiming, I can't believe your sister-in-law is our instructor. Brother Zhong, for the coming year, I will be counting on you and your sister-in-law to look after me. These 2 watches seem rather ordinary and unworthy of you both. I will arrange for a customized limited edition couple's watch to be delivered. Zhong Yu shook his head. There's no need for that. This style is simple yet elegant, and I quite like it. Lin Qi shook his head at the interaction between the 2. The next day, the new recruits arrived in succession. Zhong Yu paid no mind to Bailey Pang, who was busy distributing gifts, nor to Lin Qi, who was quietly observing the various characters. He simply wished to spend his last day of leisure with his wife. Before long, it was the first day of training for the recruits. On the training grounds, Zhong Yu stood in line with over 200 new soldiers, awaiting Yuan Gang's introductory speech. Hongying, alongside more than 20 instructors, ascended the platform. Today, she donned a formal camouflage military uniform, complete with a military cap and her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, exuding a commanding presence. Zhong Yu stood in the front row, gazing at his wife with a smile. Among the recruits, someone exclaimed, Wow, look at that female instructor at the back. She is stunning. I wonder what subject she teaches. No matter what she teaches, I will strive to be the best. Several male recruits murmured amongst themselves, their eyes roaming over Hongying. Hearing their chatter, Zhong Yu shot a cold glance at the group. Before he could speak, Bailey Pang interjected loudly, You lot, better dispel those inappropriate thoughts. That assistant instructor has long been taken. She is already married, and her husband is none other than this handsome Brother Zhong beside me. At this revelation, the recruits turned their astonished gazes toward Zhong Yu. He straightened up a bit, attempting to appear even more dashing. Meanwhile, he gave Bailey Pang a slight nod, pleasantly surprised by the lad's perceptiveness and initiative. On the podium, Yuan Gang had commenced his speech to the new recruits. You are not even worthy of being called novices. You are but trash. The words were as harsh as they could be, and many newcomers displayed visible anger, clearly unwilling to accept such insults. Yet, Zhong Yu remained utterly unfazed, wearing a beaming smile as his gaze lingered on his wife's charming visage. Each time Hongying met Zhong Yu's gaze, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. In her heart, she mused, What is this fellow up to? He doesn't even seem to be paying attention. Hongying also cast her eyes over the throng of new recruits below. Some held their heads high with pride. while others were lost in contemplation. Only her husband remained there, grinning foolishly. Beneath the martial platform, Zhong Yu's mind was solely occupied with the image of his wife. Regardless of Yuan Gang's remark about belief or Shun Qingzhu's dismissal, Zhong Yu appeared oblivious to both. His eyes sparkled solely with the reflection of Hongying. Ah, my wife is so stunning. Oh, how beautiful she is. When will I be able to share a room and a bed with her? Time slipped away unnoticed. Beside him, Lin Chia nudged Zhong Yu with his elbow. Brother Zhong? Brother Zhong? It was only then that Zhong Yu snapped back to reality. Lin Chia pointed towards the stage and whispered, Brother Zhong, look up there. Following Lin Chia's, Zhong Yu finally noticed that 7 figures had mysteriously appeared on the platform, one of whom was kneeling on the ground. It dawned on Zhong Yu that the masked team had arrived. The kneeling figure was Xianhua. After offering the crowd a New Year-esque greeting, quickly rose as if nothing had occurred. The man wearing the mask, inscribed with the character for King, spoke again. Greetings. Everyone, we are the masked team. Soon, Yuan Gang announced the rules for the new recruits to battle the masked team. However, Zhong Yu shook his head, unimpressed. With the script in hand, he was well aware that no matter how the recruits struggled, it would be futile. Even if Lin Chia had effectively triumphed in reality, they would still undergo a year of rigorous training. This was quite understandable, as the masked team had been summoned by Yuan Gang to establish authority, to temper the recruits' spirits, and to make them realize how minuscule and inadequate they were in comparison to true masters. Only through this realization would they comply and train diligently over the coming year. Typically, instilling a sense of humility among recruits was merely an unspoken rite of passage during the training of past Night Watchers. With this insight, Zhong Yu harbored no expectations for the ensuing drama, feeling rather bored at that moment. Brother Zhong, it's 239-5. I doubt the masked team can win this match, exclaimed by Li Pangpang beside him. Zhong Yu merely smiled, offering no response. Lin Chia, curious, inquired, Hey, Brother Zhong, why do you seem so disinterested? Don't you want to win? Zhong Yu shrugged. I truly have little interest. Chia, this is merely a trial, after all. Even if the recruits were to win, would that genuinely nullify their training? Lin Chia appeared contemplative, finding some merit in Zhong Yu's words. Even if they were to emerge victorious, the training would undeniably persist. Among the new recruits, while some displayed exceptional abilities, the majority possessed only average talents. They could only strengthen themselves through systematic training, preparing them for their future roles as Night Watchers. At that moment, Bai Li Pangpang raised his hand and said, Brother Zhong, I hold a different perspective on this matter. Zhong Yu lifted an eyebrow. Pangpang, what do you wish to express? Bai Li Pangpang replied, Hypothetically speaking, if we indeed triumph over the masked squad, even if Chief Instructor Yuan does not truly cancel this training session, he ought to reward us in some manner, right? For instance, perhaps allowing us a little extra sleep in the mornings instead of waking us at the crack of dawn for morning exercises? Zhong Yu was taken aback. The words of this chubby fellow enlightened him. Indeed, although the training could not be eliminated upon victory, rewards were certainly feasible. In the original narrative, did not Lin Chia receive a rare forbidden item? If he were to win, would it be unreasonable to request to share a dormitory with his wife? Contemplating this, a smile crept onto Zhong Yu's lips as a plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Chapter 40. Who says I will surrender? I shall face them one-on-one. As Zhong Yu contemplated a strategy in his mind, Yuan Gang and all the instructors had already descended from the stage, clearing the training ground for both sides. Standing by the sidelines were numerous medical personnel, with rows of stretchers neatly arranged beside them. Bang! A rookie was sent crashing backward by one of the masked members on stage, Tian Ping, who pointed a finger at him, causing the rookie to spit blood. The medical staff immediately rushed forward with a stretcher. The challenge officially commenced, with a daunting score of 239-5. The throng of new recruits beside Zhong Yu surged onto the martial arts stage, plunging into a chaotic melee. Lin Chia grasped Zhong Yu's arm. Brother Zhong, come with me. I know where the armory is. Let's grab some weapons. Lin Chia assessed the situation calmly. They can't win by charging in like this. However, Zhong Yu shook his head. Chia, you and the others go ahead. I shall not join you. Lin Chia was taken aback. Huh? Why not? Zhong Yu chuckled. As I mentioned earlier, I have little interest in this challenge. You all go on. Lin Xie regarded Zhong Yu with a complex expression. He understood that Zhong Yu's prowess surpassed his own, and with his brother's participation, their chances of victory would undoubtedly increase. Yet, Zhong Yu was choosing to forfeit? This left him perplexed. All right, I understand. Lin Xie turned away. At that moment, Li Pangpang watched the battle unfold on stage, eager to join. Lin Xie seized Li Pangpang's arm. What are you standing there for? You don't even have a weapon. Do you want to be trampled? Come with me. Xie, actually I. Li Pangpang's words were cut short as Lin Xie forcefully pulled him out of the training ground towards the armory. Zhong Yu surveyed the scene, noting that Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan were also making a swift exit. In no time, the stronger recruits had all departed. Meanwhile, those who had rushed onto the stage were being mercilessly overwhelmed by the masked team. Soon, they all retreated in defeat, leaving a multitude of groaning individuals sprawled across the training ground. At this juncture, the medical personnel began to enter collectively, transporting the injured recruits to the infirmary for treatment. Gradually, aside from the members of the masked team and the instructors at the edge of the field, Zhong Yu stood alone in the training ground. Hongying gazed at Zhong Yu, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. She was relieved that her husband had not been harmed amidst the chaos, yet anxious about why he remained stationary, seemingly oblivious, while others fled. Was he conceding outright? Well, that might not be such a bad outcome. Hongying had never envisioned that Zhong Yu would wish to challenge the masked team, although she had previously witnessed her husband's formidable prowess. She knew that facing the masked team was an endeavor he could never triumph in. Hongying pondered quietly. While conceding defeat seemed rather undignified at the very least, he would remain unscathed. Yuan Gang, noticing the worried expression on Hongying's face as she gazed at the individual in the center of the arena, chuckled and remarked, Hongying, is this your newlywed husband? Hongying affirmed, indeed it is him. Yuan Gang nodded slightly, appearing to understand the situation. He felt compelled to extend some courtesy to Hongying. Gradually, he approached Zhong Yu, who was currently deep in thought, one hand forming a 7 gesture near his chin, brows furrowed in contemplation. Yuan Gang stepped forward, patting Zhong Yu on the shoulder, and leaned in a whisper, Young man, are you grappling with how to concede? Zhong Yu abruptly turned around, exclaiming, Huh? Yuan Gang chuckled. No worries, the other recruits have all left. You needn't be troubled. Just step down and concede. He winked at Zhong Yu. Hurry down, don't keep your wife in distress. Zhong Yu blinked, fixing his gaze on Yuan Gang, and articulated clearly, who said I intend to concede. Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected reply. After a brief pause, he inquired, What? Do you genuinely wish to stay and challenge them? Zhong Yu, with a beaming smile, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. I wish to face them. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, now thoroughly bewildered. He had initially thought to allow Zhong Yu to avoid conceding out of respect for Hongying, but unexpectedly, this young man genuinely desired to confront the masked team. Had he lost his senses? Upon hearing Zhong Yu's declaration, not only were the instructors at the sidelines left in utter bewilderment, but even the members of the masked team were intrigued. The woman adorned with a rose mask laughed. Captain, did you hear that? The lad intends to stay and challenge us. Wang Mian crossed his arms, uttering 3 words, Interesting. Meanwhile, Tianping observed, Captain, since the recruit has expressed this desire, if we deny him the opportunity, it would be our fault. Vortex, why don't you step up? Vortex scratched his head. Why me? The rose replied, to help you redeem the face you lost by prematurely wishing them, 4 months early. Vortex drooped his head. Can we please not mention that again? On the sidelines, Hongying was completely taken aback by Zhong Yu's response. She contemplated intervening. With so many people present, she feared her husband's pride might be wounded. Yet if she refrained from intervening, Zhong Yu was bound to sustain injuries. Caught in a dilemma, Hongying was at a loss as to how to proceed. Beside her, Instructor Hong was also anxious. This young man was making Yuan Gang stand there in awkwardness. He held the records of all the recruits in his hands. I just turned to the page about Zhong Yu and noticed it clearly states, New recruit Zhong Yu. Zhanjing, Forbidden Ruins, unknown, possibly a new type of Forbidden Ruins. Self-identified as the Mundane Realm. It can suppress the forbidden ruins of others within a 20-meter radius. Suppression range. Zhong additional skills. Possesses a certain level of mixed martial arts capability. Instructor Hong was determined. Zhong Yu was merely a novice in Zhong with a slight understanding of combat. Although his forbidden ruins serve as a supplementary skill with some utility, its current level was still far too low. The only thing he could rely on were a few combat techniques, but how could he possibly stand against an opponent wearing a mask? He quickly rushed to the center of the arena and whispered, "Zhong Yu, stop fooling around. Instructor Yuan has already spoken. Hurry up and get off the stage. There are so many instructors watching." However, Zhong Yu replied earnestly, "Instructor Yuan, Instructor Hong, I appreciate your kindness, but I genuinely wish to give it a try. If I win, I will continue with the training, but could you please meet my 3 conditions?" Yuan Gang, with a look of resignation, asked, "What are your conditions?" Zhong Yu smiled and said, "First, I would like to move into my wife's dormitory. Second, I request not to be made to wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning for any morning exercises. Third, I insist on eating cooked food. I do not eat raw meat." Upon hearing Zhong Yu's requests, Yuan Gang glanced at Hongying, who remained silent with pursed lips. Yuan Gang turned back, narrowing his eyes, and replied, "Fine, I agree to your terms. I've given you face. If you choose to act arrogantly, that's on you. Zhong Yu, you may select any member from among them. As long as you can remove the opponent's mask, you win." Zhong Yu nodded. "Great, thank you, Instructor Yuan." Yuan Gong, with a half-smile, replied, "Don't thank me just yet. Let's see if you can win first." Zhong Yu turned and approached the masked team. When the previous group of new recruits rushed in to be cautious, Zhong Yu had already invested all of his newly acquired 2 favorability points into upgrading his mastery of combat skill, elevating it directly to level 4. Coupled with the passive skill, Mundane Realm, that indiscriminately suppresses, Zhong Yu felt quite confident about this battle. Whereas previously, he needed over 30 moves to defeat Shan Mai at level 2 in combat skills. Now, even against the best fighter among the Night Watchmen, he would dominate effortlessly. At this moment, Zhong Yu himself was unaware that against the members of the masked team, he could single-handedly confront 5 or even 7 opponents and still emerge victorious with a single strike. "So who'll step up?" Zhong Yu inquired with a cheerful smile. Chapter 41, A Decisive Victory. The indiscriminate suppression of the mortal realm in an instant. A figure suddenly leaped in front of Zhong Yu. A wave of air erupted before her. Zhong Yu was taken aback, only to realize that it was none other than his wife, Hongying, who stood protectively in front of him. She had just intercepted the attack directed at him. As Zhong Yu approached the masked squad, Hongying sensed something amiss when she noticed the balance scale being raised. Thus, when he pointed a finger at Zhong Yu, she rushed forward, crossing her arms to brace against the silent assault, shielding Zhong Yu from harm. With a stern expression, Hongying remarked, "I never anticipated that the masked squad not only possesses formidable skills, but also excels in underhanded tactics." The members of the masked squad were equally bewildered. Upon understanding the situation, Wang Mian turned and forcefully tapped the back of the balance scale's head, exclaiming, "I told you it was a one-on-one duel. Why resort to underhanded tactics? Doesn't that make us a laughing stock?" The balance scale rubbed his head sheepishly. "My apologies, Captain. I just thought that kid was too arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson." Zhong Yu hurriedly approached his wife with concern. "Hongying, are you hurt?" With a smile, Hongying replied, "I'm fine." However, as Zhong Yu lifted her arm, he noticed the camouflage sleeve was torn in 2 places, revealing faint red marks on her fair skin. "You're saying you're fine?" "Your sleeve is shredded." Zhong Yu's expression turned icy in an instant. "Hongying, even if you hadn't come, they couldn't harm me. You know what my forbidden domain is." With gentle words, Hongying confessed, "I was just too anxious earlier and didn't think it through." After escorting his wife to the sidelines, Zhong Yu returned to the combat platform. He pointed at the man wearing the balance scale mask and coldly declared, "You are the one, right? Let us settle this with a one-on-one duel." With arms crossed, the balance scale stepped onto the platform, internally scoffing, "What with the theatrics? The captain is overreacting. That kid needed his wife's help just now. He doesn't seem all that capable." Zhong Yu narrowed his eyes at the balance scale. "Do you still want to take another shot? Go ahead, try it." Boom! An invisible force field emanated from Zhong Yu, rapidly oscillating outward, its radius swiftly extending to 5 kilometers. To avoid attracting the attention of instructors and newcomers, Zhong Yu had previously concealed his true strength, limiting the suppression of his domain to a mere 1-meter radius and adjusting his realm to the initial level. After all, there were no external mysterious threats within the training camp, making it unnecessary to display his full power at all times. However, he decided to no longer hide his prowess. To secure victory, to be with his wife, and to avenge her earlier injury in that moment, Zhong Yu unleashed the full extent of his forbidden domain. Everyone at the training camp felt a peculiar wave stirring within them. Standing at the entrance of the armory, the red-haired woman pressed her palms against the massive door, her expression one of utter astonishment. Her ability, designated as 076, the omnidirectional frequency shift, could have easily shattered the door, yet at this moment, she felt an inexplicable absence of power in her hands. "What's wrong, Molly?" Bailey, the plump individual, inquired with genuine concern. Molly shook her head in resignation. "I don't know, my forbidden ability seems to be completely ineffective around them." Others began to voice their confusion. "Me too. I'm experiencing the same. What on earth is happening?" Beside them, Lin Xie, who also felt devoid of any mystical strength, silently gazed towards the training grounds. He had a hunch about a possible explanation, but hadn't Brother Zhong previously stated that the suppression range was merely a few dozen meters? How had it suddenly escalated to this extent? On the martial platform, Tianping had ceased to exude his earlier arrogance. In addition to shock, an inexplicable dread began to swell within him. No matter how he attempted to move his fingers or arms, he could not summon even a trace of forbidden power. Tianping fully comprehended that he now stood on the platform as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. If this was truly the extent of Zhong Yu's demonstrated power, he had already lost. His abilities were rendered utterly useless, and he hadn't even begun to grasp his opponent as true nature. The mass crowd below also sensed the abnormality. "Captain," this rose began. Wang Mian shook his head. "Let us not jump to conclusions. Let us wait until the duel concludes." On the platform, Zhong Yu approached Tianping with a sly smile. Tianping instinctively retreated 2 steps. Adopting a combattance, he resolved that he could only engage in a physical confrontation now. Hoping that his opponent's strength lay solely in forbidden abilities and not in martial prowess with a swift motion, Zhong Yu offered no chance for defense. With a single punch, Tianping collapsed in pain, curling into a ball, his mask having been torn away by Zhong Yu before he fell. "My apologies, but I have emerged victorious," Zhong Yu remarked with a slight smile. "You should consider yourself fortunate that I cannot harm my comrades. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as a single punch." Tianping slowly lifted his head, terror and shock illuminating his gaze, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Zhong Yu coldly stated, "Let be known, the last individual who ripped my wife's sleeve was turned into a meat paste." Tianping. Zhong Yu raised a mask high above his head, turning back with a grin towards Yuan Gang. "Instructor Yuan, I have one, right? Surely you will honor your word?" At that moment, Yuan Gang in the audience wore an expression of profound shock, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had anticipated that Zhong Yu's audacity would lead to a confrontation with the masked team. However, it was they who had been thoroughly embarrassed. For a moment, Yuan Gang found himself at a loss for words. Although the 3 conditions Zhong Yu proposed were not particularly significant, and the first was even quite reasonable from the perspective of managing all the new recruits, it was not an easy promise to make. So many pairs of fresh recruits' eyes were fixed upon him, all novices. Why should Zhong Yu be exempt from the morning drills? Why should he escape the ordeal of consuming raw meat? Yuan Gang pinched his brow, never having anticipated that this young man could truly emerge victorious. To agree would feel inappropriate. To decline would also seem unsuitable. This predicament proved rather challenging. At that moment, Instructor Hong leaned closer to Yuan Gang's ear and whispered a few words. Yuan Gang's eyebrows instantly lifted, and he nodded. "Very well, we shall proceed as such." He then turned to face Zhong Yu. "I shall uphold my promise. Rest assured." "Yay!" Zhong Yu exclaimed, joyfully clenching a fist. "Hongying, did you see that? I won. We can live together now." On the sidelines, Hongying initially wore a look of delight, proud that her husband had decisively triumphed, earning the admiration of all. However, upon hearing Zhong Yu's mention of living together, she was suddenly overcome with shyness, covering her face with her hands. After all, so many instructors were watching. Zhong Yu, grinning widely, was about to leap off the stage to rush toward his wife when someone suddenly called out to him from behind. "Zhong Yu, please wait a moment." He turned around to find Wang Mian. Raising a hand, Wang Mian removed the mask from his face, smiling as he said, "Zhong Yu, I have a request. I, too, wish to engage in combat with you. May I? Please." Chapter 42. Fulfilled desire to reside in my wife's dormitory, yet Zhong Yu smiled and nodded, "Of course. I will fulfill Captain Wang's request." Wang Mian took a deep breath and ascended the martial arts platform. 3 minutes later, Wang Mian silently sheathed his yuan and descended from the stage. Below, all members of the masked team sat in a row, their heads hung low. Today marked the most devastating blow the masked team had ever experienced. The 6 of them had watched helplessly as their revered captain was defeated by another. And in just one strike, Wang Mian's expression was ashen. Earlier, witnessing Zhong Yu defeat Tianping with a single blow and suppressing everyone's forbidden realm, even Wang Mian, who was at the ocean level, sparked an idea within him. He wished to recruit Zhong Yu into his team. Zhong Yu's unique ability to suppress others' forbidden realms could provide formidable support, granting the masked team a significant advantage against dangerous foes. Tianping's fighting skills were mediocre. His defeat, without the use of his forbidden realm, was not particularly surprising. Thus, Wang Mian invited a duel to gauge the extent of Zhong Yu's comprehensive combat prowess. However, Wang Mian did not anticipate that Zhong Yu's combat capabilities would far exceed his own. In a single strike, Wang Mian, too, found himself defeated. Furthermore, beyond hand-to-hand combat, Wang Mian had attempted a contest of swordsmanship. He even wielded his yuan, while Zhong Yu casually brandished a wooden training sword, yet still bested him in a single strike. Naturally, the yuan lost its potency before Zhong Yu. With a sigh, Wang Mian reflected on the absurdity of wanting to recruit someone he could not even defeat himself. What a delusion. At this moment, dozens of instructors who had witnessed the entire duel stood on the sidelines, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Who would have thought a rookie could vanquish the captain of a specialized team with a single blow? Yuan Gang awkwardly scratched his nose, realizing that just moments ago, a group of rebellious rookies had fled the training ground, and he had anticipated that the masked team would decisively punish them. Yet, the reality was that this formidable specialized team had been thoroughly dominated by a mere rookie. At this juncture, Zhong Yu approached the sidelines, beaming as he engaged in conversation with Hongying. Wang Mian, with a stiff expression, walked over to Yuan Gang. "Instructor Yuan, I sincerely apologize. We were unable to accomplish the task you entrusted to us. We lost, and we accept our defeat wholeheartedly. Today, our masked team was outmatched, and I regret that we have provided you and the other instructors with such an embarrassing spectacle. This marks our farewell from the masked team." With that, Wang Mian donned his mask once more and turned to lead his team away. Yuan Gang reached out, wishing to retain him, but found himself at a loss for words. "Captain Wang, please wait." Wang Mian turned back, and it was Zhong Yu who had called out to him. Zhong Yu approached with a cheerful demeanor and said, "Captain Wang, it was you who removed your mask just now, not I. My team and yours merely engaged in a friendly spar, devoid of any notion of victory or defeat. Although there were no new recruits present, the instructors can certainly attest to this, can't they?" With a wink directed at Yuan Gang, Zhong Yu's intentions were immediately understood. Yuan Gang quickly chimed in, "Indeed, Zhong Yu speaks the truth. It was merely a friendly exchange. We can all vouch for that." Continuing, Zhong Yu remarked, "Captain Wang, I believe you are well aware of the reasons behind Team Yuan's request for your assistance. If you were to leave without addressing the matter, how could those rebellious new recruits be expected to comply with discipline?" Yuan Gang then added, "That's precisely the case, Captain Wang. Although there was a minor incident earlier, none of the new recruits witnessed it, so will remain unknown. However, if you do not proceed to defeat those unruly recruits and temper their enthusiasm, I, Yuan, would find myself in quite a predicament." Captain Wang paused, finally grasping the underlying motivations of the entire situation. Zhong Yu, despite his formidable strength, had chosen not to confront them initially, but waited until the inexperienced recruits were carried away on stretchers and the capable ones had fled before challenging them. This strategy was designed to preserve the dignity of the masked squad in the eyes of the new recruits. Taking a deep breath, Captain Wang acknowledged Zhong Yu's prowess and cunning, admiring the balance he struck between interests. With newfound respect, he declared, "I understand now. Zhong Yu, Captain Yuan. The masked squad shall persist in our mission to dominate the new recruits. All members of the masked squad, fall in line and follow me. We shall teach those novice recruits a lesson." The members, Chong Wei, Xianhua, Yu Gui, and Tian Ping, immediately stood at attention, responding, "Yes, Captain." Yuan Gang nodded in approval. Now viewing Zhong Yu in a new light, the new recruit had far exceeded his expectations. This year, the Night Watch had indeed discovered a treasure. Yuan Gang foresaw that Zhong Yu's value to the Great Xia Kingdom would undoubtedly rival that of the divine agent Lin Xie, designated as 003. After the masked squad departed the training ground, many instructors gathered around Zhong Yu, eagerly inquiring about the events, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Meanwhile, Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong found themselves amidst the crowd, exchanging solemn glances, both bearing grave expressions. Subsequently, the masked squad faced off against Lin Xie by Li Pangpang, Shen Qingzhu, and Chao Yuan. Despite some challenges, they ultimately emerged victorious, thereby fulfilling the task assigned by Yuan Gang. That evening, a notice was posted on the bulletin board beneath the recruits' quarters, stating, "New recruit Zhong Yu, for his courageous efforts in treating injured comrades during today's combat exercise, is hereby commended for his outstanding performance, in accordance with the Night Watch's principle of caring for the spouses of comrades. It is approved that he may reside with his wife." According to Zhong Yu's personal application and the physician's assessment, due to gastrointestinal discomfort, he has been excused from the morning training and the consumption of raw meat. A group of new recruits gathered around the announcement board, buzzing with envy. However, Zhong Yu paid them no mind, as he had joyfully packed all his belongings. Lin Xie and Bailey Pangpang assisted him in moving his luggage. The group carried various bags from the male dormitory towards the instructor's quarters where Hongying resided. Along the way, Bailey Pangpang inquired, "Brother Zhong, now that you're moving in with your wife, may I stay in your room?" Zhong Yu smiled and replied, "Of course, Pangpang." But Lin Xie frowned and interjected, "No way, I disagree." Bailey Pangpang looked aggrieved and asked, "Why not, Xie? We worked so well together today. Aren't we brothers now?" Lin Xie maintained a stern expression, stating, "While I acknowledge you as a brother, your feet smell. I cannot allow you to move in." Bailey Pangpang then playfully wrapped his arms around Lin Xie, exclaiming, "Ha, Xie, I knew you would recognize me as a brother." The group continued their lively banter as they ascended to the instructor's dormitory. Hongying was already waiting in her quarters. "Wife, I'm moving in." Zhong Yu cheerfully pushed open the partially ajar door, only to be taken aback. The water bottle he held clattered to the floor. "What is wrong, Brother Zhong? Let me see." A little head squeezed in under Zhong Yu's arm, and Bailey Pangpang asked. Zhong Yu responded with a look of shock. Inside the room, Hongying stood beaming in a corner, waving at the three of them. The originally 2-meter-wide bed was gone, replaced by 2 single beds. Chapter 43. The first night of spousal cohabitation. With a smile, Hongying said, "Qi, thank you for helping Zhong Yu move his belongings." Standing at the doorway, Lin Xie nodded appreciatively. "You're welcome, Sister Hongying. We shall take our leave now." After speaking, he pulled the inquisitive by Li Pangpang, who was still peeking inside the room, and they swiftly departed. Once downstairs, Bai Li Pangpang leaned closer, his expression shrouded in mystery. "Qi, why do you think Zhong Ji's wife replaced the double bed with 2 single beds?" Lin Qi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's to facilitate Zhong Ji's training and studies?" Bai Li Pangpang pouted in disbelief. In the dormitory, Zhong Yu wore a perplexed expression. Hongying, the previous large bed was quite adequate. Why switch to 2 single beds? Hongying replied with a smile. "Zhong Yu, as a new recruit, this change is naturally to enhance your training and learning experience." Zhong Yu responded with a resigned smile. Noticing her husband's disappointment, Hongying took Zhong Yu's hand, and they sat side by side on the small bed. Zhong Yu, she called softly. He lowered his gaze. Hongying focused on him, determined to express her true feelings. You know, a few days ago when I learned that I could also participate in this new recruit training, I was overwhelmed with joy. Zhong Yu looked up at his wife, who smiled gently, her eyes brimming with warmth. Although this job may become quite hectic, just being able to see you every day brings me immense satisfaction. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I never imagined we would be able to live together. Zhong Yu gazed into her eyes, listening intently. Hongying chuckled. Seeing you triumph over the masked squad today filled my heart with joy. My husband is a true man. Upon hearing his wife's praise, a wave of warmth surged through Zhong Yu, prompting him to straighten his posture. Hongying couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor, and Zhong Yu joined in, sharing a moment of light-hearted joy. However, after a while, Hongying suddenly lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Zhong Yu, although we are married, we have only known each other for less than a month. She bit her lip, as if gathering immense courage. I have little experience in romance, but now I wish to earnestly engage in a relationship with you. Shall we together experience a complete romantic journey, preserving our most cherished moments for the end? Her voice dwindled to a near whisper, softer than a mosquito's hum. Yet Zhong Yu heard every word clearly. He comprehended his wife's intentions. She had fully embraced him and was eager to embark on a genuine romance. Zhong Yu nodded earnestly. Wife, I understand. I promise you. Hongying lifted her gaze and smiled. Zhong Yu, we are both still young and growing. I believe in your potential. As a night watchman, you will undoubtedly achieve greater accomplishments for countless citizens and for our great Xia in the future. Therefore, do your utmost during this training session. Zhong Yu nodded, assuring, rest assured, my dear, I will participate earnestly in the training and not let you down. Hongying smiled gently, leaning slightly forward, and the two embraced tightly once more. Ding! A voice echoed in Zhong Yu's mind again. Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection increased. 1. Current wife's affection level, 51. At the foot of the new recruit's dormitory, a young man in an unbuttoned military uniform and a backward cap stood before the bulletin board, a look of disdain on his face. Shen Qingzhu, Lin Xie called out, smiling as he approached. What are you looking at? Nothing, Shen Qingzhu replied nonchalantly while chewing gum, turning away to leave. He truly is arrogant, Lin Xie thought, shaking his head. Don't mind that guy, Li Pongguan said indignantly. In the afternoon, the group had performed a commendable teamwork against the masked squad. However, Shen Qingzhu always maintained a cold demeanor, as if he were above everyone else. Lin Xie, come here for a moment. Lin Xie turned to see Wang Mian calling him. Wang Mian was preparing to leave the training camp with the masked squad. Before departing, he sought out Lin Xie to clarify some of his questions regarding the divine agents. Upon exiting the training camp gates, Wang Mian received a phone call. Hello, Simeng. On the other end, Xia Simeng chuckled. How's it going, Captain Wang? Did you enjoy tormenting those recruits today? Wang Mian fell silent for a moment before responding. Not really. Huh? Xia Simeng sounded puzzled. Is there someone among the recruits that you can't handle? After a brief contemplation, she quickly deduced. Is there a guy named Zhong Yu in this batch of recruits? Wang Mian was somewhat taken aback. How did you know? Xia Simeng chuckled. I've crossed paths with Zhong Yu before. I am well aware of his capabilities. If you were defeated by him, there is no need to feel disheartened. Wang Mian sighed. He defeated me with a single move. I suspect his true strength rivals that of the top human elites. Xia Simeng lamented. Indeed, that guy. Initially, I considered recruiting him for our Phoenix squad. Wang Mian's eyes widened. You also thought about enlisting Zhong Yu? Xia Simeng rolled her eyes and remarked. But he is completely uninterested. This fellow, despite his immense strength, is not particularly ambitious. His focus is solely on his wife. Wang Mian, holding the phone, suddenly fell silent. Simeng, do you have someone you like? Xia Simeng replied. Huh, me? Wang Mian sighed, recalling that there were still matters to address, and he ended the call. The sound of the line disconnecting echoed softly. He reminisced about his early days alongside Xia Simeng, both of them having joined the night watch almost simultaneously, often encouraging one another. Now, They had each risen to the rank of captain within their respective special teams, capable of standing on their own. Yet, as the years passed, he pondered whether they had overlooked something significant. Was it truly a mistake for Zhong Yu to decline joining a special team? In the upper floor dormitory, Zhong Yu was drying his damp hair, clad in the Peppa Pig pajamas that Hongying had prepared for him as he emerged from the bathroom. With a cheerful tone, he exclaimed, "Dear, I'm all done. Yes, I've tidied up your things. You should rest first. I will wash up shortly," replied Hongying. Zhong Yu glanced at the daily necessities he had brought. During his time in the shower, Hongying had arranged everything neatly. 2 single beds, each a meter wide, were symmetrically positioned against the walls on either side of the room. Both beds were adorned with matching sheets and duvet covers they had previously chosen together. Zhong Yu smiled broadly and inquired, "Which side should I sleep on?" Hongying pointed to one side, "This side." Zhong Yu nodded and settled onto the bed on the east side. Hongying, wearing slippers and holding a matching set of pajamas, headed to the bathroom. However, the bathroom door soon opened again, revealing her head peeking out. "What is it, dear?" he asked, with a serious gaze. Hongying instructed, "You must not come in later, nor peek." Zhong Yu chuckled softly. "Didn't we agree on this? What do you take me for?" He lifted a book that had just been distributed that day, declaring, "Look, I'm currently engrossed in my studies." Hongying nodded and closed the door once more. Moments later, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. Zhong Yu focused on the book before him, on the relationship between forbidden ruins and geometry. At that moment, he found himself unable to concentrate on a single word, as fleeting images danced through his mind. With a sigh, he closed the book. This was truly a tormenting experience. Chapter 44. Covering my wife with the quilt more than 30 times in one night. The following day, at 8 in the morning, Zhong Yu, yawning, arrived at the training ground. Although he was not required to participate in the morning exercises at 4 o'clock, he was still obligated to attend the regular training that commenced at 8. Bai Li, the plump member of the team, stared at Zhong Yu's dark circles in astonishment and asked, "Brother Zhong, did you not sleep well last night?" Zhong Yu nodded, affirming that he indeed had a restless night. "Scarcely sleeping at all." Bai Li, with a mischievous grin, expressed concern, "Brother Zhong, one must practice moderation and take care of one's health." Zhong Yu, exasperated, playfully smacked Bai Li on the back of the head and retorted, "You brat, stop worrying needlessly." Zhong Yu could not help but reminisce about the torturous experience of the previous night. His wife's bathing ritual was exceedingly prolonged. He had begun to feel drowsy, turning off the lights and lying down in bed, ready to succumb to slumber. However, when Hongying emerged from the bathroom, excitement coursed through him, banishing any thoughts of sleep. He feigned closed eyes but perked up his ears, inhaling the sweet fragrance that lingered in the air, a signature scent that enveloped a girl upon her exit from the bath. Before long, he heard the sound of Hongying removing her shoes and climbing into bed. After a while, her breathing grew steady and tranquil. Concluding that she had drifted into a deep sleep, Zhong Yu turned to face her. He slightly opened his eyes, and there was his wife's adorable face directly in front of him. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her breathing was even. Indeed, she had fallen asleep. Zhong Yu grinned widely, his eyes brightening as he admired the graceful curves of his wife's body and that irresistibly cute face in the darkness. Oh, how he longed to climb over and pinch and kiss that delightful face. Yet, he restrained himself, having promised his wife that he would refrain from such playful antics. Thus, he remained obediently in bed, gazing yearnfully at her. After a prolonged period of watching, he had begun to feel somewhat drowsy, but just as he was about to close his eyes and drift off, suddenly, whoosh, his wife rolled over in bed, flinging the quilt onto the floor. Hongying lay sprawled out, arms and legs splayed in the shape of a large character. Her fair abdomen, navel, and the delicate pink of her tiny feet were all exposed. Zhong Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such dramatic sleeping behavior from his wife. What if she caught a chill? Contemplating this, he quietly rose and tiptoed to Hongying's side, gently retrieving the quilt from the floor to cover her properly before returning to his own side of the bed. However, in the next moment, whoosh, Hongying kicked off the quilt entirely once again. Zhong Yu could only laugh helplessly, turning back to pick up the quilt for her yet again. This time, He meticulously tucked in the corners, ensuring she was snugly covered. Finally, he returned to his side of the bed. Yet, predictably, Hongying flung off the quilt for a third time. Zhong Yu gritted his teeth. I truly cannot believe this. He rose once more. Thus, on that night, the poor Zhong Yu adjusted the quilt for his wife 33 times. Yet, Hongying remained blissfully asleep throughout, even emitting soft snores akin to a contented kitten. As dawn broke, Zhong Yu's fatigue surged upon him like an overwhelming tide. Reluctantly, he surrendered to the situation. Closing his eyes, he sank into a deep slumber until an hour later, when the alarm rang, compelling him to rise for the next day's training. Hongying, too, stretched languidly and got out of bed, as she needed to retrieve work materials from Yuan Gang early. At the training ground, on the demonstration platform, stood a newly arrived instructor at the training camp, Han Li. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood tall and straight. Han Li's gaze swept over the throng of recruits. Upon noticing one among them dozing off, he furrowed his brow, his eyes sharpening with intensity. The slumbering recruit stepped forward. Yes, I am referring to you with the panda eyes. Zhong Yu, looking innocent, stepped onto the demonstration platform. Instructor Han, in a stern tone, inquired, What is your name? Zhong Yu. Confess honestly, what were you up to last night? Why are you so drowsy? Zhong Yu scratched his head and truthfully replied, I spent the night covering my wife with a quilt. Ha ha ha. As soon as Zhong Yu finished his statement, all the recruits erupted into laughter, akin to firecrackers igniting. No laughter. Anlis molt wisha India irritation. What a splendid dream you had. Why not dream of kissing your wife instead? Another wave of laughter ensued, just as Han Li was about to unleash further reprimands. Another instructor swiftly pulled him aside and whispered a few words. Shock gradually crept onto Han Li's face. Upon returning, he scrutinized Zhong Yu. I have heard that your combat skills and swordsmanship are quite impressive. Zhong Yu nodded. They are decent. Han Li stroked his chin, for the other instructor had informed him not only of Zhong Yu's relationship with the assistant instructor, but also of Zhong Yu's recent victory over the masked opponent in a duel against Wang Mian. Yet, he remained skeptical. Come, today I happen to be teaching swordsmanship. Let's have a sparring match. Han Li drew 2 wooden swords and tossed one to Zhong Yu. Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, Zhong Yu shook himself awake. Han Li scoffed. Zhong Yu, if you manage to defeat me, you may skip this lesson and return to sleep. Zhong Yu's eyes widened, instantly alert. Instructor Han, is that true? You must keep your word. Han Li Ufa. Han Li, always keep my word. Han Li's swordsmanship is among the finest in the Night Watch organization. Setting aside the forbidden ruins and forbidden objects in pure swordplay, he could easily best Wang Mian. Thus, Wang Mian's defeat at the hands of Zhong Yu does not signify much. Han Li, nonetheless, could still easily intimidate this recruit and assert his dominance in the first lesson. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Han Li raised the knife in his hand. Make your move, Zhong Yu. A second later, slap. Han, the instructor, stood in disbelief. His own knife lay discarded on the ground, while Zhong Yu's wooden sword pointed menacingly at his throat. Had this been a real battle, his life would have been forfeit in an instant. With a mischievous grin, Zhong Yu sheathed his sword. Instructor Han, may I return to my slumber now? Han sighed, waving him off. Go ahead. Zhong Yu hopped off the training platform, leaving the training grounds amidst the astonished gazes of the new recruits. Silently, Han bent down to retrieve the wooden sword, discreetly turning his back to the new recruits. Clenching his fist, he murmured softly, Han Li, believe in yourself. You can do it. Zhong Yu is merely an anomaly. The rest of these recruits are nothing but novices. Ga Bushing, Fan. When Han turned back, he had regained his authoritative demeanor as an instructor. He cleared his throat twice. Let's continue. Next, I shall invite another recruit to the stage. Bai Li, the chubby recruit, was called up. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhong Yu collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted and in dire need of a nap. However, mere minutes into his slumber, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Frowning, Zhong Yu wondered who could possibly disturb his rest. He rose and opened the door to find Bai Li waiting anxiously. Brother Zhong, something terrible has happened. You must hurry to the training grounds. What is it, Bai Li? Zhong Yu inquired, noticing the breathless state of his companion. Bai Li Bantet, Gao Yuan. That twisted demon is on a rampage. No one can stop him. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. Gao Yuan, don't you possess the minor slashing and sealing scrolls? Have Qi seal him? While he blinked in surprise. How do you know I have those, Brother Zhong? Zhong Yu stammered. Oh, well, this. Damn. He had forgotten that as a time traveler, he couldn't reveal knowledge of events he had not witnessed. Fortunately, Bali didn't dwell on this. He tugged at Zhong Yu's sleeve, urging, Brother Zhong, there's no time. Follow me. My sealing scroll was used up yesterday, and it requires at least a day to regenerate. Chia said only you can subdue that madman. Chapter 45. Is my wife upset? Upon hearing the explanation from Bai Li Pang Pang, Zhong Yu pondered while stroking his chin. The fellow named Chao Yuan, whenever he wielded a knife, would involuntarily unleash his forbidden domain, Black King Annihilation. This was a highly dangerous forbidden domain, classified as Sequence 031. After the showdown with the masked squad yesterday, Zhong Yu had adjusted the radius of his mundane realm to 1 meter to avoid disrupting the new recruits' training. With the commencement of the training camp today, they had activated an artifact capable of suppressing all new recruits' forbidden domains. However, due to the advanced sequence of Chao Yuan's Black King Annihilation, that suppressive artifact was utterly ineffective against him. Consequently, all new recruits and instructors present at the training ground were a loss against Chao Yuan, forced to flee. Except for Lin Qi. It was originally Zhong Yu's responsibility to contain Chao Yuan. Yet this fool had managed to wrap him up like a mummy with the sealing scroll, using an entire roll of tape in the process. Zhong Yu shook his head. It seemed he would not be able to indulge in a leisurely sleep after all. Lin Qi was correct. Only he, Zhong Yu, had the means to subdue Chao Yuan's Black King domain. Zhong Yu patted Bai Li Pang Pang and said, Let us go. He locked the door, and the two descended the stairs. However, just as they reached the bottom, Zhong Yu suddenly halted. He slapped his forehead with force. How foolish of me. I could simply enlarge the radius of mundane realm to encompass the training ground. There's no need to foolishly follow this fatso back to the training site. Seeing Zhong Yu stop abruptly, Bai Li Pang Pang anxiously asked, What's wrong, Brother Zhong? Did you forget something important? Zhong Yu shook his head with a smile. Pang Pang, I'm not going. Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Not going? Why not? Are you unwilling to lend a hand? Zhong Yu clarified. It's not that. I've already handled it. Chao Yuan has returned to normal. You'll see when you go back. Bai Li Pang Pang was incredulous. What do you mean, Brother Zhong? You can remotely suppress Chao Yuan's Black King form without being on site? Zhong Yu nodded affirmatively. Exactly. So you all continue with your training. I'm heading back to sleep. With that, he yawned and turned to ascend the stairs once more. Bai Li Pang Pang stood dumbfounded for a few moments before sprinting back toward the training ground. The training ground was in disarray. In his Black King form, Chao Yuan had wreaked havoc with nothing but a wooden sword, leaving the entire area in shambles. Bai Li Pang Pang stared at the center of the field. Zhong Yu had not deceived him. Chao Yuan had indeed returned to his normal form, lying on the ground bare-chested. Beside him stood the exhausted Lin Qi and Instructor Han Li. Instructor Han Li, panting heavily, expressed his confusion. What the hell? How did this kid suddenly revert? He nearly scared me to death. You all aren't injured, are you? The group shook their heads in unison. Although the training ground was destroyed, fortunately, the recruits remained unscathed. Bai Li, the chubby one, hurried over to Lin Qi and Han Li, explaining the long-range suppression demonstrated by Zhong Yu moments prior. Lin Qi nodded, entirely unsurprised, while Han Li wore a look of astonishment. He had initially believed that Zhong Yu merely excelled in swordsmanship. He was unprepared for the revelation of such formidable spatial restrictions. The restraints employed in the training camp proved ineffective against Zhong Yu and Chao Yuan. Yet Zhong Yu's abilities could suppress Chao Yuan's, even from hundreds of meters away. What manner of prodigy was Zhong Yu? Han Li sighed as he gazed at the new recruits, feeling inadequate to fulfill the role of combat instructor. He resolved to tender his resignation to Chief Instructor Yuan. Upon observing Han's troubled expression, Instructor Hong approached to offer words of consolation. Chao Yuan, lying on the ground, had heard every word spoken by Bai Li. The elder brother, Zhong Yu, was able to suppress his spatial restrictions from afar. Just yesterday, He had thought that only Lin Xie was his destined ally, capable of absolving him of his sins. Yet now, a new variable emerged, someone who could indiscriminately suppress his abilities. Rising to his feet, Chao Yuan suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze to the wooden sword that had fallen to the ground, eager to test his hypothesis. He bent down to retrieve the sword, prompting immediate concern among the onlookers, some of whom dashed away 100 meters in alarm. Chao Yuan, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Han Li rushed forward to intervene, but it was too late. Chao Yuan had already grasped the wooden sword. Strangely, he did not transform into his Black King form. Zhong Yu, fearing further disturbances after casting the expansive, ordinary domain, chose to leave it active. Ha ha! I can hold a sword now. I can finally hold a sword, Chao Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain his exuberance as he danced about. Xie, do you have a nail clipper? Huh? A nail clipper? Lin Xie replied, bewildered. I have one, said Molly, handing a nail clipper to Chao Yuan. Plopping down on the ground, he began to trim his nails. Wah, I can finally use a nail clipper. Wah, no more biting them, he cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Throughout his life, he had never been permitted to touch any blades, not even a nail clipper. Poor Chao Yuan had resorted to gnawing at his nails when they grew too long. The onlookers were deeply moved by this scene. This child, Chao Yuan, had indeed endured his share of trials. Suddenly, Bali interjected, wait, if you have to bite your fingernails, what about your toenails? Upon hearing this, everyone cast complex glances at the chubby boy, realizing he was quite the atmosphere destroyer. The morning training session concluded, and all the recruits raced towards the mess hall like hungry wolves. Having caught up on sleep, Zhong Yu felt somewhat revitalized. He rose from his bed, intending to find his wife and head to the dining hall together. With a click, the door swung open. As Hongying returned to the dormitory, she was slightly taken aback upon seeing Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu, why did you skip the morning training? Zhong Yu, beaming with a smile, offered an explanation. Hongying nodded, but chose not to elaborate further. Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal, she suggested. However, Zhong Yu noticed a rather grim expression on his wife's face. Could it be that she was upset with him for not attending the morning training? Throughout their journey, Zhong Yu contemplated inquiring about her mood multiple times, yet he refrained from doing so, as Hongying maintained a stern visage. Little did he know, her displeasure was not directed at him, but stemmed from the troubles of her investigative task. Earlier that morning, she had sought out Yuan Gang and obtained all the instructors' profiles, engaging in conversations with several of them. Yet, despite their interactions, there was no discernible flaw in their demeanor. Hongying felt the weight of her mission to uncover the mole was exceedingly challenging, with no leads in sight. Zhong Yu, oblivious to her inner turmoil, mistakenly believed that she was miffed at him. He silently cursed himself, reflecting, what a fool I am. I had promised my wife with utmost sincerity that I would diligently participate in training yesterday. Instead, I lazily opted to sleep in the dormitory. She must be utterly disappointed in me. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they collected their meals at the serving window. Thanks to the special attention from Chief Instructor Yuan, Zhong Yu received a plate of hot dishes, while all the other recruits were served steamed buns with raw meat, accompanied by a small dish of spicy chili sauce. Observing the disparity between his meal and his wife's serious expression, he resolved to share his portion. Darling, I shall give you my share of the meal, he declared. Huh? Hongying looked up, puzzled. Yet Zhong Yu firmly asserted, I am a new recruit. A new recruit must embody the spirit of a new recruit, without seeking special treatment. Therefore, I shall join everyone in eating raw meat. Hongying. Chapter 46. My dear husband, it seems you have become the darling of the new recruits. After finishing his words, Zhong Yu transferred the untouched hot dishes and steaming rice to his wife Hongying's plate. He then hurried back to the cafeteria window with his empty plate. Hongying gazed at Zhong Yu's retreating figure, lost in thought. She found it puzzling. Wasn't it her husband who had insisted on not eating raw meat? Why had he now decided to consume it? Please give me 2 steamed buns and a portion of raw meat, along with a dish of spicy sauce. Thank you. The cafeteria worker, Old Sun, looked at the new recruit before him, whose serious demeanor made him raise an eyebrow. This lad was one of the recruits under the special care of General Yuan, who had mentioned that the recruit had a sensitive stomach and should be given hot meals just like the instructors. unbeknownst to Old Sun. He was unaware of Zhong Yu's recent triumph over the mass team. Initially, he had regarded Zhong Yu with a hint of disdain, believing that he was receiving preferential treatment in the training camp due to his wife being an instructor. However, he was taken aback to see the lad now opting for raw meat instead of the hot meals, showing a measure of resolve. Old Sun silently commended him and even added an extra slice of raw meat to Zhong Yu's plate. Zhong Yu's expression twitched at the sight of the additional raw meat. His intention was merely to prompt his wife to improve her attitude towards him, not to indulge in another piece of raw meat. How could he possibly swallow that? He managed to regain his composure and forced a smile, saying, "Master Sun, you haven't given me the spicy sauce yet." Old Sun chuckled. "Young man, we've just run out of spicy sauce. How about I add another piece of meat instead?" Zhong Yu hurriedly waved his hands. No, that is quite all right." He swiftly returned to his wife's side. "Darling, I'm back." Hongying blinked and inquired, "Zhong Yu, why have you decided to eat raw meat again?" Zhong Yu puffed out his chest and declared, "I am also a new recruit. I cannot indulge in special treatment just because I have made a trivial contribution. I want to share both the hardships and the joys with everyone." With that, he reluctantly took a bite of the raw meat. It was dreadful, yet he forced himself to swallow it. He had raised his voice deliberately to express his determination to his wife, and, as a result, all the recruits in the cafeteria heard him loud and clear. These recruits had only just witnessed Zhong Yu's impressive feat of defeating Instructor Han that morning, and they had learned afterward that it was thanks to Zhong Yu that Chao Yuan's Dark King form had been suppressed. They began to hold him in some esteem. Indeed, he was strong, had contributed by treating the wounded, and his wife was an assistant instructor. With all these factors combined, no one had any objections to Zhong Yu being treated differently during mealtime. To their surprise, he voluntarily relinquished his special treatment and chose to eat raw meat alongside them. What reason did they have to complain? At this moment, many of the new recruits began to hold a sense of admiration for Zhong Yu. "Brother Zhong is a true hero. I admire you," one of the recruits exclaimed, eagerly devouring the raw meat from his plate. The others soon followed suit, picking up their chopsticks to join in. Yuan Gang, standing on the second floor, observed the scene below with a satisfied nod. "This kid, Zhong Yu, is quite impressive," he remarked. Instructor Hong chimed in. Indeed, at first, those new recruits were reluctant to eat, but once he took the lead, everyone began to partake. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. "This kid possesses a regal bearing. His future is boundless." Hongying gazed at Zhong Yu from across the room, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Zhong Yu, I didn't expect you to exhibit such manly spirit." Zhong Yu chuckled, pleased that his wife not only smiled but also praised him. "This raw meat is quite a good deal." Little did Hongying know of her husband's subtle thoughts. She had never been upset with him for slacking off due to his abilities. She was merely preoccupied with her own work troubles. Zhong Yu shook his head while eyeing the raw meat. "If only I had Aunt Kai's chili sauce, it wouldn't be so unbearable to eat." No sooner had he spoken than Chao Yuan approached, clutching a small dish of chili sauce. "Brother Zhong, you can have mine. I don't like spicy food." Zhong Yu looked up at Chao Yuan, somewhat taken aback. In the original narrative, this fellow had only clung to Lin Chiye, so he was surprised to find Lin Chiye's privileges seemingly usurped by himself. "Brother Zhong, I also don't eat spicy food. You can have his portion." Another voice chimed in, and to his astonishment, it was Lin Chiye. "Brother Zhong, I'll give you mine too." Li Pang Pang added as well. "Brother Zhong, I'm here too. Do you need any raw meat besides the chili sauce? My portion hasn't been touched yet. It's all yours. And my steamed buns too." An increasing number of new recruits gathered around, and soon Zhong Yu found himself surrounded by a mountain of chili sauce, meat, and buns. He was left speechless. "Everyone, please eat. I have more than enough here. Truly, it's not necessary." Across the way, Hongying observed the scene, her laughter ringing out joyfully. "Darling, it seems you've become the darling of the new recruits." Zhong Yu smiled awkwardly at his wife. "Wife, help me." He continued to push away the food being offered by the eager recruits. Ding! Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection increased. 1. Current wife's affection level. 52. Zhong Yu was taken aback. His affection level had risen by 1 again. He hadn't anticipated that his display of humility could elevate his affection level. He hadn't even gotten around to using the previous 1 increase yet. As lunchtime concluded, the training schedule indicated that all new recruits were to board a bus to Jinan Mountain for extreme training in the afternoon. The recruits returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings. Zhong Yu also returned to the dorm with his wife to prepare. Hongying would accompany him on this extreme training adventure. She seized the opportunity to observe the accompanying instructor during the new recruits' training in the mountains. It was rumored that the extreme training in the afternoon would be quite arduous. Zhong Yu, remember to bring extra compressed biscuits and water, Hongying reminded him incessantly, her concern akin to that of a mother for her child. I got it, dear, Zhong Yu replied cheerfully as he prepared his supplies. Meanwhile, he took a moment to access the system in his mind, utilizing one of his affinity to draw a proactive skill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the proactive skill, danger warning. Proactive skill, danger warning, current level, 6, max level. Coverage radius, 10 kilometers. This skill can be activated at any time. Once activated, it will automatically detect all living beings and objects within the range that are currently or will soon pose a threat to the host, and immediately alert the host. Zhong Yu nodded in satisfaction at the skill's description. This was yet another means of safeguarding himself. He promptly activated danger warning. Beep, beep, beep. The system began to operate instantly, yet it did not provide any markers. Zhong Yu nodded. It seemed the training camp was still quite safe at the moment. He boarded the bus to Jinan Mountain with Hongying. At the entrance of the training camp, instructors and new recruits boarded the bus one after another amidst the bustling crowd. Instructor Hong Hao grabbed the sleeve of Instructor Wang Gui beside him. Old Wang, have you seen Wu Ruodong? Tell him to hurry up and get on the bus. Wang Gui chuckled. He went to the restroom. He'll be here soon. Inside the restroom, it was empty. Wu Ruodong used a special phone to dial a number. Master Yi, the recruits are leaving the camp. The Zhong Yu I reported to you last time, the one who defeated the mass squad, is among them. Chapter 47. The chicken soup is here at the foot of Jinan Mountain. A dozen black buses came to a halt. Zhong Yu, along with all the new recruits, disembarked and formed a line. Instructor Hong, standing on a small hill with a loudspeaker, beamed as he announced the rules for the extreme training. Each of you will receive a weighted backpack to store your provisions and water. You may freely form teams and traverse this mountain range before dawn tomorrow. Along the way, drones will incessantly attack you. Those struck by the paintballs from the drones will be eliminated and face severe penalties. Here, your forbidden realm will also be suppressed by the forbidden objects, so do not expect any shortcuts. Zhong Yu, standing in line, was hardly paying attention to Instructor Hong's speech. His gaze remained fixed on his wife, who was not far away, smiling back at him. Zhong Yu pursed his lips, realizing he would have to spend a night in the mountains before he could see her again. He felt a twinge of reluctance. Once Instructor Hong concluded, the recruits began to collect their backpacks. Each was also given a small knife to navigate the challenging wilderness terrain. Despite Chao Yuan's numerous pleas for a knife, insisting that he would not transform as long as he was with Zhong Yu, Instructor Hong remained unyielding and only provided him with a spoon. Zhong Yu received his backpack and began to stow away the compressed biscuits and water his wife had prepared for him. The backpack itself weighed 35 kilograms, and with the added provisions, it became even heavier. Naturally, Lin Xie chose to team up with Zhong Yu. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pang Pang, wearing a distressed expression, lamented, "Climbing is so exhausting. If I get eliminated, so be it. I don't want to carry all this weight and drown." Zhong Yu chuckled, "Pang Pang, I advise you to obediently bring along your water and food." He whispered, "I just inquired, and the penalties this time are quite exaggerated, potentially leading to social humiliation." Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes widened. Huh? Social humiliation? Instantly, he began hurriedly packing his bag. "Brother Zhong, Brother Chie, I'll stick with you once we enter the mountains. You must protect me, and don't let me get eliminated." Chao Yuan squeezed over, adding, "Brother Zhong, I'm coming with you, and Chie too." The new recruits quickly organized their gear and prepared to head into the mountains. Zhong Yu ran up to Hongying. "Wife, I need a hug." Hongying smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck and gently patting his back, saying softly, "All right, Zhong Yu, you must strive to avoid elimination. I will wait for you at the exit on the other side of the mountains." Zhong Yu held his wife tightly, assuring her, "Rest assured, my love. I will do my utmost to succeed. Instructor Hong clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you two, can you not be so mushy? Zhong Yu, hurry and get into the mountains." Reluctantly, Zhong Yu turned away and stepped into the mountains with the main group of new recruits. An hour later, Hong Hao glanced at his watch, his anxiety palpable as he turned to Wu Ruodong beside him and inquired, "Old Wu, why hasn't your drone transport vehicle arrived yet?" "The new recruits have already been inside for an hour. The drone should be entering soon." Wu Ruodong, while adjusting the computer monitor, turned back with a smile. "I just contacted them. The vehicle broke down on the way, causing a slight delay. It is expected to arrive in another half an hour." Refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, the cooking team, led by Old Sun, was diligently preparing dinner for all the instructors. They had finished their meal early today, as they needed to travel to the other side of Jinan Mountain. "Old Sun, that chicken soup smells delightful," Wang Gui remarked, peering curiously over the large pot. "You've certainly worked hard today, accompanying us on this field duty." "Oh, this is nothing arduous. I'm merely cooking," Old Sun replied modestly. "You and these new recruits are the ones truly exerting yourselves. By the way, Wang Gui, could you keep an eye on the heat? I'll go fetch a couple of scallions from the vehicle." Wang Gui waved him off. "Go ahead, I'll handle things here." Once Old Sun had walked away, Wang Gui discreetly pulled a small vial from his pocket. Ensuring no one was around, he swiftly poured the powder from the vial into the chicken soup. Before long, dinner is served. "Instructors, it's time to eat," Old Sun announced, placing the large pot in front of everyone. "How fragrant!" exclaimed one instructor, gazing hungrily at the creamy, rich chicken soup. The instructors quickly emerged from the tent, arranging tables and chairs in preparation for their meal. At that moment, Hongying was still inside the tent conversing with another instructor. Hong Hao called out, "Instructor Hongying, you should eat first. We can continue our discussion afterward." Hongying nodded and exited the tent. Everyone began to take their seats for dinner. "Hey, where are instructors Wang and Wu?" someone asked. "Don't worry about them. They went to the restroom. They'll all be back shortly." Hong Hao frowned. "Again with the restroom? What else with those two? Do they have an upset stomach?" Upon hearing Hong Hao's words, Hong Ying furrowed her brow. She had previously interacted with Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong and hadn't noticed anything amiss. Yet their behavior today seemed rather peculiar. After contemplating, she decided to return to the tent to investigate the two further. Inside the tent, Hongying browsed through the documents in her hands. Nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary. She shook her head. "Oh well, I'll look into it after dinner." However, as Hongying stepped out of the tent once more, she was taken aback. All the accompanying instructors lay sprawled beside the tables and chairs. Many were foaming at the mouth. Hongying's immediate thought was, there is something wrong with today's meal. Could it be that Old Sun is the insider? No, it can't be him. Her gaze fell upon Old Sun, who was also collapsed on the ground nearby, with overturned bowls scattered around. Taking a deep breath, Hongying realized that besides herself, everyone present had been poisoned. Who could have perpetrated such an act? At that moment, she heard a distant sound of footsteps. Hongying immediately became alert, instinctively dropping to the ground and closing her eyes. Upon returning, Wang Gui and Wu Ruodong first meticulously counted the number of people present. After ensuring that all the instructors had been incapacitated by the poison broth, they finally settled down, leisurely lighting a cigarette and engaging in conversation. Wang Gui remarked, "If it were up to me, I would eliminate them all. Why leave any survivors?" Wu Ruodong replied, "That simply won't do. The Master of Murmurs has other plans. These individuals are promising candidates for our faithful. Once they are bound by the organization's contract, they will be beyond our reach. The four-seat executive has already contacted me. He will arrive shortly." Wang Gui nodded and inquired, "Have your drones been prepared?" Wu Ruodong replied, "The drones entered the field 3 minutes ago. I have set them to indiscriminate kill mode. Any living entity moving within the Jinan Mountain area will be tracked and eliminated by the drones." Wang Gui chuckled. These new recruits are incapable of using the Forbidden Ruins, except for Zhong Yu. However, even Zhong Yu's ability with the Forbidden Ruins is of little consequence. He can only suppress others' abilities. No matter how formidable his combat skills may be, I refuse to believe he can withstand the onslaught of dozens of drones. Wu Ruodong responded, "Indeed, This time, we shall achieve great merit. Just as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly sprang up from the ground. Hongying clenched her fists, her gaze directed at the two with an icy intensity. You, how could you? Wu Ruotong widened her eyes in disbelief, astonished that someone had yet to succumb. Hongying spat out two words with fierce contempt. Traitor. In the depths of the mountains, Zhong Yu was traversing a forest with all the new recruits, bearing heavy loads. Beep, beep, beep. Zhong Yu froze, as his active skill, danger warning, suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. He stared in astonishment at the holographic map displayed on his system panel. 9 kilometers away, a dense cluster of red markers appeared. Zhong Yu's eyes widened. Drones? Chapter 48. I must rush back to save your sister-in-law. Drones shouldn't they only be equipped with paintballs? Why is there a danger warning marking them? Zhong Yu stared at the system panel in his field of vision, where the danger warning had marked these drones in red, signifying the utmost level of peril. Furrowing his brows, Zhong Yu pondered various possibilities. One thing he was certain of was that the system would not deceive him. If the danger warning had indeed flagged these drones as highly hazardous, it indicated that what they carried was no longer mere paintballs, but real ammunition. The instructors could not have suddenly taken such outrageous actions, allowing the recruits to face genuine gunfire without any prior warning. The only possibility that crossed Zhong Yu's mind was that an insider within the training camp had acted prematurely. Hongying. A chill ran down Zhong Yu's spine as he swiftly thought of his wife. Hongying. If the traitor had acted early, then all the instructors at the foot of the mountain were likely in peril as well. What could my wife be experiencing at this moment? Zhong Yu silently contemplated. During this mountain expedition, the recruits were prohibited from carrying any communication devices, rendering them incapable of contacting anyone at the base. The swarm of drones was rapidly approaching, anticipated to arrive in merely 5 or 6 minutes. If the drones had been commandeered by the enemy, then their targets would not solely be him, but the entire cohort of recruits. Currently, all recruits entering the mountain had split into 3 groups. In front was a large contingent led by Molly, and a smaller team led by Xinqingzhu. Zhong Yu's group was trailing at the back. Calmly assessing the situation, Zhong Yu realized that in order to rescue his wife, he must first address the imminent crisis. Having resolved this, Zhong Yu moved to the front of the line and called out, "Everyone halt. There's a situation. I can sense drones approaching from 7 kilometers away. Moreover, they are armed with live ammunition. We may be in danger." Zhong Yu briefly explained the reasoning, and everyone turned to him in astonishment. Lin Xie blinked and asked, "Brother Zhong, are you certain? Can you really sense something from such a distance?" Zhong Yu nodded firmly. "I am certain." Lin Xie took a deep breath. "All right, I believe you." Beside him, Chao Yuan also affirmed, "I believe you too." Bai Li, plump and bewildered, scratched his head. Wait, why? Wasn't he had agreed that the drones would only use paintballs? Have the instructors lost their minds? Zhong Yu's expression grew grave. "I suspect there's a traitor among the instructors, and the drones have been swapped. Regardless, these drones are likely not coming with benign intentions. They are here to bring us to our doom." Seeing Zhong Yu's serious demeanor, which was unmistakably not that of a jest, and coupled with the admiration they already held for him, the others, though shocked, chose to trust him. "Brother Zhong, what should we do now?" Zhong Yu swiftly removed the heavy backpack from his shoulders and said, "This backpack is equipped with a locator. The drones are tracking it. Everyone, quickly use your knives to cut open the backpack and locate the device." A comrade inquired, "Brother Zhong, why don't we simply discard the backpack?" Zhong Yu shook his head. "The weight of this backpack is comprised of steel plates. We only need to dismantle the locator. The backpack can still serve as a shield against bullet attacks." Bai Li, plump and understanding, nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Before long, someone in the crowd discovered the location of a locator. Everyone utilized their knives to dismantle and destroy it on the spot. "Now, let us swiftly enter the woods and seek cover among the branches. Who among you can throw a flying knife accurately?" "I can." "I can't." "So can I." Immediately, more than a dozen individuals responded. "All right, concentrate your knives with them. Wait for my command. Do not act recklessly unless absolutely necessary." The crowd nodded in unison. All the new recruits sprang into action, gathering their weapons and seeking cover. Then, everyone held their breath. After a brief moment, the unmistakable sound of buzzing filled the air. A swarm of drones appeared. Tot, 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 tot. A deer, passing through the woods, was instantly riddled with bullets from the drone's machine guns. Everyone's eyes widened. Zhong Yu was not exaggerating. This was indeed live ammunition. If they could still utilize the Forbidden Realm, they would not need to fear them. But now all of them were suppressed by the forbidden objects. They were mere mortals, utterly incapable of confronting the drones head-on. The drones hovered above the crowd, scanning for any moving life forms. Zhong Yu furrowed his brow. The number of drones exceeded expectations, nearly 100, with only a dozen flying knives. They could not possibly withstand such an onslaught. Simply hiding was not a viable solution. He could not help but worry about his wife, Hongying. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Just then, Chao Yuan whispered beside him, "Brother Zhong, perhaps I could give it a try?" Zhong Yu paused, realization dawning upon him. How could he have forgotten about this unpredictable fellow? As long as he refrained from using his passive skills to suppress, Chao Yuan's Black King Annihilation would be unaffected by the forbidden objects. If he could transform and shatter those drones, Zhong Yu could then adjust the suppression level of Mortal Realm to revert him back to normal. Zhong Yu nodded decisively. "All right, go for it. Can I use this knife?" Chao Yuan smiled. Of course, even a nail clipper would suffice. Zhong Yu narrowed the range of his passive skill suppression, and Chao Yuan leaped from his cover, catching the dagger that Zhong Yu tossed him. Boom! A dark aura erupted around him. Black flames enveloped Chao Yuan as he instantly transformed into his demonic form. The swarm of drones, sensing the disturbance, immediately converged towards Chao Yuan's direction. Tot, 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 tot. Intense bullets rained down upon Chao Yuan. Yet, for the frenzied Chao Yuan, these assaults felt merely like a playful tickle. He brandished the short blade in his grasp and leapt into the fray. Sparks erupted in every direction. In less than a few minutes, Chao Yuan dismantled nearly 100 drones, reducing them to mere fragments. After vanquishing the drones, he turned, emitting a series of manic cackles, and advanced toward the new recruits with his blade raised. Suddenly, a swift motion from Zhong Yu unleashed the Mortal Realm skill to suppress him, and in an instant, Chao Yuan reverted to his ordinary form, collapsing onto the ground. Without hesitation, Zhong Yu sprang to his feet and rushed to the wreckage of the fallen drones, quickly disassembling a machine gun from one of them. The others followed suit, scavenging for any firearms that could be salvaged for self-defense. Zhong Yu turned to Lin Qiyi, instructing, "You gather everyone and head forward to locate Mo Li and Shen Qingzhu. There may be more drones lurking, and they could be in peril. Once you find everyone, do not linger in the mountains. Return immediately by the same route." Lin Qiyi frowned. "What about you, Brother Zhong?" Zhong Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "The instructor's camp may have already fallen. I must hurry back to rescue your sister-in-law." With that, he clutched the disassembled gun and sprinted down the mountain. He had previously utilized the universal marker function to pinpoint Hongying's location, revealing that she had escaped from the camp and ventured into the mountains not long ago. Zhong Yu ran swiftly, not daring to waste a moment, for he had also scanned the vicinity with the universal marker and detected the presence of members from a believer's organization nearby. Not far behind Hongying lurked not only the traitors Wang Gui and Wu Ruotong, but also an individual who had reached the boundless realm, the fourth seat of the believers. Chapter 49. Who told you that I am just slightly stronger in combat? As Zhong Yu dashed down the mountain, he summoned the system panel in his mind. Previously, there remained one of goodwill value and used. Given the urgent circumstances, Zhong Yu sought to determine if he could extract any beneficial skills at this critical juncture. "Extract active skill," he silently commanded. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the active skill, Heartfelt Transmission. Active skill, Heartfelt Transmission, current level, LV6, max level. Coverage radius, 5,000 kilometers. The host may designate any target at will. Once set, the host can transmit thoughts and intentions directly to the target's mind. Note, this skill is unidirectional and does not allow for reciprocal communication." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhong Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Wasn't this akin to a messaging function? It merely allowed him to send messages to the recipient without the possibility of receiving a reply, to convey his intentions while being unable to perceive theirs. What use was this skill? Shaking his head, he refocused on his journey. After sprinting for 6 or 7 kilometers, fatigue began to set in, causing him to gradually slow down. However, the all-encompassing map displayed that he was now less than a kilometer away from Hongying. Yet, the winding mountain path and dense foliage obscured his view of her. Although the universal marker was formidable, it could only mark objects that matched the same criteria at any given moment. Therefore, Zhong Yu marked the positions of several cult members. Damn! One of the cult members was almost overlapping with the position previously shown for Hongying. This indicated that he had caught up with her. Anxious, Zhong Yu gritted his teeth and accelerated once more. As he entered a small grove, he spotted 2 figures ahead. He swiftly raised his firearm. 50 meters away, Wang Gui had his gun pressed against Hongying's nape. Don't move. If you do, I will shoot. Wang Gui, having noticed Zhong Yu's presence, quickly concealed himself behind Hongying, gripping her shoulder tightly with one hand. Zhong Yu aimed his gun, but found himself unable to pull the trigger. For blocking Wang Gui was his wife, Hongying. Zhong Yu. Upon seeing her husband, Hongying disregarded the gun pressed against her and felt a surge of joy, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon her lips. Zhong Yu gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on the scene before him. He could distinctly see a trace of blood at the corner of his wife's mouth, and one shoulder of her clothing was stained crimson. His wife had been injured. Grinding his teeth, Zhong Yu felt an overwhelming surge of rage and murderous intent welling within him. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, to breathe steadily. After adjusting his breath, he slowly inquired, "Instructor Wang, what on earth is happening?" A sinister chuckle emanated from Wang Gui. "Why, it is, of course, for the glory of the cult. Zhong Yu, you truly are the favored one of Lord Yu, managing to escape from the onslaught of drones. What are the others?" Zhong Yu pondered for a moment, squinting as he replied, "They have all fallen. I am the sole survivor." Wang Gui let out a hearty laugh. "I knew it. 200 drones, flanking from both sides. How could a bunch of rookies unacquainted with the Forbidden Ruins possibly elude capture?" A sense of unease tightened in Zhong Yu's heart. Indeed, there are still drone swarms. "I wonder how the 2 front teams fared," Wang Gui continued. "Zhong Yu, heed my advice and lay down your weapon. Were it not for Lord Yu's orders to take you alive, I would have shot you dead by now. Your wife is in my possession as well. You both will return with me obediently. Once you sign the soul contract, the ancient God Church will certainly not mistreat you." Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how does the remuneration offered by the ancient God Church compare to that of the Night Watchers?" Zhong Yu. Hongying stared at Zhong Yu, her eyes filled with confusion. Wang Gui was taken aback, surprised that Zhong Yu could pose such a pragmatic question. However, Zhong Yu was merely seeking to divert his attention and buy time. Wang Gui pondered this. This. He truly did not know how much he could offer. In that moment of Wang Gui's days, Zhong Yu swiftly activated his newly acquired skill, mind transmission, designating his wife Hongying as the target. "Hongying, can you hear my thoughts?" Hongying was startled. Although Zhong Yu was not speaking, his voice resonated in her mind. Could it be that she and her husband had developed a form of telepathic communication? Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Zhong Yu hurriedly transmitted another message. "Do not be afraid. This is my newly awakened skill from the Forbidden Ruins. If you can hear me, quickly blink twice." Hongying understood and promptly blinked twice. "Excellent, my dear. Now, you must trust me implicitly. In a moment, I will count to 3. When I reach 3, swiftly tilt your head to the right. Remember, that is your right side, the one where your shoulder is injured. Acknowledge by blinking 3 times. Hongying quickly blinked 3 times. Upon receiving his wife's response, Zhong Yu discreetly adjusted the direction of his gun. In any case, compensation would certainly not be an issue. Wang Gui interjected. "Zhong Yu, first throw down your weapon, and we shall discuss further upon our return. I remind you once more, Zhong Yu, it would be exceedingly easy for me to kill you. Your combat skills may be somewhat formidable, but I am the shooting instructor for this batch of recruits. Even your cold Xian from the Cangnan team was taught by me. So do not entertain any notions of trickery. Zhong Yu feigned surprise. Brother Cold Xian was also your student. Which cohort was he from? Wang Gui was taken aback again. Was this fellow's thought process so erratic? Which cohort was Cold Xian from? Let me think. 1, 2, 3. Hongying swiftly tilted her head. Bang! In a fleeting moment, the bullet erupted from the chamber, striking squarely between Wang Gui's brows and piercing through his skull. With a muffled groan, Wang Gui collapsed onto the ground. Zhong Yu spat in the direction of Wang Gui's lifeless body, exclaiming, "Pa, who told you I was merely proficient in combat?" At that instant, Hongying rushed towards her husband, throwing herself into his arms. Zhong Yu embraced his wife tightly, gently patting her back, reassuring her, it's all right. He felt her shoulder tremble as she quietly sobbed against him. Anxiously, he inquired, "My dear, does your wound hurt? Let me see if it's serious." With a smile, Hongying wiped away her tears, saying, "It's just a superficial injury. It's nothing to worry about. I was afraid I might never see you again." Zhong Yu smiled tenderly. "How could that be? I've promised to always be by your side." Hongying briefly recounted her escape. She had been confronted by Wang Ge and Wu Ruodong, and due to the suppression of the Forbidden Realm by the instructor, she was unable to utilize her powers. While her adversaries were armed, not wishing to linger in combat, she swiftly entered a tent, using her long spear to destroy the drone surveillance equipment before fleeing into the mountains, hoping to find Zhong Yu and the others. During her escape, a bullet grazed her shoulder, but fortunately, it merely nicked the surface, causing no significant harm. The couple did not delay for long. They resolved to return to the camp together to rescue others. The fourth seat and Wu Ruodong remained at the camp. Within the instructor's camp, all instructors had now awakened, bound and restrained together. The fourth seat squinted, surveying the scene. The small seal prepared by the training camp could only suppress those below the pool realm, and the fourth seat, having reached the boundless realm, was beyond such restraint. A black bus had been instantly disassembled into countless slender shards of iron, hovering ominously in the air, aimed at each instructor's head. The fourth seat narrowed his eyes and spoke, "I shall ask one final time. Do you, or do you not, wish to convert to the believers?" Chapter 50. Harm my wife? Consider yourself fortunate to be shot. Upon hearing the words of the fourth seat, the equally bound Hong Hao glared and spat defiantly. "Ha! Do you think you are worthy of persuading us to surrender?" The fourth seat narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Are you the acting chief instructor for this extreme training?" "Instructor Hong, I had hoped you would lead by example, but it seems I shall have to make an example of you instead." With that, he subtly waved his finger, and in an instant, dozens of sharp metal blades coiled tightly around Hong Hao, slicing through his uniform and embedding themselves into his flesh, as if intent on shattering his very being. Yet, Hong Hao gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. "Oh ho, quite spirited, aren't we?" The fourth seat mocked. "Then I shall grant you your wish." He exerted more force with another flick of his finger. However, the next moment, a cacophony resounded as the hundreds of metal plates that had been hovering in midair clattered to the ground. The fourth seat was momentarily taken aback, his frantic gestures proving futile. Hong Hao, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly brightened at the sight. "It's him, that kid," he asked back. The other instructors quickly grasped who he referred to, their faces lighting up with joy. The fourth seat's eyes widened in disbelief. "My power, my forbidden ruins." He abruptly turned around, only to find Zhong Yu's gun barrel aimed squarely at his forehead. The fourth seat roared, "Impossible. This cannot be happening. I am a being of limitless." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a small bullet had already pierced through his skull. The follower of the boundless realm. The fourth seat fell back lifeless. Zhong Yu inwardly cursed. "What good is your boundless realm before me? You are nothing. How dare you harm my wife? Consider it fortunate that I didn't turn you into mincemeat with a single shot." Zhong Yu had long since used the universal mark to ascertain that the fourth seat was indeed of the boundless realm, which necessitated his activation of the proactive skill targeting suppression to completely reduce his opponent to a mere mortal, regardless of their realm. Otherwise, had he relied solely on the passive skill mortal domain, he would have only been able to suppress the fourth seat to the level of a mere flickering light at his current level 4. Without hesitation, Zhong Yu aimed his gun once more at Wu Ruodong, who stood in shock, her legs trembling in fear. Could he truly suppress even a master of the boundless realm? She had thought he could at most restrain them to the level of a mere pool. Bang! 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 Zhong Yu did not afford Wu Ruodong a moment to react, firing 4 shots in quick succession. Yet, he did not intend to kill her, merely targeting her limbs to incapacitate her completely. Zhong Yu had meticulously planned this. Wu Ruodong could not die just yet, as he needed her to reveal the remaining hidden traitors within the training camp. Although Zhong Yu's universal marker can effortlessly identify all infiltrators, this skill is undeniably abstract and extraordinary, unlike the abilities that could be awakened in the Forbidden Ruins. Last time, when you claimed that the Forbidden Ruins could sense the true form of the Nantawa serpent demon, some may have been swayed. Yet your assertion that it can detect traitorous infiltrators this time is surely met with skepticism. Thus, we must rely on Wu Ruodong to point them out. Wu Ruodong lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Hongying had already approached to assist in untying everyone from their bonds. Zhong Yu, we owe our gratitude to you and Hongying. Were it not for your efforts, this training camp would have faced dire consequences. Alas, it is our fault for failing to anticipate the danger and not recognizing these traitors. At this moment, Hong Hao gritted his teeth against the pain, yet still managed to express his thanks to the two. Do not blame yourselves too harshly, Instructor Hong. These infiltrators are exceedingly cunning. As Zhong Yu assisted in freeing Hong Hao from the metal bindings, he inquired, by the way, Instructor Hong, where is the suppression monument? I must destroy it immediately. The other recruits remain in the mountains, and the cult has dispatched another team equipped with real firearms and drones. The new recruits may be in peril. Hong Hao quickly replied, it's on bus number 3. You must hurry. Zhong Yu swiftly made his way to bus number 3, locating the suppression monument, which was merely the size of a cup. He fired his weapon, shattering it into fragments. A monument of such dimensions could suppress all realms below the pool realm within a 30-kilometer radius. Yet before Zhong Yu, it held no significance and was easily reduced to an ordinary stone. Unable to communicate with the new recruits, Zhong Yu contemplated and activated his mind transmission skill, sending a message to Lin Xie. Chia, the suppression monument has been destroyed. You can utilize the Forbidden Ruins to deal with the drones now. Zhong Yu sighed, hoping that by this time, Lin Xie and the others had located Molly, Shun Qingzhu, and that the new recruits had not suffered significant casualties. Meanwhile, in the Jinan Mountains, half an hour prior, when Lin Xie caught up with Molly and the others, the swarm of drones had yet to launch an attack. Lin Xie quickly explained the situation, and all the new recruits promptly dismantled their trackers, seeking refuge in a nearby, larger cave for concealment. Lin Xie furrowed his brow. We still have Shun Qingzhu, Deng Wei, Li Liang, and Li Jia unaccounted for. To avoid unnecessary casualties, it is unwise to mobilize too many. I will go find them alone. You all remain hidden here. Bai Li, concerned, remarked, Xie, can you manage on your own? Another recruit added, Lin Xie. Most of the new recruits are gathered here. I believe it unnecessary to take such a risk for just a few of them. Yet Lin Xie shook his head. In the future, we shall all be comrades of the Night Watch. We cannot turn a blind eye to those in peril. Chao Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Xie, I will accompany you. In an unexpected encounter with drones, Lin Xie contemplated, if it comes to worst, I shall shield you. You all should make a swift escape. He shook his head, reflecting, without Brother Zhong Yu here, and with the sealing scroll of Bailey being confiscated by the instructor, I cannot manage if you transform. It is best that you do not go. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well then. At that moment, a sudden barrage of gunfire echoed from a distance. Lin Xie exclaimed, this is bad. It must be Shin Qingzhu and the others encountering the drones. He dashed out of the cave, heading towards the source of the gunfire. On a stretch of sandy terrain, Shin Qingzhu and his companions were concealed behind a massive rock, completely encircled by drones. The machine guns mounted on the drones unleashed a relentless hail of bullets, raining down upon them. Taking refuge behind the rock, they desperately employed their heavy backpacks as shields against the onslaught. However, The backpacks were insufficient against the drone's formidable firepower. Deng Wei, Li Liang, and Li Jia formed a protective circle around Shun Qingzhu, gritting their teeth. The fierce assault had already mangled Deng Wei's arm and leg on one side, yet he did not utter a sound. "Deng Wei, let me go, damn it. I'll fight these bastards," Shun Qingzhu shouted, but he was firmly held back by Li Liang and Li Jia, unable to break free. Both Li Liang and Li Jia bore multiple bullet wounds themselves. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Lin Xie raised 2 machine guns and unleashed a frenzied volley at the swarm of drones. Despite his poor marksmanship, having failed to hit a single drone after much effort, he nevertheless succeeded in drawing their attention. Instantly, a large number of drones shifted their focus towards Lin Xie. As night fell, empowered by the dance of the starry night, Lin Xie's speed surged, allowing him to evade the bullets. With the drones concentrating their fire on him, Shun Qingzhu, in a fit of rage, hurled his small knife, shattering the remaining 2 drones hovering above. Meanwhile, Deng Wei had collapsed onto the ground, motionless. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Xie's mind. It was the signal of Zhong Yu's heart transmission. Initially taken aback, Lin Xie thought that Zhong Yu had arrived, but upon scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of him. Puzzled, Lin Xie wondered, could Brother Zhong truly transmit his voice across great distances? When did he awaken such a skill? Yet, there was no time to ponder further. He shouted to Shun Qingzhu, "Shun Qingzhu, the suppression of the Town Ruins monument has been lifted. You may use the forbidden ruins now." Shun Qingzhu rose, his crimson eyes fixated on the multitude of drones in the sky, and snapped his fingers. Chapter 51, my dear. Did we overlook any important steps today? At that moment, all drones in the sky converged uncontrollably, compressing together. A deafening explosion erupted, showering countless sparks and illuminating the surrounding sky as bright as day. In that instant, every drone was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Lin Xie, clutching his shoulder injured by bullets, remarked, "That guy Shun Qingzhu. The power of the Forbidden Ruins sequence 068-foot-s. Qi Min is indeed formidable." After annihilating all the drones, Shun Qingzhu slumped down, staring blankly at Deng Wei, whose half-mangled body lay motionless before him. Li Liang hesitantly inquired, "Brother Shun, is Deng Wei already?" Shun Qingzhu bit his lip in silence, tears welling in his eyes. Lin Xie rushed forward, bending down to listen to Deng Wei's chest. His heart was still beating. There was hope. Swift. "I'll carry him down the mountain." Shun Qingzhu's eyes brightened. Deng Wei can really be saved? At that moment, a cacophony of helicopter blades resonated overhead. Hong Hao and his team had contacted the training camp headquarters, and Yuan Gang urgently dispatched military helicopters for rescue. The locator devices in their backpacks had not been dismantled, allowing the helicopter to swiftly locate their position. The group lifted the injured onto the aircraft and hastily returned to the camp hospital. Hours later, all instructors and recruits had returned to the training camp. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang wore a stern expression and arranged for Wu Ruodong to be interrogated that very night. He confessed everything, including Li Yaoguang. The remaining 3 insiders were apprehended and promptly taken to the fasting facility. Zhong Yu performed a comprehensive scan of the entire training camp using the universal marker, and when the number of traitors displayed as 0, he nodded in satisfaction. In the camp's medical office, Shun Qingzhu anxiously awaited news. When the doctor informed him that Deng Wei had escaped mortal danger, he let out a long sigh of relief. In the corridor of the medical office, Zhong Yu, holding his wife's hand, stood in line with Lin Xie and others awaiting treatment. Suddenly, the door to the medical office swung open. Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima burst in. "Sister Hongying, Brother Zhong Yu, Xie." Si Xiaonan waved her hand as she rushed towards them. Hongying widened her eyes. "Xiaonan, what brings you here?" Si Xiaonan smiled. "The captain brought us. Chief Instructor Yuan from the training camp just contacted him. Sister Hongying, let me see how badly you are injured." Hongying replied with a smile. "It's merely superficial wounds. Nothing serious. The main concern is Xie. He was shot in the shoulder." Wen Qima, who had also rushed in, was overjoyed to see Zhong Yu, exclaiming, "Brother Zhong Yu, I've missed you so much after a week. How have you been? Are you hurt?" "Mifine. Oh, that's good. With that, Wen Qima enthusiastically embraced Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu attempted to push Wen Qima away, but the embrace was too tight to escape. A twitch appeared at the corner of Zhong Yu's mouth. Beside them, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Shi gazed at the intertwined figures of the two, their expressions brimming with complexity. Si Xiaonan inspected the wound on Hongying's shoulder, confirming there was no serious damage. She then produced a small vial and placed it in Zhong Yu's hand. Brother Zhong, Hongying's injury is nothing to worry about. This ointment is for you. Apply it 3 times a day, and in 2 to 3 days, she will be completely healed, leaving no scars behind. With a mischievous wink at Zhong Yu, she concluded her words. Zhong Yu immediately understood. Xiaonan, thank you. My dear wife, let us return to the dormitory. I shall tend to your injury. A blush instantly crept across Hongying's face as she softly protested. This minor wound can be managed by myself. Before Zhong Yu could respond, Si Xiaonan interjected. Sister Hongying, you must not be careless. It would surely be more convenient for Brother Zhong to assist you. What if it is not treated properly and leaves a scar? Hongying cast a slightly helpless glance at Si Xiaonan. Although she could swiftly heal herself using the Yuan Sha technique, she had stubbornly given the ointment to Zhong Yu instead. With a sigh, Hongying said, Zhong Yu, let us go back to the dormitory. Of course. Zhong Yu replied cheerfully, turning back to discreetly give Si Xiaonan a thumbs up. Si Xiaonan responded with an okay gesture, saying, no need to thank me. Wen Qiamo sighed as he watched the couple depart. He had yet to catch up with Zhong Yu properly. Si Xiaonan turned back with a bright smile towards Lin Shiyi. Shiyi, let me take care of your injury. Lin Shiyi sniffled, wearing a pitiful expression. I thought you were only concerned about Brother Zhong and Sister Hongying, neglecting me. Upon returning to the dormitory, the couple switched on the lights. Zhong Yu locked the door and drew the curtains. He gently said to his wife, my dear, let me help you with the ointment. Hongying nodded softly. She removed her camouflage jacket and turned her back, unbuttoning her shirt and slowly taking it off, leaving only her undergarment. Zhong Yu stood mesmerized by the sight of her porcelain-like back. After a moment, Hongying turned her head slightly. Have you seen enough? Zhong Yu stammered. Hongying, with a hint of exasperation, replied, if you haven't seen enough, you can look later. Just apply the ointment. Oh, right. Zhong Yu quickly responded, wiping his mouth. Yes, applying the ointment is the priority. He opened a small bottle of iodine disinfectant and first gently cleaned the wound before dipping a cotton swab into the ointment provided by Xiaonan, applying it to the injury. Hongying's shoulder quivered slightly. Did I hurt you, my love? Zhong Yu asked. No, just hurry up, she urged. He nodded and quickened his pace, concerned that lingering too long might cause her to catch a chill. Once the ointment was applied, Zhong Yu fetched a nightgown for his wife, which she donned promptly. Looking down, Hongying remarked, it's getting late, let's rest. Zhong Yu nodded in agreement. All right. As the lights were extinguished, the couple retired to their respective sides of the single beds. In the enveloping darkness, their gazes were fixed upon the ceiling, and though silence reigned, they both understood that slumber had eluded them. Red ribbon, Zhong Yu murmured softly. Hongying acknowledged with a slight sound. Did we perhaps overlook something today? After a brief pause, Hongying responded, indeed, we did. Simultaneously, the couple threw off their covers and rose from their beds. In the pitch-black confines of their modest dormitory, they embraced one another tightly. Ding! The voice in Zhong Yu's mind resonated once more. Detected change in wife's affection level. Affection increased, too. Current wife's affection level, 54. Zhong Yu smiled, noting the increment with satisfaction. The following day, within the administrative building of the training camp, in the office of the chief instructor, Chun Mai slammed his palm upon the desk, exclaiming, Old Yuan, how could you betray my trust? This time, you have truly overstepped. Both of our team members were injured. What on earth are you instructors doing? If it weren't for our teammate, Zhong Yu, stepping in, would you not have faced total annihilation? Yuan Gang, standing nearby, forced a smile, replying, yes, yes. Captain Chun, your reprimands are quite justified. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. As it swung open, Zhong Yu stormed in, visibly incensed. The mission had been accomplished, and there was no longer any need for Hongying to keep secrets from her husband. Naturally, She had informed Zhong Yu about Chun Mai's request to investigate the mole. Upon witnessing Zhong Yu's expression, both Chun Mai and Yuan Gang were taken aback. Zhong Yu glared at Chun Mai, saying, "Captain, I place my trust in you. Yet you concealed such matters from me. You ought to have entrusted this task to me from the beginning. My wife would not have been injured otherwise." Chun Mai rose awkwardly, managing a nervous smile. "You are right." Chapter 52, My Dear Husband. This is the most delicious barbecue I have ever tasted in my life. Upon uttering this phrase, Chun Mai himself was momentarily taken aback. Wait a minute. I am the captain. How is it that this brat is the one teaching me a lesson? Chun Mai's expression instantly grew stern as he retorted, "New recruit, Zhong Yu. Shouldn't you be training on the field at this hour? How did you manage to sneak out?" Zhong Yu, having just expressed his earlier frustration, swiftly transformed his demeanor into a cheerful one. "Captain, I actually came to find Instructor Yuan," he exclaimed, saluting Yuan Gang with a bright smile. "Reporting in, Instructor Yuan." Chun Mai turned to look at Yuan Gang, confusion etched on his face. Yuan Gang struggled to suppress a chuckle and straightened up, saying, "Indeed, I summoned him here." Chun Mai shot an incredulous glare at Yuan Gang. "You sly old fox, did you just set me up?" Unable to contain his laughter any longer, Yuan Gang replied, "Oh, come now, old Chun, calm down. Please have a seat. The reason I invited you and Zhong Yu today is to discuss an important matter." With a smile, he continued, "Thanks to Zhong Yu and Hongying's cooperation, this incident was resolved with minimal risk. Not only did we eliminate the internal traitors in the training camp, but we also effectively safeguarded the new recruits and instructors, minimizing losses. This is a significant achievement for the Night Watchman. I have already submitted a report to the higher-ups, recommending medals for Zhong Yu, Hongying, and Lin Xie. Zhong Yu and Hongying would each receive a star medal, while Lin Xie and several other new recruits would be awarded the Starlight Medal." Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Chun Mai's expression swiftly softened. It is well known that medals represent the utmost honor for the Night Watchman. Although these medals were not awarded directly to him, the fact that 3 members of his squad would receive such rare distinctions brought immense joy to Chun Mai as their captain. His anger quickly transformed into delight, and a smile crept onto his lips as he remarked, "I suppose you do have a conscience after all." Meanwhile, Zhong Yu leaned in closer and asked in a hushed tone, "Instructor Yuan, is it just the medals? Are there any material rewards?" Yuan Gang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. "You little rascal, must you be so pragmatic?" With a sigh, he replied, "Of course. There are material rewards. Your couple's bonus will be roughly 100,000 each." "Yay!" Zhong Yu exclaimed, bouncing joyfully on the spot. Now that he had a family to take care of, he was determined to earn a good living to support his wife. "All right, you may return to your class now." Yuan Gang waved his hand, and Zhong Yu left, beaming with happiness. Yuan Gang and Chun Mai exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. Yuan Gang mused, "Zhong Yu is undoubtedly the strongest and most promising recruit among them, yet he seems to lack ambition, always revolving around his wife." Chun Mai chuckled, "What's wrong with that? Not everyone aspires to become a general like you. Zhong Yu cherishes his wife. Is there any fault in that? Moreover, his wife is also a night watchman." Yuan Gang smirked, realizing that this was indeed a difficult point to refute. After enduring yesterday's rigorous training and crisis, the intensity of the new recruits' training this morning was remarkably low, consisting merely of a simple physical exercise session. While it was ostensibly aimed at enhancing reflexes, in reality, it had devolved into an outdoor game for the recruits. The instructors, being human rather than demons, were not immune to such leniency. When training concluded, it was time for lunch. Zhong Yu joined his fellow recruits as they made their way to the mess hall. Hongying awaited him at the entrance, her smile radiant. "Darling," Zhong Yu exclaimed joyfully as he rushed to her side. "Are you tired?" she inquired softly, gently wiping the sweat from his brow with a dry towel. "Not at all. Let us eat." According to the training regulations, new recruits were only permitted to consume raw meat and plain steam buns for the first 3 days. However, upon entering the mess hall today, every recruit was taken aback. Each table was adorned not only with raw meat and buns, but also with an array of vegetables, seasonings, and a self-service grill. A wave of delight washed over the crowd. Although they suspected something was amiss, it was not yet confirmed. All eyes turned toward Chief Instructor Yuan, who stood at the railing of the second floor. Yuan cleared his throat and began, "Your performance during yesterday's extreme training was exemplary, showcasing outstanding unity. As a reward, and with approval from higher authorities, all recruits are exempt from consuming raw meat for the next 2 days." He paused, and the room fell silent. Hundreds of eyes fixated on him. Yuan continued with utmost seriousness. "However, due to an excess of raw meat that our battalion had procured in advance, and in the spirit of not wasting food, we must consume it in this manner. Therefore, all recruits he my command, today's lunch shall be a self-service barbecue." After his announcement, the hall remained quiet for a few seconds before erupting into thunderous cheers. Bai Li, brimming with excitement, grasped Lin Chia's shoulders, exclaiming, "Chia, did you hear? Today we feast on barbecue." Lin Chia winced, and it was only then that Bai Li realized his hands were on the injured Lin Chia's shoulders. "My apologies. Hee. Since you're hurt, I shall take charge of the grilling today," Bai Li declared enthusiastically, eager to showcase his culinary skills. Lin Chia shot him a glance of exasperation before casting a wistful gaze toward the adjacent table, where Zhong Yu and Hongying sat. He vividly recalled the first time he tasted the world's most delectable fried chicken at Zhong's home, a culinary mastery that left a lasting impression on him. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu, upon hearing Yuan's speech, was already gleefully igniting the fire beneath the grill. "My dear, it strikes me that we have yet to indulge in barbecue together. Today, allow me to showcase my culinary skills." Hongying pouted. "Humph. The last time you and when Chima savored barbecue late into the night, you didn't even think to invite me." Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh? How did you find out?" Hongying fell silent, realizing she had inadvertently revealed that she had not been asleep during that time. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Observing his wife's rosy complexion, Zhong Yu chuckled. "Then let us make amends for that missed meal today." Soon, the air in the cafeteria was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Although it was a self-service barbecue, skill levels varied. Some managed to char the meat, while others oversalted it or left it undercooked. The bustling sounds of the cafeteria filled the atmosphere. However, it wasn't too long before many of the new recruits could no longer resist the fragrant allure, their eyes drawn in unison towards a particular direction. At the center table, Hongying was savoring the barbecue handed to her by her husband. Her eyes squinted into crescent moons, her long lashes fluttering gently, her cheeks slightly puffed, radiating pure satisfaction. "This is divine, my love. This is the best barbecue I have ever tasted in my life," Hongying exclaimed, utterly oblivious to the lurking tension around her. Dozens of hungry eyes, sharp as wolves, were fixated on the plate of meat Zhong Yu had just grilled. Bai Li, with a glimmer of anticipation, swallowed hard. "Brother Zhong, might I have a taste as well?" Chapter 53. Zhong Yu. Can your forbidden realm even suppress the divine? Zhong Yu, alert, protectively shielded his plate and exclaimed, "No way, fatty. These are for your sister-in-law." Bai Li Fatty wore a dejected expression. At that moment, Hongying glanced at the circle of Fatty, Lin Chi and the others, smiling brightly. "Darling, I'm nearly full as well. Let them have a taste." Upon hearing Hongying's words, Zhong Yu nodded and released his grip. His heart swelled with joy. For Hongying had gradually stopped calling him by his name and had begun to refer to him as darling. Ah, what a profound affirmation from his wife. Zhong Yu was so moved that tears nearly welled in his eyes, as he stared foolishly and blissfully at his wife. The roasted meat on the plate was swiftly seized by a dozen pairs of chopsticks. Lin Chi, capitalizing on his speed, successfully grabbed the largest piece of meat, shoving it into his mouth and chewing heartily. Chao Yuan was not to be outdone, snatching another sizable piece and devouring it. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Zhong, are you a reincarnation of a culinary deity? This is incredibly delicious." Bai Li Fatty, feeling aggrieved, looked at the smallest piece of meat he had managed to grab. "Hey, you guys are being too much. I was the one who arrived first." Just as he complained, the tiny morsel of meat on his chopsticks was snatched away by an unknown hand from behind. Bai Li Fatty was on the verge of tears. Who did that? Who stole my meat? Seeing this scene, Hongying couldn't help but chuckle. "Darling, could you grill another plate for everyone?" Zhong Yu nodded. "Of course. He would grill for his beloved wife. At that moment, he was entirely devoted to her. He glanced at the empty plates nearby. But we have no more meat. As soon as he spoke, dozens of hands reached out. Brother Zhong, I still have some here all for you. I have some too. Brother Zhong, use this piece. It's the thickest and largest. After grilling 5 or 6 plates in succession, Zhong Yu's hands began to ache. Beside the couple lay a mountain of raw meat and a dozen ravenous eyes. Seeing this, Hongying quickly waved her hands. Everyone, my husband is tired. We have training this afternoon. Let us disperse for now. There will be other opportunities. Reluctantly, the new recruits began to leave. Hongying gently said, let us go. We should rest in the dormitory for a while. Zhong Yu smiled, rising and taking his wife's hand as they exited the cafeteria. In another corner of the cafeteria, Shenxing Zhu quietly placed the complete piece of meat he had received from Zhong Yu into a food container. Li Jia chuckled, Brother Shun, you can't bear to eat it yourself. Are you planning to bring it to Deng Wei? You're such a good person. Shenxing Zhu scoffed. Don't flatter me. I just feel sorry for that kid. While we feast, he has stuck in a hospital bed. Li Jia and Li Liang exchanged knowing smiles. Brother Shun, we'll go with you. The afternoon training concluded, granting the recruits a rare evening of leisure. Lin Chie's consciousness once again delved into the confines of the mental institution within his mind. The progress of the night goddess Nyx's treatment had reached 51. Not only had he acquired the skill of Eclipse of the Abyss, but he could also temporarily escort Nyx out of the mental hospital. In an instant, as Nyx grasped Lin Chie's hand, utilizing the shadow flicker, they vanished from the rooftop of the recruit dormitory. Yuan Gang's teacup slipped from his grasp, his face a portrait of astonishment, the aura of a deity. How could this be? As Yuan Gang brandished his blade and rushed out, he dialed the number of Captain Xiaopinggu of the Beijing team. Meanwhile, on the dimly lit playground, Zhong Yu and his wife strolled hand in hand, lost in the bliss of their date. Zhong Yu radiated happiness. Darling, he said, could we share another kiss? Hongying halted, turning to face Zhong Yu, slowly closing her eyes. Zhong Yu's heart raced with excitement as he leaned in closer. Yet at that moment, the loudspeaker on the playground abruptly crackled to life. New recruit Zhong Yu, please report to the rooftop of the first dormitory immediately. Hurry, Instructor Yuan is looking for you. Zhong Yu felt as if a stampede of alpacas was galloping through his mind. I finally get to enjoy a date with my wife. And you interrupt me at such a crucial moment. Seeing the frustrated expression on her husband's face, Hongying couldn't help but giggle. She quickly leaned in, placing a gentle peck on Zhong Yu's lips. You go ahead. Instructor Yuan must have something urgent to discuss. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to the loudspeaker at this hour. I'll wait for you in the dormitory. Zhong Yu smiled wryly, nodding in resignation. Upon reaching the rooftop of the recruit dormitory, he was taken aback by Yuan Gang, who stood there, tense and serious, wielding a blade as if facing a formidable enemy. Instructor Yuan, what brings you here at this late hour? Yuan Gang spoke with gravity. Zhong Yu, what is the highest realm your forbidden domain can suppress? Zhong Yu was taken aback by the abruptness of the inquiry. He hadn't anticipated Yuan Gang to be so direct, asking such a personal question. He had intended to keep his abilities concealed, wishing only for Hongying's safety and to avoid trouble unless absolutely necessary. I'm not entirely sure, Instructor Yuan. My forbidden domain fluctuates. Sometimes it's powerful, other times it's not. Yuan Gang scrutinized Zhong Yu, his expression a mix of skepticism and concern, as if to say, I don't believe you, you sly little rascal. He sighed. To be honest, just now on this very building, a divine presence manifested, if the visitor harbors ill intentions. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on Zhong Yu. Can your forbidden domain also weaken divine abilities? Yuan Gang had already reported to Xiaopinggu and requested the urgent dispatch of a top-tier human to Cangnan. Yet, remote assistance would require time. Even someone as formidable as the master would take at least half a day to arrive in Cangnan. If this outer deity were to reappear in the near future, how could he, confined to the sea realm, respond? What measures could ensure the safety of the entire training camp? At this moment, the only person Yuan Gang could think of who might be of assistance was the individual before him, Zhong Yu. After all, He had previously defeated the masked squad's king face with a single move and had even managed to eliminate the fourth seat of the Infinite Realm's followers with a single shot. Perhaps Zhong Yu could even subdue a divine being, though Yuan Gang considered this possibility to be exceedingly slim. He had no one else to rely on at present. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Zhong Yu stroked his chin, already aware of the identity of this deity. In the original narrative, Lin Xie had brought Nix out from the psychiatric hospital atop the dormitory building. They were likely en route to visit Xie's aunt at this very moment. Zhong Yu understood that Nix posed no threat to the Watchers, yet he could not divulge this information to Yuan Gang. Thus, he replied slowly, "Commander Yuan, I am uncertain whether my forbidden ruins would have any effect on a deity. However, should she truly arrive, I would be willing to give it a try." Zhong Yu himself was curious to ascertain whether his active skill, targeted ruins, could transform the dark goddess Nix into a mortal form. Well, there was only one way to find out as long as it did not cause her harm. As they spoke, another surge of energy rippled across the rooftop. Lin Xie returned, accompanied by Nix. Yuan Gang immediately raised his blade in vigilance. Lin Xie paused upon seeing the two men, scratching his head. "Commander Yuan, Brother Zhong, what brings you here?" Chapter 54. Everything was fine upon arrival, but now there's no turning back? Yuan Gang did not expect Lin Xie to be present as well. He was momentarily taken aback. However, at that moment, Yuan Gang could not afford to respond to Lin Xie, for his eyes remained intently fixed on Nike's. He could distinctly sense the unique aura of divine pressure emanating from her. Yet, as a night watchman, he stood his ground, stepping forward to declare, "I am Yuan Gang, the vice captain of the Daxia Night Watch stationed in the capital. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Nikes did not answer Yuan Gang, but instead turned to Lin Xie, asking, "Denasdis, is he your friend?" Lin Xie pondered briefly before replying, "He should be regarded as my mentor." Nikes nodded slightly, then calmly addressed Yuan Gang, "I am Nikes." Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. So she was the goddess of night. But how could Lin Xie possibly be in her company? Just as he was about to inquire further, Nikes tilted her head, noticing Zhong Yu behind Yuan Gang. She scrutinized Zhong Yu from head to toe, her eyes suddenly lighting up. "Hypnos. Is it truly you? My child, what brings you here?" With that, she opened her arms and rushed towards Zhong Yu, intent on enveloping him in an embrace. Both Lin Xie and Yuan Gang were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Zhong Yu, too, was taken aback. "No, please. I do not wish to acknowledge this kinship. One precious son, Lin Xie, is more than enough." Zhong Yu, fearing entrapment, swiftly summoned the system panel in his mind. Targeted suppression, activate. Target, Nikes. Whoosh. Mid-stride, Nikes suddenly trembled, on the verge of collapsing. Lin Xie quickly stepped forward to support her. "Mother, are you all right?" Nikes steadied herself with one hand on her forehead. "I'm fine. I don't know what happened. I feel a bit dizzy." Upon raising her gaze and spotting Zhong Yu hiding behind Yuan Gang, her face lit up with joy once more. "Hypnos. My child, mother is here. Come to me." Yuan Gang remained in a state of bewilderment, uncertain whether to intervene or not. Yet, one thing was clear. The divine pressure that Nikes had just exhibited had vanished. He turned in astonishment to Zhong Yu. "Was this your doing?" Zhong Yu feigned innocence. "I have no idea." At that moment, Zhong Yu understood that he had indeed subdued Nikes. The targeted suppression was effective even against the deity. The once erratic goddess of night had now transformed into a seemingly deranged yet beautiful woman. Nikes was not an evil outer god. Zhong Yu merely wished to validate his skill, and he had no desire to forge any connection with this enchanting lady. He decided instead to cling to Yuan Gang-esque clothing, hiding behind him. Thus, the three of them engaged in a peculiar dance atop the rooftop, akin to an eagle playing with a chick. Zhong Yu called out, "Xie, hurry and take your mother back. Return from whence you came." Yuan Gang blinked in disbelief. "Xie? Is she truly your mother?" Lin Xie, with an expression of bewilderment, exclaimed, "Godmother, it is indeed Godmother. Brother Zhong, did you do something to her? I now cannot call her back." After contemplating for a moment, Zhong Yu reasoned that the lingering effects of the targeted tranquilizer had yet to wear off. As he continued to evade Nix's pursuit, he shouted, "Xie, you should stop her first. Do not let your godmother misidentify her son." At that moment, another figure appeared on the rooftop. This individual seized one of Nyx's arms with great force, twisting her wrist. With a resounding thud, Nyx was cast heavily to the ground. The figure was none other than Hongying. Stripped of her divine powers, Nyx now possessed strength akin to that of an ordinary woman, and Hongying effortlessly brought her down. Upon recognizing Hongying, Zhong Yu's heart trembled. This was troublesome. Would my wife misunderstand again? This time, I truly did not touch her. Yuan Gang was equally taken aback. After all, she was the goddess of night. Given her apparent disorientation, she likely bore no ill intent. Having grappled with Zhong Yu for quite some time, he felt hesitant to intervene. Unexpectedly, Hongying, driven by her protective instincts, had taken action. Lin Xie hurriedly approached to assist Nyx. Hongying glared coldly at Nyx and inquired, "Who are you, and why are you pursuing my husband?" Nyx tilted her head to regard Hongying. "Husband? Are you saying Hypnos is your husband?" Instead of displaying anger over the fall, a smile spread across her face. "So, by that logic, you must be my daughter-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Hongying was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. She gazed at Zhong Yu, her expression filled with confusion. "Zhong Yu? Could it be that this is my mother-in-law? I just struck my own mother-in-law?" Zhong Yu hastily ran to his wife, leaning close to Hongying's ear to softly explain, "Dear, do not listen to her nonsense. She is the goddess of night from Greek mythology, but she is currently unhinged. She has borne many sons and mistakenly identifies any man as her son. She has been mistaken for one of them." Hongying pursed her lips. "Oh, I see. But why does she not recognize Mr. Yuan as her son? Why only you?" Zhong Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps it is because your husband is quite handsome?" Yuan Gang interjected with an exasperated expression. At this moment, Nyx had ceased her pursuit of Zhong Yu. Instead, she enthusiastically grasped Hongying's hands, adopting a maternal demeanor. "My daughter-in-law, how beautiful you are! Hypnos, your taste is truly remarkable. I am quite pleased with this daughter-in-law." Hongying, although aware that Nyx was not truly her mother-in-law, felt a surge of happiness at such praise, as if a warm current had flowed into her heart. "Mother-in-law, no. Annie, you have mistaken me." Zhong Yu, caught between laughter and tears, calculated the time and realized that more than 5 minutes had elapsed. The targeted tranquilizer should have lost its efficacy by now. Zhong Yu approached Lin Qi once more and whispered, "Qi, you should be able to take your mother back now, right?" Lin Qi responded with a bitter smile, "I've tried, but it's futile. My abilities were supposed to be capable of transporting her, yet they are utterly ineffective now. Brother Zhong, what exactly did you do to her?" At that moment, Lin Qi was engulfed by a profound sense of urgency. An Kasi was only meant to be able to leave the hospital momentarily. She could not possibly linger in the realm of reality for an extended period. She arrived in good condition, so why could she not return? Zhong Yu's brow furrowed deeply. This scenario was entirely contrary to his expectations. The time limit for targeting the town had long since expired. Although an Kasi had been thrown by Hongying, that incident had not inflicted any substantial harm. Could it be that this skill had caused her a permanent injury to her mental faculties? Yet, her current state did not seem to reflect such a condition. Aside from her earlier action of recognizing her son, she was able to engage in normal conversation with several individuals without exhibiting any signs of severe mental impairment. Could it be? Zhong Yu's heart skipped a beat as he contemplated another possibility. An Kasi might have been irrevocably anchored in this reality. He had previously pondered the passive skill offered by the system, the mundane realm. This skill could dispel all mystery surrounding it, yet in the present day of Songnan, whether in terms of architecture or the hundreds of thousands of citizens, it was all resurrected and constructed through the miracles wrought by Lin Qi's mundane divine domain a decade ago. Why, then, could his mundane realm not directly erase this reconstructed world? After much contemplation, he finally arrived at an understanding. The mundane realm did not counter the effects of the mundane divine domain. Instead, it adhered to the philosophical principle that existence is justified, thus eliminating such miracles. It rationalized all beings and objects that had already come into existence, solidifying them and eradicating any mysteries within its coverage. In other words, Even if Lin Shiyi were to leave Songnan now, all beings and objects that Zhong Yu's mundane realm had once enveloped would not vanish. It appeared that Inai Kusi was no exception. She had just transitioned from an omnipotent deity to a mortal being, permanently anchored in this world. With this realization, Zhong Yu sighed and patted Lin Shiyi on the shoulder, saying, "Shiyi, it seems your mother may not be able to return." Chapter 55. The placement of the international friend, Goddess Nikes, within the dining hall of the training camp. Elder son busied himself in the kitchen, preparing dishes. Nike sat at a table, leisurely chatting with Hongying, while Zhong Yu, Lin Shiyi, and Yuan Gang stood at the doorway, deliberating strategies. "So, Shiyi, you have now become the dual deity's representative? And you've even accepted the night goddess Nikes, whose divine essence is damaged and mind is unhinged, as your godmother?" Yuan Gang inquired, his brow furrowed. Lin Shiyi nodded, "Indeed. And you, just now, used your town suppression ability to subdue Nike's divine power, effectively solidifying the night goddess, who would otherwise traverse the void, into the realm of reality?" Zhong Yu also nodded. "It seems so." Yuan Gang rubbed his face with both hands and scratched his head vigorously. The magnitude of today's revelations was indeed overwhelming. He pondered deeply. The night goddess has manifested in Great Xia, and through an unexpected turn of events, has been suppressed by Zhong Yu's ability. Now she cannot return. How shall we accommodate her? The Watchers have never dealt with matters concerning deities themselves, let alone an outer god. Noticing the troubled expression on Yuan Gang's face, Zhong Yu seemed to grasp his thoughts and spoke slowly. "Yuan, if we were to view this situation from a different perspective, it might be simpler." Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. "Zhong Yu, do share your thoughts." Zhong Yu continued. "Firstly, Nikes is not an evil deity, and her divine essence is compromised, leaving her physically solidified and significantly weakened. Great Xia is known as a land of propriety. For such a harmless, albeit injured, international friend, why not regard her as a mentally disturbed ordinary mother and seek to heal her? In the future, she will surely be grateful to the Watchers and may extend her assistance when we find ourselves in need. Cultivating friendships globally would surely yield no detriment, would it?" Upon hearing Zhong Yu's words, Yuan Gang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. There was indeed merit in what Zhong Yu said. For an outer god that posed no threat, treating her with courtesy might result in her reciprocating kindness in due time. Moreover, with Lin Shiye's connection as her foster son, Nikes would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye should he find himself in peril. With this in mind, Yuan Gang nodded. "You make a valid point, Zhong Yu. I shall contact the higher-ups to have her sent to our finest psychiatric hospital for treatment." Suddenly, Zhong Yu remembered something and blinked, asking Yuan, "The finest psychiatric hospital you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital at the Abstinence Institute, would it?" Yuangong Chuklet. "Have you heard of it too?" "Indeed, it is that very place." Lin Shiyi grew anxious. "No, Yuan. The Abstinence Institute. Is that not our internal prison for Watchers? How can we send my mother there?" I vehemently opposed this. Yuan Gang's lips twitched slightly. "Shiyi, it is not as you imagine." Lin Jiyi pleaded. "Yuan Zongjiao, I beg you, can we allow my mother to receive treatment here? Don't we have a hospital?" At this moment, Lin Shiyi felt an urgent anxiety within him. He had his own thoughts. Although he could not summon the mental hospital for Nyx, he had just attempted to observe her treatment progress within his mind. This indicated that his connection with Nyx had not been severed. As long as he could restore Nyx, he could continue to harness her divine abilities. Furthermore, having spent numerous days with his foster mother, he felt a tinge of reluctance at the prospect of separation. Yuan Gang appeared somewhat troubled. "Chi, the hospital here at the training camp is merely an ordinary facility. It lacks specialists in mental health who can provide her with the best treatment." Zhong Yu vaguely sensed Lin Chiye's intentions and suggested, "Yuan Zongjiao, I believe that Nyx's treatment does not necessarily require the most eminent psychiatrist. What she truly needs is the compassion akin to that of family. You witnessed her maternal affection towards Chi Yi just now, and she even mistook me for another son. I suspect that the Dark Goddess may have suffered damage to her divinity due to the loss of her beloved child. If we could keep her here, Chi could visit her daily, which might hasten her recovery. Yuan Gang exchanged a meaningful glance with the two, then sighed. Very well, as you wish. There happens to be a vacant independent courtyard adjacent to the training camp hospital. I will arrange for it to be prepared. He turned to Nix. You shall reside there for now, and we will make further arrangements after the training concludes. Lin Shi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Yuan Zhongjiao. Yuangong smiled. There is no need for thanks. I am considering not only your needs, but also those of our night watchers and the interests of Daxia. At that moment, the voice of Old Sun resonated from the cafeteria. Old Yuan, the meal is ready. Come in and eat with those two kids. Yuan Gang waved his hand. Let's go inside. He then dialed Xiaoping's number. Captain, there is no need for the master to come. The situation is as follows. In the cafeteria, at the dining table, Nix removed a pink crystal bracelet from her wrist and affectionately placed it on Hongying's. My dear daughter-in-law, I do not possess any valuable gifts, so I offer you this bracelet as a token of our meeting. Hongying awkwardly shook her head. Auntie, this is not appropriate. I cannot accept it. Nix chuckled. Do wear it. This bracelet not only offers you a degree of protection, but it also. Nix leaned in and whispered a few words into Hongying's ear, causing her eyes to widen in surprise as she covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing crimson. At that moment, Zhong Yu and the others happened to enter. Dear, what were you discussing? Zhong Yu observed his wife's apple-red face with mild astonishment. Nothing much. Just some everyday matters, Hongying said with an awkward smile towards her husband, before turning to her mother-in-law. Auntie, I shall accept this. Thank you. Nix nodded in satisfaction. Zhong Yu observed the pink crystal bracelet in his wife's hand, feeling a wave of confusion. Hongying gestured. Let's discuss this later. All right, everyone, let us begin our meal. Yuan Gang cheerfully remarked, Your Excellency, the goddess of the night, these are all common dishes from the great Xia. Please give them a try. Nix nodded and picked up a piece of braised fish with her chopsticks. Upon tasting the fish, she scrunched her face and declared, Not delicious. Yuan Gang was taken aback, feeling an immediate sense of embarrassment. Old Sun, overhearing this, wore an expression of anger. Just as Old Sun was about to express his displeasure, Yuan Gang gently interjected. She is a foreign deity, unfamiliar with our great Xia cuisine. Please do not take offense, Old Sunday. Nix sampled a few more dishes, shaking her head each time before putting down her chopsticks. None of them are palatable. The atmosphere grew quite awkward. Zhong Yu chuckled softly. Annie, what would you like to eat? I can prepare it for you. Chapter 56. The Mundane Realm at Level 5. Nix shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Zhong Yu nodded and said, Then I shall prepare something quite simple. Please wait a moment, Aunt. He turned and entered the kitchen. Old Sun, standing nearby, was taken aback. Zhong Yu, as a rookie you can cook? Zhong Yu smiled faintly, just a little. Inside the kitchen, there were only some dried noodles, a few vegetables, and a handful of eggs. No meat to be found. The training camp prioritized the health of its recruits by providing fresh ingredients daily. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Yu picked up 2 tomatoes. Before long, steam began to rise from the pot. He stirred the rich soup continuously, causing even Old Sun, who had overseen the cooking team for many years, to lick his lips in anticipation. He had never seen anyone elevate such simple ingredients to such exquisite heights. Shaking his head, he mused, This lad. It's a pity he isn't joining my kitchen as a chef. Here comes the noodles. Zhong Yu presented a bowl of noodle soup before Nix. Aunt, do give it a taste. Nix gazed into the bowl, where the rich tomato broth enveloped delicate strands of noodles, topped with a perfectly poached egg and adorned with a few leafy greens. An enticing aroma of sweet and sour wafted through the air, prompting an involuntary swallow from her throat. She swiftly picked up her chopsticks, twirled the noodles, and brought them to her lips, her face instantly alight with joy. Hypnos, your cooking is simply divine, Nix exclaimed, moved to tears as she savored each bite. My child, you have grown so considerate, so nurturing. Meanwhile, Lin Xia widened his eyes in silent astonishment. He had just secretly delved into the archives of the hospital within his mind, examining Nix's medical records. To his amazement, he discovered that her treatment progress had surged from 51 to 59, all because she had consumed a bowl of Zhong Yu's noodles. At that moment, Hongying, observing Nix indulging in the noodles, felt her own hunger pangs. Although she had already dined that afternoon, she couldn't resist swallowing hard at the sight. Zhong Yu, having noticed his wife's expression, chuckled. "Dear, shall I serve you a bowl as well?" Hongying nodded eagerly. "Brother Zhong, I want some too." Lin Xie, licking his lips, raised a hand. "Please, I would like a bowl as well, if there are any leftovers." Yuan Gang, shyly covering half of his face, hesitated to speak. It was impossible to resist the allure of such fragrant noodles. Zhong Yu smiled. "I made plenty. There's more than enough for everyone." In the kitchen, Old Sun pulled Zhong Yu aside and whispered, "Zhong Yu, I have a piece of advice for you. Should you ever find the night watchman's duties too burdensome and desire change, you are more than welcome to join my team. I would certainly accept you." Zhong Yu's lips twitched. Old Sun quickly added, "Do not underestimate our work. The compensation is quite substantial, around 300,000 to 400,000 a year." Zhong Yu chuckled softly. "Thank you for your kind offer, Old Sun, but I wish to stay with my wife. I cannot roam around the training camp." Upon hearing Zhong Yu's words, Old Sun couldn't help but sigh. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Yu continued, "Old Sun, I will be participating in training soon and won't be able to cook for her every day, so I must trouble you. Allow me to copy a few recipes for you." Old Sun's eyes brightened. "Excellent, excellent." That very evening, Yuan Gang had arranged for the small courtyard to be tidied up, and Nikes smoothly settled in. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhong Yu curiously inquired, "My dear, what powers does the crystal bracelet gifted to you by the goddess of the night possess?" Hongying's eyes twinkled as she smiled. "She mentioned that it provides a certain degree of protection. I did not inquire further about the specifics." "Oh, then why did you blush earlier?" Zhong Yu pressed, his gaze fixed on his wife. "Huh, did I? No, I didn't." Hongying deftly shifted the topic. "Zhong Yu, could you pass me your worn socks? I'll wash them for you." Zhong Yu sighed inwardly, realizing his wife was reluctant to elaborate. He decided to let it be. She would speak when she felt ready. As Hongying was about to head to the bathroom to wash clothes, Zhong Yu wrapped his arms around her waist. With a mischievous grin, he said, "My love, our important business was interrupted before. Shall we complete it now?" Hongying clicked her tongue in annoyance. Yet she did not break free from his embrace and slowly close her eyes. Zhong Yu leaned in and kissed her passionately. Feeling her husband's racing heartbeat and the change in his body, Hongying quickly pushed him away. "You have training tomorrow. You should rest." She turned and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Zhong Yu chuckled softly, realizing that his wife was shy once more. Ding! A familiar voice echoed in Zhong Yu's mind. Detected change in wife's affection level. Affection increased. 3. Current wife's affection level. 57. Another increase. Speaking of which, he had also gained a 2 affection boost last night that he had yet to utilize. Sitting on the bed, a glimmer sparked in his eyes as he summoned the system panel. It had been a while since he upgraded the passive skill, Mortal Domain. Perhaps it was time to elevate it again. Zhong Yu silently recited, "Upgrade passive skill, Mortal Domain." Ding! 1 affection consumed. Current level, 5, progress 20. Would you like to continue upgrading? Zhong Yu was taken aback. Progressing from level 1 to level 2 required only 1 affection, while advancing from level 2 to level 4 demanded 3 for each level. Now, upgrading from level 4 to level 5 required a staggering 5. Fortunately, his accumulated affection was sufficient. He decided to proceed with the upgrade. Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations, host. The upgrade has been completed. Passive skill, Mortal Domain. Current level, 5. Skill coverage radius, 100 kilometers. Can unconditionally suppress all entities of the Klein realm and below to mere mortal forms. Can unconditionally downgrade demigods or true gods who have reached divine status by 1 level. The level 5 skill switch is adjustable, allowing for modulation of suppression intensity and coverage radius. The host may activate or deactivate the skill at will. The range for suppression intensity adjustment spans from level 1 to level 5, while the coverage radius can be modified from 0 to 100 kilometers. Zhong Yu gasped in astonishment. His mouth agape. The level 5 designation directly escalated the coverage radius from 5 kilometers to an astounding 100 kilometers, an increase of 20-fold. Furthermore, the suppression effect at level 5 transcended the immeasurable enabling complete domination over entities of the Klein realm, reducing them to mere mortal forms devoid of any realm distinction. As for the realms of demigods or supreme gods, such concepts seem overly exaggerated. It is said that humanity's pinnacle is roughly equivalent to attaining the level of a supreme god, rendering such suppression unnecessary in typical scenarios. Regarding the confrontation with malevolent deities, Zhong Yu had previously experimented and discovered that employing the targeted suppression could achieve temporary control, thereby securing a decisive advantage during critical battles. For the next endeavor, he resolved to further upgrade the targeted suppression technique. Upon completion of the upgrade, Zhong Yu once more scrutinized the personal information displayed on the system panel. Name, Zhong Yu. Passive skill, mundane domain. Current level, level 5. Active skill 1, culinary mastery. Current level, level 6, max. Active skill 2, combat proficiency. Current level, level 4. Active skill 3, targeted suppression. Current level, level 4. Active skill 4, universal mark. Current level, level 6, max. Active skill 5, firearms mastery. Current level, level 6, max. Active skill 6, danger warning. Current level, level 6, max. Active skill 7, intent transmission. Current level, level 6, max. Wife's affection level, 57. Zhong Yu nodded in satisfaction, suddenly recalling a matter pertinent to all citizens of Songnan City. His level 5 mundane domain, with a coverage radius of 100 kilometers, was more than sufficient to envelop the entirety of Songnan. At this moment, Zhong Yu silently invoked the activation of the mundane domain skill. Chapter 57, Matters Between Adults. Children shouldn't pry. A powerful, invisible force emanated from the training camp, rapidly expanding outward and swiftly enveloping the entirety of Songnan City. The hundreds of thousands of citizens residing in Songnan were blissfully unaware that on this night, they were once again granted a new lease on life. And this time, their bodies and souls were thoroughly solidified. From this moment forth, even if Lin Qi had departed from Songnan or the divine powers of the mundane realm dissipated, the inhabitants of Songnan would endure. In the old town, in an unoccupied area, Li Yin, clad in a vibrant red sweatshirt, was demonstrating a newly acquired skateboard trick to a young boy beside him, who was none other than Lin Qi's brother, Yang Jin. Yang Jin, pay close attention. This move is going to be spectacular, Li Yin proclaimed, as he mounted the skateboard atop a high platform. With a powerful push from his left foot, the skateboard surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, its wheels igniting in a brilliant red glow, reminiscent of raging flames. As Li Yin leapt off the high platform, he astonishingly suspended in mid-air, becoming one with the skateboard, resembling a darting flame of red traversing the ground with remarkable speed. Yang Jin's eyes widened in awe. Neza, how much of your power has been restored? You're performing new tricks even with the wind-fire wheels. With an air of arrogance, Li Yin replied, Oh, it's still early. I've only regained about 10%. Once I fully recover my strength, I will suddenly. Mid-sentence, Li Yin's body jolted, losing control as he plummeted from the air, landing with a thud. Ouch! Ugh! Li Yin stumbled to his feet, spitting out the dust that had invaded his mouth, his face a portrait of astonishment. He stared at his hands in disbelief. What has happened? Why can I suddenly feel no power at all? Yang Jin, did you do something? Yang Jin, equally perplexed, responded earnestly, It wasn't me, Neza. Even I suddenly feel devoid of any power. Li Yin gazed up at the distant sky. Could it be that an outer deity has invaded? Yang Jin shook his head. It doesn't seem so. The night is remarkably tranquil, devoid of any signs of calamity moments later. Both their bodies trembled once more in unison. Li Yin and Yang Jin exchanged astonished glances. Has it returned? Li Yin inquirat. Yang Jin nodded affirmatively, Indeed. It appears there is no malevolent intent, but to quietly strip us of all our powers in such a short span, who possesses such terrifying might. Li Yin clapped his hands in frustration. It wouldn't be one of those celestial beings who has fully regained their strength playing a prank, would it? I can't believe I just took a fall. This is really infuriating. Within the dormitory, after a few minutes, the mundane world should be sufficiently enveloped by the vastness of Songnan, or so thought Zhong Yu as he stroked his chin in contemplation. He once again reduced the coverage radius to 1 meter, realizing that such extensive reach was unnecessary to maintain at all times. After all, this skill possessed a formidable suppressive effect on those within the Forbidden Realms, and Zhong Yu wished to avoid any unwarranted misunderstandings or troubles. He glanced toward the bathroom, where the lights still shone, and saw Hongying diligently engaged in her tasks. A foolish grin crept upon his face. How virtuous his wife was, willingly tending to the washing of his socks and undergarments. Zhong Yu felt a warm sense of contentment swell within him. He stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat fatigued, and lay down upon the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day, Zhong Yu refrained from indulging in further sleep, rising early to join the new recruits for morning training. Observing her husband earnestly participating in the drills, Hongying felt a small pang of emotion in her heart. He had indeed fulfilled his promise to her. After a day filled with rigorous training, Zhong Yu joyfully sought out Hongying, and as the two prepared to return to their dormitory, they were halted by Lin Xie calling from behind. "Brother Zhong, Sister Hongying, please wait a moment." Zhong Yu turned, his expression one of surprise. "What is it, Xie? Is something the matter?" Lin Xie pouted slightly. "My mother. She wishes to meet you both. During my visit to her at noon, she kept mentioning you, lamenting why Hypnos has yet to bring his daughter-in-law to see her." Upon finishing, Lin Xie's face bore a look of dejection. Truthfully, ever since Nix mistakenly identified Zhong Yu as her other son, he felt as though he had lost favor in his mother's eyes. Zhong Yu scratched his head, furrowing his brow. He was hesitant to forge any unnecessary connections with this deity of international friendship. After all, she was a patient within Lin Xie's psychiatric institution, while Lin Xie was the head of the facility. It was Lin Xie who needed to acquire Nix's divine skills. Zhong Yu had his own mundane system, and neither required nor could obtain Nix's divine abilities. He simply wished to dedicate his limited leisure time outside of training to his beloved wife, which made him hesitate. However, Hongying interjected with a smile. "Zhong Yu, why don't we go visit the goddess of night? Although she is not our kin, she treats us as family." She waved the bracelet gifted to her. "She even bestowed upon me such a precious gift." Zhong Yu nodded. "All right then, as you wish, my dear." And so, the couple followed Lin Xie to the courtyard adjacent to the training camp hospital. The modest courtyard was meticulously maintained, adorned with several pots of fresh flowers at the entrance. Yuan Gang had arranged for a nurse to specifically care for the goddess of night, Nix. However, the nurse conducted her duties with an unwavering precision, displaying diligence yet lacking in casual interaction with Nix, which led to the latter feeling exceedingly bored as the day progressed, her gaze growing somewhat vacant. Upon seeing Lin Xie lead Zhong Yu and his wife toward her, Nix's eyes visibly brightened. "Danaeus, Hypnos, my children, you have all come back to see me. How splendid!" Nix exclaimed joyfully, grasping the hands of the two. "Greetings, Aunt," Hongying said with a radiant smile. "My dear daughter-in-law, you have come as well. What a delight." Nix affectionately pulled Hongying's hand, and they sat together on the sofa. Leaning closer, Nix whispered to Hongying, "My child, how did things progress last night? The bracelet's effect was quite remarkable, I presume?" Hongying's face flushed crimson as she stammered. "Aunt, the training camp has been exceedingly busy. There was hardly any time." Meanwhile, Lin Xie looked at Zhong Yu, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Brother Zhong, what are they discussing?" Zhong Yu shook his head. "I do not comprehend either." After a moment's thought, he advised, "However, matters concerning adults are best left undisturbed by children." Lin Xie nodded, still bewildered. "Danaeus, come here for a moment," Nix called, waving to Lin Xie after conversing with Hongying. His heart swelled with joy and gratitude. The goddess of night still thought of him. He hurriedly approached. Yet, Nix wore a stern expression, feigning annoyance. "Danaeus, look at your brother Hypnos. He has brought his wife home. When will you bring me a daughter-in-law?" Lin Xie could only respond with a bewildered, "Huh?" Chapter 58. The Dark Erosion. The true power of the night, goddess Lin Xie wore a sorrowful expression, unsure of how to respond to the question posed. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from outside the door. "Brother Zhong, Xie, you are indeed here." Bai Li Pang Pang had already stepped into the small courtyard. "What brings you here?" Lin Xie asked, slightly surprised. He Bai Li Pang Pang wrapped his arm around Lin Chiye's neck at noon. Chow Yuan and I were quite curious about where you had disappeared to. It turns out you came here with Brother Zhong and Sister Hongying. Pointing at Nikes, he inquired, "Who is this beautiful lady in the black dress?" Lin Chiye responded with a silent expression. Zhong Yu cleared his throat twice. "Pang Pang, mind your manners. This lady is Lin Chiye's godmother." "Huh? Godmother?" Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The news about the night goddess being stationed at the training camp had not been disclosed to outsiders, and the new recruits remained unaware of her true identity. Thus, Pang Pang had no inkling of Nikes' actual status. Zhong Yu, of course, would not elaborate further and merely introduced her as Chiye's godmother. After a moment of bewilderment, Bai Li Pang Pang skillfully produced a complete box of Rolex from his pocket. "Annie, please accept this small token of my appreciation." Nike scrutinized Bai Li Pang Pang and asked honest, "Is this your servant?" Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily at a loss for words, his face darkening. "How could you say I resemble a servant? I am the esteemed heir of the Bai Li family." Lin Chiye chuckled and shook his head. "Mother, he is my roommate." After saying this, he patted Pong Pong's back, offering some comfort to the wounded little chubby. Nikes nodded and smiled. "Oh, I see. Then I shall accept the gift." Bai Li Pong Pong's arrival enlivened the atmosphere of the small courtyard once more. As night fell, Zhong Yu bid farewell to the others with Hongying and returned to their dormitory. On the balcony, Hongying cradled a warm cup of tea, gazing at the starry sky. "Darling, the night is so beautiful tonight, and the stars are so bright." Zhong Yu smiled. "Indeed, yet they pale in comparison to my wife's beauty." Hongying tilted her head and shot him a playful glare. "You flatterer." Zhong Yu beamed as he draped a down jacket over his wife's shoulders. The chilly wind began to rise, heralding the approach of winter. With Hongying clad only in a fluffy nightgown, Zhong Yu wished to shield her from the cold. They remained silent on the balcony, simply admiring the stars together. Time seemed to flow endlessly. Suddenly, 5 streaks of starlight traversed the night sky, leaving long white tails in their wake. "Are those shooting stars? How beautiful!" Hongying exclaimed. "Darling, should we make a wish?" As she turned her head, she noticed Zhong Yu squinting at the sky, lost in thought. "Are those truly shooting stars? How could there be 5 so perfectly aligned?" A thought flashed through Zhong Yu's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Darling, what's wrong?" Zhong Yu was too preoccupied to respond to Hongying. He swiftly summoned the system panel in his mind and activated the universal marker. "Please mark all lethal weapons within a radius of 100 kilometers. Beep, beep, beep." The system operated rapidly, and within mere seconds, it provided the results. On the comprehensive map displayed by the system, 5 red markers were advancing towards the training camp at a staggering speed of 7 kilometers per second. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped. Those were not meteors. They were 5 missiles. "Hongying, those aren't meteors. They're missiles." Grabbing his bewildered wife, Zhong Yu sprinted down the stairs. It would take just 5 seconds for the missiles, located 60 kilometers away, to reach them. Zhong Yu silently lamented. According to the storyline, the launch base for missile number 39 had undoubtedly already been breached by the Serpent Woman of the ancient divine sect. All 5 missiles were heading straight for the training camp, and Zhong Yu's active and passive skills were temporarily incapable of countering such a large-scale assault with conventional weaponry. His only thought was to run as quickly as possible towards the office building area, maximizing his proximity to Yuan Gang. At this moment, he could only hope that Yuan Gang's golden barrier would protect everyone. Beep, beep, beep. As the missiles drew within 10 kilometers, they had made it to the ground level. And Zhong Yu's danger warning skill sounded an alarm. Zhong Yu let out a bitter laugh. With just over 1 second remaining, what good was this warning? Boom! Just as the missiles reached directly above the training camp, approximately 5 kilometers away, an overwhelming darkness erupted from the direction of the training camp hospital, instantly enveloping the entire camp in its shadow. Within this profound darkness, everything and everyone seemed frozen in time. The 5 missiles hovered motionless above the camp. Meanwhile, under the instructor dormitory, Hong Hao appeared to be running, yet his form stood still like a statue. Zhong Yu noticed that Instructor Hong's eyes had completely turned pitch black. "Zhong Yu, what is happening to them? What is going on?" Hongying trembled as she looked at the bizarre scene around them, her hand clutching Zhong Yu's tightly. Zhong Yu was momentarily stunned, but he quickly grasped the situation. The source of such formidable dark erosion could only be the goddess of night, Nyx. This was her divine domain, as well as the skill, ultimate darkness erosion, that Lin Xie had just drawn. The power of a deity was indeed terrifying. Unlike Lin Xie's skill, which could only cover a few dozen meters, the goddess of night's divine domain skill could envelop such a vast area, encapsulating the entire training camp. As for Zhong Yu, his own mundane domain extended only a meter in radius, so he was unaffected by this profound darkness. His wife, Hongying, holding his hand, was likewise spared from its influence. Thus, within the entire training camp, apart from the goddess of night herself, only Zhong Yu and his wife could move freely. At this moment, 5 missiles began their slow descent, moving towards the training camp hospital. "Let's go." To Nyx, Zhong Yu grasped his wife's hand and hurried in the direction of the hospital. With Nyx present, there was no longer a need to seek out Yuan Gang. Yuan Gong, like the others, was certainly frozen in place at this very moment. Upon reaching the entrance of the small courtyard, the couple spotted Nyx alone in a rocking chair, a curious expression on her face as she surveyed the missiles hovering about a meter above her head. Moments ago, she had been stargazing in the yard when she noticed these 5 increasingly close celestial bodies. Perhaps it was an instinctive protective response that prompted Nyx to unleash her void skill, enveloping the missiles and the entire training camp in darkness instantaneously. At that moment, Nyx was manipulating the 5 missiles, causing them to rotate in small circles in the air. She was perplexed by these elongated, pointed objects, wondering what they truly were. Zhong Yu swallowed hard as he gazed at the missiles above Nyx's head, thinking, "Goddess, please maintain your composure." "Aunt," Zhong Yu called out. He shielded Hongying behind him and approached the courtyard, only to halt at the entrance. He was uncertain. What if his own void ability interfered with Nyx, rendering the encroaching darkness ineffective? Those missiles were perilously close. "Hypnos? Is that you?" Nyx beamed with a gentle smile as she rose to approach Zhong Yu and his wife. "Aunt, please remain seated. There is no need to get up for us," Zhong Yu urged. Nyx chuckled and obediently sat back down, thinking her son was simply being considerate, not wanting her to exert herself. "My child, could you tell your mother what these pointed objects are?" Chapter 59. Both attempts have failed. We must have overlooked a crucial factor. Zhong Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Aunt, these pointed-headed objects are called missiles." "Missiles?" Nikes tilted her head in confusion. Zhong Yu nodded. They are highly destructive, guided weapons designed for long-range attacks. Upon detonation, they can produce powerful shockwaves and a multitude of shrapnel, obliterating any target within a radius of several hundred meters. After listening to Zhong Yu's explanation, Nikes blinked, still appearing bewildered. Zhong Yu felt a sense of despair. How could he possibly explain such modern weaponry to an ancient deity? At that moment, Hongying poked her head in. "Aunt, to put it simply, if it weren't for the dark power you just unleashed, we would all have been obliterated by them." Nikes finally understood and nodded. "I see. These pointed-headed devices aim to harm my children. No wonder my divine sanctuary instinctively activated." "Exactly, Aunt," Zhong Yu sighed in relief. In critical moments, it was still his beloved Hongying who came to the rescue. Nikes gazed at the missiles, her expression turning fierce. Hongying continued, "Aunt, you need only use your power to send them high into the sky, away from here, causing them to collide and explode, ensuring that the debris does not reach our training camp." Nikes nodded. "That is simple." With a casual wave of her hand, the 5 missiles that had been spinning in circles changed direction and soared skyward, instantly flying several kilometers away. Boom! The missiles collided at the edge of the dark corruption, detonating in a brilliant explosion. The fragments erupted outward, scattering in all directions along the exterior of the protective dark barrier. Yet, none of the missile debris could penetrate this realm of darkness. Upon nearing the boundary, they were completely frozen in place. Only after all the remnants of the missiles had dissipated did Nikes slowly retract her dark corruption. With a swish, the black veil vanished. To the others within the training camp, it felt as though time had been paused and then restarted, they sensed nothing amiss, except for a few who had observed the incoming missiles, such as Hong Hao. As the stasis lifted, Hong Hao, propelled by his own momentum, stumbled forward heavily. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the night sky, bewildered. Where were the missiles? He had clearly seen them moments ago. How had they suddenly vanished? He distinctly remembered rushing to find Yuan Gang to report the missile threat. Yet now, there was no sign of any missiles. After contemplating for a moment, Hong Hao continued to sprint towards Yuan Gang's office. In the instructor's office building, at the top floor window, Yuan Gang stared into the night sky. His brow furrowed. Now possessing the abilities of a Sea Realm practitioner, his mental perception was far superior to others. He sensed that he had just been frozen by something. Knock, 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 came a series of urgent knocks at the door. The door swung open, and both the Zhong Yu couple and Hong Hao arrived simultaneously at Yuan Gang's office. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze upon Zhong Yu and inquired, "Do you comprehend what just transpired?" Zhong Yu nodded affirmatively. "I understand." He did not withhold information and succinctly recounted the events of how Nikes had unleashed the dark corruption, ultimately saving the entire training camp. Yuan Gang nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "I never anticipated that leaving the goddess of night at the training camp for treatment would inadvertently yield a favorable outcome. Were it not for her, the camp would likely have been obliterated by now." Yuan Gang's golden barrier could indeed provide a certain degree of protection. However, when 5 formidable cruise missiles were launched, his barrier could only shield half of the area at most, rendering it impossible to cover the entire training camp. Yet, I fail to understand. How could they have mobilized missiles? Could it be that the launch base has fallen? Yuan Gang promptly dialed several numbers. At the number 39 missile launch base, a cacophony of alarms echoed through the air. The ground surrounding the launch tower was charred, as if ravaged by the hand of a demon. Numerous dismembered corpses lay scattered on the ground. Inside the control room, various sophisticated devices were splattered with blood. The serpent woman stared at the satellite monitoring screen before her, a look of perplexity crossing her face. After successfully breaching this missile base as per the plan, she had exploited a loophole to launch 5 missiles toward the training camp. Yet, as these missiles approached their destination, they did not detonate immediately. Instead, they inexplicably lingered for several minutes before exploding at an altitude of several kilometers above the ground. The training camp was not utterly destroyed as she had envisioned. It remained intact. Could it be that there were other experts at the Klein level within the training camp, in addition to Yuan Gang? Or perhaps our intelligence was flawed. Was that Seraphim agent more formidable than we had anticipated? Could he easily withstand wide-ranging physical attacks as well? The serpent woman reported the situation to the Murmurer. After hanging up the phone, she was left in a state of utter bewilderment. She had not participated in the previous Jinan Mountain operation plan, but the fact that the 4th seat of the Infinite Realm had returned empty-handed, along with the capture of all infiltrated organizational members within the training camp, led the Murmurer to conclude that this Seraphim agent, Lin Xie, was indeed exceptional. During Wu Ruodong's last report, although she mentioned a new recruit named Zhong Yu possessing some ability to suppress the abyss, it did not attract the Murmurer's significant attention. According to the information provided by Wu Ruodong, Zhong Yu merely awakened a new type of abyss, and beyond that, he had some aptitude for combat. Yet, how strong could an ordinary person with a newly awakened abyss truly be? Could he possibly suppress even the 4th seat of the Infinite Realm? It was utterly implausible. Thus, the Murmurer concluded that the assassination of the 4th seat must have been the work of the divine agent number 003, Lin Xie. Lin Xie was their primary target. This time, the Murmurer completely altered the existing recruitment strategy, shifting to a direct approach to eliminate Lin Xie, thereby eradicating any future threats. This operation, led by the enchanting serpent woman, acting as Medusa's agent, initially exploited vulnerabilities to infiltrate the missile launch base, subsequently triggering the missile launch. The devastating power of such a weapon of mass destruction was sufficient to obliterate the entire training camp. However, at this juncture, the flawless plan faltered once more. As the serpent woman pondered her next move, the satellite feed was abruptly severed. The military had regained control, and a fully armed battalion was hastening toward their location. Her phone buzzed insistently. "Hello, it's time to retreat. Their reinforcements have arrived." Along with them are members of the masked squad. A man's voice stated gravely from the other end. The masked squad has joined. The serpent woman's sultry tone was tinged with annoyance. Humph. That king mask nearly cleaved me in two last time. Truly, a man devoid of romance. Return at once, the man insisted. Both missions have failed. We must have overlooked a crucial element. Or perhaps Lin Chiye is far more formidable than we anticipated, or there may be other hidden masters at play. It seems imperative for me to personally visit Songnan. Chapter 60. Perhaps this warm companion of mine can help my husband warm up the blankets. Achu in the dormitory. Zhong Yu shivered while lying in bed. What is the matter, darling? Have you caught a cold? Hongying inquired with concern from the opposite bed. Zhong Yu sniffed and smiled. I'm fine, my dear. I'm quite robust. It takes more than that to make me ill. Hongying gazed at him, sighing. You truly are stubborn, aren't you? My constitution is naturally warm due to my fiery nature, so I have never feared the harshness of winter. You didn't need to remove your coat for me. Zhong Yu blinked. Oh, is that so? No wonder you kick off the blankets every night without feeling cold. The two had hastily left the dormitory before, and Hongying was clad only in a fluffy nightgown. Now, as winter had set in, the nighttime temperatures were quite low. Upon leaving Yuan-Gang's office, Zhong Yu had noticed his wife was not wearing her down jacket and insisted on giving her his own, disregarding her strong objections. Consequently, he was left with only a thin shirt. Achu. Zhong Yu sneezed again, shivering. Even after burrowing under the blankets for over 10 minutes, his hands and feet remained icy. Songnan, located in southern China, does not have heating like the north. During the coldest times, citizens might use air conditioning to warm their homes. However, the training camp had rudimentary facilities, lacking even air conditioning. Hongying sighed and suddenly threw back the covers, sitting up. This action surprised Zhong Yu momentarily. Yet, he soon realized that his wife was still worried about him and couldn't sleep. Mefine. Just get some rest. Zhong Yu was about to finish his sentence when he was taken aback. Hongying had actually gotten out of bed and walked over to him, standing beside his bed. Zhong Yu's eyes widened. Darling, what were you doing? Hongying, with her hands behind her back, tilted her head. Perhaps this warm companion of mine can help warm up your blankets. Do you need it? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu was left dumbfounded. In the darkness, he could only discern his wife's graceful figure and her slightly glimmering eyes, unable to clearly see her face. Naturally, he was unaware that her ears had turned red upon uttering those words. Seeing him lost in thought, Hongying, a bit annoyed, asked again, Do you need it? If not, I'll go back. Zhong Yu hurriedly nodded and exclaimed, Yes. Of course I need it. His wife was taking the initiative to share a bed and cover with him for the first time. The happiness came so unexpectedly that Zhong Yu momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Hongying softly hummed in acknowledgement, then lowered her head to lift a corner of the blanket that covered Zhong Yu, gently climbing into bed. Zhong Yu willingly shifted his body inward. Indeed, your hands and feet are as cold as ice. Hongying nestled her small hand over Zhong Yu's large one, her warm toes brushing against the back of his foot. She buried her head slightly and whispered, Let me make it clear. I'm only here to warm the blanket and your hands and feet, nothing more. At this moment, Zhong Yu felt the warmth radiating from his wife's hands and feet, causing something to stir wildly within his chest. His breath quickened, and his awareness began to slip from his control. He yearned to break free and immediately embrace his adorable wife. Yet Hongying firmly grasped both of his hands. Zhong Yu, turn away. Turn away? Yes, or I shall leave. That is the end of it. Zhong Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. All right, don't go. I'll turn around. Is that acceptable? He turned to face the wall. Only then did Hongying feel relieved, exhaling deeply as she gazed at her husband's back, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She leaned in closer and slowly embraced him from behind. Zhong Yu shivered. The softness and warmth enveloping him felt like a warm current spreading throughout his body. Ding! Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection increased by 3. Current wife's affection level. 60. Zhong Yu felt a wave of emotion. It was evident that his wife had taken the initiative to care for him this time, and he had done nothing, yet his affection level had risen. 60. If it were a score out of 100, he had passed today, although other activities were off the table. Simply lying in his wife's embrace was already an immense joy. Satisfied, Zhong Yu closed his eyes, his face radiant with happiness, and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhong Yu opened his eyes, feeling as though his entire being was filled with strength, invigorated. Suddenly, just as he was reveling in this clarity, his nose was struck by a hefty arm. Zhong Yu covered his nose, feeling quite sore. He turned his head to find Hongying sprawled completely outside the blanket, her body stretched into a large character. The single bed was simply too small. One of her long legs dangled over the edge. Zhong Yu chuckled. His wife's sleeping position was always so expansive and carefree. He gently rose from the bed, carefully nudging her body inward to make her more comfortable. Seeing her sleep so soundly, he decided not to wake her just yet, allowing her to rest a bit longer. Zhong Yu took a seat on the other side of the bed, gradually accessing the system panel in his mind. Having gained another 3 affection last night, he thought to try and see what new skill he could draw. He silently chanted, "Draw an active skill." Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the active skill, Force Deceleration. Active skill, Force Deceleration, current level, LV2. Coverage radius, 100 meters. Upon the utilization of this skill, all mobile entities or living beings within the host vicinity shall be compelled to experience a physical deceleration. The deceleration effect mandates a reduction of speed to a mere 20% of the original velocity, lasting for a duration of 2 minutes. Zhong Yu nodded in approval. He was exceedingly satisfied with this skill. Reflecting on the missile attack incident from the previous night, he realized that while his mundane realm and targeted suppression could reduce deities to mere mortal forms, he still lacked any means to defend against the physical assaults of conventional weaponry. Had it not been for Nyx's presence that night, even with his skills, universal mark, and danger alarm, he would have been ill-equipped to counter such a large-scale destructive weapon as a missile. However, with the acquisition of this new skill, the situation had changed. Any moving object within the domain of force deceleration could be manipulated by him to slow down for a brief period. Bullets, shells, and missiles, when their speeds are sufficiently diminished, would pose no threat to him or his wife. Naturally, moving individuals could also be subjected to deceleration. He mused that this skill was quite advantageous, though its current level was rather inadequate. A reduction to 20% speed meant that a bullet fired from a sniper rifle, initially traveling at 1,000 meters per second, would only decrease to 200 meters per second, still alarmingly swift. Moreover, there was a time constraint to consider. Activating this skill required time. Although the danger alarm would trigger within a 10-kilometer radius, the activation itself necessitated 1 to 2 seconds. Within that interval, a bullet could traverse a considerable distance. As Zhong Yu pondered these challenges, a rustling sound emanated from the bed across the room. He turned his gaze and smiled gently. His wife had awakened from her slumber. Chapter 61. A new crisis emerges. Hongying stretched languidly, rubbing her eyes as she turned to Zhong Yu. "Darling, why are you up so early?" Zhong Yu chuckled. "Because last night I had the pleasure of sleeping with my wife, and the quality of sleep was extraordinarily high. I woke up naturally." Hongying shot her husband a playful glare. "You and your incessant banter." However, her tone softened as she continued. "But seeing you healthy and unwell puts my mind at ease." Zhong Yu grinned. "How about we cuddle every night from now on? It's been so cold lately, and I'm particularly sensitive to the chill. I truly need a warm companion." Hongying clicked her tongue in jest. "Dream on. Now go wash your face and brush your teeth. We still have morning training ahead." After teasing his wife, Zhong Yu cheerfully headed to the bathroom to freshen up. With a mere 2 of goodwill remaining, he resolved to promptly elevate his newly acquired skill, Force Deceleration, by 2 levels, upgrading the active skill, Force Deceleration. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host! The active skill, Force Deceleration, has been successfully upgraded. Active skill, Force Deceleration. Current level, LV4. Current coverage radius, 1 kilometer. Upon using this skill, all moving objects or living beings within the host vicinity will be forcibly decelerated. Deceleration effect. Speed is forcibly reduced to 1 of the original speed, lasting for 4 minutes. LV4 Force Deceleration has a new feature, it can be bound to the danger warning skill. Once bound, if a danger alert is triggered, the deceleration effect will automatically activate within the coverage area. Would you like to bind it now? Seeing this prompt, Zhong Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bind it immediately. Ding! Binding has taken effect. Zhong Yu felt a surge of joy within. This LV4 force deceleration was incredibly useful. Not only had the coverage radius increased, but the speed reduction effect had also significantly improved, directly dropping to 1, with an increased duration. More importantly, it could now automatically activate in dangerous situations. This meant that if a sniper were to take aim at him from a kilometer away, even without prior awareness, this skill would activate automatically. Bullets traveling at 1,000 meters per second would be reduced to a mere 10 meters per second. At that speed, it would be comparable to a typical basketball player's passing speed, easily discernible to Zhong Yu, allowing him to evade effortlessly. Alas, it was unfortunate that he did not draw a fully leveled skill this time. Zhong Yu couldn't help but ponder over his so-called mundane system. Thus far, it had not provided him with any particularly extravagant protective features. For instance, the radiant protective barrier akin to that of Yuan Gang, or the enchanted artifact Yao Guang wielded by the portly Bailey, yet the system has managed to suppress all surrounding mysteries, forbidden realms, and enchanted objects through a succession of skills. Recently, it has even added the ability to mitigate physical attacks. In simpler terms, the system has not rendered itself overwhelmingly powerful. Rather, it has diminished the capabilities and damage dealt by its adversaries. This approach is indeed simple and understated, perfectly in tune with the moniker of the mundane system. Nevertheless, it proves to be exceedingly practical, a notion that delights Zhong Yu. Contemplating this, while brushing his teeth before the mirror, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. "Zhong Yu, what are you grinning about?" Red Ing inquired, observing her husband lost in thought while brushing his teeth. Nothing much, just thinking about my warm baby," Zhong Yu replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. Red Ing couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement as she playfully tousled her husband's hair. What had merely been a casual remark from her the previous night had unexpectedly transformed into his new moniker. The memory of her voluntarily offering to warm his quilt made her cheeks flush once more. However, this fellow truly kept his word, refraining from any outrageous behavior. Even while brushing her teeth, Red Ing found herself smiling unconsciously. 3 days later, on a highway near Tsangnan, several black SUVs sped forward. In the spacious back seat, a long-haired man clad in a black tailcoat rested with his eyes closed, a purple kite brooch adorning his chest. Beep! His phone buzzed. He picked it up, glancing at the screen with a slight furrow of his brow. "Turn around. We shall not proceed to the training camp. Let's head into the city first." The alluring woman driving turned her head back. "My lord, has something changed?" The man, known as EU, smiled faintly indeed. "We have overlooked a significant factor, the individual named Zhong Yu." "Zhong Yu?" The snake lady expressed her surprise. The newcomer capable of suppressing others' forbidden realms, with some combat prowess? EU nodded. "Previously, we underestimated him. It was not Lin Xie who eliminated the 4th seat, but Zhong Yu. This young man has exceeded my expectations. According to our informants, the higher-ups of the Night Watch intend to award him the Star Medal. Had it not been for this, we might not have paid him any heed. His ability to suppress forbidden realms is far more formidable than I anticipated, even capable of subduing the 4th seat of the Infinite Realm." "Infinite Realm? How is that possible?" The snake lady was taken aback. Although she served as Medusa's proxy, her own level was merely that of the Pool Realm. How could a newcomer, previously unheard of, awaken such terrifying power? What about the missile incident? Could it be that Zhong Yu not only suppresses forbidden realms, but can also contend with such advanced weaponry? Yu shook his head. The missile incident is unrelated to Zhong Yu. His distinctive ability lies solely in suppressing forbidden realms. The missile should have been disabled by the military's program before striking its target. The serpent woman nodded, acknowledging that the cruise missile was indeed equipped with a remote control module, making such an outcome plausible. EU sighed, expressing, "I initially believed our target was merely Lin Xie, but now we have an additional concern with Zhong Yu." The serpent woman inquired further, "EU, what shall we do next upon entering Songnan?" EU smiled and replied, Since Zhong Yu and Lin Xie are preoccupied with their training, we shall refrain from disturbing them for the time being. Let's first greet the other members of Team 136. Almost overlooked their families. At the training camp's training ground, the rhythm echoed. 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Zhong Yu, alongside all the recruits, followed instructor Hong, chanting spirited slogans as they ran laps. After a few days of recuperation, the recruits resumed their rigorous daily training, engaging in extensive physical conditioning, as well as learning combat and firearm skills. Combat posed no challenge for Zhong Yu. However, he found the physical training somewhat taxing. Each day after training, like the other recruits, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet, upon returning to the dormitory and embracing his beloved wife for a brief moment, Zhong Yu felt rejuvenated. That morning, Zhong Yu was dozing off during instructor Han's combat class when he suddenly heard his wife's voice. Hongying rushed to the edge of the training platform. Hartun is somewhat urgent, instructor. Chief Yuan is looking for Zhong Yu and Xie. Hanli waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Zhong Yu, slightly taken aback, stepped out of the training ground and grasped Hongying's hand, asking, "What is happening, my dear? You seem rather anxious." Hongying bit her lip. Captain Chun and Xiao Nan, along with the others, are all unreachable. They have collectively gone missing. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? Captain Chun and the others are formidable. They are all night watchers. Chapter 62. The rescue plan inside Yuan Gang's office. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the room. All phones were turned off, including the specialized equipment and channels used by the night watchmen. A collective communication blackout was highly unusual. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, addressing Hongying. Has Captain Chen mentioned any special missions recently? Hongying shook her head. No, the captain has never closed the internal communication channels. Yuan Gang slammed his fist on the table in frustration. It was undoubtedly the work of the cultists again. After their assault on the missile base, all military installations had heightened their defenses, and our training camp had also reinforced its protective teams. It was astonishing that they had the audacity to target the night watchmen so openly. The strength of this new group must be considerable. It was highly likely that several agents of the Dark Gods had come personally to Cangnan. Suddenly, Lin Xie recalled something and stepped forward urgently. Chief Yuan, may I make a call to my family? Since the training commenced, their phones had been surrendered. Lin Xie had yet to contact his aunt and cousin Yang Jin. Yuan Gang looked at Lin Xie. Are you concerned for your family? You need not worry for now. We have dispatched personnel to check on several families, and your aunt is safe. Additionally, we have secretly intensified protective measures for all families. Lin Xie exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Hongying bit her lip. Chief Yuan, I'm also a member of Team 136. With the captain and the others missing, I wish to request immediate leave to find a way to rescue them. Yuan Gang sighed, but we currently have no idea where they are. How can we mount a rescue? Yuan Gang then turned to look at Zhong Yu. Despite his evident strength, had been silently resting his chin in thought since entering. In truth, Zhong Yu was contemplating strategies. Upon hearing about Chun Mai and the others' collective disappearance, he sensed something amiss. He immediately activated the universal marker function in his mind to conduct a search. At this moment, he had already pinpointed Chun Mai's location at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The group was not in immediate danger. Simultaneously, he scanned for all cult members within Cangnan's jurisdiction, identifying their positions. Zhong Yu found the situation somewhat complicated. These individuals were not gathered in one place, but were dispersed across several locations. A significant number of cult members occupied the abandoned factory, including the 13th seat, Han Xiaoyan, among others. Another group was active near the Old City, led by the 14th seat, Ma Etian. In the Eastern District, a third group, led by the Serpent Woman, was moving towards the abandoned factory. The presence of these individuals in the factory was easily understood. They were undoubtedly guarding the members of Team 136. The objective of this operation most likely pertains to Lin Xie and himself. They may have already discerned their vulnerabilities and intend to use Chun Mai and his companions as hostages to lure Lin Xie and him into a trap. Yet, what are the other two factions? At that moment, an instructor hurriedly knocked and entered the room, whispering a few urgent words to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang's eyes widened in alarm. What has happened, Chief Yuan? Hongying Spoiling. Yuan Gang sank heavily into a chair, murmuring, "See, Xiaonan's parents have been abducted. The personnel we dispatched for their protection have all met with tragedy." Upon hearing this, Lin Chia sprang to his feet, his chest heaving with anxiety. What about my aunt? Are they in danger as well? Yuan Gang attempted to soothe him. Do not panic, Chia. They are not in immediate danger. We will dispatch additional protective forces right away. The individuals who captured Si Xiaonan's parents have been implanted with tracking devices by our team. I believe we will soon ascertain the precise location of Lao Chun and the others. Lin Chia clenched his jaw tightly. Chief Yuan, I cannot afford to lose my aunt. I must return immediately to protect them. With that, he turned to rush out, only to be stopped by Hongying. Zhong Yu, why are you just standing there? Say something. Hongying glanced at her silent husband. Zhong Yu raised his head, smiling and nodding at his wife, explaining, I was contemplating the entire situation and formulating strategies. I have now grasped the essence of the matter. He placed a reassuring hand on Lin Chia's shoulder. Chia, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish a few thoughts before you head off to protect your aunt. It will not take long. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yu addressed Yuan Gang. May I pose a question, Chief Yuan? To what extent are the higher-ups aware of the arrangement concerning the Dark Goddess Nyx? Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before responding. This is classified information. I reported directly to Xiao Pinga and the commander, and no one else is privy to it. Zhong Yu nodded. That is reassuring. It seems they have not yet grasped all the information. Chief Yuan, I suspect there are hidden agents planted by the cult within the ranks of the Night Watch. They may already be aware of my abilities. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. In the Battle of Jinan Mountain, you and Hongying, Chia, achieved remarkable feats, and the application for your medals must follow formal procedures. If, as you suggest, there are agents among the higher-ups, they could indeed have uncovered your true strength. Zhong Yu continued, therefore, Chief Yuan, the cult's objective this time must be targeting both Lin Chia and myself, correct? Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on Zhong Yu. You are absolutely right. We have heightened defenses at the training camp. They would not dare to launch a direct assault. Instead, they first captured members of Team 136, aiming to draw you two out. Hence, I cannot allow you to take this risk. I will lead a team to rescue Lao Chun and the others. Both of you must remain safely within the training camp. Zhong Yu shook his head and said, Director Yuan, you just mentioned that our adversaries are formidable, and their strength is likely to be considerable. Even someone as powerful as you, in the realm of the sea, might find it challenging to confront them alone. It would be prudent for me to assist in rescuing Captain Chun and the others, as I'm also a member of Team 136. As for Aunt Lin Chia's home, perhaps we could have Chia accompany a few capable instructors for protection. In truth, Zhong Yu is aware that with Yang Jin present at Lin Chia's home, those individuals posed little threat. However, he refrained from divulging this information to them. If Lin Chia wished to return and rescue her kin, it would be best to allow her to do so. Even if they encountered Ma Yiqian and his group, with his current abilities and the support of several instructors from the River Realm, he believed he could manage. Yuan Gong pondered deeply. He understood Zhong Yu's true capabilities. Yet since their adversaries had already uncovered Zhong Yu's background, he could not permit him to take such risks alone. Without Zhong Yu, he lacked absolute confidence in their success. Zhong Yu, I will accompany you to rescue old Chun and the others. As for Aunt Chia's home, let Hong Hao and Han Li take Chia along for protection. Zhong Yu nodded in agreement. That works. Beside them, Hong Ying quickly interjected, Zhong Yu, I wish to join you in rescuing Captain Chun and the others. Zhong Yu shook his head. My dear, you mustn't go. If you do, I will be concerned for your safety, which may hinder my actions. I will go out with Chia, and I trust you to watch over her with the Night Goddess. Hongying pursed her lips, fully understanding Zhong Yu's intentions. She recognized that her husband was merely modest about his true strength, which far exceeded what others perceived. If their adversaries were indeed powerful, her presence would not only be of little assistance, but could potentially distract Zhong Yu and impede his efforts. By entrusting her to the care of the Night Goddess, Zhong Yu effectively sought to ensure her safety through the goddess's formidable power. Looking at her husband, Hong Ying said, I understand. Just promise me to be cautious. Zhong Yu nodded with a smile. Do not worry, my love. I will take good care of myself. Chapter 63. Did they only send one person? In the old town, within a modest dwelling, General Li Yin sat cross-legged on the bed, positioning a cannon behind a pawn on the chessboard before him. Opposite him, Yang Jin, furrowing his brow and touching his nose, appeared deep in thought. Ha ha ha, you are about to lose, Li Yin declared, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Hey, Li Yin, look outside. What is that? Yang Jin exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to swiftly place a previously captured rook back onto the board. Check, he shouted triumphantly. Li Yin abruptly turned back, fixating on the chessboard and scratching the back of his head. No, I was definitely about to win. How did you manage to turn the tables on me? He was utterly perplexed. Ha ha, the one who will lose is you. Yang Jin grinned weedily. Li Yan's eyes widened as he finally discerned the predicament. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt up and shouted, You trickster, Yang Jin. Yang Jin hurriedly stood and covered Li Yan's mouth with his hand. Sho. MMM. Li Yin struggled against him. Yang Jin frowned. How many times have I told you? You can't call me by my real name at my house. What if my mom hears? With a soft thud, the door swung open, and their aunt poked her head in. In a flash, the two boys scrambled to the desk. Yang Jin, with a serious demeanor, pointed at a passage in the book. You don't know how to do this? This problem should be solved like this. Li Yan nodded enthusiastically. So that is how it is. Yang Jin, you're really amazing. Their aunt, observing their antics, chuckled. You two can come out when you're done studying. Dinner's ready. As she turned to leave, Li Yin sighed, pointing at the book. You've turned the book upside down, and you're pretending to be all serious. Yang Jin clicked his tongue. We're far enough away. My mom wouldn't notice at all. The two boys playfully shoved each other as they exited the room and made their way to the dining table. Li Yin inhaled deeply. It smells delicious. Their aunt smiled. I'm glad you like it. And it can only make sweet and sour ribs. When she was here, he loved it the most. Upon mentioning this, their aunt suddenly appeared lost in thought. With a sigh, she added, I wonder how that child Shi is doing lately. Ever since Lin Shi went off for a closed training session, their aunt had not seen him again. After he left, this young student named Li Yin began visiting Yang Jin daily, claiming he needed tutoring. Initially, their aunt found it puzzling. Yang Jin struggled with math himself, often failing. How could a failing student tutor another failing student? However, as Li Yan's visits increased, she realized that the two boys were quite good friends, using the guise of tutoring to spend time together. She had always felt that Yang Jin lacked friends at school, and although Li Yin was younger, it brought her joy to see them bond. Moreover, Li Yin often visits, infusing the household with a lively atmosphere, preventing her from succumbing to excessive longing and sorrow due to Lin Shi's departure. Mother, rest assured, my brother's doing well, Yang Jin stated, placing the largest piece of pork rib into his mother's bowl. Wong, Little Black lay at Yang Jin's feet, panting and wagging its short tail excitedly. Yang Jin chucklet, selecting the smallest rib for the dog, which began to munch happily. As the group savored their meal, an unexpected stillness enveloped the room. Both Yang Jin and Li Yin suddenly paused, sensing something amiss. They exchanged glances, and Yang Jin subtly shook his head, signaling Li Yin to remain silent. Wong, Little Black had already darted toward the balcony, peering down with a vigilant gaze. Yang Jin's aunt, puzzled, inquired, What's wrong with Little Black? Yang Jin smiled suringly. Oh, it's nothing, mother. It probably feels unsatisfied with the little meat I just gave it, and is yearning for the bones from the street. His aunt shook her head. Then just give it another piece. There are no bones out there. Yang Jin chuckled. Let's eat, mother. Ignore it. He winked at Little Black, which seemed to understand and promptly rushed out, heading downstairs. The cold wind stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, and the street was nearly deserted. A black SUV was parked not far away. The scar-faced man in the passenger seat extinguished his cigarette and complained, Lord Imu is being excessively cautious this time. Is it necessary to complicate things for capturing a couple of rookie kids? If it were up to me, we should storm the training camp and eliminate them all. It's so straightforward. Straightforward? Nonsense. A man in the back seat interjected in a serious tone. Do you know how the fourth seat met his end? He was a boundless entity, Can you last 3 moves against him? And one of those rookie kids you mentioned just instantaneously took out the 4th seat. Do you still think this is simple? The Scarface man immediately adopted a submissive demeanor. Yes, yes, you are right, Lord Ma. The man in the back, known as the 14th seat of the followers, was Ma Etienne. He was in charge of this operation, tasked with capturing Lin Chie's aunt. All right, it's time. Let's get to work. All 4 doors of the vehicle opened simultaneously. 5 fully armed men in black, wielding long knives, slowly approached the dilapidated low house. As they reached the front of the house, they halted once more. At the foot of the stairs before them lay a small black dog. The scar-faced man scoffed, unsheathing his long knife with a sinister grin. Would you like to taste dog meat? Meanwhile, on the highway leading into the city, Lin Chie called out, Instructor Hong, could you please drive a bit faster? Instructor Hong replied with exasperation, Chia, the car is already speeding at 120. I can't go any faster. Lin Chia anxiously glanced at his watch. It had been over an hour since they left the training camp. He couldn't shake off the worry for his aunt and Ajin, wondering if they were in danger. Meanwhile, aboard a military off-road vehicle in another direction, Zhong Yu fixated on the system panel before him. The universal marker's holographic map indicated that Ma Etienne and his group seemed poised to take action. Beep, beep. Suddenly, a member of the followers led by Ma Etienne vanished from the map. Beep, beep. Another one disappeared as well. A smirk crept across Zhong Yu's lips. He had reassured everyone not to worry, yet it seemed Lin Chie would be making a fruitless trip. At last, Hong Hao's vehicle arrived at the foot of Lin Chie's aunt's building. Lin Chie leaped from the car and dashed towards home. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was taken aback. A figure clad in black staggered out of the corridor, one of his arms gruesomely bitten off. Upon spotting Lin Chie, the man froze, his eyes wide with terror. He bared his teeth and stammered, You are Lin Chie? Lin Chie's gaze fixated on the long knife in the man's hand, his eyes narrowing. In an instant, the black-clad man's head was severed cleanly by a swift stroke of the blade. Just as Lin Chie was about to ascend the stairs, he noticed the family dog, Xiao Hailai, lying at the foot of the staircase. Xiao Hailai was licking one of its paws, which appeared to have been cut by a sharp object. Upon recognizing Lin Chie, the dog barked affectionately, wagging its tail and nuzzling against his leg. Lin Chie remained rooted in place, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could it be that the followers had only sent that one individual? Chapter 64, The Ultimate Instant Kill of Forced Deceleration. Firearm Proficiency. Chun Mai gasped for breath, utterly unaware of the duration of his frantic escape. Yet he found himself unable to elude this place. Initially, he and his comrades were in pursuit of several cult members. Upon reaching this abandoned factory, a bizarre occurrence transpired the moment he crossed the threshold. The surrounding scenery abruptly transformed. It was no longer a factory, but morphed into a surreal dreamscape. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qima, Zhao Kongsheng, and Lung Xian gradually faded like phantoms. The environment around them resembled a chaotic collage of distorted images, with towering skyscrapers intertwining with the crumbling remnants of ancient castles. Chun Mai's feet trod upon an ever-shifting path, at times sinking into a ground as soft as quicksand, and at others being catapulted upward as if he were stepping on a colossal spring. The buildings and roads behind him crumbled perpetually, compelling him to flee desperately onward. Yet, everything around seemed to loop infinitely. Chun Mai's stamina waned rapidly, his legs heavy as if laden with lead. He attempted to cry out, but his voice was seemingly devoured by this space, leaving no echo in its wake. He could only futilely contend with the boundless absurdity and terror. Time lost all meaning. Boom! The entire illusory world collapsed, and Chun Mai felt his body uncontrollably plummet, ultimately crashing heavily onto the ground. As the bizarre atmosphere dissipated, he abruptly opened his eyes, discovering himself sprawled upon the unloading platform of a vast warehouse. Nearby, his 5 teammates were also awakening simultaneously. Their hands were bound tightly by an unknown, restraining rope. It felt as though they had all endured a protracted nightmare. Returning to reality, Chun Mai was acutely aware of an excruciating pain coursing through his body, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue. However, his attention was quickly drawn to a figure standing below. Zhong Yu? What brings you here? Zhong Yu cast a glance at Chun Mai, but offered no response, instead scanning the circular passageway above them. Chun Mai then raised his gaze. Noticing that it was densely populated with individuals, each wielding a submachine gun. Captain, Si Xiaonan bit her lip, her eyes fixated on a certain spot on the ground. Two stone statues hunched and knelt there. Long Xian trembled as he inquired, Xiaonan, are those your parents? Crack, crack. The two statues were effortlessly shattered by the serpentine woman standing nearby, the remnants of flesh and stone cascading to the ground. No! Si Xiaonan screamed in a fit of rage, her gaze locked onto the alluring serpentine figure. I will kill you. The serpentine woman laughed coldly. You cannot kill me. All of you, including Zhong Yu, shall perish today. Zhong Yu felt a surge of turmoil within. At this moment, his level 5 mundane domain skill was fully unleashed. Instantly, he cleansed the entire factory of all mysteries and forbidden ruins, liberating Chun Mai and the others from their nightmarish reverie. However, he could not save the already petrified parents of Si Xiaonan. After all, the system is not omnipotent. It adheres to the principle that existence is justified. For beings or objects whose forms have been altered, the mundane realm cannot reverse such transformations. He could only watch helplessly as Si Xiaonan's parents were slain by the serpent woman. Zhong Yu's gaze had transformed into one of piercing intensity, his eyes brimming with an infinite desire for vengeance. There were a total of 49 individuals present, including the projection of a Yu, aside from the 13th seat, Han Xiaoyan, who was engaged in a duel with Yuan Gang at the perimeter of the factory. The universal marker provided information on all enemies present. To Zhong Yu's surprise, Yu himself had also arrived in Songnan. Standing on the factory side was another of his projections, while Yu's true form was currently advancing towards the training camp. Yet, Zhong Yu harbored no concern, for at level 5, the mundane realm could completely suppress Klein's realm to that of a mere mortal, with a coverage radius extending to 100 kilometers. This meant that, whether it was Yu's projection standing here or his true form preparing to launch a solo assault on the training camp, at this moment, they had both been reduced to mere mortals. Similarly, Yuan Gang and Han Xiaoyan, who were engaged in combat at the factory's outskirts, had also succumbed to mortal limitations. They had been soaring through the skies, unleashing a myriad of flamboyant skills, only to be abruptly yanked back to the ground, stripped of all their powers, unable to ascend again. Han Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock, while Yuan Gang clapped his hands and chuckled. No need to fight any longer. That kid inside has activated his ultimate move. You have already lost. Inside the warehouse, the projection of Yu stood atop a high platform on the second floor, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed down at Zhong Yu. How surprising. Your ability to suppress has reached such heights that even I have been reduced to a mere mortal. However, Yu beckoned with his hand, causing all the guns in the hands of his followers to aim at Zhong Yu. We anticipated this scenario long ago. Your abilities are limited to this, are they not? Even if we are all mortals now, even if you possess some combat talent, I do not believe you can evade the onslaught of so many firearms. Zhong Yu, your pretentiousness ends here. A being like you should not exist in our world. After Yu finished speaking, Zhong Yu merely lifted his chin slightly. Oh, is that so? He replied, his hands tucked into his pockets, fixing his gaze on Yu with a faint smirk playing on his lips. He found the situation rather amusing. In a report Yuan Gang submitted when applying for his medal, it merely stated that Zhong Yu had killed the 4th seat of the believers with a single strike, without mentioning that he had used a gun. Thus, the individuals before him believed he had slain the 4th seat with a blade, entirely unaware of the prowess of his marksmanship. What are you laughing at? Yu's face flashed with anger. Zhong Yu simply smiled in silence. Yu gritted his teeth. Kill him. Tot 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 tot. All the guns were aimed at Zhong Yu, and, simultaneously, the triggers were pulled. Yet at the very moment the bullets were discharged, it felt as though time itself within the factory had decelerated. Zhong Yu's active skills, force slowdown, and danger warning, automatically activated upon binding. The velocity of the machine gun bullets plummeted from 900 meters per second to a mere 9 meters per second, gliding through the air like soft foam projectiles from child's toy gun. The figures of everyone else appeared to be frozen in that instant. It was not that Zhong Yu had accelerated. Rather, everything and everyone else had slowed down. Zhong Yu sprinted forward with remarkable speed, simultaneously aiming his Viper pistol at various foes above and continuously pulling the trigger. The bullets he fired were unaffected by the slowdown. In that moment, he resembled Wick from John Wick, racing forward with relentless determination. With the full enhancement of firearm mastery, each shot found its mark, a bullet piercing through the head of every adversary. 30 seconds later, Zhong Yu had reached the second floor, his gun aimed squarely at the forehead of the mumbling foe. The adversary's mouth hung open, his face frozen in a look of terror, his gaze still fixated on the staircase, unable to shift his eyes to meet Zhong Yu's. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Zhong Yu pulled the trigger, delivering a fatal shot. Beep beep beep, as the universal marker indicated that only one enemy remained. Zhong Yu descended slowly, unbinding the ropes from the backs of Team 136, thus terminating the forced slowdown. Clap, clap, clap. The figures of everyone began to tumble rapidly. Zhong Yu cast a cold glance at the distant serpent woman. At that moment, her previous arrogance had vanished. She stared wide-eyed, her legs trembling in fear. Zhong Yu handed the gun to Si Xiaonan. Xiaonan, it's your turn to deal with the serpent woman. Si Xiaonan bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on her adversary. Raising her weapon, in a fury, the bullets erupted from the barrel. Chapter 65. The power of Zhong Yu is terrifying. The serpent woman has perished, pierced by the relentless shots of Si Xiaonan, who emptied her magazine. In silence, Si Xiaonan approached the shattered statue of her parents, crouching beside it. Zhong Yu, Chimai, and the others stepped forward. With a hint of helplessness, Zhong Yu ran his fingers through his hair and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaonan. I cannot save them." A glimmer of tears sparkled in Si Xiaonan's eyes, yet she turned back and forced a smile. "Brother Zhong, it's not your fault. You did your best." Chun Mai and the others gathered around Si Xiaonan, offering words of comfort. However, Si Xiaonan declined their assistance, insisting on carrying away the remnants of her parents' statue alone. Zhong Yu watched her retreating figure, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Why did Si Xiaonan seem to exude a sense of relief in the face of her parents' demise? With a furrowed brow, Zhong Yu inquired, "Captain, were Xiaonan's parents her biological ones?" Chen Mai shook his head. "No, she grew up in an orphanage and was adopted by her foster parents at the age of 10. Zhong Yu found himself momentarily perplexed. Could it be that Si Xiaonan's adoptive parents were connected to that cunning deity? Soon after, Chen Mai called for logistical support to manage the scene. As they exited, he could not resist asking, "Zhong Yu, that phenomenon where all objects were slowed down, was that also your ability?" Zhong Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, Captain. I apologize, I have awakened a new power." Chen Mai regarded him with a complex expression. "You must be invincible now, right?" Zhong Yu chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all. I am merely immortal." At that moment, when Shima stepped forward enthusiastically, embracing Zhong Yu, "Brother Zhong, the way you turned the tables on those followers was truly magnificent. I admire you. Regardless, I thank you for your timely rescue today." Zhong Yu smiled sheepishly. "Chima, there is no need for such formality." Not far away, Yuan Gang ended a phone call and approached them with a smile. The true form of the murmurer, Chun Erniu, is dead. It was rather ironic. This once mighty agent of the ancient god cult, the founder of the follower organization, had been shot down by a mere sentry from our training camp. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Chun Mai and the others were left speechless. A murmur, killed by an ordinary sentry with a rifle? Chun Mai muttered, "How is that even possible?" "Old Yuan, is this information verified?" "It has been confirmed. The news is accurate," Yuan Gang replied, casting a meaningful glance at Zhong Yu. Chun Mai followed suit and instantly grasped the implication. "Zhong Yu, Yuan Ti suggests that you can suppress the murmurer from 100 kilometers away into a mere mortal body. Would you?" Zhong Yu merely smiled. "Captain, are you hungry? After an entire afternoon, I find myself quite famished. Shall we go to the training camp for a meal together?" Chun Mai stood in place, speechless. The demise of Yuan was something Zhong Yu had already been aware of. The small red dot indicating the training camp had vanished from the comprehensive map provided by the universal marker. Observing the cheerful expression on Zhong Yu's face, Chun Mai let out a deep sigh. This lad, by diverting the conversation, had effectively acknowledged the truth. Chun Mai reflected inwardly. Zhong Yu truly seemed like an unreal entity in this world. His power was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, he had allied himself with the Night Watchers, and fortunately, he harbored no ambitions, usually revolving around his wife. Otherwise, this world would inevitably face upheaval at his hands. At the factory's entrance, Han Xiaoyun sat in a daze, his hands shackled. With the death of Yuan, his soul contract had naturally been dissolved. Han Xiaoyun would be sent to the fasting center. However, he was fortunate, as he fell within the suppression range of Zhong Yu's mundane domain skill. All the other faithful members far away were not so lucky. The death of Yuan would directly lead to their mental energies being drained, leaving none alive. As dusk descended, on this seemingly ordinary evening, the vast and malevolent cultist organization was instantaneously dismantled and obliterated. Chun Mai and his companions were responsible for the aftermath and did not return to the training camp with Zhong Yu. Meanwhile, after confirming his aunt's safety, Lin Xie also returned to the training camp. Throughout the journey, Lin Xie furrowed his brow, deeply pondering the events that had transpired beneath his aunt's apartment. How could the cultists possibly send just one person? What mysterious creature had bitten off his arm? These enigmas troubled him throughout the journey. Zhong Yu, on the other hand, was catching up on sleep in the car. "Hey kid, wake up. We've arrived. Your wife is waiting for you at the entrance." Upon hearing Yuan Gang's reminder, Zhong Yu jolted awake, rising from the back seat. The night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Yet, the entrance of the training camp was densely packed with a throng of people. They already knew that the true slayer of Yuan was not the Sentinel, but Zhong Yu himself. He had single-handedly taken down the entire cultist organization, and this news had spread like wildfire through the camp. The instructors and new recruits lined up at the entrance were like a welcoming party for a triumphant hero. However, Zhong Yu paid no heed to the crowd. His gaze was intently fixed on a young woman with a high ponytail, exuding grace and vigor amidst the throng. That was his beloved wife, Hongying. Hongying, too, was beaming as she looked at her husband in the car. "Darling, I'm back." Zhong Yu hurriedly exited the vehicle, disregarding the onlookers, and rushed straight towards his wife. He scooped up his adorable spouse and spun her around in delight. Just half a day has passed since parting with his wife, yet Zhong Yu feels as if an eternity has elapsed. Hongying shyly patted Zhong Yu on the back, whispering in his ear, "We can embrace again when we return. Everyone is watching us now." To which Zhong Yu replied, "What of it? A legal embrace between spouses is nothing to hide from them." He remained reluctant to let go of his wife's soft form. Hongying couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Her husband, once modest, seemed to have grown bolder, his audacity increasing by the day. Meeting the warm gazes of the new recruits and instructors, Hongying blushed and covered her face. "All right, Zhong Yu, please. No need to flaunt our affection in front of everyone." Yuan Gang approached with a beaming smile. "Weren't you just lamenting your hunger? Let's head to the cafeteria. Old Sun has prepared a feast in your honor to celebrate your achievements." Zhong Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it really that grand, Teacher Yuan? There's no need for such extravagance." Yuan Gang clicked his tongue. "Are you genuinely reluctant to go, or are you merely being modest? The news of your triumph over EU, leading to the annihilation of the entire cult, has already caused quite a stir within the Night Watch community. Do you still believe your contributions are insignificant? The captain of the medium team just called me to complain. They've been pursuing you for 3 months without success, and yet you managed to capture them all at once." Yuan Gang's expression grew serious. "Zhong Yu, do you realize how many season Night Watch members will spend this night wide awake in anticipation? The higher-ups are already discussing your early transfer to the Beijing team." Zhong Yu was taken aback. "Please, Teacher Yuan, I truly have no desire for fame. I feel quite content staying in Songnan." Chapter 66 in the training camp's dining hall, brightly illuminated and festooned with an array of delectable dishes. A celebratory feast awaits Zhong Yu and Lin Xie. Seated at the table are Zhong Yu, Hongying, Lin Xie, Yuan Gang, and others, all relishing the enticing aroma wafting through the air. "How delightful!" Hongying exclaimed, taking a deep breath. "Old Sun, I didn't realize you could prepare such exquisite dishes." Old Sun, standing at the kitchen entrance with a beaming smile, replied, "My dear girl, you might find it hard to believe, but these new recipes I've crafted are all inspired by none other than your Zhong Yu. Hongying blinked in surprise, turning her gaze toward Zhong Yu, who smiled in return. We are both culinary enthusiasts, and we occasionally share our cooking skills. At that moment, Yuan Gang rose to his feet, lifting his wine glass. Come, everyone, let us raise our glasses in unison to Zhong Yu and Lin Xie, whose collaboration has eradicated the cult organization, ridding our great Xia of a dire menace. You're too kind, Yuan, Zhong Yu replied, also raising his glass. While Lin Xie lifted his juice cup, feeling a bit awkward, he thought to himself that the elimination of the cult was primarily Zhong Yu's achievement. He had merely dispatched a feeble cultist. Everyone clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Yuan Gang encouraged, now, let us dig in and enjoy the feast. Without hesitation, Zhong Yu took the largest piece of fried chicken and placed it in a Hongying's bowl, who smiled gently at her husband. He then seized a piece for himself and began to devour it, clearly famished. The other instructors felt a twinge of discomfort. Typically, in such gatherings, it is customary for the senior to begin eating first. However, Zhong Yu, lost in thoughts of his wife, seemed utterly unconcerned with such conventions. Yuan Gang observed the young man engrossed in his meal and sighed inwardly, recognizing that if he were to focus a bit more on his career, he could achieve great things. Noticing Zhong Yu enjoying his food, Lin Xie also began to eat heartily. Instructor Hong Hao approached to propose a toast, but Zhong Yu waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Instructor Hong, but I'd rather not drink today. I just want to enjoy my meal. Hong Hao was taken aback, feeling a bit awkward. Wasn't toasting part of the essential etiquette at a banquet? Zhong Yu was certainly not adhering to the usual protocol. Yuan Gang, sensing the tension, waved his hand with a smile towards Hong Hao. Let us forego the formalities today. Let us all follow Zhong Yu's lead and focus on enjoying our food. Isn't that splendid? With Yuan Gang's endorsement, the instructors relaxed more than usual, immersing themselves in the culinary delights. Under Zhong Yu's guidance, Old Sun's culinary skills had indeed improved significantly, and everyone savored the meal with great enthusiasm. As the banquet concluded, Zhong Yu took Hongying's hand and returned to their dormitory. After securely locking the door, he eagerly embraced his wife, pulling her slender waist close and burying his face in her fragrant hair, inhaling deeply. Hongying turned her head, playfully pinching her husband's nose. You should wash up first. Zhong Yu nodded, a surge of excitement coursing through him as if he understood his wife's intentions. He promptly dashed into the bathroom, brushing his teeth and showering. He completed his routine in less than 5 minutes. Emerging from the bathroom, Hongying smiled as she handed him a towel. Dry your hair. Don't catch a chill. Wait for me, I'll be quick. With that, she took her towel and nightgown and entered the bathroom. During the time Hongying was in the shower, Zhong Yu paced back and forth in the dormitory, feeling more restless than an ant on a hot pan. 10 minutes later, the small bathroom door swung open, releasing a cloud of steam infused with the sweet fragrance of peach shampoo, filling the modest room with its aroma. Hongying emerged, not clad in her usual adorable, fluffy bear pajamas, but in a delicate, blush velvet nightgown. Her fair, smooth arms, slender legs, and rosy toes were all on display. Tilting her head to dry her long hair, she bit down on a hair tie. This enchanting blend of cuteness and sensuality left Zhong Yu utterly mesmerized. After a moment, he murmured, Wife, you look beautiful today. Hongying smiled. When am I not beautiful? Unable to wait for her to dry her hair, Zhong Yu stepped forward and embraced his lovely wife. This time, he did not seek her consent, but kissed her directly. Zhong Yu felt as if he were floating, a peculiar and delightful sensation coursing through every part of him. His wife's lips were sweet and soft. He kissed her passionately, eliciting an unfamiliar, delicate sound from her throat. Holding his wife tightly, he took a step forward and she instinctively retreated, their movements shifting from the center of the dormitory to the edge of the bed. As Hongying kissed her husband, she experienced feelings she had never encountered before. Her heart racing. She longed to push Zhong Yu away as she had in the past, yet two conflicting thoughts battled fiercely in her mind, rendering her unable to act. She felt herself on the verge of surrender. Well, they had been officially married for several months now. Perhaps surrendering was acceptable. One thought whispered in her mind. Seeing that his wife showed no signs of rejection, Zhong Yu felt an exhilarating rush. He stepped forward again, guiding her body toward the small bed. Suddenly, a loud crack resonated. Both partners froze, tumbling to the floor in a heap. Behind them lay a small bed, now broken beneath their weight. Zhong Yu, flustered, exclaimed, "Why is the training camp's bed of such poor quality?" They awkwardly stood up, and Zhong Yu grasped Hongying's shoulders, earnestly declaring, "It's all right, my dear, we still have another bed." Hongying responded with a bemused expression. Huh? She was in a state of indecision, contemplating whether to continue with her husband, when suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Zhong Yu, visibly irritated, inquired, "Who is it at this late hour?" A woman's voice responded from outside. "Instructor Hongying, I just heard a loud noise. Is everything all right in there? Do you need assistance?" Hongying recognized it was Instructor Liang from next door. Hastily, she approached the door and opened it slightly, offering an awkward smile. "Instructor Li, it's nothing serious. Zhong Yu was merely practicing in bed and accidentally damaged the bed." Instructor Li leaned in to peek inside, then glanced at Hongying's flushed cheeks. She nodded rapidly. "Oh, I see. Goodness, our training camp really ought to invest in better quality beds. But no worries, you still have another. Another one." With a cheerful demeanor, Instructor Li turned to leave when Hongying called out to her. "Instructor Li." Li turned back. "Yes, what is it?" Hongying whispered, "Please, do not mention about my husband breaking the bed to anyone else." Li smiled, patting her chest reassuringly. "I understand. Rest assured, I absolutely will not disclose this to a third party. Thank you so much." After securely locking the door, Hongying sat on the edge of the bed, covering her face. Zhong Yu embraced her shoulders. "My dear, it seems we shall have to make do with sharing a bed tonight." Hongying retorted playfully, "It's all your fault. Nothing else is allowed tonight." She lay down on the bed, burying her head beneath the covers. Zhong Yu sighed, realizing his wife's displeasure meant that tonight would likely not bear fruit. Ding! Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection increased by 2. Current wife's affection level, 62. Zhong Yu was taken aback. Was there a delay in the system? His wife was clearly upset, yet her affection had risen. Chapter 67. Uncertainty surrounding his ability to confront the grievance of Shiva. Zhong Yu pondered for a moment and summoned the system panel within his mind. Although today's battle against the murmurs ended in a resounding victory, upon reflection, several perilous vulnerabilities lingered. There were a total of 49 adversaries present, and in the face of such a number, he still possessed sufficient time and space to evade their gunfire. However, what if he were confronted by thousands, or even tens of thousands? If bullets and shells densely filled the entirety of the space, how could he possibly evade? Thus, Zhong Yu resolved to upgrade the skill Forced Deceleration. Once more, eager to discover the enhancements that awaited at its maximum level, he initiated the upgrade for the active skill Forced Deceleration. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host. The active skill Forced Deceleration has been successfully upgraded. Active skill Forced Deceleration. Current level LV6, max level. Current coverage radius 10 kilometers. Upon utilizing the LV6 skill, all moving objects or living beings within the host vicinity will be forcibly immobilized. The immobilization effect lasts for a maximum of 6 minutes. The LV6 Forced Deceleration now features a new tier selection function. When a hazardous event occurs, the host may choose from tiers LV1 to LV6 at will. Zhong Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he had desired. At maximum level, Forced Deceleration transcended mere slowing. It could temporarily render all beings and objects completely still. Moreover, the duration extended up to 6 minutes. In such a scenario, even a hail of bullets would pose no threat to Zhong Yu. The projectiles would be halted the moment they left the chamber. Furthermore, he would have ample time to execute a counteroffensive against his foes. Zhong Yu felt a surge of delight within him. "Darling, why aren't you asleep yet?" Hongying, nestled beneath the covers, peeked out with her small head. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. I shall sleep." Zhong Yu hastily rose to extinguish the light and burrowed into the warmth of Hongying's blanket. Hongying shyly turned her back. This time, it was Zhong Yu who embraced his adorable wife from behind. His hand rested on a particularly soft part of her body, causing her to shudder slightly. as she playfully admonished, "I told you not to move around, just behave and sleep." Zhong Yu chuckled awkwardly, sliding his hand down to rest gently on her waist. All right, I'll listen to my warm little treasure. Time to sleep." With that, Hongying finally felt reassured enough to close her eyes, her small hand gently clasping Zhong Yu's somewhat chilly hand beneath the covers. The couple embraced each other and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the city of Songnan, within a cemetery, Si Xiaonan stood alone before a gravestone. She gazed up at the night sky and exhaled a long breath. Today, she had insisted on handling her parents' affairs alone, resolutely refusing assistance from her team, and there was a reason for this. These two had indeed raised her for 10 years as her foster parents, yet they simultaneously bore another identity. They were puppets placed beside her by the god of trickery, Loki. The foster parents were constantly monitoring Si Xiaonan's every move. For a long time, she had been unable to escape their control. No one anticipated that this puppet couple would meet their end in such a manner today. Si Xiaonan harbored complex feelings towards her foster parents. She both resented their incessant control as puppets of the scheming deity and felt genuine gratitude for their upbringing. Having reached this point, may you find peace. He would likely not reach out to me again. Si Xiaonan silently mused. She lowered the brim of her cap and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, a man wearing a similar cap lurked in the nearby woods. Lung Xian quietly observed Si Xiaonan's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, within the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai slowly unbuttoned his coat and retrieved an ancient parchment scroll. This item, codenamed 008, was a world-ending forbidden object known as the grievance of Shiva. Each night, when silence enveloped the world, Chun Mai would secretly take it down. A decade ago, following the catastrophic Divine War, Commander Yi Fan of the Night Watch and Chun Mai had forged a clandestine agreement. Chun Mai, who possessed the forbidden abyss of Black Wuchang, was tasked with the secret safeguarding of the grievance of Shiva. It was only through the power of the Yama Palace released from Chun Mai's forbidden abyss that this world-ending object could be subdued. However, the terrifying scroll was imbued with a deathly aura, continuously scorching Chun Mai's soul. He was compelled to remove it from his being each day for several hours. In the darkness, he gazed contemplatively at the ancient scroll before him. Today, the unprecedented ability exhibited by Zhong Yu had left him astounded. If even the agents of the evil gods of the Klein realm could be suppressed, could he, too, contain the grievance of Shiva? Chun Mai pondered deeply. This forbidden object was perilously dangerous. Over the past 2 years, he had felt his own forbidden abyss powers significantly weakened by it. He could not ascertain how much longer he could suppress it. If Zhong Yu's abilities could directly destroy it, it would eliminate a monumental threat to the Great Xia once and for all. Yet, what if his powers were insufficient? Would that not endanger Zhong Yu instead? After much contemplation, Chun Mai still could not devise a foolproof plan. There might still be an opportunity to report this matter to Commander Yi Fan. For the time being, it would be best not to place this burden on Zhong Yu. After a long while, Chun Mai took a deep breath and rewrapped the scroll around himself. The following morning, after the new recruits finished their morning exercises, Zhong Yu, wearing a black mask and military cap, stealthily made his way to the supply station while the recruits were having breakfast. He spoke softly, "Oldly, I need to collect a new bedboard." At the window, Grandpa Li raised his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He exclaimed loudly, "Ah, you must be the one who damaged the bed slats. Zhong Yu, please don't take offense." "Young Zhong, this time it was indeed our oversight. The batch of bed slats we procured had some defective pieces." After speaking, he leaned closer with a mysterious expression and asked, "I hope last night didn't interfere with your private matters, did it?" Zhong Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably. Goodness, that instructor Liang next door is utterly unreliable. Didn't she promise not to inform anyone else? How is it that even Grandpa at the supply station seems to be aware of it? Noticing Zhong Yu's awkward demeanor, Grandpa patted his shoulder, saying, "I've been around the block, I understand." He then retrieved a brand new, unopened bed slat from the inner room, deliberately patting it with his hand as he proclaimed, "This is the latest model of single bed slats. It's a full centimeter thicker than the old ones, truly durable. I guarantee there won't be any more issues." Zhong Yu accepted the bed slat, saying, "Thank you." Just as he turned to leave, a familiar voice emerged from the side. "Brother Zhong, what a coincidence to see you here." Startled, Zhong Yu turned around to see Bai Li, the chubby fellow. With a sheepish expression, Zhong Yu replied, "No way, Bai Li. You recognize me like this?" Bai Li chuckled. "Brother Zhong, you exude charisma and charm. Your figure is unmistakable. Oh, are you here to collect a bed slat as well?" Bai Li's tone carried a hint of surprise. Weighing over 200 pounds, he had inadvertently collapsed his bed last night, though the primary reason was still the quality of the bed slats. Zhong Yu found himself at a loss for words. However, Grandpa Li interjected with a smile, "Little chubby, it takes a couple to break a bed slat. Yet here you are, managing to break it all on your own." Bai Li's eyes widened in disbelief for a few seconds. Then his gaze towards Zhong Yu shifted entirely. He raised his thumb in admiration, declaring, "Brother Zhong, you are truly my idol. I am in awe." Chapter 68. Xia Ximing's second recruitment plan in Jingjing City, at the headquarters of the Great Xia Night Watchers. Yi Fan sighed deeply after hanging up the phone, shaking his head repeatedly. This marked his third attempt to contact the Cangnan New Soldier Training Camp. With a single-handed effort, Zhong Yu had annihilated the entire Believer organization, which earned him the admiration of the Supreme Commander of the Night Watchers, who held great expectations for him. Even though the training for new recruits had yet to conclude, Yi Fan had resolutely decided to expedite Zhong Yu's transfer to Jingjing. In the previous two instances, he had enlisted Yuan Gang to persuade Zhong Yu, but to no avail. This time, Yi Fan directly spoke with Zhong Yu, personally inviting him to join the Jingjing team. He even promised that after 6 months of training, he would promote Zhong Yu to the position of deputy captain of the Jingjing team, and within a year, he would establish a special team under Zhong Yu's command. However, such generous offers were still declined by Zhong Yu. Yi Fan pinched the bridge of his nose, perplexed. Clearly, Zhong Yu possessed extraordinary strength, with the potential to become humanity's sixth pinnacle, yet he seemed entirely devoid of ambition. Knock, knock, knock. Come. Xia Ximing entered Yi Fan's office. "Ximeng, what brings you here?" Xia Ximeng tilted her head with a bright smile. "Commander Yi, I heard you personally recruited Zhong Yu." "But he declined?" Yi Fan's expression hardened. "You came specifically to mock me, didn't you?" Xia Ximeng waved her hand with a chuckle. "Oh, Commander Yi, how could I dare to do such a thing?" She slowly took a seat on the sofa. "I have come to offer you some advice." "Oh, you have a solution?" Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he hurriedly pulled the chair closer. "Ximeng, do share. Xia Ximeng, remarquet, commanderia. You must have already tried to recruit Zhong Yu along with his wife, Hongying, to come to Jingjing, haven to you?" Yi Fan nodded. "I have tried, but it was futile. The couple seems quite attached at Cangnan and is unwilling to relocate." Xia Ximing blinked. "Yes. I attempted to persuade them in the same manner last time, but they did not agree. However, during this period, I unintentionally stumbled upon some clues that have led me to a new approach." Yi Fan, eager, urged, "Xia, please do not keep me in suspense. What is your method?" Xia Ximeng fixed her gaze on Yi Fan. "Commander Yi, if my plan proves effective, you must agree to let Zhong Yu and his wife join my team instead of the Jingjing team." Yi Fan considered this. Xia Ximeng's Phoenix team, apart from a few missions throughout the year, primarily stationed in Jingjing, so it was not an unreasonable request. He nodded. "Very well, I agree." Xia Ximeng nodded in satisfaction. "My plan involves Elder Mu, Hongying's grandfather." She leaned closer to Yi Fan and elaborated on her scheme. After hearing her out, Yi Fan was left astounded. "Ximeng, are you speaking the truth? Elder Mu is a distinguished figure who has rendered great service to our great Xia. Such claims should not be made lightly." Xia Ximeng clicked her tongue. "Of course it's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false?" Yi Fan let out a sigh. The elderly Mr. Mu had lived alone for many years after his retirement, and despite the many who had urged him to find a companion, he had always refused, stating that he had loved only his wife throughout his life. The situation you described is indeed unexpected. However, do give it a try. If it succeeds, it would certainly be a blessing for the old gentleman. As for Mr. Zhong Yu's matter, if Mr. Mu is willing to assist, then so be it. If not, then it is best not to force it." Xia Ximeng nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I understand the boundaries." Yi Fan waved his hand. "All right, then hasten to take care of it." Understood, Commander. Xia Siming exited the office. Yifan gazed at her departing figure, murmuring, I hope you succeed this time, Siming. Those outer deities are restless, and time is running short for the great Xia. Zhong Yu must grow swiftly. At the retirement home for the capital's night watchman, in a tidy room, the silver-haired Mu Chongyun sat in a rocking chair, peering through a pair of reading glasses at a yellowed, old photograph and a newly printed one. The old photograph featured a young and beautiful woman, his wife who had vanished in the mists of time. The new photograph depicted an elderly woman with a mane of silver hair. Mu Chongyun's gaze flitted back and forth between the two images, murmuring, so similar. Is truly uncanny. How could there be such a striking resemblance in this world? With a soft click, the door opened. A cheerful nurse entered. Good day. Sir, it's time to measure your blood pressure and heart rate. Mu Chongyun nodded, tucking the two photographs beneath his pillow. As the nurse proceeded with the measurement, Xia Simeng arrived at the doorway. Mr. Mu, I have come to see you again. Upon recognizing her, Mu Chongyun immediately adopted a stern expression. What brings you here again? I have told you countless times, do not attempt to meddle in my affairs. My granddaughter and her husband choose to stay in Songnan, and at my age, I will not interfere with their lives. Xia Siming smiled lightly. Mr. Mu, I understand. I am here today regarding another matter. She retrieved her phone and brought up a photograph, presenting it to Mu Chongyun. Mr. Mu, do you recognize this person? Squinting at the image, Mu Chongyun felt a jolt of surprise. The photograph captured two individuals together. On the left was Xia Siming herself, while on the right stood the silver-haired woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife. His lips quivered slightly, and the monitor beside him indicated a rapid increase in his heart rate, causing the nurse to furrow her brow in confusion. Mu Chongyun, filled with excitement, inquired, Girl, do you know her? What is her name? Xia Siming nodded proudly. Of course I do. She is my great-grandmother, Xing Qiuyue. In that moment, Mu Chongyun's mind exploded with realization. His wife's name is Xing Qiu, and the two names differ by only a single character. At this moment, Mu Chongyun is filled with unwavering certainty. Xing Qiuyue must indeed be the wife he lost all those years ago. The elder Mu has long since passed away, and his grandmother has remained single for many years. Upon hearing this, Mu Chongyun trembles, overwhelmed with emotion. Beep, beep, beep. His heart rate spikes once more, prompting the nurse to look on in confusion. She promptly presses the intercom. Doctor, Mr. Mu Chongyun in room 33 is experiencing an abnormal heart rate. Please attend to him at your earliest convenience. However, Mu Chongyun waves his hand dismissively. Do not summon him. I am fine. He takes a deep breath and gazes at Xia Simeng. My dear, could you arrange a meeting with your grandmother for me? Xia Siming smiles brightly. Of course. That is no problem. With a beaming expression, she adds, Elder, I also have a matter for which I seek your assistance. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Chongyun nods earnestly. Very well. How would you like me to proceed? In the new recruit training camp, after the training has concluded, Zhong Yu joyfully heads to the instructor's office building to find his wife, Hongying, eager to dine together in the cafeteria. As he reaches the ground floor, he unexpectedly encounters his wife descending the stairs in a rush. Hongying, slightly breathless, wears a grave expression. Zhong Yu is taken aback and quickly inquires, Dear, what is the matter? Hongying bites her lip. Zhong Yu, it's my grandfather. I received a call from the rehabilitation center. He has suddenly fallen gravely ill and has been admitted to the ICU. Zhong Yu's eyes widen in shock. What? But didn't you say your grandfather had been in good health until now? How did he fall ill so suddenly? Hongying shakes her head. I do not know. Darling, aside from you, my grandfather is my only family. I wish to set off for the capital immediately. She is deeply concerned about not being able to see her grandfather one last time. Zhong Yu considers. Then I will accompany you. Your grandfather is also my grandfather now. However, Hongying shakes her head. I spoke with General Yuan just now, but he said there are regulations regarding the new recruit training, and he cannot grant you leave. Zhong Yu's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Why not? Chapter 69. The despondent Zhou Yu in his wife's absence that afternoon, Hongying had purchased her flight ticket, preparing to depart for the capital. Zhou Yu pleaded earnestly, yet ultimately failed to persuade Yuan Gang to grant him leave. As he bid farewell to his wife at the entrance of the training camp, a sense of indignation swelled within him. He felt as though he had caught a glimpse of a faint smile playing upon Yuan Gang's lips in the office, a deliberate act of retaliation for Zhou Yu's prior refusal to join the capital team. With a forlorn expression, Zhou Yu implored, "Darling, just one more hug." Hongying smiled and stepped forward, embracing her husband tenderly, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. She comforted him with a light pat on his back. There, don't be sad. I will return once Grandpa's health improves." With a woeful countenance, Zhou Yu suggested, "How about I simply resign from being a night watchman? I could accompany you to the capital." Hongying, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Sweetheart, please don't throw a tantrum. Do you think being a night watchman is as simple as joining or quitting at will?" Zhou Yu pouted, refraining from further complaints. He did not wish to earn his wife's disdain. "I'll be getting the car now." After a moment's thought, Hongying added, "During training, new recruits are not allowed to make phone calls. If anything arises, I will contact Instructor Yuan to relay messages to you." Once she had finished, Hongying waved goodbye and boarded a military jeep, heading towards the airport. Zhou Yu stood at the training camp entrance, watching as the vehicle disappeared into the distance. A profound sense of loss engulfed him. He remained uncertain about Grandpa Mu's condition, whether it posed any danger to life, and how long his wife would be away in the capital. With a deep sigh, he watched the jeep fade into a mere speck on the horizon. Instructor Han Li approached Zhou Yu from behind, gently urging, "You should head back. We must not delay the afternoon training." Zhou Yu turned, his head hanging low, and slowly made his way to the training ground. At that moment, Yuan Gang stood by the window of his office, secretly observing Zhou Yu with a pair of binoculars. He murmured to himself, "I wonder if Xia Ximing's plan will hold any merit." From that afternoon onward, although Zhou Yu attended all training sessions punctually, he did so with an overwhelming sense of apathy. Take, for instance, the knife training class. Previously, he could easily subdue Han Li with a single move. He often assisted Han Li in elucidating the intricacies of knife techniques to other recruits. However, now, as Han Li knocked the wooden knife from Zhou Yu's grasp, the blade pointed at Zhou Yu's throat, he remained utterly unresponsive, his gaze vacant. Han Li sighed, "You may leave for now." Zhou Yu trudged down from the training platform, so distracted that he stumbled down the steps. Had it not been for Lin Xie's swift intervention to catch him, he might have met the ground with a painful thud. A few days later, during the morning running training, Bai Li Pang was astonished to discover that he was not the last one to finish. Surprisingly, it was Zhong Yu who trailed behind. After completing the run, Zhong Yu plopped down in the middle of the training ground, lost in thought, completely devoid of interest in breakfast. Bai Li Pang curiously approached him. "Brother Zhong, aren't you going to eat breakfast?" To his shock, he exclaimed, "What happened to you, Brother Zhong?" As he drew closer, he noticed Zhong Yu's disheveled appearance. The suave and charismatic Brother Zhong he was accustomed to had vanished, replaced by a disheartened young man with unkempt hair, dark circles under his eyes, and an overall lack of vitality. Bai Li Pang lamented, "Brother Zhong, it's only been a few days since Sister Hongying left, and you've already let yourself go like this." Zhong Yu remained silent, propping his chin with one hand while drawing circles in the dirt with the other. Bai Li Pang sighed, "Let me bring you some buns. Just wait for me." Yuan Gang had been observing Zhong Yu's despondency over the past few days, but felt powerless to intervene, especially since he was still awaiting a response from Xia Ximing. The morning began with a shooting class, where the new recruits were diligently practicing their aim. Lin Xie had already managed to hit the target in the second ring. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu continued to sit quietly, drawing circles, while the shooting instructor paid him no mind, as he clearly did not require any practice. Suddenly, a subtle tremor rippled beneath everyone's feet, causing a momentary pause. "Earthquake?" Lin Xie shouted in alarm. A few seconds later, Bai Li Pang jumped up. "This is really an earthquake." Everyone felt the ground shaking more violently, the tremors lasting for over 30 seconds. Shortly thereafter, Hong Hao rushed to the shooting range, commanding, "Everyone assemble. We need to leave the camp immediately to rescue people in Jinan Mountain. The epicenter of the quake is there, and the residents at the foot of the mountain are in grave danger." Zhong Yu slowly raised his head, slightly taken aback. In the original narrative, the earthquake in Jinan Mountain was actually a result of the ability, nightmare realized, employed by the character Yu, causing chaos. However, in this parallel world, the plot had shifted. Yu had already been eliminated by him. So how could there still be an earthquake? Zhong Yu quickly activated the universal mark in his mind for scanning. With the maximum level of universal mark covering a radius of 100 kilometers, it effectively encompassed most of Jinan Mountain. Beep, beep, beep. The system panel soon provided results. Zhong Yu's eyes widened. No wonder the fiery earth dragon beneath the mountain had awakened. This earth dragon had already reached the sea realm, and with a simple turn, it had triggered such a massive earthquake. According to the main storyline, this dragon was supposed to be subdued by Lin Xie and taken to a psychiatric hospital. Thus, Zhong Yu held no interest in it whatsoever. Hong Hao hurriedly slapped Zhong Yu, who was still sitting in a daze. What are you doing just sitting there, Zhong Yu? Hurry up and come with me to save people. If this earthquake was indeed triggered by a mysterious creature, your ability to manipulate the town's boundaries would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Zhong Yu lifted his gaze, his lifeless eyes fixated on Hong Hao. Hong Hao was taken aback by Zhong Yu's despondent demeanor. What has happened to you? He stammered. With an expression devoid of emotion, Zhong Yu replied, Instructor Hong, please provide me with a map of Jinan Mountain and a pen. Hong Hao blinked in confusion. What do you need those for? Zhong Yu maintained his icy demeanor. Instructor Hong, my boundary manipulation ability has sensed the presence of a truly mysterious being, a dragon. Upon hearing this, Hong Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhong Yu, with his eyelids drooping, continued to articulate slowly, hand me the pen and the map, and I can pinpoint the location of the dragon, as well as the positions of the buried residents. Chapter 70. The choice of red tassel. Hong Hao widened his eyes in astonishment. You, are you able to mark the locations of buried residents? How is that possible? Zhong Yu was taken aback, realizing he had revealed too much. His recent despondency had dulled his wits. Indeed, outsiders believe his forbidden realm could sense the mysterious, but how could he perceive those ordinary residents? He had no choice but to fabricate a story. Those individuals have been tainted by the aura of this great dragon. Hence, I can sense them. Hong Hao scratched his head and quickly rummaged through his backpack, producing a map and a pen, which he handed to Zhong Yu. The urgency of rescuing people took precedence, and he did not dwell on the details. Zhong Yu was undoubtedly powerful and would not deceive him. Zhong Yu swiftly sketched several locations on the map based on the information provided by the all-encompassing marker in his vision, and then handed it back to Hong Hao. As Hong Hao tucked the map away, he observed the youth's despondent demeanor and wished to offer words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss for what to say. Finally, he sighed and patted Zhong Yu on the shoulder, saying, Let's go save lives. You just continue to draw circles. Zhong Yu cast a resentful glance at Hong Hao, remaining silent. Yuan Gang, accompanied by several instructors and new recruits, arrived at Jinan Mountain with great haste aboard a bus. They split into teams, with a few groups dispatched to rescue the injured residents, while Yuan Gang, alongside several capable instructors, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu, approached the massive underground opening. Members of Team 136 had also arrived, except for Wen Qima and Leng Xian, who remained at the headquarters to manage routine affairs. Chen Mai had brought Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongsheng, with Si Xiaonan also arriving early. Old Chen, how is the situation? Yuan Gong inquired. Not good, Chen Mai replied helplessly, gesturing toward his singed hair, the gaping hole in Wu Xiangnan's chest, and Zhao Kongsheng, who was covering his rear with a grimace. It was a fire-breathing dragon from a sea realm. We couldn't hold our ground and ended up scorched by its flames. Sea realm? Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. It seems that it must be I, a fellow of the sea realm, who must confront it. Chen Mai glanced around. Where's Zhong Yu and Hong Tassel? Why haven't they arrived? Yuan Gang sighed. Hong Tassel took leave to visit her grandfather in the capital, and as for Zhong Yu, we shall discuss this later. For now, let us deal with this dragon. Chen Mai's eyes widened in surprise. Hong Tassel had left in such haste that she hadn't mentioned it to them. Yuan Gang had indeed contemplated this beforehand, recognizing that not every situation necessitated Zhong Yu's intervention. The lad had been in low spirits lately, so it was best not to burden him. After all, it was merely a dragon from the sea realm. With so many of them, they could still manage to confront it. With that, Yuan Gang's body glowed with golden light as he soared into the cave. Momins latte. The fire-breathing dragon within let out a roar that resembled a sinister cackle. Yuan Gang emerged, his face blackened, covering the singed hole at the back of his pants, looking disheveled and covered in soot. As Yuan Gang found himself in a most unfortunate predicament, the instructors and new recruits could not help but chuckle. Yuan Gang retorted, "What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, why don't you step up?" The laughter ceased, for they were well aware that the challenge before them was the Sea Realm. What were their own realms, after all? The highest-ranking instructor barely reached the River Realm, while most of the recruits had yet to ascend beyond the Lantern Realm. Venturing forth would surely spell doom. With a sigh, Yuan Gang declared, "Enough of this bravado. Follow my lead. We shall all advance together." This time, everyone entered the cavern. It was then that they beheld the sheer enormity of the flame vein earth dragon. Towering at a staggering height of 17 or 18 stories, its body adorned with fiery red patterns resembling flowing magma. The dragon's crimson eyes surveyed the gathered humans, radiating a palpable disdain. Taking a deep breath, it began to gather its strength, preparing to unleash its most potent flame breath to incinerate these intruding humans. Yuangong shuted. "This is bad. It is channeling its full power. We must not allow it to succeed. Let us attack together." With that, the group leaped into action just before the dragon could unleash its fiery breath. Each individual unleashed their flamboyant skills, striving to make an impact. Meanwhile, in the training camp, a despondent young man, seated alone and drawing circles on the ground, suddenly raised his head and slapped his forehead. "Oh no! In my distraction with positioning them, I completely forgot to activate my mundane domain." He feared that they might perish at the hands of the colossal dragon. Hurriedly, Zhong Yu activated the universal marker to check on the status of his companions. He breathed a sigh of relief. They were still alive. "All right, I shall now release the mundane domain." Boom! A cacophony of anguished cries erupted within the vast cavern. In the face of the formidable flame vein earth dragon, their elaborate skills proved utterly ineffective. The dragon's flame breath surged forth, and all could do was flee for their lives, plunging the scene into chaos. However, in the next moment, it appeared as though something had lodged in the dragon's throat, causing it to gag and fail to release even a flicker of flame. Those who had been airborne fell heavily to the ground. Yuan Gang's eyes sparkled with realization. "It's Zhong Yu. That lad has remembered us and is stepping up to assist." At that moment, all present, including the flame vein earth dragon, found themselves subjected to Zhong Yu's level 5 mundane domain, which suppressed them into mere flesh and blood. The dragon shrank in size, its magma patterns no longer pulsating. In that instant, it resembled a colossal, cartoonish lizard. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xie, positioned nearest to the dragon, struck with precision, wielding his blade to sever the dragon's massive head in a single stroke. The flame vein earth dragon met its demise. Beep, 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 upon noticing that the marker for the flame vein earth dragon had vanished from the map. Zhong Yu nodded and subsequently reduced the radius of the mundane domain. Coo, coo, coo. A gentle rumble emanated from Zhong Yu's stomach. After spending an entire morning without a morsel of food, hunger finally began to gnaw at him. He slowly rose to his feet, making his way towards the dining hall. Several hours later, in the distant city of Hongying, within the confines of a villa, Hongying sat in a chair, gazing vacantly at two figures not far away. The myriad events of recent days had profoundly impacted her. First, her grandfather, who had always instilled in her the importance of honesty, had deceived her. She had been misled by him all along. When Hongying hastily rushed to the rehabilitation center and burst into the ward, she was utterly stunned. Her grandfather had never been admitted to the ICU. Instead, he greeted her with a beaming smile. Initially, she felt a surge of anger and turned to leave, but her grandfather stopped her. He sincerely apologized to his beloved granddaughter and then revealed another significant piece of news. Her long-lost grandmother, whom she had never met, had finally been found. Hongying could hardly believe her ears until Xia Simeng appeared at the doorway, leading an elderly woman. As Hongying gazed at the woman, she was once again rendered speechless. The instinctive recognition of familial ties allowed her to ascertain at first glance that this was indeed her biological grandmother. The resemblance to her father was striking. Their features were almost identical. However, a third piece of shocking news followed. Due to past traumas experienced in the fog of time, her grandmother suffered from memory loss. They say a goldfish has a memory of merely 7 seconds, while her grandmother could only recall events from a maximum of 1 hour prior. Her grandfather had decided to bring her grandmother back to live with them in Hongying, and he hoped that both Hongying and Zhong Yu would move in as well. Meanwhile, Xia Siming from the Phoenix Squad extended yet another invitation to her and Zhong Yu. In the wake of these sudden and monumental changes, Hongying had yet to solidify her decision and had refrained from contacting her husband. She was uncertain how to express her thoughts to him or to the other members of Team 136. But now, as she observed her grandparents seated together, hand in hand, she took a deep breath and finally resolved to act. With her parents gone, she felt a responsibility to care for her grandparents. She would move to Hongying. With that thought in mind, Hongying picked up her phone and dialed a number. Chapter 71, Brother Zhong Yu. Why must you go to the capital? Who is there, anyway? Hello, is this Director Yuan? Could you kindly ask Zhong Yu to take this call? I have some matters to discuss with him. Clang. Hello. Hello, is Director Yuan there? What happened? Oh, nothing. I'm here. Just a moment, Hongying. I'll fetch him right away and call you back. Yuan Gang, who had been diligently reviewing documents at his desk, was so startled by Hongying's call that he fell off his chair. Xia Simeng had previously informed him that if Hongying was calling, it likely meant that things were progressing favorably. Thus, Yuan Gang was filled with excitement. He dashed outside, shouting, Hong Hao. Use the intercom to inform Zhong Yu that his wife is looking for him. Tell him to hurry to my office to take the call. Hong Hao immediately rushed to the broadcasting room. In less than a minute, Zhong Yu arrived at Yuan Gang's office, sprinting from the dormitory at remarkable speed. Reporting in, Director Yuan. Zhong Yu panted, his face unshaven and disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Yuan Gang beamed as he handed the phone to Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu swallowed hard, trying to calm his racing heart. It had been over a week since his wife had left. She finally remembered to call him. Hello, Zhong Yu, is that you? Woo-woo. Wife, it's me. I missed you so much. Why did it take you so long to contact me? Upon hearing Hongying's voice, Zhong Yu couldn't help but choke up, tears streaming down his face. On the other end, Hongying was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected her usually jovial husband to break down upon receiving her call. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she quickly felt guilty for not having reached out to him during her time away. All right, stop crying, my dear. I'm sorry for not contacting you sooner. Hearing his wife's gentle voice and her apology made Zhong Yu's eyes shimmer with tears, yet he managed a cheerful smile. It's all right. You don't need to apologize. How is Grandpa? Well. Hongying pinched the bridge of her nose. The situation is a bit complicated. Grandpa isn't ill. Huh? What did you say? Grandpa isn't sick. This. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Grandpa Mu, a man of integrity, could possibly deceive his granddaughter into going to the capital. However, after a moment of reflection, Zhong Yu quickly grasped the truth. Furrowing his brow, he asked, Wife, is this matter orchestrated by Commander Yi and the others? Hongying sighed. It's not entirely their doing. My dear, do you remember when I mentioned my grandmother? She went missing years ago in the mist, and Grandpa believed she was no longer with us. But now, she has been found. She is in the capital. It is merely that Grandma suffers from a rare form of amnesia, allowing her to recall only events that occurred within the past hour. Hongying succinctly explained to Zhong Yu the events she had learned throughout the week. Zhong Yu stood there, mouth agape, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. My dear, Hongying finally spoke. At this juncture, I wish to seek your opinion. Shall we consider relocating to the capital together? After a moment's contemplation, she added, If you agree, I shall accept the proposal from Captain Xia Simeng of the Phoenix Squad, and we will join her team. Should you disagree, I will find a way to persuade Grandfather to see if he and Grandma can move to our side of Songnan. Once she finished speaking, Zhong Yu, on the other end of the line, chuckled softly and replied tenderly, Wife, do you remember the words we once exchanged? Wherever you are, I shall be there as well. In this matter, I shall defer to you." He understood Hongying's intent and continued, "Grandfather and grandma are advanced in age. They have grown accustomed to life in the capital, so I shall accompany you there." Hongying's eyes sparkled with joy. "That's wonderful. Thank you, darling. I will respond to Captain Xia Simeng immediately." Zhong Yu smiled. "We're like an old couple. There's no need for thanks." At that moment, Yuan Gang, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, felt excitement surge through him upon hearing Zhong Yu's last words. He tightly clenched his fists and embraced the nearby Hong Hao. Hong Hao replied, "Ah." Just then, the door swung open, and Zhong Yu emerged. Yuan Gang, grinning widely, inquired, "Ha ha ha. Zhong Yu, is your call finished? What did your wife say?" Zhong Yu clicked his tongue. "Yuan Zhongjiao, did you not hear everything? We have agreed to move to the capital to care for grandfather and grandma." Yuan Gang smiled. "Excellent, that is truly splendid. Old Master Mu and the others indeed require assistance." He continued, "In any case, Zhong Yu, congratulations to you both." Zhong Yu shrugged. "What is there to congratulate? As long as I can stay with my wife, I am indifferent to where we are. The only reason I hesitated to move to the capital before was because Hongying was reluctant to leave her teammates here. However, with the elders needing care, we have no choice but to go. Yuan Zhongjiao, you ought to issue my leave request now." Yuan Gang promptly responded, "Of course, I will approve it. He. This is beyond merely a leave request. I suspect that your transfer orders will be faxed over shortly." Yuan Gang wore a look of contentment and satisfaction, as he had long anticipated the promotion of the Zhong Yu Hongying couple to the capital headquarters. That afternoon, indeed, the transfer orders for Zhong Yu and Hongying were dispatched. Chenmai's phone also received a notification. While he was still overseeing the aftermath of the Flame Pulse Dragon incident in Jinan Mountain, he stared blankly at his phone. "Captain, what is happening?" asked Si Xiaonan, who was beside him. Chenmai gazed into the distance, murmuring with a hint of melancholy, "Zhong Yu and Hongying are being promoted to the capital." "What? How could it be so sudden?" Si Xiaonan gasped, covering her mouth and widening her eyes. Beep, beep, beep. Chenmai's phone rang once more, and he glanced at the screen to see it was a call from Hongying. He forced himself to adjust his facial expression, managing a smile before answering. "Hello, is this Hongying? Congratulations to you all." Later that evening, within the confines of the Peace Affairs office, when Shima languidly rested his chin on the reception desk, engaging in idle chatter with an elderly lady, he wondered where that elusive Lung Xian had disappeared to, while the team leader and others were away on a trip to Jinan Mountain, leaving him to tend the shop alone. He checked the time. It was already past closing hours, yet the elderly lady continued her incessant tales of her unfaithful husband, when Shima could only respond half-heartedly, unable to dismiss her. Suddenly, the door swung open. Dressed in freshly laundered attire and sporting a dashing hairstyle, Zhong Yu entered with a beaming smile. "Shima, it's been a while." Upon recognizing Zhong Yu, when Shima's eyes sparkled with delight. "Zhong Yu, what brings you here? Did the training camp grant you a holiday?" "I knew it. That old rascal, Yuan Gang, should have given a hero like you a proper break." When Shima promptly abandoned the elderly lady, rushing forward to embrace Zhong Yu excitedly. "So, have you had dinner yet? Tonight I'm treating you. Let us go for hot pot." However, Zhong Yu shook his head. "I'm sorry, Shima, but I can't join you for hot pot tonight. I've got a flight to the capital this evening, and I need to head to the airport shortly. I just came to collect my things." When Shima's eyes widened in surprise, his expression turning anxious. "Wait, Zhong Yu, why the sudden trip to the capital? Who is there?" Zhong Yu replied with a cheerful smile. "In the capital, my wife, Hongying, will be waiting for me." Chapter 72. The couple finally reunited, the promise fulfilled by Xia Simeng at the Changnan City Airport. The C-939 jet began its acceleration, gracefully lifting off into the deep blue night sky. Inside the aircraft, Zhong Yu sat by the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the twinkling lights of the city below. He had only been in this small town of Changnan for a few short months. Yet during this time, he and Hongying had progressed from obtaining their marriage certificate to becoming intimately familiar with one another, and now, to being passionately in love. Of course, he had also met many individuals during this period. The gentle and bashful Lin Chia, the caring Chun Mai, who looked after everyone, Wen Shima, who had transitioned from rival to close friend, and the new recruits from the training camp. Even as he departed that afternoon, Nikes had come out from his quarters to bid him farewell, an expression of reluctance evident in his eyes. However, Zhong Yu knew that the person who mattered most to him was still his wife, Hongying. Wherever she went, he would follow. If Hongying wished to go to the capital to care for her grandparents, he would accompany her. He simply desired to be by his beloved wife's side at all times. Zhong Yu pondered gently, contemplating that their transfer to the capital could indeed be beneficial for Lin Chiye, the original protagonist of this world. For in both Team 136 and the training camp, he had overshadowed Lin Chiye, usurping the position that rightfully belonged to him. Despite his efforts to remain low-key, he had still eclipsed Lin Chiye's brilliance. His departure could allow Lin Chiye to reclaim the spotlight in Songnan and foster his rapid growth. Zhong Yu felt indifferent, as long as he could be with his wife. It mattered not which team he joined or in which city he worked. Moreover, he had previously upgraded to level 5 in the mundane realm, granting all the citizens of Songnan a new lease on life. Even if Lin Chiye were to leave in the future, Songnan would remain. Should they long for the people here, he and Hongying could always return a visit. The thought of soon reuniting with his beloved wife sent a wave of excitement coursing through Zhong Yu's heart. For over a week, he had yearned for her presence, reminiscing about her delicate fragrance mingling with her hair, the soft sweetness of her lips, the warmth of her embrace, and her unique scent. Closing his eyes, a smile graced his lips as he drifted into a sweet slumber. Sir, please wake up. Zhong Yu rubbed his eyes, greeted by the smiling face of a flight attendant. The plane had arrived in the capital. Passengers were reminded to collect their belongings and prepare to disembark. Startled, Zhong Yu immediately awakened. The cabin was empty save for himself. He hurriedly grabbed his bag and made his way to the exit. In the arrival hall, Hongying peered anxiously, searching for Zhong Yu's figure. Furrowing her brow slightly, she wondered why he had not yet emerged, even though the plane had landed 10 minutes ago. Beside her, Xia Siming chuckled, "Don't fret, he will surely be out shortly." Zhong Yu had brought quite a bit of luggage with him this time, prompting Xia Siming to drive and assist with the pickup. She had never anticipated that the recruitment of the Zhong Yu couple would proceed so smoothly. Her third grandmother, by a twist of fate, turned out to be the original wife of Lord Mu and the grandmother of Hongying. As she was pondering, Zhong Yu emerged briskly, pushing a fully laden cart of suitcases. Amidst the crowd, he immediately spotted Hongying in a striking red trench coat. Wife, I'm over here," he called out, hastening towards her, oblivious to the suitcase that had tumbled from the top of his cart. With a smile, Hongying rushed toward her husband, and they collided, embracing tightly. Ding! Detected a change in wife's affection level. Affection increased by 3. Current wife's affection level, 65, nestled in the fragrant strands of his wife's hair. Zhong Yu was momentarily taken aback. Their first meeting had already resulted in such an increase in affection. It seemed his wife had missed him as fervently as he had missed her. The couple, lost in their romantic embrace, paid no heed to the gazes of those around them. Standing nearby, Xia Siming felt as though she had been force-fed a hearty portion of dog food. With a soft sigh, she quietly stepped back to retrieve the suitcase that Zhong Yu had dropped. As she passed by the couple, she bit her lip and remarked, "All right, enough of the sweetness. I'm already full from watching you two. Let us go. We need to get in the car." Only then did Zhong Yu notice that his wife was not alone. Xia Siming was with her. Embarrassed, he released his wife and greeted, "Hello, Captain Xia." Xia Siming nodded slightly, pursing her lips, and pulled her suitcase forward. As Xia Siming drove, they gradually left the airport and headed towards the city of Shanjing. Half an hour later, the car entered an upscale community, lined with detached villas, and stopped beside Villa 33. Zhong Yu leaned out to inquire, "Wife, is this the home of Grandpa and Grandma in Shanjing?" But Hongying shook her head with a smile. "No, this is the new home that Captain Xia arranged for us." Upon opening the grand door of the villa and stepping into the living room, Zhong Yu was taken aback. Although this villa was considerably smaller than the one in Songnan, its decor was far more opulent. The living room boasted a fully automatic massage sofa, a robotic vacuum cleaner, and a fully automated dishwasher in the kitchen. Every amenity one could desire was present. Zhong Yu, wide-eyed, asked Captain Xia, Is this house rented or purchased? Xia Simeng replied earnestly, of course, it is purchased. The total cost is 10 million, fully paid for by the Phoenix Team's funds. Moreover, the property title is in your and Hongying's names. I will certainly fulfill my promise to you. She continued. Additionally, Zhong Yu, your current position is that of an apprentice vice captain. Your salary will also be adjusted starting this month, from 15,000 per month to 180,000. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Such generous treatment in Hongying for a night watchman. His monthly salary was equivalent to an entire year's worth in Songnan. Captain Xia, thank you. You're really quite wonderful. Xia Simeng's lips twitched slightly. In her efforts to recruit the two individuals into her team, she spared no expense and exerted considerable effort. The sum of 10 million is not trivial. She had preemptively overdrawn her team's budget for 3 years. Furthermore, she had leveraged numerous personal connections to successfully acquire this villa. Xia Simeng felt as though her heart were bleeding profusely. However, she believed that successfully enlisting the promising talent of Zhong Yu into her team made it all worthwhile. True to her word, she secured the highest possible benefits for the couple. Hongying smiled as she explained to Zhong Yu, Darling, Captain Xia has truly gone to great lengths this time. This house is conveniently located, just 3 minutes from Grandma and Grandpa's home. Zhong Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is quite convenient. Hongying continued. It is already quite late today. I will take you to meet Grandma and Grandpa first thing in the morning. In the afternoon, we will report to the night watch headquarters. Zhong Yu smiled and nodded. All right, I will follow your lead. Xia Simeng waved her hand. I shall not intrude any longer. See you tomorrow. With that, she turned and departed. Within the vast villa, they were undisturbed. Zhong Yu embraced his wife, sealing their connection with a kiss. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Beijing, within a national forest park, the ground deep within the forest began to tremble and crack, revealing a bottomless black hole with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. From the mouth of the abyss, 2 enormous black tentacles emerged. Chapter 73, Rebirth Through Fire. The immortal Phoenix team in Villa 33, after sharing a tender kiss with his wife for 10 minutes. Zhong Yu suddenly turned his head and asked earnestly, My dear, is this bed a single or a double? With a blush gracing her cheeks. Hongying averted her gaze and replied, Of course, it is a double bed. Oh, Zhong Yu mused, propping his chin on one hand and nodding thoughtfully. Is the bed sturdy? Hongying, somewhat exasperated, playfully pushed him away. Is sturdy enough, but don't even think about it today. My stomach has been hurting these past few days. Upon hearing her words, Zhong Yu felt a surge of joy rather than anger. His wife was clearly beginning to fully accept him. With a grin, he replied, That is perfectly fine. I can hold on for a few more days. Would you like some warm water? I can get it for you. Hongying chuckled lightly. Dear, where did you learn all this? Drinking warm water, a cure-all. Besides, my constitution is quite good, so I don't need it. Zhong Yu scratched his head in confusion. Oh, you don't need it? With a gentle smile, Hongying ruffled his hair. All right, go take a shower and let us retire early tonight. We have much to attend to tomorrow. Zhong Yu nodded happily and went to freshen up. On the first night in the capital, he finally got to sleep beside his wife in a double bed. Embracing her, he soon heard the gentle rhythm of her breathing, signaling that she had drifted into slumber. Quietly, he accessed the system panel in his mind and noticed he had accrued a 3 increase in affection value today, allowing him to level up once more. Currently, his skill, Ordinary Realm, was at level 5, and he was eager to see if he could advance it directly to the maximum level. He was also curious about the potential range of the skill at its peak. Zhong Yu silently intoned, Upgrade the passive skill, Ordinary Realm. Ding! 1 affection value consumed. Upgrade successful. Current progress of Ordinary Realm. Level 6, 10. What? Only a 10 upgrade? Zhong Yu was left speechless in the dark. The progression from level 1 to level 2 required merely 2 of affection value. The jump from level 2 to level 4 demanded 3, while advancing from level 4 to level 5 consumed a staggering 5. Yet now, the leap from level 5 to level 6 necessitated a full 10. This was incredibly outrageous. However, it simultaneously dawned on Zhong Yu that the maximum level of Ordinary Realm would likely extend far beyond his expectations. After some contemplation, he decided to expend another one to elevate Ordinary Realm to level 6 to 20, pausing any further upgrades for the time being. Instead, he utilized the remaining one of affection value to draw a new active skill. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the active skill, Mastery of Medicine. Current level, level 6, max level. The host can activate the medical scanning function of this skill to swiftly locate the source of a patient's ailment and achieve targeted treatment. In an instant, Zhong Yu felt an inexhaustible wealth of medical knowledge flooding into his mind, encompassing both the ancient and wondrous practices of traditional Chinese medicine and the advancements of modern medical science, all vividly etched into his consciousness. The art of healing indeed possesses its merits. With that thought, Zhong Yu closed his eyes and drifted into a contented slumber. The following day, the couple rose early. After procuring a few gifts at the nearby mall, they proceeded to pay a visit to Hongying's grandparents. Upon entering, Mu Chongyun warmly welcomed them. "Hello, grandfather." Zhong Yu greeted respectfully with a bow, having the honor of meeting him for the first time. Mu Chongyun affectionately grasped Zhong Yu's hand, surveying him with a nod of approval. "My child, I have heard of your recent contributions as a night watchman. Well done. You surpass your grandfather, who merely wallows in idleness." Zhong Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Upon hearing this, Hongying quickly shot her grandfather a warning glance, signaling him to cease his remarks. Yet, Mu Chongyun remained undeterred, continuing with nostalgia. "I recall when your grandfather executed the move heavenly motion of the universe, effortlessly vanquishing over a dozen ancient rock lizards of the Klein realm. What formidable strength he possessed. Alas, he, despite such prowess, always chooses to conceal his abilities, preferring a life of complacency. Grandfather, have an orange," Hongying interjected, promptly placing a peeled orange into Mu Chongyun's mouth, effectively cutting off his narrative. The old man immediately adopted a comical expression akin to a subway elder engrossed in his phone. "How sour, you little rascal." Hongying had already taken Zhong Yu to the inner room to visit her grandmother. Zhong Yu felt a surge of unease. It seemed as if Mu Chongyun spoke not of his own grandfather, but of him instead. "Grandmother, I have come to see you with your granddaughter," Hongying called out. Yet, Xing Qiuya merely lifted her head in bewilderment. "Who are you?" At this moment, she recognized only Mu Chongyun. Sighing, Hongying explained to Zhong Yu, "Grandmother is like this. She is only an hour's worth of memory. Therefore, she requires constant care. We have hired a caregiver to look after her. But grandfather is always anxious, fearing she might fall or hurt herself." Zhong Yu gazed at his somewhat dazed grandmother, his brow furrowing. He silently invoked medical scan. "Activate." Beep, beep, beep. The system promptly provided data on Xing Qiuya's health, including the name of her ailment and the affected areas. Anterograde amnesia? Damage to the temporal lobe? Zhong Yu pondered. This rare condition is difficult to treat with conventional methods. Yet acupuncture from traditional Chinese medicine could yield unexpected results. However, as his skill in medical mastery was newly acquired, he had not prepared the necessary medical tools. Perhaps he should discuss this with Hongying for future attempts. After visiting the grandparents, in the afternoon, the couple arrived at the headquarters of the night watchman in the capital to report to Xia Simeng as planned. In addition to Xia Simeng, the Phoenix team includes the Vice Captain Kong Shang, as well as team members Chao Sha, Ling Ling, and 5 others. These members had previously encountered Zhong Yu in Cangnan and held great admiration for his prowess. The addition of Zhong Yu and his companion ignited a wave of excitement among them, prompting everyone to gather around and inquire eagerly. Kong Shang, with a playful squint, remarked, "With your addition, Zhong Yu, the male ratio in our team has risen from 1/4 to 3/10. How delightful." Originally, the Phoenix team comprised 8 members. With the exception of Kong Shang and Chao Sha, all the rest were women. At last, they had gained another male member. "Kong Shang, please take Zhong Yu and Hongying to familiarize themselves with the basic situation of our team," Xia Simeng instructed. "Of course, Captain," Kong Shang replied. He led the two to a wall adorned with the profiles of past Phoenix team members. The Phoenix symbolizes rebirth through fire, embodying immortality. Our team has upheld a tradition since the first captain, Zhong Yu. Whenever a captain or member of the Phoenix team perishes in battle, they pass on their Phoenix blood to their comrades. This blood possesses remarkable healing powers. Our unique team is akin to a heart that perpetually beats, capable of rising from the ashes, no matter how grievous the blows it endures. While Zhong Yu, being well-versed in the narrative, was already aware of this, Hongying listened with wide eyes, profoundly astonished by the revelation. Just as Kong Shang was continuing his explanation, Xia Siming suddenly burst in, urgency etched on her face. Everyone, we must depart immediately. There has been an incident at the forest park. A colossal beetle of the Wuyang realm has appeared, and Xiaopingge from the Jingzhou team is absent. The others are unable to handle it. Headquarters has ordered us to assist at once. Zhong Yu, Hongying, you must come along. Chapter 74. Could that fellow merely be a treasure hunter? In the outskirts of Jing City, within the confines of a national forest park, the entrance stood firmly shut, with all visitors having been evacuated. An armed helicopter hovered ominously above the park's innermost depths, its rotors producing a thunderous roar. The cabin door swung open, and Zhong Yu leaned out, peering downwards. Below, the once dense forest appeared as though a section had been excavated, revealing a clearing. Dim silhouettes were discernible in that clearing, encircling a colossal beetle. However, these figures seemed unable to approach the giant insect closely. Every time they attempted to draw near, they were repelled by some unseen force. Zhong Yu contemplated the scene below, aware that he and his wife, Hongying, were newcomers to this realm. He refrained from expanding the radius of his mundane domain suppression immediately, despite having the ability to do so, which would allow those below to swiftly vanquish the beetle. Yet, he chose restraint. To establish a stable footing in Jing City with his wife and integrate into this environment, following the captain's directives was paramount. Zhong Yu understood the nuances of human relationships and social dynamics. At that moment, Xia Siming called out, "Everyone prepare to jump." "What? Jump down?" Zhong Yu exclaimed, taken aback. "Captain Xia, I truly cannot fly. Must we really jump?" He was not being disingenuous. Regardless of his abilities, he was genuinely incapable of flight. The system had not endowed him with such flamboyant skills. Xia Siming chuckled, "Fear not. We have third brother. She will support us all shortly." With a resigned glance at his wife, Hongying, he saw her nod in agreement. With his spouse's approval, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. The first rule of the night watchman squad was to trust one's teammates, fostering a sense of collective action. Now, part of the Phoenix team, they were naturally expected to act in unison. Zhong Yu minimized the radius of his mundane domain, anxious not to disrupt third brother's impending display of power. He cast another glance downward, his body involuntarily trembling. He now comprehended why the masked team's vortex had knelt upon landing. The masked team, the Phoenix team. Goodness, these special squads were indeed a band of lunatics. Prepare. 1, 2, 3, jump. All team members leaped from the aircraft, 10 figures plummeting rapidly. Ah! In midair, Zhong Yu clutched his wife Hongying's hand tightly with one hand, while the other, along with his feet, flailed uncontrollably. Hongying promptly grasped Zhong Yu's other hand, reassuringly saying, "Darling, don't be anxious." Though she uttered these words, a flicker of nervousness coursed through her as well. In her previous battles with the Tsangnan squad, she had exhibited great bravery, yet had never experienced a jump from an aircraft. Boom! As they descended, a girl's figure below transformed into a magnificent fire phoenix, deftly catching the remaining 9 individuals in midair. The fire phoenix continued its descent, trailing a long, fiery tail behind it, before landing gracefully. The Phoenix team? How did they arrive as well? A young member of the Hongying squad inquired, to which an older teammate glanced over and replied, "Naturally, they are sent by the higher-ups to assist us." The Hongying squad is renowned as the elite among the elite of the night watchmen, boasting an average prowess at the sea realm. However, their strongest pillar, Captain Xiaopingge, had urgent matters to attend to and had departed from Hongying. The remaining members found themselves struggling against this formidable insect of the boundless realm. What are they here for? To steal our glory? The young member declared defiantly. With the captain absent, we can still vanquish this creature. His gaze wandered towards the direction of the Phoenix squad, laced with a hint of disdain. The older teammate sighed. "Li Si, do not utter such words. We have been entangled with it for half the day and have yet to close in. This insect is not as easily dealt with as you might presume. With the assistance of the Phoenix squad, we may swiftly eliminate it and prevent it from escaping this forest, thereby averting casualties among the populace." Li Si, a recent recruit of the Hongying squad, possessed the strength of the sea realm at such a tender age, distinguishing himself among the younger generation. Yet, the young prodigy carried an air of innate arrogance. He cast another glance at the two ordinary figures mingling among the golden cloaks of the Phoenix squad and scoffed. Those two must be the new additions. Zhong Yu and Hongying. I've heard one possesses merely the pool realm, while the other's realm remains unknown. Why would their squad recruit such individuals? The older member of the Hongying squad found himself in a state of bemusement. Li Si, the one you refer to as having an unknown realm, is the very individual who single-handedly vanquished the murmur of the ancient god church, obliterating the entire sect. Have you not heard? Li Si wore a look of disdain, replying, "Humph, that fellow is probably just a lucky opportunist. Look at how his legs tremble. He hardly exudes any semblance of strength. He may have merely seized an unexpected chance to eliminate Murmur. As for the other followers, once Murmur fell, did the rest not perish automatically?" The older teammate could only shake his head and sigh. While Li Si possessed significant potential, he was undeniably somewhat overly arrogant. At that moment, several other figures attempting to strike were once again repelled by the powerful aura emitted by the gigantic insect. The creature shook its head and began to crawl toward the towering cedar. It unfurled its long, barbed antennae, entwining them around the 2-meter diameter cedar tree, and with a swift motion snapped it in two, consuming it whole. The clearing around them was revealed as a result of the creature devouring numerous colossal trees in this manner. With each feeding, its size expanded further. "An opportunity has arisen," Li Si exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Through their previous assaults, he had discerned that whenever the insect fed, its invisible protective barrier would temporarily dissipate. However, those long, barbed black antennae possessed significant lethality as well. The Hongying squad had already suffered injuries to 2 teammates from the stings of the antennae. Disregarding the counsel of others, Li Si was determined to showcase his prowess upon the arrival of the Phoenix team. Grasping his long blade, he unleashed the full force of the Forbidden Realm and charged forward. Clang! The edge of Li Si's sword struck the beetle's antenna, which resembled a colossal chain of black steel, producing a resounding noise. Yet, his assault bore no fruit. Instead, it provoked the beetle's wrath. Hiss! The beetle's other antenna lashed out, piercing Li Si's abdomen in an instant. Li Si clutched the thick antenna with both hands, his palms impaled by its barbs. His body was thus ensnared by the beetle's appendage, swung violently in the air. Observing this, the remaining members of the Hongying team immediately leaped forward in an attempt to rescue him, but were thwarted by the other antenna of the beetle, which obstructed their approach. At that moment, Xia Simeng, who had just landed, turned back and shouted, "Zhong Yu, save him." Zhong Yu nodded, with his wife, Hongying, providing reassurance. His legs ceased to tremble, averting the grim fate of collapsing to the ground like a whirlpool. With the captain's command, Zhong Yu was now ready to unleash his full potential. Boom! An invisible force field emanated from Zhong Yu, rapidly pulsating outward and enveloping the entire area. Chapter 75. Has my husband's disguise fallen again? The once arrogant beetle deflated instantaneously, resembling a puncture balloon, its robust antennae drooping limply, and its massive form rapidly shrank in size. The few members of the Beijing squad, who had been battling valiantly in midair to rescue Li Si, fell directly to the ground. At that moment, the power of the mysterious creatures was rendered ineffective, reducing all present to mere mortals. The members of the Beijing squad turned their heads in astonishment towards the young man approaching from a distance. The colossal beetle of the infinite realm had been effortlessly subdued by him. Zhong Yu strolled towards Li Si, hands tucked into his pockets, observing him with a tilted head. He also utilized a medical scan to determine if Li Si would survive. To his dismay, Li Si coughed up a mouthful of blood, with long antennae still embedded in his body. Although the beetle's strength had dissipated, the barbed spikes on the antennae prevented Li Si from freeing himself. He gasped for breath, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at Zhong Yu, his lips trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the beetle appeared to sense the imminent danger. It began to retreat its massive body, attempting to burrow back into the vast black hole in the ground. Li Si was dragged forward by it, and his teammates rushed to assist, hoping to pull him away from the treacherous antennae. Zhong Yu immediately intervened, cautioning, "Do not move him. The barbs will tear out his intestines, and his life could be in jeopardy." The group halted, stunned, as they watched Li Si continue to be dragged forward. Suddenly, a spear shot from behind, pinning one of the antennae firmly against a nearby tree. The beetle emitted a mournful cry. Zhong Yu turned around, smiling and giving a thumbs up to his wife. Even stripped of all its powers, Hongying's marksmanship remained swift and precise. The rest of the Phoenix squad arrived promptly. With their daggers swinging, they swiftly severed the beetle's 2 antennae and its 6 legs. The beetle cried out in agony, yet it could no longer move its body. Only then did Zhong Yu crouch down to examine Li Si's wounds. Li Si, still wide-eyed, gazed up at Zhong Yu and gritted his teeth, asking what are you going to do? Zhong Yu did not respond. The system panel in his eyes had already provided detailed information about Li Si's injuries. He turned to a nearby member of the Beijing squad, extending his hand. "May I borrow your knife?" The individual, still in shock, remained frozen. Zhong Yu clicked his tongue in frustration and swiftly seized the knife from his grasp. "Thank you." He then crouched down again, swiftly slicing through the antenna that had pierced through Li Si's body, and proceeded to gently cut open the skin around Li Si's wound to begin clearing the internal barbs. Li Si's wound continued to bleed profusely, and unable to wait for medical personnel to arrive, he had to undergo surgery immediately. Otherwise, his life would be in peril. Thus, Zhong Yu smiled and said, "There's no anesthetic, so bear with it for the sake of survival." A chorus of agonizing screams erupted from Li Si. Lacking a scalpel, Zhong Yu improvised with a 1.2-meter-long knife belonging to the night watchman. Without sutures, he skillfully sharpened a small piece of tree bark to serve as a needle and tore off a fragment of Li Si's deep red cloak to extract some cotton thread. With these makeshift tools, Zhong Yu performed an impromptu surgical operation to treat the injured. This extraordinary feat left all members of the Hongying team astonished, while even the Phoenix team members gathered curiously to witness the spectacle. Hongying tilted her head and whispered in Zhong Yu's ear, "Darling, do you have medical skills? Can you perform surgery?" Zhong Yu nodded, "I know a little." Hongying was taken aback, realizing that her husband had revealed yet another hidden talent. In the midst of their conversation, Zhong Yu had already completed the suturing of Li Si's wound. "You've called for an ambulance, haven't you?" Zhong Yu inquired, raising his gaze. The other party, looking bewildered, nodded. I have." "Good. He is no longer in critical danger. As for the rest, we shall await the professionals," Zhong Yu said as he wiped the blood from his hands and stood up. Xia Simeng observed the entire scene with a smile creeping onto her lips. She patted the older member of the Hongying team and gestured toward the struggling beetle nearby, saying, "The rest, you can handle it, right?" The other member's lips twitched. Yes. "All right, we shall take our leave then," Xia Simeng called to her team. "Mission accomplished. Everyone, let us go." Kong Shang glanced at his watch. "Captain, are we returning to headquarters now?" Xia Simeng replied with a click of her tongue. "At this hour, we'll just be clocking out. Why return?" "Then what are we?" Kong Shang asked, bewildered. Xia Simeng smiled. "Today, we have 2 new members joining our team, so let us go out for a team-building dinner to welcome them." "Dinner? Yay!" exclaimed the younger member, Ling Lin, unable to contain her excitement. Zhong Yu and Hongying exchanged a surprised glance before sharing a smile. Both were taken aback, yet subtly moved by the moment. Zhong Yu felt immensely satisfied. He had initially worried that Xia Simeng, who appeared to be a workaholic, might lead to an overly competitive atmosphere in the Phoenix team, filled with endless overtime. However, it seemed that would not be the case. As the members of the Hongying team looked on with envy and astonishment, the entire Phoenix team boarded the helicopter, which roared to life and took off. The older team member gazed meaningfully at Li Si, who lay on the ground, and said, Li Si, do you still think Zhong Yu is just a lucky fool? Li Si pressed his lips tightly together, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from nearby. The older team member's eyes widened in shock as he jumped back, exclaiming, "What the hell? The members of Team Phoenix have departed." And astonishingly, that beetle has revived. Despite having its legs severed, it still possesses remarkable strength. Damn, brothers, charge! The LV5 realm of mortal domain that Zhong Yu activated earlier only had a coverage of 100 meters. Once he left the scene, everyone, along with the seemingly immortal beetle, regained their powers from the Forbidden Void. The members of the Beijing team had no choice but to launch another frenzied assault. Yet, several team members were still knocked back. Inside a venerable hot pot restaurant in Beijing, the entire Team Phoenix gathered around a steaming pot. Xia Simeng raised her glass. "Let us warmly welcome Zhong Yu and Hongying into our team." Cheers! Zhong Yu, Hongying, and the other team members also raised their glasses. Everyone clinked their glasses together. Zhong Yu merely took a small sip, while Xia Simeng downed her entire glass of liquor in one go. Wiping her mouth, she exclaimed, "Zhong Yu, Hongying, I'm truly delighted to have you join us today." "Thank you." After speaking, Xia Simeng finished another glass. A glimmer sparkled in her eyes, which surprised Zhong Yu. After all, they had merely slain a beetle. Was such emotion really warranted? Beside them, Kong Shang chuckled and explained, "Captain Xia is indeed a person of strong emotions," as they left the hot pot restaurant. Zhong Yu and Hongying walked hand in hand, strolling back home. Along the way, Zhong Yu pondered Kong Shang's earlier words, which granted him a fresh perspective on Xia Simeng. This girl, only a few years his senior, carried not just her own blood, but also the legacy of the former captain and team members, the blood of the Phoenix. As a unique team, the responsibilities of Team Phoenix were as significant as their powers. The dangerous levels of the mysterious creatures they faced far exceeded those encountered by ordinary teams. Having witnessed numerous mysterious incidents, Xia Simeng had seen her comrades perish before her eyes, feeling utterly powerless. Those endowed with the blood of the Phoenix are not immune to death. Rather, they can pass this lineage down through generations. Xia Simeng, unwilling to bear the sight of her teammates' deaths any longer, was resolute in recruiting Zhong Yu after witnessing his formidable ability to suppress the Forbidden Void. Under the night sky, Zhong Yu gazed at the distant stars. If he were to fully upgrade his realm of mortal domain, would it cover all of Daxia? Would there be no more night watchmen perishing? A cold breeze swept by, and Zhong Yu instinctively exhaled warmth into his hands, wanting to remove his jacket to drape over his wife. Hongying chuckled. "Dear, you forgotten again?" Zhong Yu paused, then smiled. "Ha, indeed I forgot. You're my warm baby, not afraid of the cold." Hongying affectionately rested her head on Zhong Yu's shoulder, gently embracing him from behind. Her warm little hands clasped around his cold ones. "Let me warm you up." Chapter 76. The couple's first intimate interaction returning to Villa number 33. Hongying changed into a comfortable set of pajamas, letting her hair down to cascade over her shoulders. Unable to resist, Zhong Yu stepped forward to embrace his lovely wife and kissed her. After less than a minute, Hongying gently patted Zhong Yu's back, signaling a pause in their kiss. "What is wrong, my dear?" Zhong Yu inquired, gazing at her face. Hongying lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and softly suggested, "Why don't you take a shower first?" Zhong Yu, filled with excitement, replied, "Sure, I'll go right away. Just wait a moment." He turned to dash towards the bathroom, but his hand was caught by Hongying once more. He turned back in surprise. Hongying bit her lip, glanced at him, then lowered her gaze again, her face growing even warmer. After a brief moment, she whispered almost inaudibly, "Let us shower together." Zhong Yu was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wife, are you serious?" Without answering, Hongying merely nodded slightly. Witnessing her affirmation left Zhong Yu in a state of shock, as if he had been turned to stone. Finally, Hongying lifted her head and teasingly remarked, "What is wrong? Are you unwilling?" Zhong Yu hastily shook his head in fervent agreement. "Of course I am willing. How could I not be?" He clasped her hands and jumped in place with joy. "Ah, oh heavens, you have finally opened your eyes." He kissed her fervently a few more times, twirling her around before lifting her in a princess carry. Lowering his gaze to meet hers, he softly declared, "Let us go to take a shower." In the bathroom, the sound of a shower mingled with the soft rustling noises 3 months after their marriage certificate was issued. Zhong Yu and his beloved wife shared their first intimate moment, an experience exclusive to married couples. Due to the author's limited narrative ability, a lengthy description of 3,000 words is omitted here. Half an hour later, they lay on a large bed in the bedroom, panting yet utterly satisfied. Zhong Yu stared at the ceiling, reminiscing about the beautiful moments they had just shared. Ding! A familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. Event triggered. The passive skill, True Love Spring, has been automatically activated for the host. Zhong Yu was taken aback. So, in addition to worldly affairs, there was a second passive skill. He quickly examined the detailed description of True Love Spring. Passive skill, True Love Spring, automatically accumulates spring value for the host. Current value acquired, 100 spring points. This spring value can only be used for the rapid enhancement of the host's True Love S realm level. To elevate from the realm of Lantern to the realm of Pool requires 50. Advancing from Pool to River requires 100. Progressing from River to Sea demands 200. Ascending from Sea to Infinite Realm necessitates 400. And the transition from Infinite Realm to Klein Realm calls for 800. As he gazed at this extensive list of prompts, Zhong Yu was taken aback. It turned out that the system could not only enhance himself, but also upgrade his beloved wife. Indeed, this mundane system was crafted to safeguard those we hold dear. After all, it is impossible for him to be by his wife's side at all times. Enabling her to elevate her own level and strengthen her capabilities is, in itself, a formidable form of protection. How marvelous! Currently, his dear wife, Hongying, resides in the Pool realm. Could it be that he can directly employ the True Love Spiritual Spring to assist her in ascending to the River realm? With this thought, Zhong Yu silently invoked the upgrade, swiftly elevating Hongying's mental prowess by 1 rank. However, as he had activated a localized area of the mundane domain to indiscriminately suppress the surroundings, Hongying, who was beside him, did not immediately perceive the shift in her mental level. "Darling, what are you lost in thought about?" Hongying inquired gently, turning to smile at her husband. Zhong Yu grinned widely. "Naturally, I was reflecting on the delightful moments we just shared." Hongying playfully ruffled Zhong Yu's hair. "All right, it's getting late. Let us retire for the night. We need to rise early for work tomorrow." With that, she turned off the bedside lamp. In the darkness, Zhong Yu blinked, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. He turned to lie atop Hongying. "Wife, that felt a bit insufficient. Shall we indulge once more?" With a hint of exasperation, Hongying blinked. "Aren't you tired?" Zhong Yu shook his head vigorously. "Not at all. For you. I am never weary for me." Hongying replied, slightly taken aback. Without further ado, Zhong Yu enveloped them both under the covers. The following morning, while Zhong Yu was still in deep slumber, Hongying had already awoken early. Stretching her arms in a grand yawn, she felt a refreshing vigor like never before. Resting her chin on her hand, she tenderly gazed at her husband for a while, knowing he must have been exhausted last night, so she decided to let him sleep a little longer. Quietly, Hongying tiptoed out of bed, completed her morning routine, and descended to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Half an hour later, Zhong Yu finally roused from his slumber. Yawning, he got out of bed and made his way downstairs, where he was greeted by the delightful sight of Hongying having prepared bread, fried eggs, and soy milk. At 9 o'clock, the couple arrived at the headquarters of the Night Watchers. Upon entering, Xia Siming eagerly waved them over. "What took you so long? Come with me quickly." "Where to?" Zhong Yu asked, puzzled. "For the top-floor conference room. Did you not receive the message I sent? A commendation ceremony is to be held this morning. Have you forgotten that you both distinguished yourselves at Jinan Mountain? Commander Yi Fan will personally present you with the Star Medal." Zhong Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? A ceremony here? Have Lin Chia and the others arrived?" Xia Siming inquired, shaking her head. "Their Starshine medals will be mailed over, and Yuan Gang will organize the award ceremony there. Come with me." With that, Xia Siming pulled the dazed Hongying and rushed towards the elevator, while Zhong Yu hurriedly followed. In the conference room, Yi Fan delivered a brief speech, extolling Zhong Yu and Hongying to the highest degree, calling upon the other Night Watchers to emulate them. Zhong Yu buried his face in his hands. nearly unable to endure the praise. Hongying, too, felt her cheeks flush. She hadn't anticipated that the awarding ceremony would be so awkward. In the final segment, the two ascended the stage together. Yi Fan, beaming with delight, produced the shimmering medals and presented them to the pair. He affectionately grasped Zhong Yu's hand and heartily patted his shoulder. I heard you led the charge against a mysterious foe of the infinite realm yesterday. Well done, young man. Keep up the good work. Zhong Yu could only manage an awkward smile, wishing to immediately vanish into the ground beneath the adoring gazes of the crowd. At last, the award ceremony concluded, and the couple exhaled in relief. Upon returning to the Phoenix team's office, Kong Shang was set to take Hongying for a mental strength level assessment as a new recruit. Zhong Yu quickly approached, pointing to himself and asking, Brother Kong, don't I need to be tested? Kong Shang smiled kindly. Brother Zhong, you indeed do not require it. After a moment's thought, he leaned in closer and whispered, Brother Zhong, you are now a precious asset of the Daxia, a secret weapon, if you will. The higher-ups have specifically instructed that in all-night watcher records, your Forbidden Realm level will be marked as unknown. Zhong Yu was taken aback. It could be done this way? It seemed that Commander Yi Fan and the others were indeed frightened by the previous infiltration incident orchestrated by the believers. They're being exceedingly cautious. He glanced at his wife and smiled. Hongying stuck out her tongue at him. Zhong Yu mused that his wife was likely unaware of his level increase. It would surely come as a surprise to her later. After Kong Shang finished his instructions, he took Hongying to the training ground for her assessment. In less than a quarter of an hour, Kong Shang burst back through the door, his eyes wide and breathing heavily, yet a glimmer of excitement illuminated his expression. Captain Xia, you must come and see. What is it? Xia Simeng looked up, slightly taken aback as she set down her documents. It's Hongying. Her level is not the pool realm we previously recorded, but has already reached the sea realm. Chapter 77. It is time to return to Cangnan. 5 months later, in the villa's courtyard, sunlight cascaded onto the flower rack at the entrance, where flowers of myriad colors blossomed, radiating vitality. Within the courtyard, Mu Chongyun stared intently at the chessboard, his brow furrowed. General. Opposite him, Hongying advanced a chess piece with a playful smile, resting her chin on her hand. Ha! Grandpa, you are about to lose again. Mu Chongyun shook his head with a sigh. Alas, indeed. He had consecutively lost 3 matches to his granddaughter. He simply cannot win. It was truly disheartening. Beside the grandfather and granddaughter sat Grandma Xing Qiui and Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu delicately removed the last silver needle from Grandma's head, exhaling a sigh of relief. Grandma, the final treatment has been completed. You should be fine now. You can engage in light exercise with Grandpa from now on. A glimmer of light sparkled in Xing Qiui's eyes as she nodded with a smile. My grandson-in-law, thank you. You have worked so hard treating me these past days. It was nothing, Grandma. It was no trouble at all, Zhong Yu replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a smile. Grandma is preparing watermelon juice. Please wait a moment while I fetch it. Xing Qiui said as she rose and walked towards the inner room. Zhong Yu watched her retreating figure with a sense of satisfaction, relieved to have successfully treated her. Grandma's amnesia was peculiar, and modern medicine offered little hope. However, traditional Chinese acupuncture proved remarkably effective. Even with his mastery of medical skills, multiple treatment sessions were necessary. Now, Grandma had finally made a full recovery. With a radiant smile, Hongying approached her husband, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck. Are you tired? Do you need your lovely wife to massage your shoulders? Zhong Yu responded cheerfully, of course I do. Just as Hongying began to knead his shoulders, a phone rang. Hello, Captain Xia. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Hongying said, Zhong Yu, please stay with Grandpa and Grandma a bit longer. Sister Simon called. There's a sea-level creature in the suburbs that requires my attention. Zhong Yu looked up. Oh, sea-level, you say? I should accompany you. However, Hongying gently patted his shoulder, saying, no need. Are you underestimating your wife? After all, I've reached the peak of the Klein realm now. Zhong Yu chuckled and said nothing further. Over the past several months, he and his wife had shared many intimate moments, and he had utilized the skill of true love spring to elevate her realm to that of Klein. Consequently, his wife, Hongying, had become exceptionally powerful. In the realm of forbidden spaces, aside from a few human paragons, no one could rival her. Dealing with a sea-level creature posed no substantial danger. Before marrying him, Hongying had always possessed a strong competitive spirit. However, as he gradually became nearly invincible, her original brilliance had been overshadowed. She too required the thrill of battle to find her sense of worth. After all, that is her job. Zhong Yu nodded. Be sure to stay safe. I know. Hongying pecked her husband on the cheek before stepping out. Son-in-law, your wife is busy. Come and play chess with me. Mu Chongyun said with a grin as he pulled Zhong Yu to sit at the chessboard. Zhong Yu wore a troubled expression. He truly was not skilled at chess. The system had never granted him such abilities. Each time, after his grandfather lost to Hongying, he would seek affirmation through Zhong Yu, who endured relentless defeats. Beep, beep, beep. Zhong Yu's phone rang. He perked up. Grandpa, let me take this call. He quickly slipped outside. Hello, Director Yuan? What brings you to call me? On the other end, Yuan Gang chuckled. You rascal, can I call you? I heard the news that you might be getting promoted to captain of the Beijing team. It seems I will be working under you soon. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. No, please don't, Director Yuan. Who told you that? I absolutely refuse to accept it. Yuan Gang clicked his tongue. Promotion is something others crave. Why are you trying to evade it? When Commander Yi transferred you to Beijing, it was with the intention of grooming you for the next commander. Your half-year training period as vice-captain of the Phoenix team is nearly over. Just wait and see. Zhong Yu looked distressed. Over the past couple of months, his fieldwork had indeed decreased significantly, as Yi Fan had assigned him numerous administrative tasks. Although Zhong Yu adhered to his principle of leaving work on time to accompany his wife, he could not afford to be negligent. He had become quite familiar with various matters regarding the night watchman management. Zhong Yu pouted. What if I speak to Commander Yi and request for both me and Hongying to return at Songnan? Now that Grandma Hongying's health was fully restored, she seemed inclined to retire back to her hometown. Yuan Gang chuckled. To be frank, I doubt the commander would agree to that. Zhong Yu fell silent, his mind already devising strategies. By the way, Zhong Yu, there's something else I need to inform you. Yuan Gang continued. The new recruits training will officially conclude at the end of this month. Although you were transferred early, you still need to attend the swearing-in ceremony for all the new recruits. Prepare yourself. You'll need to return at Songnan for that. Zhong Yu nodded. Understood, Director Yuan. After hanging up, he fell into contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, it had been nearly half a year since he left Songnan for Beijing. In that time, he had experienced many things. His wife had progressed from the Pool realm to the Klein realm, and the system's prompt indicating his wife's affection had risen from 65 upon arriving in Beijing to 81. The passive skill mortal realm has been upgraded to level 6, achieving a 70 proficiency. Additionally, he has acquired 2 new skills. One is Mastery of Driving, which he deemed quite useful upon its initial draw at level 1 and subsequently upgraded to its maximum level. The other skill is Procreation Mastery. This skill possesses a unique trait, allowing couples to experience double pleasure during intimate moments. Furthermore, upon reaching level 5, it grants the ability to ensure a 100 chance of conception or a 100 guarantee of non-conception. Quite remarkable indeed. Those in the know will understand. Overall, their half-year life in the capital has been fulfilling and satisfactory for the couple. However, there are times when they find themselves missing their friend from Songnan. The gentle Lin Xie, the gift-giving by Li Pangpang, even the nail-biting Chao Yuan, and the cool demeanor of Shen Qingzhu, along with the former captain of Team 136, Chen Mai, and their good brother Wen Qimo. Zhong Yu stroked his chin and murmured, It's about time to return to Songnan and pay a visit. In the distant Songnan, within the Peace Affairs office, all team members have gone out on missions. Chen Mai slowly loosened his garments, now thoroughly drenched in sweat. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, unable to suppress a shudder. Over the past month, he has clearly felt the increasing power of Shiva's grievance, while he himself has grown increasingly feeble. Previously, he had reported to the higher-ups about his desire to have Zhong Yu directly obliterate Shiva's grievance, but there has been contention among the higher echelons, preventing an immediate decision. After all, this forbidden object is akin to a nuclear weapon. Possessing and utilizing it serves as a deterrent against potential external threats. Moreover, the foreign deities coveting this forbidden object remain oblivious to its whereabouts. Thus, it has continued to be safeguarded by Chunmai for these past few months. Ding! Chunmai's phone chimed. Upon checking the message, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. His two veteran teammates, the celestial couple, are returning soon. Chapter 78. The terrifying battle power of Klein's wife in the outskirts of Beijing. At Starfall Lake, the originally verdant waters began to shimmer with an eerie glow, roiling as if in a state of turmoil. Suddenly, a colossal python, 3 meters in diameter, surged forth from the depths. Its body was adorned with dark, azure scales, each glinting with a cold light. The enormous, flattened head bore a pair of blood-red vertical pupils that radiated a savage hunger. Not far from the serpent stood several figures cloaked in golden capes. At this moment, Xia Simeng was away on business, while Zhong Yu and Hongying were on their annual leave. Thus, it fell upon Kong Shang to lead the remaining members of the Phoenix team to confront the mysterious entity that had appeared near Beijing. The youngest among them, Lingling, swallowed hard and hesitantly inquired, "Brother Kong, this snake is enormous. Can we really defeat it?" Kong Shang scoffed, "What is there to fear? It's merely a creature from the sea realm. We can handle it." As he spoke, the giant python opened its gaping maw and lunged toward the group. The Phoenix team immediately activated their respective abilities, engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. For a moment, the conflict raged on evenly matched. At that instant, a long spear, enveloped in a massive rose-colored flame, soared past the group, hurtling toward the python. Boom! The spear pierced the massive head of the serpent, igniting a dazzling explosion of flames. In the wake of the blast, the colossal body of the python exploded into fragments, showering the area with a mist of crimson flesh, staining the waters of Starfall Lake. Whoosh! It seemed as though the spear had received a summons, returning swiftly to land securely in Hongying's grasp. With a radiant smile, she stepped forward. "Is everyone all right? I knew you would come to our aid, Sister Hongying. That shot was spectacular." Kong Shang, furrowing his brow, replied wistfully, "To be honest, we could have managed without you, Hongying." Stowing her spear, chuckled, "Sister Simeng called me earlier. She was rather anxious and insisted I come. It's not that I doubted your abilities, but I wanted to ensure no one got hurt." Kong Shang merely pouted in silence. Ever since Zhong Yu and Hongying joined their team, he had scarcely experienced a genuine battle. All adversaries were swiftly vanquished by them. While Zhong Yu was formidable, it was bewildering that his wife was equally extraordinary. She had been at the Pool realm before, several tiers beneath them, yet within a few short months, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the Klein realm. Kong Shang found it utterly incomprehensible. Even now, despite Xia Simeng having ascended to the Boundless realm, she still lagged behind Hongying by 1 level. These two had completely disrupted the collaborative combat dynamic of the Phoenix team. They had not had an opportunity to leverage their teamwork in quite some time. Observing Kong Shang's forlorn expression, Hongying discerned his thoughts and offered a comforting smile. "Brother Kong, do not fret too much." In the team-building game room, the atmosphere was charged with camaraderie. Kong Shang let out a sigh and dialed the logistics personnel's number. Meanwhile, in his villa, Zhong Yu continued his chess match with Grandpa Mu, while in his mind's eye, he observed the disappearance of the giant python's red dot on the system panel. A subtle smile graced his lips. His wife had grown sufficiently powerful, often no longer in need of his assistance. In the outskirts of Tsanan City, at the new recruits training camp, Yuan Gang stood on the platform, vocally announcing the allocation orders for the new recruits. Bailey Tumming, assigned to Team 010, Guangshan. Chao Yuan, assigned to Team 007, Huaihai. Shun Qingzhu, assigned to Team 006, Shangjing. Bailey Fatty cast an envious glance at Shun Qingzhu. "Brother, you're quite fortunate. You've been assigned to Shangjing. Surely, you will soar to great heights alongside Brother Zhong Yu." Shun Qingzhu, taken aback, replied, "Brother Zhong, isn't he the vice-captain of the Phoenix team?" Bailey Fatty clicked his tongue, adopting an air of wisdom. "Ah, you see, I possess insider knowledge. The current captain of Shangjing, Xiao Pinga, is about to be promoted to vice-commander. His position will soon be filled by Brother Zhong Yu." Shun Qingzhu nodded slightly, absorbing this information. At this moment, Lin Xie, seated nearby, inquired curiously, "Fatty, is this news credible?" If what you say is true, then 1T Commander Yuan be working under Brother Zhong. Bailey Fatty shrugged, projecting an air of maturity. You all are still too young to understand. The higher-ups would undoubtedly consider Commander Yuan's reputation. He will surely be promoted as well. He'll soon become the captain of our Guangshan team. As he spoke, Yuan Gang announced another name. Lin Xie, assigned to Team 136. Sangnan. The new recruits turned to one another in astonishment. Aside from Zhong Yu, who had astonishingly secured the top score, Lin Xie ranked second overall. Why was he assigned to the lesser Sangnan team? Yet Lin Xie maintained a calm demeanor, a smile playing on his lips. He felt content. His home was in Sangnan, and the prospect of living with his aunt and Ajin was indeed delightful. Yuan Gang swiftly concluded the allocation of all recruits. Clapping his hands, he proclaimed, "For the next 3 days, the camp will not schedule any further training. You shall be considered officially graduated. The final oath ceremony will take place in 3 days. During this time, you may relax and strengthen your bonds with your comrades, for opportunities to reunite will be rare." Upon hearing this, the new recruits were filled with a sense of nostalgia. After a year of shared experiences, many had forged close friendships, yet soon they would part ways. Bailey Fatty found himself lost in thought, gazing at the red-haired girl seated across the crowd. Emily glanced at him before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Yuan Gong concluded, "All right. The training has come to an end. Your mobile phones have now been distributed. After a year, you may reconnect with your family and friends." Lin Xie, overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving his phone, swiftly dialed his aunt's number. On the other hand, Bai Li, plump and jovial, turned on his phone only to be greeted by a video call from the family maids. Meanwhile, Shen Xingzhu gently patted Deng Wei's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Deng Wei, securing a position in the logistics department of the Night Watchers, is quite commendable. Li Jia and Li Liang hastened to offer their encouragement. Indeed. Working in office is the mark of a white-collar worker. It's a privilege we can only dream of. Deng Wei wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and smiled. Brother Shun, there's no need for you to feel sorrow on my behalf. This life of mine was salvaged by you. I'm already content. Given the chance, I will visit you in the capital. During the recent Nan Mountain incident, Deng Wei had lost an arm and a leg. He had since been fitted with mechanical prosthetics, but his physical condition was no longer suitable for the demanding role of a night watcher. Thus, considering all factors, a respectable logistics position with decent remuneration was arranged for him. After ending the call with his aunt, Lin Xie pondered for a moment before seeking out Yuan Gang once more. "Director Yuan, there is another matter. What will be the arrangement for my mother, the goddess of night, Nyx?" Yuan Gang smiled softly. "I was just about to discuss this with you. The higher-ups have decided that she should be treated at the fasting facility." Lin Xie's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Is there truly no alternative? Yuan Gang shook his head in resignation. Just as Lin Xie was about to inquire further, his phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, his eyes lit up as he answered, "Hello, Brother Zhong." Chapter 79. An unexpected encounter on the airplane after hanging up the call with Lin Xie. Zhong Yu pondered briefly, resting his forehead in contemplation. As he had anticipated, Lin Xie had secured second place in the training camp evaluations and was assigned to Sangnan. Moreover, the soul-weaving spider and the chaotic cube had indeed fallen to his blade. Everything progressed as the main storyline had foretold, except for Nike's. Zhong Yu had not given much thought to this matter previously. In a moment of distraction, he had inadvertently solidified the night goddess in this world. She could not return to Lin Xie's mental institution, as the training in Sangnan had concluded. According to Lin Xie's description, it was highly probable that she would be sent to the Sunlight Mental Hospital at the retreat for continued treatment. Zhong Yu shook his head, resigning himself to the situation. Why must events unfold strictly according to the original narrative? From a moment he traversed into this parallel realm, the world had already been altered. Yet, Zhong Yu was not one to meddle unnecessarily. He had deliberately refrained from interfering with Lin Xie's development. After all, future divine battles and conflicts would hinge upon Lin Xie's strength. As for Zhong Yu himself, he merely wished to serenely accompany his beloved Hongying and ensure the safety of his family. "Xiaoyu, why are you lost in thought?" asked Xing Qiya, beaming as she emerged with several glasses of watermelon juice. "Come, have some juice." Zhong Yu smiled and replied, Grandma, haven't you always wanted to visit our hometown in Songnan? Coincidentally, this weekend, Hongying and I plan to return to the training camp. How about you and Grandpa join us? Xing Qiya glanced at Mu Chongyan, who nodded with a smile. All right then, we shall return together and see how the place has changed after all these years. After a brief discussion with Hongying over the phone, Zhong Yu booked tickets for the four of them to Songnan. Meanwhile, at the training camp, Yuan Gang called Lin Xie aside. Xie, Captain Shen just called, requesting your assistance over the next few days. It seems they have encountered a perplexing case related to the mysterious, and they are short-staffed. Pack your things and report back as soon as possible. Oh, and remember to return on time for the swearing-in ceremony in 3 days. Lin Xie nodded and quickly gathered his belongings before departing the training camp. At the Peace Affairs office, Chen Mai's brow was furrowed in concern. An eerie case had surfaced in recent days, with several victims found crucified to the walls, their fingers severed cleanly. They suspected that the perpetrator's actions were part of a ritual aimed at reviving some high-level mystery. However, they had yet to uncover any leads. Additionally, there had been reports of several other mysterious entities being hunted by unknown secret thieves, consistently leaving behind only half of the corpses. This too was baffling. With these two matters intertwined, compounded by the encroachment of the Shiwa's resentment, Chen Mai felt overwhelmed and powerless. Thus, seizing the opportunity while Lin Xie was on break, he summoned the young man back to alleviate some of the burden. Chen Mai sighed, wishing that the young man Zhong Yu could return a few days earlier. His mind was astute and his abilities remarkable. With his unique insights into the forbidden realms, perhaps a simple sweep would unravel all complexities. Alas, the lad had just called to inform him that he had booked his flight and wouldn't be back until the weekend. 2 days later, shortly after 2 a.m., aboard a flight from Hongying to Songnan, dim lights illuminated the aisle, and most passengers were in slumber, enveloped in a serene quietude. Zhong Yu, unable to sleep, merely rested his eyes. This was the only overnight flight available. Opting for a train would entail a grueling 7 to 8 hour journey, leaving them with no choice. Suddenly, a gentle, rhythmic purring akin to a cat's, accompanied by a delightful fragrance, wafted into his ears. He opened his eyes slightly and turned his head. His wife's petite head rested against his shoulder. Her lips were slightly parted, and a few glistening droplets fell onto Zhong Yu's shoulder. He couldn't help but chuckle. How adorable that his wife, even in sleep, could drool, yet her deep slumber was enviable. It seemed she could sleep soundly anywhere. Reflecting on their nearly 1-year marriage, they remained inseparable, drawing envious glances from those around them. Suddenly, a ruckus erupted in the corridor. A small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, was vociferously chattering with his sister. As the boy passed by, Zhong Yu paused, sensing a strange familiarity in his form. Just as he leaned to get a better look, the boy bounded back eagerly. Hongying, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. Zhong Yu? You're here too. The sudden shout startled Hongying, causing her to jolt awake. Zhong Yu glared at the boy, gritting his teeth. Indeed, this rascally child who had disturbed his wife was none other than Neza, or Li Yan as he was known. Li Yan, why are you shouting? Look what you've done. You've woken my wife. Many nearby passengers were roused, casting disapproving glances in their direction. Li Yan assiste. Fanruru quickly admonished him in a hushed tone, quiet down. Let us go back to our seats. However, Li Yan remained rooted in place, eager to engage with familiar faces. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, What a coincidence. What brings you both on this flight? Returning from your honeymoon? Zhong Yu's fist clenched tightly, and he glared at Li Yan, ready to unleash his frustration, but the presence of other passengers restrained him. Meanwhile, Hongying rubbed her eyes, and, upon recognizing Li Yan and Han Ro, smiled brightly. Li Yan, what a surprise to see you and your sister here. She explained, My husband and I have moved to Hongying. We're just back home for a visit. Why are you all on this flight? At the sound of Hongying's inquiry, Li Yan's lips curled into a smile, and he raised his head with his nostrils flaring. Hongying, you might find this hard to believe, but as a representative of the outstanding elementary students in Songnan City, I am on my way to the capital to participate in a poetry competition. With that, he extended 3 fingers. Moreover, I have even secured 3rd place. competing against hundreds of elementary students from across the nation, all of whom are the CR de la CR. I emerged with a third-place award. Hongying blinked in astonishment. Oh, I never imagined you would excel in language while struggling with mathematics. Indeed, he replied, I am merely accustomed to navigating the galaxy of words, occasionally losing my way in the labyrinth of numbers. Observing Li Yan's self-satisfied demeanor, Zhong Yu chuckled derisively. Li Yan, as eloquent as you are, this is simply a case of serious subject bias. At Zhong Yu's jibe, Li Yan widened his eyes in defiance. If it's subject bias, then so be it. What business is it of yours? The two glared at each other, each unwilling to yield. Hongying found her husband's endearing antics utterly amusing. Just then, the voice of the flight attendant echoed through the cabin. Dear passengers, we are about to approach Chang'an Airport. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Reluctantly, Li Yan returned his seat. At that moment, Han Ruo suddenly exclaimed, Look, that plane, isn't it about to crash? Her shout drew the attention of all passengers on the left side of the cabin, who rushed to the window. Outside, a massive cargo plane was indeed descending nose first, plummeting toward the ground. Chapter 80. No matter what happens, ensure the safety of my wife. Where's the airplane? Why can't I see it? Indeed, I cannot see it either, came the puzzled murmurs from those near the window. None had spotted the aircraft that Han Ruo had mentioned. With wide eyes, Han Ruo insisted, I am not lying. I truly saw it just now. It was right there, the nose pointing down, and then it suddenly vanished. An elderly man shook his head and remarked, My dear, it seems you are seeing things. Just as Han Ruo was about to argue, the voice of the flight attendant echoed through the cabin, announcing that the plane was about to begin its descent, and the discussions gradually quieted. No one paid heed to the fanciful ramblings of a young girl. Zhong Yu sat in his seat, his brow furrowed. Though he too had not witnessed the falling airplane, a sudden thought struck him. He turned to Li Yan, who was seated beside Han Ruo, fixated on some ethereal point outside the window, his gaze intense. Zhong Yu swiftly activated the universal marker for a range scan, and indeed, the creature known as Belclan was detected, clinging to a truck as it sped along the highway out of the city. Zhong Yu was now certain that the airplane Han Ruo had mentioned did exist, and Belclan had escaped from it. He had initially believed that the investigation into Belclan by Team 136 would take place weeks after the training camp concluded, as he had not mentioned this incident during his previous conversation with Chun Mai. However, it now appeared that the event had unfolded sooner than anticipated. The only plausible explanation for the airplane's instantaneous disappearance was that Chun Mai had employed Shiva's wrath to erase it. Consequently, the aura of Shiva's wrath would undoubtedly be sensed by the otherworldly beings coveting this superlative forbidden object. Soon, significant events would transpire in Chang'an and even in Daxia. The airplane gently descended at Chang'an Airport. Upon disembarking, Zhong Yu spotted Wen Qima in the distance, waving at them. Wen Qima approached with exuberance. Zhong Yu, it has been ages. I miss you so much. Without hesitation, he enveloped Zhong Yu in a warm embrace. Nearby, Grandpa Mu and Grandma Xing looked on with smiles, recognizing the bond between the good friends of their granddaughter's husband. It was evident that he was well-liked. Qima, you need not be so courteous. Zhong Yu awkwardly struggled, attempting to push Wen Qima away. Wen Qima stepped forward to assist with the luggage as they walked and chatted. Hongying smiled. Qimo, did you come specifically to pick us up? Truly the spirit of Team 136 shines through. When Qima scratched his head and replied, to be honest, I was here on a mission and thought I would pick you up on the way. Hongying's expression fell. Oh, so it was just a coincidence. Is it another task related to the mysterious? When Qima nodded, yes, but fortunately this time it was resolved without incident, thanks to the captain and Qie. Zhong Yu inquired, Brother Qimo, where has everyone else gone at this hour? When Qimo glanced around before replying softly, the captain just exerted himself to prevent a plane laden with explosives from crashing. He nearly fainted from the depletion of his spiritual energy. So Qi took him back to the office to rest. Xiang Nan, Lao Zhao, and Lung Xian have gone to handle some aftermath matters. As for Xiao Nan, well, she suddenly mentioned feeling unwell and returned home to rest. Upon hearing Wen Qi Mo's explanation, Zhong Yu lowered his head, lost in thought. Beside him, Hongying pursed her lips, remarking, "It's been a while since I last saw Xiaonan. I had thought she would be here today." When Mo chuckled and continued, "What are you anxious about? You'll see everyone tomorrow. The captain just instructed that it's too late to disturb you tonight. Tomorrow evening, all of us from Team 136 will gather at Xinhua Pavilion for a feast to welcome your family." Hongying clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "That sounds wonderful. I've truly missed everyone these past 6 months." After escorting several individuals home, Mo departed in his car. In the villa, the bedroom that Zhong Yu once occupied had been vacated for Grandfather Mu and Grandma Xing to share. He, on the other hand, had moved to snuggle under the covers beside Hongying. Tilting her head to observe Zhong Yu, Hongying gently asked, "Darling, you seem preoccupied. Why the glum expression?" Zhong Yu smiled faintly. "It's nothing, just a bit tired. Let us get some rest." Lying in bed, his wife had already drifted into slumber. Yet Zhong Yu's mind was consumed with the potential outcomes of forthcoming events. That plane carried hundreds of tons of volatile explosives. If it were to collide with the ground, the resulting explosion could obliterate a fifth of the city, claiming countless lives. Thus, Chenmai had no choice but to employ Shiva's wrath to eliminate the aircraft in order to save lives. Chenmai surely had no inkling of the repercussions his actions would invoke. The aura emitted by Shiva's wrath surpassed anyone's imagination. Soon, the outer gods would take action. If the narrative were to unfold as described in the books, the impending assault by the Olympian dark gods would be met by several formidable humans from the Xia. Meanwhile, the primary threat facing Song Nan would be the trickster god Loki and the legion he commanded. Zhong Yu resolved that should conflict arise, he would lend assistance. But he would never allow Hongying to become involved. He was determined to ensure his wife's safety, even though she had now ascended to the Klein realm. After all, the adversaries were malevolent outer deities. He wished to avert any unforeseen calamities. Therefore, to guarantee a resounding victory, Zhong Yu meticulously assessed the potential combatants on Song Nan's side, categorizing them into 5 distinct groups. The first category comprised the hidden deities of the Xia residing in Song Nan, namely Lin Qiyi's brother, Yang Jin, whose true identity was Yang Jian. Blessed with innate divine strength, he was more than capable of engaging outer gods in one-on-one combat. Speaking of the hidden deities of the great Xia, there is indeed another, whose assistance would be most welcome. That would be the young man Li Yan, whom they recently encountered on the airplane, whose true name is Neza. I wonder how well Neza has restored his divine powers. This little fellow, instead of diligently recovering his strength in Songnan, has chosen to venture to the capital to participate in some poetry competition. It truly leaves one a loss for words. Secondly, there are 2 pinnacle figures among humanity, Ichi and Fuji. Their extraordinary abilities, when fully unleashed, could stand alone against formidable foes. Thirdly, there is Lin Qiyi. Although the decade-long limitation of his mortal realm of deities has not yet expired, preventing him from utilizing the full might of the divine ruins, he can still draw upon the powers of the twin deities, Nikes and Merlin. His combat prowess should not be underestimated. Fourthly, there exists an overlooked potential force, Yuan Gang and all the recruits from the training camp. Given that the divine conflict may arrive sooner than anticipated, the recruits, still stationed in Songnan, can join the fray and become a formidable defensive force. Lastly, there is the entirety of the local Night Watch Team 136, along with a special unit that may potentially come to their aid, the Phoenix Team. Speaking of which, he and his wife, Hongying, are now also members of the Phoenix Team. Whether the Phoenix Team will indeed be dispatched for support remains uncertain, as the Night Watch must adhere to the commands of their superiors. With these 5 formidable forces, coupled with his own current strength, it should suffice to ensure the safety of Songnan. Of course, all of this is merely his speculation. The events of the coming days remain shrouded in mystery. Zhong Yu ultimately sighed. Regardless, he would face whatever challenges arose. When soldiers come, he would engage them, and when water rises, he would bury it, no matter what transpires. Ensuring the safety of his beloved Hongying remains his utmost priority. In fact, there is one less worry. All the citizens of Songnan will no longer vanish due to Lin Qiyi's departure. For Zhong Yu had previously employed the level 5 mortal realm, completely solidifying their forms. With this thought, Zhong Yu finally exhaled deeply, sinking into a tranquil slumber. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Si Xiaonan suddenly sat up in bed, shivering all over. A familiar voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 81. The grievance of Shiva has now transformed into mere scrap paper. At the training camp, a red flag flutters vigorously in the wind. The oath-taking ceremony commences. Yuan Gang stands on a platform, gripping the emblem tightly against his chest. All the new recruits below mirror his actions in unison. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls, with sword drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. After the conclusion of the oath-taking ceremony, Zhong Yu sits contemplatively at the side of the arena. It must be admitted that the earlier moments were quite invigorating. He has now received his own specially crafted emblem, along with a personalized star blade inscribed with his name. Dear, let us go. Hearing Hongying's call, Zhong Yu snaps back to reality. They have another task for the day, to visit Nikes, who remains in the training camp. According to directives from the higher-ups of the Night Watch, Nikes is scheduled to be sent to the fasting facility in the next couple of days. Coincidentally, the escort mission has been entrusted to the Phoenix Squad. At this moment, Xia Simeng and the others are en route to Tsangnan aboard a chartered plane. As members of the Phoenix Squad, Zhong Yu and Hongying naturally accompany them. Zhong Yu smirks and remarks, "These folks could have informed us a few days earlier. My wife and I could have hitchhiked on the charter and saved on airfare." Nikes has been eagerly awaiting their arrival at the entrance of the courtyard. Lin Xie has also come along. Nikes exclaims with excitement, "Hypnos, Danadas, my children, it brings me immense joy that you could come. And you, my daughter-in-law." After saying this, Nikes affectionately takes Hongying's hand. "Aunt, we brought you a little specialty from the capital, Beijing roast duck." Zhong Yu beams as he places several boxes on the table. Hongying adds, "Aunt, the day after tomorrow, Zhong Yu and I will accompany you to another hospital. It's a bit more spacious there." As she speaks, she feels somewhat awkward, realizing that greater space does little to alleviate their situation. The Yangguang Mental Hospital is situated within the fasting facility, heavily guarded, rendering activities less free than here. Zhong Yu has certainly discussed these matters with Nikes, who remains unconcerned about the environment. Her happiness lies in the prospect of seeing her children. Lin Xie silently observes, feeling a sense of reluctance at the thought of parting from Nikes. Upon exiting Nikes' presence, the group is filled with emotion. Hongying sai, I truly do not wish to send her to the fasting facility. Lin Xie hastily interjects, "Zhong Yu, Hongying, do you have any plans?" Zhong Yu ponders for a moment and replies with a smile, "Xie, why not take the opportunity during our escort to stage a prison break? We could pretend to be overpowered by you, allowing you to whisk her away. Then you could secretly find a more concealed location to hide mother." Lin Xie's eyes widen in disbelief. "Brother Zhong, are you serious?" Hongying gently tapped Zhong Yu's shoulder and said, "Darling, please do not tease Seventh Night. He might actually believe you." Lin Xie furrowed his brow, as he was indeed beginning to contemplate the feasibility of the situation. "Well, once I rescue my mother, where shall I take her?" Zhong Yu chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. "I was merely joking, Seventh Night. Even if your sister-in-law and I were to agree to let you take her, Captain Xia would never consent. The responsibility of this transfer does not rest solely upon us two." Lin Xie shook his head and sighed, "I understand." Before long, dusk had descended. As the group was about to exit the training camp, they were approached hurriedly from behind. "Brother Zhong, Brother Xie," Bai Li, plump and jovial, came running over, brimming with excitement. "Do you have any plans for tonight? I have arranged for Chao Yuan, Shan Qingzhu, and the others to join us for a foot-washing session." "No, I meant to say for drinks." Zhong Yu smiled and replied, "There's no need, fatty. We actually have prior commitments. Our team from Squad 136 is gathering for dinner." Bai Li's expression fell momentarily. "Oh, it's a pity that everyone will be heading their separate ways tomorrow. It's such a shame that Brother Zhong, after returning with such difficulty, cannot spend quality time with us. Well, make sure to come visit me in Guangzhou or Shenzhen sometime. Who knows? I might even travel to Beijing to see you." Zhong Yu nodded, "Absolutely." Upon returning to the city, Zhong Yu drove with his wife Hongying and his grandparents towards Xinyuexuan. Along the way, Zhong Yu received an unexpected call from Chenmai. Zhong Yu, the situation has changed. The dinner tonight has been canceled. Where are you and Hongying right now? Zhong Yu was taken aback. We are currently on Sanjiu Road. On the other end, Chenmai instructed urgently, you must head towards the Southern Expressway entrance. The flights and trains have ceased operations, but there is one exit left. You must return via the expressway. I will meet you there. I have something that I must personally deliver to you. Commander Yi has instructed that you must take this item and leave the city as quickly as possible, bringing it back to Beijing. Zhong Yu's mind raced as he realized what item Chenmai was referring to. He was momentarily stunned, not expecting their arrival to be so swift. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Yu dialed the number for Commander Yi Fan. Commander Yi, I have an idea. At the expressway entrance, Chenmai met with Zhong Yu and the others, retrieving a scroll of parchment from his waist. Sighing, he prepared to explain, Zhong Yu, this scroll is classified as a high-risk forbidden item, number 008. It is called, I know. Zhong Yu interrupted, seizing the scroll from Chenmai's hands. It's the grievance of Shiva, isn't it? Without hesitation, Zhong Yu unfurled the scroll, gripping it tightly as he tore it to shreds. Now, it lay in a heap of worthless paper. Chapter 82. The Foolish Outer Deity, Nothing of Significance, Zhong Yu. Chenmai was utterly astonished. For a decade, he had expended much of his forbidden power to suppress and conceal the Shiva's wrath, only to be compelled to unleash its power this morning in a bid to save someone. Little did he anticipate that this action would attract the attention of those malevolent outer deities. A few hours prior, Yi Fan had called, reporting traces of outer deity invasions along the eastern coast and in the northern frontier. Yi Fan and several of humanity's elite had urgently departed to confront the enemies in various locations. Meanwhile, 2 more of humanity's finest were en route to Cangnan. To prevent Shiva's wrath from falling into the hands of the outer deities, Yi Fan urgently instructed Chenmai to entrust it to Zhong Yu, who possessed the unparalleled ability to suppress all forbidden artifacts indiscriminately, to be returned to the capital headquarters. Chenmai understood that Zhong Yu's prowess in controlling the Forbidden Realm was formidable, and entrusting him with the safeguarding of Shiva's wrath should be foolproof. However, to his disbelief, this young man had effortlessly torn apart this high-risk forbidden item, designated as number 008, akin to a nuclear weapon, as if it were mere scrap paper. Setting aside the question of whether he had disobeyed Yi Fan's orders, this was an immensely coveted super forbidden item that many outer deities sought. It contained power beyond imagination. How could he achieve such a feat with such ease? Zhong Yu clapped his hands and laughed. Captain, I know what you're thinking. I did not defy Commander Ye's orders. I have reported this matter to him, and his response was succinct. When outside, one may disregard the command of the sovereign. Therefore, we are permitted to make decisions based on the actual circumstances. Zhong Yu glanced at the army gathering in the distance and continued. You have concealed this hot potato for 10 years, but it could not remain hidden any longer. Now that numerous outer deities have been drawn here, we must respond passively. I believe that as this item circulates, no one can ensure it will not ultimately fall into the hands of those outer deities. So, let us simply tear it apart and be done with it. Let no one covet it anymore. Chenmai pinched the bridge of his nose. It seems we were all mistaken. Zhong Yu, the true deterrent against external enemies for Daxia, is no longer Shiva's wrath, but you. Zhong Yu chuckled. Oh, I would be more than willing to intimidate those fellows. Boom! At that moment, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from the distant wilderness. Several bizarre, spatial rifts appeared in the sky, and colossal humanoid beasts began to descend from the void, quickly numbering over 200. These blue frost giants towered at 4 to 5 stories high, each one a formidable presence. They wielded massive frost axes, advancing toward the city. The sounds of artillery fire erupted at the city's edge as the military's defenses engaged. Yet, the projectiles struck the giants as if they were mere cotton balls, inflicting no harm upon them. The giants continued their advance, threatening to breach the military's lines. Chenmai anxiously glanced back at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu stroked his chin. I understand. With a swift motion, Zhong Yu unleashed his level 5 ordinary domain, enveloping the entire Songnan region in a wave of invisible power. In the next moment, the frost giant's colossal axes, which seemed poised to strike the tank, abruptly vanished. The massive forms of hundreds of frost giants shrank to half their original size, their eerie blue hues swiftly fading into that of grotesque, hair-covered creatures. The defending officers, witnessing this transformation, were momentarily stunned before one of them bellowed. These monsters appear to have lost their strength. Attack with all your might. The ensuing gunfire was even more ferocious than before. The once arrogant giants, now battered and bleeding, scattered in disarray. The entire invading horde of colossal beasts crumbled at the city's periphery in an instant. From a nearby hill, a man in a green robe observed this scene, initially taken aback before sneering. How intriguing. It seems there are individuals within the Great Xia possessing such power. This man was none other than Loki, the god of deceit, who had infiltrated Songnan. Loki felt his own strength diminished to a lower tier, reduced from a supreme deity to a lesser god. Yet, a lesser god still held divine power. Loki pointed his finger skyward once more, slowly conjuring larger spatial rifts. On the ground, Zhong Yu turned to his wife with a smile, saying, "Dear, I'm going to assist them. You should take Grandpa and Grandma home and wait for me." Hongying tilted her head, assessing the distant battle and forming a judgment in her mind. "Can you handle it alone?" she inquired. Zhong Yu smiled reassuringly. "I believe I can. Besides, Captain Chun and the others will help too." Hearing this, Chun Mai grimaced slightly. "Do you really need me to join in this divine brawl?" Hongying nodded, trusting in her husband's abilities. She exited the vehicle and moved to the driver's seat, saying, "Be careful, okay? I'll head back and prepare dinner for when you return." Zhong Yu nodded. "All right." He added, "Oh, and dear, please boil some hot water for me. I do like to take a bath when I get back." Hongying gave an okay gesture and turned the car towards the city. Zhong Yu turned his gaze back towards the figure on the distant hill, as well as the two plump beasts that had just tumbled from the sky. He stroked his chin, contemplating. It appears that last night's assessment of Songnan's combat power was unnecessary. It seems I can handle them on my own. On the hill, Loki looked in astonishment at Gam, who lay on the ground wagging its tail, and the Kraken, which struggled to rise. How is this possible? They are beasts of the Klein realm. How could they have lost all their power? Could it be a deity of the Great Xia that has never before appeared? The Kraken extended its tentacles, still struggling on the ground, while Gam wagged its tail in an attempt to nuzzle Loki with its enormous head. Useless creatures. Loki, fearing a droplet of slobber would land on him, waved his hand, teleporting them away once more. Just as he dispatched these two ineffective beings, he noticed a vehicle approaching him slowly from a distance. It appears that the force I sensed earlier was indeed instigated by the individuals within that vehicle. They have audaciously sought me out. Loki, with unwavering focus and heightened alertness, prepared himself. The off-road vehicle halted several meters away from him. Zhong Yu and Chun Mai disembarked. "Loki, you have come for this?" Zhong Yu tossed a scroll made of parchment towards him. Loki caught it with one hand, perplexed. Is this the wrath of Shiva? They are willingly handing it over? A smirk formed on his lips, for he suspected a trap. However, he mused, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. I am the god of trickery. Can I be daunted by such petty ruses? As Loki unfurled the scroll, a sudden explosion erupted from within as a concealed bubblegum bomb detonated, leaving him coated in sticky residue. Ha ha ha! The god of trickery, indeed, is not so formidable. It was nothing more than a mere cleaning rag from our captain's vehicle. Zhong Yu could no longer contain his laughter, joined by Chun Mai, who also succumbed to mirth. Foolish mortals, you shall perish. Loki furiously pointed a finger at Zhong Yu, only to pause in confusion as no reaction ensued. His pupils dilated in shock as he raised both hands to the heavens, bellowing, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! I am a deity of Asgard." When Loki turned again, he found a dark gun barrel aimed squarely at his forehead. After witnessing Loki teleport Gam and Kraken away, Zhong Yu had swiftly activated the targeted annihilation. Although the level 5 mundane realm could indiscriminately reduce all entities of the Klein realm to mere mortals, it could only suppress Loki, a high god by one tier. Thus, to vanquish Loki, the unlimited suppression of targeted annihilation was essential. However, it could only target one entity at a time. Zhong Yu had initially planned to eliminate Gam and Kraken with a sniper rifle before fully confronting Loki. But he had not anticipated that this being would deem the two colossal creatures useless and send them away. Foolish outer god, worthless. With that, Zhong Yu pulled the trigger, and the bullets surged forth. Chapter 83. The new garb of Nyx with a resounding thud, the man clad in green robes collapsed before me. A pool of dark blood oozing from his forehead. Loki, the trickster god from Asgard and a pinnacle deity, had met his demise. I, Zhong Yu, had employed the universal marker to scan once more, confirming that this was indeed Loki's true form and not an illusion. Satisfied, I nodded. It was quite satisfactory. There is no need for those fanciful duplications. If a doppelganger possesses independent consciousness, could it truly be considered a mere replica? Such logic eludes clarity. Casting my gaze into the distance, I noted that the frost giants had been virtually annihilated. A scant few had regained their corporeal form just as I activated the targeted annihilation, yet they were swiftly dispatched by the reinforcements, Yuan Gang and the newly trained recruits. Alongside Wu Xiangnan of Team 136, the military had commenced the process of cleanup. Chun Mai quietly dialed Yi Fan's number. Commander Yi, it's me. Loki is dead. Yes, indeed. Struck down by Zhong Yu with a single shot. Oh, and please inform the master and Lu Wuwei that their presence is no longer required. Zhong Yu conducted another scan of the entire Songnan territory with a universal marker, ensuring no further incursions by foreign deities lingered within the vicinity. Before exhaling a sigh of relief, the battle of the night had drawn to a close. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhong Yu remarked, Captain, the banquet at the Crescent Pavilion has been cancelled. Why don't we all gather at my home for dinner tonight? What do you say? Shumai chuckled in response. Very well. Let us head to the vehicle. In the desolate battlefield, Lin Chia wiped the blood from his straight blade. Recently entering the pool realm, he had performed extraordinarily, vanquishing 5 frost giants of the river realm. Yuan Gang, along with the new recruits, was preparing to return to the training camp. To have the opportunity to involve these recruits in a real combat experience on the very day of their graduation and to achieve a complete victory filled Yuan Gang with satisfaction. As other military units began to clear the battlefield, a soldier reported, Commander, we have yet to locate the head of one giant's corpse. The commander clicked his tongue. If it's not found, then it's simply not found. Among so many giant corpses, the head must have been obliterated by our concentrated artillery fire or by our comrades in the night watch. However, the soldier hesitated, wanting to elaborate, but the commander waved his hand, signaling him to disregard it. Nearby, Lin Chia furrowed his brow. During the melee with the frost giants, he had seemingly glimpsed a figure wearing glasses amidst the chaos. At the conclusion of the battle, that figure had quietly departed with a giant's head in a sack. He couldn't recall the individual's name, but he was certain he had encountered him before. Yuan Gang, my mother is to be transferred to another hospital tomorrow. May I take her for a stroll around the city? After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gang nodded. Yes, but you must maintain confidentiality regarding her identity. Lin Chia beamed with joy. Understood. Thank you, Commander Yuan. Earlier, when reinforcements were dispatched from the training camp, Yuan Gang had also brought Nyx along. Uncertain of the enemy's strength and wary of potential troubles that may arise in battle, the goddess of night, Nyx, found solace in the shadowy depths of her own realm. Lin Chia, accompanied by the elegantly clad Nyx in her starry black gown, hailed a ride towards the urban center. The downtown area of Songnan remained blissfully unaffected by the earlier skirmish. The citizens went about their daily lives, bustling through the streets as if the conflict had never transpired. Arriving at the night market, Lin Chia noted Nyx's curious demeanor as she observed the vibrant surroundings. They paused at a stall where a bright red floral cotton coat and matching trousers, reminiscent of a white deer-esque attire, hung enticingly. Nyx's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Chia chuckled, inquiring, Mother, do you fancy this outfit? She nodded slightly in response. The shopkeeper, a cheerful woman, approached with enthusiasm. This beautiful sister has an exquisite taste. This is the trendiest style of the year. Come, let me fetch you the perfect size to try on. Before Nyx could protest, The shopkeeper ushered her into the fitting room. Moments later, Nix emerged wearing the floral coat paired with wide-legged black trousers. And Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle at the transformation of the once regal goddess of night into a playful figure. Nix, clearly pleased with her new look, twirled in front of the mirror and excitedly asked, "Dana Doze, what do you think?" Lin Xie forced a smile, his lips twitching as he replied, "What pleases you, mother, is undoubtedly wonderful. It exudes a unique vintage charm. Quite grounded. How much for this?" He inquired of the shopkeeper. With a beaming smile, she replied, "Not too expensive. This entire ensemble is just 3,999 yuan. Lin Xie was taken aback. How could a simple floral cotton coat and trousers cost such a fortune? Why not just rob a bank? He thought. The shopkeeper, unfazed, wore a smirk that suggested she was fully aware of her inflated pricing. Observing Nix's delighted expression, Lin Xie reluctantly prepared to scan his phone for payment, only to be intercepted by a graceful hand. "Sister Hongying, what brings you here?" he asked, turning around. Without answering, Hongying fixed her gaze on the shopkeeper and coolly remarked, "How about you lower the price to 390 yuan? The shopkeeper, suddenly feeling the pressure, relented, "Of course. I can do that. Honestly, I was going to offer a discount to this young gentleman anyway." Hongying sighed, realizing she had initially set the price too high. Perhaps a bid of 39 yuan would have sufficed. "Sister, here's your original black dress, all wrapped up for you," she said, handing Nix a bag. Lin Xie scanned his phone, and with a swift reduction from 39.99 yuan to 390 yuan, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After leaving the clothing shop, Hongying smiled and remarked, "Chia, your brother Zhong has already returned. He expressed a desire for our entire team to gather at his home for dinner tonight. Since there weren't enough ingredients at home, I decided to visit the neighboring supermarket to procure some supplies. I was just about to call you when I fortuitously encountered you here. You should accompany me back. And by the way, let us invite mother as well." Nix was overjoyed. "That's wonderful, daughter-in-law. It has been ages since I savored the tomato and egg noodles prepared by Sapornos. I crave it." Hongying gently patted the basket of vegetables. "No problem, mother. I have purchased plenty of tomatoes." The distance to Zhong Yu and his wife's residence was not far, and so the group walked back together. Suddenly, a storm erupted above the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Amidst the thunderous light, a figure began to materialize. It was a tall, slender man with bronze skin, bald and barefoot, clad only in dark yellow shorts. The figure crashed down from the sky, landing directly before them. In the kitchen, Zhong Yu, busy frying vegetables, was startled by the thunder. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten about that fellow?" He swiftly transferred the food to a plate, disregarding the apron tied around his waist, and rushed out of the house with the frying pan in hand. Mu Chongyun and Xing Qiya, sitting on the sofa watching television, exchanged puzzled glances. Why was the son-in-law hastily exiting with a frying pan? 1 kilometer away, Indra, the Indian god of thunderstorms, ranked 016 in the divine hierarchy, fixated his gaze on Nix, who was clad in a floral cotton coat, and slowly spoke. "Goddess of the night, Nix, it is indeed you. From Olympus, I have been tasked with escorting you back." Chapter 84. Dare to bully my wife? I will annihilate you, you wretched deity. Olympus, Olympus. Nix repeated these words, as if a realization struck her. Suddenly, she clutched her head tightly with both hands, a look of agonized distortion crossing her face. "Mother, mother, how are you?" Lin Xie observed Nix's unusual state, evidently provoked by something. He approached her, intending to offer comfort. Standing before them, Hongying coldly declared, "Listen to me. No matter who you are, you shall not take the goddess of night away from here tonight." Indra scrutinized the woman holding a vegetable basket in front of him, a look of disdain etched on his features. "Mortal, do you think you can obstruct me?" With a sudden flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning surged forth from his fingertips towards Hongying, with Lin Xie and Nix behind her. Hongying did not hesitate. She immediately cast aside the vegetable basket, crossing her arms to summon the full power of her forbidden energy, preparing to block the impending strike. She understood that if her opponent were indeed a foreign deity, even a casual attack would possess tremendous force. Yet her priority was to shield Nix and Lin Xie from harm. Having ascended to the Klein realm, Hongying hoped that her unleashed power would suffice to withstand the assault. Boom! The lightning did not strike Hongying directly, but detonated 2 meters in front of her, repelled by a faint pink protective shield. Surprised by this layer of defense, Hongying felt a rush of astonishment. Indra, momentarily taken aback, fixated on the pink crystal bracelet adorning Hongying's wrist. His eyes narrowed. Mortal, what is your connection to the goddess of night that she bestowed upon you such a bracelet? Realization dawned upon Hongying. The bracelet Nyx had given her possessed formidable protective qualities. She had believed it merely enhanced the bond between spouses. Quickly refocusing her thoughts, she locked her gaze on Indra, her expression turning fierce. A rose-red spear materialized in her hands. The full force of her Klein realm's rose-fire feather garment erupted, enveloping her in a blaze of fiery radiance. An inexhaustible surge of mental energy streamed forth, igniting and swirling the air around her. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the Klein realm? Sister Hongying, when did you become so powerful? He never imagined that within just 6 months, Hongying would ascend several realms from the pool stage to the pinnacle of the Klein realm, while he himself, aided by the divine essences of the Seraphim, Nyx, and Merlin, remained stagnant at the pool stage. Indra scoffed. Mortal, I must admit, you are formidable. But a mortal is still a mortal, no matter how strong. You can never triumph over a god. And I am Indra, the god of thunder. You, a mere mortal from the great Xia, dare to provoke me? Those who stand in my way shall perish. Upon the conclusion of Indra's words, his entire being was enveloped in a radiant glow of thunder, his eyes bursting forth with a brilliant violet luminescence, signifying the overwhelming majesty of the god of storms. A bolt of lightning, exponentially more potent than the previous one, struck down with ferocity. Hongying, shielded by a halo of pink crystal, managed for a fleeting moment to engage the storm deity Indra in combat, defying the odds with her mortal form. However, it was not long before she found herself at a disadvantage. Another flash of lightning descended, shattering the tip of the spear she wielded. Behind them, Lin Qiye had already assisted Nyx to a long bench. Observing Hongying's dwindling advantage filled him with urgency. He retrieved 2 long blades from the dark box behind him. Yet, just as Lin Qiye was poised to intervene, a fiery red spear shot towards Indra from another direction, aiming directly for his head. Yet another ignorant mortal. Indra scoffed, swatting Hongying and her unarmed spear several meters away with one hand, while the other reached out to grasp the incoming spear. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated Indra's palm, halting perilously close to his temple. Taken aback, Indra turned his head, eyes wide in disbelief as he searched ahead, finally locking his gaze on a child of 7 or 8 years. Indra was astounded. How is this possible? Nearby, Lian, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth and hands tucked into his back pockets, disdainfully observed the god's palm, exclaiming, "Survived, did you? Let's try again." He leaped forward, swiftly retracting the spear that had pierced Indra's palm back into his grasp. Upon recognizing Lian, Hongying felt a surge of joy. She recalled how Zhong Yu had previously revealed Lian's true identity to her, and now witnessing him effortlessly pierce the hand of an outer god confirmed her suspicions. This audacious child was none other than Neza, the third prince of the many deities of the Great Xia. Hongying silently mused. So, the deities of Great Xia have always been present. Indra, now retreating several dozen meters in astonishment, widened his eyes. Child, who are you? Lian spat out the toothpick and retorted, "Who I am is none of your concern." Another spear shot aimed at Indra's throat. Indra had no choice but to engage Lian with all his might. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, seeing that victory was elusive, Lian called out, "Hongying, hurry and assist me." Neza's divine power had only partially returned, and he was reluctant to exhaust his divine essence without necessity. Thus, with Hongying's assistance, he felt assured of triumph. The 2 fiery red spears danced in the air, intertwining with the lightning. Indra, realizing he had only been momentarily careless when Neza's spear pierced his palm, resolved to unleash his full strength in battle, resulting in a stalemate between them. Indra sensed that this child, regardless of his identity, had likely stepped halfway into the realm of the divine. Yet, it seemed the opponent was intent on concealing his identity, withholding his full power. He must seize the opportunity now, swiftly vanquishing the two adversaries. Otherwise, the night may stretch on with unforeseen troubles. With this thought, the lightning in his hand grew increasingly fierce, forcing the duo to retreat repeatedly. However, at that moment, Indra was oblivious to the figure that had already arrived behind him. Zhong Yu, with an apron tied around his waist and a frying pan in hand, had sprinted a kilometer from home, only to witness the scene before him. Standing beneath the street lamp, Zhong Yu's expression was stern, his gaze imbued with a lethal intensity. "How dare you bully my wife? I shall obliterate you, you wretched foreign deity." Targeting the town initiate, locking onto the subject, Indra. In an instant, the lightning vanished from Indra's hand as he brought it down mid-strike. He froze momentarily, a shiver coursing through him. What is happening? My divine power? Completely vanished? At that moment, across from him, Hongying and Neza seized the opportunity, their long spears piercing directly towards Indra's chest. Chapter 85. The luxurious feast in the village. Zhong Yu employed the technique known as targeted suppression, concentrating all the abilities of the mundane realm upon a singular target, Indra. In an instant, Indra, a peak-level deity, was reduced to a mere mortal devoid of divine power. However, the strength of Hongying and Li Yan remained entirely unaffected. With tremendous might, their two long spears pierced through Indra's form, erupting it into a cloud of crimson mist. Upon spotting Zhong Yu standing beneath a distant street lamp, a smile blossomed on Hongying's face. "Darling," she exclaimed, rushing forward to leap into his embrace. Zhong Yu held a frying pan in one hand while affectionately patting his wife's back with the other. Li Yan observed their interaction and rolled his eyes, muttering, "How tiresome." He slung his spear over his shoulder, picked up his backpack from the ground, and turned to leave. "Neza, thank you." Li Yan was taken aback, his small frame trembling slightly. He turned back, feigning surprise. "Who are you calling? Who is Neza?" Zhong Yu quickly chuckled. "My apologies, I misspoke earlier. Li Yan, I appreciate your assistance in helping my wife." He continued, "If you have no plans this evening, would you care to join me for dinner?" Li Yan Rablia. "No need to thank me. I merely happened to pass by and couldn't stand seeing a faux thunder god bully a woman. I have to study math. I cannot spare the time for dinner at your place." Zhong Yu nodded. "Very well then, Li Yan. Consider today a favor owed to you, which I shall repay in the future." Li Yan had already turned away, waving his hand as he walked off into the distance. Hongying picked up the fallen basket of vegetables from the ground and approached Lin Chia and Nix. "Chia, is mother all right?" Lin Chia nodded. "Yes. She had a slight headache earlier, but she is much better now." Nix caught sight of Zhong Yu, and the gloom on her face dissipated significantly, revealing a smile once more. "Hypnos, you have come as well." Zhong Yu stepped forward with a smile. "Aunt, let us return home. I have prepared delicious food for you." Upon hearing Zhong Yu mention delectable dishes, Nix's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm, and she nodded vigorously. On their way home, Zhong Yu observed Nix's floral cotton outfit with quiet admiration. Previously, he had only seen two women who could carry such attire with grace. One was a popular star from a variety show, and the other, a remarkable figure from an anime. Now, there was yet another, the goddess of night, Nix. Noticing Zhong Yu's unusual gaze, Hongying approached him gently and asked, "Darling, what captures your attention? Do you fancy the style of clothing?" Zhong Yu turned his head, bewildered. "Huh." Hongying leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "If you like it, I could buy a matching outfit just for you to see." Zhong Yu shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. "Please, please, dear wife, do not." His large eyes rolled playfully as he leaned closer to Hongying's ear, whispering, "In truth, I fancy a different style." Upon finishing his declaration, Zhong Yu grinned and inquired, "What do you say? Would you be willing to wear it for me?" Astonished, Hongying's cheek flushed crimson. She shot her husband a meaningful glance and sighed. "My love, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person." Zhong Yu chuckled softly. Upon returning home, the remaining members of Team 136 had already gathered. Sister Hongying, as soon as Si Xiao Nin spotted her entering, she rushed forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Hongying gently patted Xiaonan's back, saying, Xiaonan, it's been half a year. I truly missed you. Xiaonan clung to Hongying, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were on the verge of tears. With mild surprise, Hongying asked, what is the matter? Xiaonan? Xiaonan turned her head, grasping Hongying's hands, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet she smiled. It's nothing. I'm just so overjoyed to see you all again. Hongying smiled back, using the back of her hand to wipe away the traces of tears from Xiaonan's face. Zhong Yu observed the scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With Loki's demise, Xiaonan had shed a heavy burden. She was finally free. Xiaonan, Qi, Aunt, please make yourselves comfortable. I'll assist Zhong Yu in preparing dinner. It will be ready shortly. Xiaonan nodded, smiling as she waved to Zhong Yu, Brother Zhong. We are in for a treat tonight, as we will be enjoying a feast prepared by your extraordinary culinary skills. Thank you. Zhong Yu winked, replying. This is a gesture of reciprocity. In the kitchen, the couple busied themselves, while the living room buzzed with excitement. Xiao Kongcheng, Vin Qi Montak, and Lung Xian engaged in a lively game of landlord, with the losing player required to wear a sticky note on their forehead. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng's face was plastered with notes. Furrowing his brows, he complained, darn it, why do I lose whenever I'm the landlord? Even when I'm not, I still lose. Are you two conspiring against me? When Chiamo chuckled, Brother Zhao, how could we dare? Today, your luck simply seems to have abandoned you. Lung Xian remained silent, occasionally glancing at Si Xiaonan, who stood behind Zhao Kongcheng. Their silent exchange spoke volumes more than words could convey. Meanwhile, Mu Chongyun and Wu Xiong then engaged in a serious game of chess, their expressions grave as if they were on an actual battlefield. Chen Muyis Tutbai, observing, occasionally nodding in approval or shaking his head in dismay. Grandma Xingqiu yet affectionately chatted with Ni Kusi, peeling oranges for her. Lin Jie, obediently assisting Zhong Yu in the kitchen, seized the opportunity to inquire about culinary techniques, eager to learn a few tricks. He aspired to impress both his aunt and Ajin, as well as Ni Kusi, with his newfound culinary prowess. The atmosphere within the villa at this moment is as lively as that of the spring festival. Dinner is served. As Zhong Yu placed the final dish of steamed sea bass on the table, the banquet officially commenced. Chen Mai, after taking a piece of braised pork, exclaimed, Zhong Yu, your culinary skills surpass mine by 100-fold. In my opinion, the chef at Xinyue Pavilion pales in comparison to you. Zhong Yu merely smiled and replied, don't mention it. Before I joined Team 136, I even went there for an interview, but they didn't want me. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Xiangnan pouted and remarked, thank goodness they didn't hire you, Zhong Yu. Having you as a chef would be like using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito. Such overkill. When Qima enthusiastically chimed in, ha, Xiangnan is right. Zhong Yu, you belong with us, the night watchman. Come on, Zhong Yu, let us toast. When Qima forcibly dragged Zhong Yu to share 3 toasts. Zhong Yu pleaded, Qima, may I have a bite of food first? Meanwhile, Nike's gazed at the table full of delicacies with sparkling eyes, entering a frenzy of eating. Lin Chia widened her eyes. Having never witnessed the night goddess eat so heartily, even in her psychiatric hospital. Before long, Chen Mai stood up and raised his glass. Tonight, I want to extend my special thanks to my 2 old teammates, Zhong Yu and Hongying, for their hospitality, and to all of you for your contributions to the people of Tsangnan and for bringing glory to us, the night watchmen. It's a rare occasion for everyone to gather together. So let us raise our glasses. Cheers! As everyone was enjoying the feast, Zhong Yu's phone suddenly rang. He looked at the caller ID with confusion, but quickly answered, hello, Commander Yi? How may I assist you? On the other end, Yi Fan's voice was urgent. Zhong Yu, there's trouble on the eastern coast. They are engaged in combat. And it's not just one foreign deity. Zhou Ping and the mass team are overwhelmed. And I cannot leave my post either. Xia Simeng and the others' dedicated aircraft will be arriving at your location shortly. And I need you to head to the eastern coast for support immediately. Chapter 86. Could it be that the divine beings of the Great Xia are aiding me in secret? After hanging up the phone, Zhong Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The eastern coast is besieged by more than one foreign deity. Aside from Poseidon, who else could there be? The mass team has already been dispatched to assist, and now they're calling for his help as well, indicating that this invader is indeed extraordinary. Songnan is situated in the southeastern region, nestled between the capital and the eastern coastline, nearly 400 kilometers from the shoreline. Even if Xia Simeng were to depart immediately, the quickest flight would take at least an hour. The fierce battle has already commenced. Could Zhou Ping and the others withstand an hour of combat? Darling, what is happening? Hongying approached, noticing Zhong Yu's grave expression. Zhong Yu managed to smile. There are some foreign deities causing trouble on the eastern coast, and Commander Yi has asked me to assist. Hongying immediately replied, then I will go with you. Zhong Yu shook his head. You must stay behind. Your presence would only heighten my worries. Zhou Ping and the Sword Saint are there, along with Captain Xia and her team. We can handle this. But that is precisely why I should go, Hongying insisted. Do not forget, I'm also a member of the Phoenix team. If the entire team is deployed, how can I remain hidden at home? Zhong Yu rubbed his forehead. Hongying had a point. She too is a night watcher. Very well, he conceded with a nod. Since his wife insisted on joining, he would need to muster all his focus and resolve to swiftly eliminate the invading foes. At that moment, a thunderous roar of aircraft engines echoed from outside the villa. Xia Simeng and her team had arrived. As soon as she entered, she called out, Zhong Yu, Hongying, come with me. We still need an hour to fly over. Upon hearing that the mass team had also engaged in battle, Xia Simeng felt a surge of anxiety. She was particularly concerned about Wang Mian. Zhong Yu felt compelled to act quickly. After briefly explaining the situation to everyone, he prepared to depart with Hongying. Suddenly Nix, who had been focused on her meal, stood up. Hypnos, my dear, I overheard everything you just said. Since your friends are in danger and need to hurry, perhaps I can offer a small favor. There is no need for a 1-hour flight. Under this night sky, I can transport you directly to your destination. Zhong Yu smacked his forehead in delight. Of course, I completely forgot about your night flicker ability, Aunt. This is far quicker than flying. Xia Simeng, who had just entered, stared wide-eyed at Nix's floral-patterned attire. You are the goddess of night? Nix nodded slightly. Indeed, it is I. Xia Simeng and the other team members were visibly astonished. Their original mission at Songnan was to escort the goddess of night, Nix, to the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. She had seen the photos sent by Yuan Gang, in which the goddess adorned a stunning black starry gown, exuding noble elegance. Yet the figure before her, despite possessing remarkable beauty, seemed off in some inexplicable way, had it not been for the pressing urgency of the moment. The perfectionist Xia Simeng might have been tempted to approach the night goddess and personally attire her in a fitting ensemble, embellishing her with meticulous care. However, Zhong Yu noticed Xia Simeng's persistent scrutiny of Nix, her brow furrowed in concern, prompting him to wave a hand before her. Captain Xia, let not the trivialities distract you. The rescue is paramount. Only then did Xia Simeng come to her senses. Yes, yes. The rescue is of utmost importance. To avert any unforeseen complications, Chun Mai, Lin Xie, and others remained stationed at Songnan. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu and the others gathered around Nix. Grasping Zhong Yu's wrist, Nix appeared slightly taken aback. Hypnos, is the destination you envision situated within this very house? Zhong Yu, drenched in sweat, stammered, well, actually I have never ventured to the eastern coastal cities. Thus, I'm unfamiliar with their essence. The night goddess's night flicker necessitated a vivid imagination of the destination's environment to facilitate the transportation of individuals. Xia Simeng promptly interjected, Goddess, I have visited that place. Please grasp my wrist. Nix then took hold of Xia Simeng's wrist. With her eyes closed, vivid imagery of a quaint noodle shop near the sea surfaced in Xia Simeng's mind. It was the very place where Wang Mian had treated her to noodles upon her joining the Night Watchers. With a sudden rush, a deep shade of night unfurled from the villa's living room, and in an instant, a dozen figures vanished. Eastern coast, beneath the cloak of night, the inky waters surged, once more unleashing towering waves that soared several meters high. These colossal waves converged upon a single point, morphing into an unimaginable black sea monster. The creature opened its gaping maw, lunging towards a diminutive figure in the distance. Ding! A clear, resonant clang of a sword echoed. A youth clad in a black shirt gripped his long sword, thrusting it directly at the monster's throat. Boom! The sea monster's form erupted, cascading layers of frothy waves back into the depths. Zhou Ping, one hand firmly clutching the hilt of his sword, used the other to sweep away the damp strands of hair from his forehead. His shirt bore several rents, revealing crimson flesh beneath. Yet, to Zhou Ping, such minor injuries were inconsequential. Maintaining a serene demeanor, he remained fixated on the churning sea before him. Emerging from the depths was a colossal whirlpool from which a bare-chested, trident-wielding man materialized, suspended in the air. He was Poseidon, the deity designated as 009. 3 vivid crimson streaks marred Poseidon's chest. As the sea god, most likely to ascend as the next ruler of Olympus, he was infuriated to have been wounded by a mere mortal from the Great Xia. Behind Poseidon, 3 massive columns of water spiraled upward, coalescing into 3 enormous black fists. With his trident aimed at Zhou Ping, the colossal fist descended upon him with terrifying force. Yet Zhou Ping, summoning the pure heart of a child, gathered his sword energy, preparing to confront the impending onslaught with all his might. Ding! The sound of the sword echoed once more. At that moment, it was as if countless swords were converging into one, with numerous sword energies soaring towards the heavens. Shimmering with brilliance, charging headlong into the dark, colossal fist. Just as the two were about to collide, the black fist suddenly disintegrated into countless fragments of rain. Losing all semblance of offensive power, Poseidon, shaken to his core, found himself, originally suspended in the air by divine power, now uncontrollably plummeting downwards. His eyes widened in astonishment. Yet before Poseidon could comprehend the situation, a blinding radiance enveloped him, and the torrent of sword energy instantaneously pierced and shredded his form, reducing him to a mere mist of blood. Thus, the sea god Poseidon met his demise. On the ground, Zhou Ping was taken aback as well. He had intended to risk everything in that strike, fully anticipating a likely scenario of mutual destruction, if not annihilation. However, the formidable assault from his opponent seemed to have been entirely neutralized by some unseen force. Even the divine aura surrounding Poseidon had abruptly vanished. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow in surprise. To dissipate the entirety of an outer god's divine power in an instant was a feat that even those few who were similarly regarded as the pinnacle of humanity could not possibly achieve. Could it be that the deities of our great Xia are secretly aiding me? Turning his gaze, Zhou Ping spotted a stranger standing beside a dilapidated noodle shop down the street. The figure was a young man with sharp features, somewhat handsome. Zhong Yu could not help but applaud in admiration. Truly, the sword saint is remarkable. That last strike was indeed impressive. Zhou Ping, slightly taken aback, lowered his head in modesty and murmured, "It was nothing." Zhong Yu, with a beaming smile, approached amicably, extending a hand for a handshake. "Greetings, esteemed sword saint. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhong Yu. We are here at the behest of Commander Yi to offer our assistance." Chapter 87. Can you control time? Zhong Yu? Who truly is the agent of the god of time between us? When Zhong Yu reached out for a handshake, Zhou Ping took a step back. Lowering his head, one hand remained firmly grasping his sword while the other rubbed against his pant leg repeatedly. Zhong Yu was taken aback, realizing that despite Zhou Ping's unparalleled swordsmanship, he possessed a rather timid disposition. As Zhou Ping hesitated to engage in the handshake, Zhong Yu awkwardly scratched his head. Suddenly, Zhou Ping inquired, "Was it you who intervened just now? Are you the deity of our great Xia?" Zhong Yu smiled lightly. "I am no deity. I am merely a mortal." Such a pretentious response would have astonished anyone else, but Zhou Ping merely replied with a casual, "Thank you. No need for formality." Zhong Yu responded just as a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. He turned towards the sound, addressing the sword saint earnestly. "Senior sword saint, I must excuse myself. I need to assist my wife." With that, Zhong Yu dashed off toward another battlefield. Zhou Ping gazed after him, murmuring, "He is far stronger than I am. He probably does not require my assistance. I should return to my uncle's shop quickly. Another late night awaits, alas." With his head bowed, Zhou Ping turned and departed. On the other side of the coast, just moments earlier, the Masked Squad and Phoenix Squad were embroiled in a fierce battle against Ares. Before Zhong Yu and his companions arrived, Wang Mian and his teammates coordinated tightly, managing to halt the advance of the god of war, albeit at a tremendous cost. Roses, Vortex, Libra, and Moon Ghost had all sustained severe injuries. Wang Mian had repeatedly employed time reversal to restore his teammates, which exacted a heavy toll on him. The youthful Wang Mian, now in his 20s, bore deep lines of worry on his face hidden beneath his mask, and a few strands of white hair had appeared. Xia Siming stood resolutely before Wang Mian, gritting her teeth. Wang Mian, you all fall back. Leave this one to us. Wang Mian could only manage a bitter smile. He had hoped for reinforcements from a couple of other human powerhouses, not merely the Phoenix Squad. While they were formidable, they were not quite strong enough. Sighing, he replied, Simeng, he is the god of war. Even if our two squads join forces, it would only delay the inevitable. If only those few could arrive. How could Commander Yi? Before Wang Mian could finish his thought, he was struck dumb, as were all present, including Ares. From a distance, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Zhou Ping, previously at a disadvantage, had effortlessly slain the sea god Poseidon with a single strike. Furthermore, Poseidon appeared to have lost his divine power in this confrontation, utterly defenseless. Ares, wielding his thunderous axe, stared incredulously at the now tranquil sea, his brow furrowed. How is this possible? Ares was filled with confusion. Could it be that the sword-wielding youth is even more formidable than we had imagined? He found himself pondering this perplexity. Ares turned around, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. If it had not been for the time god's agent forcefully employing time reversal multiple times, he would have obliterated this group long ago. Foolish mortals. If I am not mistaken, each time you utilize that temporal ability, you are eroding your own lifespan, are you not? I shall see just how long your existence can endure. Furthermore, do you believe you are the only one capable of summoning reinforcements? Ares withdrew a small vial from his cloak, raising it one-handed towards the heavens. Come fort, Chimera. As his words echoed, two beams of violet light shot forth from the vial, soaring into the sky. In an instant, thunder rumbled and lightning cracked as two-headed behemoths descended from the clouds. The malevolent creature from Greek mythology, the Chimera, bore two heads, one of a lion and the other of a goat. Its appearance both fearsome and grotesque. Its obsidian body was adorned with immense wings, and it possessed a lengthy, serpentine tail. The size of a single chimera dwarfed that of a Boeing 747, and now there were two. As the monstrous beasts descended, the expressions of the masked team and the Phoenix team turned grave. With a resounding roar, both creatures simultaneously opened their gaping maws, unleashing torrents of brilliant blue flames upon the crowd below. On the ground, Hongying and Xia Simeng reacted in unison. Hongying's spear, imbued with the tremendous power of Rosefire Feather Garment, surged forth to collide with the flames. Meanwhile, Xia Simeng unleashed a powerful golden tempest with a single punch, striking upward. One was already at the Klein realm, while the other had reached the infinite realm, and their combined might was staggering. The clash of these formidable forces produced a thunderous cacophony. It was at this moment that Zhong Yu heard the explosive sounds emanating from the fray. Upon his arrival, he had utilized a universal marker to scan the situation, initially detecting only Poseidon and Ares among the outer gods. Ares was engaged at a distance, occupied by the masked team, prompting Zhong Yu to first employ targeted suppression to assist Zhou Ping in dealing with Poseidon. Meanwhile, the Phoenix team had already rushed to support their masked counterparts. However, the situation had since shifted. Ares had summoned two monstrous beasts, clearly tipping the scales against both the masked and Phoenix teams. Though Hongying and Xia Simeng had jointly fended off the initial attack of the Chimera, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage. Moreover, Zhong Yu had already activated targeted suppression once, at level 4. This ability could forcibly reduce a deity to mortal flesh for 5 minutes, yet it would consume half of his mental energy. With 50 of his mental power already depleted, if he were to forcibly use targeted suppression again, it would completely exhaust his faculties. Should any unexpected turn of events arise, maintaining control of the situation would prove exceedingly difficult. Contemplating this, Zhong Yu resolved to employ his other active skill, Swish. As the chimera once again opened its formidable jaws and Ares raised his colossal axe, all beings, objects, and even the war god Ares himself came to a complete standstill. In that instant, time seemed to suspend itself entirely. Zhong Yu actively employed his level 6 skill, Forced Deceleration, for the first time. At its maximum capacity, Forced Deceleration could enforce a stasis on everything within a 10-kilometer radius for an impressive duration of up to 6 minutes. Zhong Yu swiftly approached Wang Mian, casting a knowing smile, for his gamble had paid off. Wang Mian's domain was unlike any other. He was the agent of the god of time. At that moment, while everything else was frozen, Wang Mian could deliberately accelerate his own temporal flow within his domain, regaining the ability to move. It must be said that in the face of Zhong Yu's skill, Wang Mian was indeed a unique anomaly. Fortunately, he was an ally. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback. You, how can your domain manipulate time as well? Aren't I the agent of the god of time? But Zhong Yu merely pointed at the two chimeras above and remarked, Captain Wang, you can fly, but I cannot. Those two are yours to dispatch. Leave this fellow with the axe and the handlebar mustache to me. Wang Mian nodded, harboring no doubts about Zhong Yu's ability to defeat Ares. He even contemplated the possibility of slaying him. With a powerful leap, Wang Mian soared into the air, executing a flurry of strikes with his weapon, severing the heads of the two chimeras in swift succession. Below, Zhong Yu, having taken the spear from his immobilized wife, Hongying, attempted to thrust it into Ares' forehead. Alas, it was futile. He could not penetrate. Ares, though momentarily frozen, still retained his divine power. It was impossible for Zhong Yu to pierce the war god Ares, imbued with such formidable strength. With a sigh, Zhong Yu utilized Universal Mark once more, confirming that Ares was the sole remaining intruder before activating targeted stasis. He then thrust the spear forward, exhausting all his mental energy. Zhong Yu succumbed to a wave of dizziness and collapsed. Time resumed its normal flow. Hongying, witnessing Zhong Yu's sudden fall and Ares' spear-pierced forehead, felt her heart race. She initially feared that Zhong Yu had sustained severe injuries in his effort to subdue Ares. Darling, she cried, rushing forward to lift the fallen Zhong Yu from the ground. Chapter 88. Awakened by his wife's kiss, Hongying cradled Zhong Yu in her arms, carefully feeling every part of his body until she confirmed that he bore no wounds, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Mian, who had returned to the ground, sheathed his blade and stepped forward. How is Zhong Yu? Has he been harmed by Ares? Hongying shook her head. He is fine. He has merely exhausted his mental energy. She recalled how, a year prior, Zhong Yu had fainted from overexertion while slaying the Phantom King. At that time, they had only recently obtained their marriage certificate, and her feelings for Zhong Yu were still in the phase of evaluation, tinged with budding affection. Now, however, everything had changed. The man lying in her embrace was her husband of 1 year, the person she loved most dearly in this world. Wang Mian gazed at Ares' lifeless body, filled with emotion. He had previously witnessed Zhong Yu's terrifying prowess and had predicted during their training camp that Zhong Yu's power could potentially reach the pinnacle of human capability. Yet he had underestimated him. This extraordinary being had now slain even an invading deity with a single shot. Ares, the god of war, was one of the 12 Olympian gods of Greece. At that moment, Xia Simeng and the others from the masked team also gathered around. Everyone was utterly astonished by the scene they had just witnessed. They had approached the confrontation with Ares and the two monstrous chimeras with a mindset of certain doom. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation had transformed drastically. The chimera had been decapitated by Wang Mian, and Ares had been directly slain by Zhong Yu's shot. How had they accomplished such a feat? Hongying gently placed a hand on Zhong Yu's forehead, channeling her mental energy from the Klein realm into her husband. However, after some time, she noticed that her efforts seemed ineffective. Hongying was slightly perplexed. Logically, anyone who had awakened to the Forbidden Ruins should have recovered immediately with such an infusion of mental energy. Why, then, was her husband still unconscious? Let me try. Neeks slowly approached from behind the group. Earlier, during the battle against the two external gods of Olympus, Zhong Yu had instructed her to remain in the noodle shop until the fighting concluded, to avoid agitating her. Upon seeing Neeks, Hongying felt a surge of joy. If human strength was inadequate, perhaps divine power could succeed. "Aunt, please give it a try," Hongying urged. Neeks nodded and leaned down, resting one hand on Zhong Yu's forehead. With a deep breath, the night goddess infused her formidable divine power into Zhong Yu. After a moment, Neeks stood up and shook her head. "Strange, how could this be? Aunt, what is it?" Neeks frowned slightly. "I cannot perceive the mental energy of Hypnos within his mind. No matter how much divine power I infuse, it vanishes without a trace." Hongying blinked, realizing she had felt the same sensation moments before. The sensation was akin to light illuminating an unfathomable black abyss, eternally insatiable. Observing that Zhong Yu remained in a deep slumber, Hongying felt a twinge of anxiety. The last time they faced the Ghost-Face King, he had awakened shortly thereafter. On that occasion, Hongying was aware that Zhong Yu had regained consciousness in the car. He merely feigned unconsciousness to indulge in the warmth of her embrace. However, this time, it seemed he was genuinely unresponsive, and there was no need for pretense. What should she do? Hongying was at her wit's end. At that moment, a young girl's head suddenly peeked out from behind several members of the Phoenix Squad. "Sister Hongying," Ling Ling exclaimed. "Why not try giving Brother Zhong a kiss? Perhaps it will rouse him." Hongying's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed crimson. It was not that she was opposed to kissing. After all, she had been married to her husband for a year, and they had shared countless intimate moments. Yet, such displays of affection were reserved solely for private moments between the two of them. Being urged to kiss Zhong Yu in front of so many individuals made her feel rather bashful. Besides, her combined spiritual energy with Nike's had yielded no results. Could a mere kiss truly make a difference? With a resigned smile, Hongying replied, "Ling Ling, have you been watching too many dramas? How could that possibly work?" "Oh, come on, Sister Hongying, just give it a try. I bet it will definitely work." Ling Ling grinned, exuding an air of certainty. Nearby, Kong Shang teased, "Ling Ling, if it doesn't work, you'll have to wash all our socks for a week." Ling Ling shot Kong Shang an indignant glare. "I refuse to wash your stinky socks, you weird uncle." Kong Shang clutched his chest in feigned despair. Being called a weird uncle in front of so many people had truly stung. At that moment, even Nike's chuckled affectionately, "My dear daughter-in-law, why not heed that young girl's advice and give it a shot? Perhaps it might indeed prove effective." A number of people in the crowd echoed their agreement. "Yes, just give it a try." Hongying scanned the faces of the onlookers, her heart heavy with resignation. Even Vortex, at the forefront of the masked squad, twirled his fingers in anticipation across his chest. Although his expression remained obscured by his mask, one could sense his eagerness. Turning her gaze back to the person in her embrace, she decided to give it a shot. Gently, she brushed aside the stray strands of hair from Zhong Yu's forehead and planted a soft kiss upon it. Zhong Yu let out a faint hum, his body twitching slightly. Ling Ling was practically on the verge of jumping for joy. I knew it. It's truly effective." Hongying tilted her head, studying Zhong Yu with a mix of confusion and wonder. Could it be genuinely effective? This fellow, could he be feigning once more, as he had previously? Hongying blinked and gently tickled him under the arm, yet Zhong Yu remained unresponsive. Hongying sighed, realizing that her husband was not pretending this time. Beside her, Ling Lin rubbed her small hands and exclaimed, "Sister Hongying, if kissing your forehead is so effective, why not try kissing Brother Zhong on the lips?" Hongying felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It was as if she were an actress being directed by Ling Lin, who was urging her to perform a passionate kiss. The director insisted that the kiss lacked fervor and encouraged her to make it more intense and heartfelt. Hongying bit her lip, dismissing her hesitation. What was there to fear? After all, this was her husband. Ate Mia kiss. And yet she worried about performing it before their audience? Since they craved some romantic indulgence, she would generously oblige. As long as it helped her husband recover swiftly, she would willingly do anything. Taking a deep breath, Hongying closed her eyes and leaned in once more to kiss him. This time, the kiss was directed at Zhong Yu's lips. Upon feeling the warmth and moisture between them, Zhong Yu suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was truly awake this time, and he was not pretending. He had just expended his mental energy by using targeted tranquilization twice in quick succession. However, his abilities were granted by the system, and there were no restrictions on his power. Thus, the methods of mental energy infusion from either Hongying or Nike's held no significance for him. What mattered to the system was solely his wife's affection for him. Consequently, it was only when his beloved wife kissed him that his mental energy detected a fluctuation. The more intimate the kiss, the stronger the sensation. Zhong Yu opened his arms wide and embraced his wife tightly, initially overjoyed at his awakening. Hongying soon felt the urge to break free, her face burning with embarrassment. Yet, Zhong Yu continued to kiss her, offering no chance for her to escape. Feeling helpless, Hongying resigned herself to the situation, allowing their onlookers to witness their affection. Ding! Detected an increase in wife's affection. Affection level raised by 2. Current wife's affection level 83. After absorbing sufficient energy, the familiar voice echoed in Zhong Yu's mind once more. It had been quite some time since he had leveled up, especially after having grown so close to his wife. "Oh!" Ling Lin squealed in excitement, embracing Xia Simeng beside her. She had finally gotten the juicy scoop she had longed for. Xia Simeng rubbed her forehead, feeling quite satiated. Wang Mian observed the scene, momentarily taken aback. He then silently turned his gaze towards Xia Simeng. It seemed she noticed his attention as she turned to him with a gentle smile. "Wang Mian, come with me. I need to discuss something with you." Xia Simeng waved him over and then walked towards the seaside. Wang Mian was momentarily stunned, but followed her quietly. Ling Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, could it be that Captain and Wang Mian? Is there going to be another piece of gossip today? Kong Shang ruffled Ling Lin's hair playfully, chiding, "What nonsense are you spouting? The captain is surely discussing work with Captain Wang." Ling Lin pouted, unconvinced. By the tranquil seaside, the scene unfolded. Xia Simeng turned around, biting her lip, and said, "Wang Mian, could you please remove your mask?" Chapter 89. Wang Mian and Xia Simeng. Memories of the Sanjiu noodle house. Wang Mian stared vacantly at Xia Simeng. Under the veil of night, he could scarcely discern her exquisite features. Yet the glimmer in her eyes was undeniable. Noticing Wang Mian's lack of response, Xia Simeng took a step forward, reaching out to remove his mask. However, Wang Mian swiftly retreated, evading her touch. Xia Simeng hesitated.